Calling Chief Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file, based on John Creasy's novel, Battle for Inspector West. Dramatized for radio by Maurice Travers. Battle for Inspector West, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard and Sarah Lawson as his wife Janet. Part 1. Honeymoon spells nightmare.
Belgrave, your 437... Yes, Mr. Michael Grant's apartment. What name shall I say? I'm sorry, sir, but unless I have your name, I'm afraid I...
Is that for me, Hayden?
Yes, sir, but the gentleman won't give his name.
Oh, won't he? Give me the phone. Hello? Grant speaking. Who's that? No, I do not. And I have a constitutional aversion to people who play funny beggars on the telephone, so... Good grief. Hayden, that'll be all for the moment. Shut the door as you go out.
Very good, sir.
What? Yes, I'm still here. I didn't think you'd have the gall to come back to England, let alone phone me. Your congratulations? On what? Yes, I am. Yes, the wedding's the day after tomorrow. Now, if that's all you've... What? Her father, you slimy little... Now, get this straight. I know all about her father, and it doesn't matter a damn, to her or to me, understand? So if you so much as try any of your rotten... Yes, by the powers, I'm warning you. History won't repeat itself. Next time, I'll come with a gun. That's a promise. The swine. The vicious swine.
Roger! Breakfast! Oh, the kettle. Roger!
Going.
This minute, please. I'm dishing up. Oh, Roger! Oh,
Right here, Jan. Oh, smells good.
sit you down.
Yes, ma'am. Where are the boys? Hey, Scoopy, fish.
No, they've already had breakfast. I let you sleep on a bit after the time you got home last night. Your sons are up in the playroom with that train set you gave them last Christmas. You may be Scotland Yard's youngest, smartest chief inspector, but that, if I may say so, Mr. West, was not one of your brighter notions.
We all make mistakes. Rout the boys out, Jan. They'll be late.
Not if they can spin things out long enough so that Dad has to give them a lift in the car.
Oh, cunning young demons. Marvellous, isn't it? 11 and 10, and as crafty as they make them already.
Well, heredity, well out. After all, they've a copper for their father. Ready for tea?
Anytime you like.
Here you are. I've sugared it for you.
No, thanks.
I wish you didn't have to work so hard.
Well, it's no worse for me than any other copper. The motto of the force these days, overworked and understaffed, but we go marching on.
Yes, but even so, you've no need to drive yourself quite so much, darling. If what you're after is to finish up being the Yard's youngest assistant commissioner as well, there's still lots of time, surely. Sir Guy Chatworth can stay put in his office for a while yet, can't he?
As long as he likes. Oh, no, that's no job for me, Jan. I'm not cut out to be a desk-bound policeman. Any more tea in the pot?
Yes, of course. Yes, well, all the same, it wouldn't hurt you to take an hour off once in a while. Today, at lunchtime, for instance. It just so happens that I'm going to be in the West End. There's an exhibition of American paintings at the Markham Galleries, and I think it would be nice if you took me out for lunch. Roger. I don't believe you're even listening.
That's a date.
What?
For lunch.
Oh. Well, talk about a girl having the wind taken out of her sails. Here was I, all set for a battle.
Meet me outside St. Catherine's Church, 12 o'clock. After that, we'll go on to lunch.
Lovely. What on earth will you be doing outside St. Catherine's? Don't tell me the vicar's had his fingers in the poor box.
Oh, nothing poor about the parishioners in that district, my dear girl. Now, I'll be there because, well, I'd like to take a look at a wedding.
You? Look at a wedding? What's come over you? It was as much as you could do to be in time for your own.
Oh, it's a far cry from the marriage of an impecunious, newly appointed detective constable to the knot that's being tied at noon today for Michael Grant, Esquire, no less.
Michael Grant?
Son of the millionaire.
Sir Mortimer Grant?
That's right. The big business bigwig. The chairman of half a dozen huge companies on the board of a dozen others.
Yes, of course. His name's always in the papers.
And young Grant hits the headlines nearly as often as his father in the same line of country. All off his own bat. They say he's well on the way to his own first million, and with no help from Dad.
Oh, really? And who's the lucky girl?
Her name's Christine Morley. Very pretty by all accounts. About 10 years younger than he is.
And just why, precisely, are you so interested in this wedding?
Oh, call it, idle curiosity. And just what is that intended to mean, may I ask?
I've been married to you for 12 years, Chief Inspector West, and the day you do a thing like this out of purely idle curiosity...
What's the time? Good Lord, 8:30. I'll have to be off. And if those monsters of ours want to lift to the school, well, they'd better hurry. Scoopy, fish. Jan, love, in front of St. Catherine's at 12.
Right.
Martin, Richard, come on, you two. Downstairs and at the double.
Mind you pushing, if you please.
No, sorry, I'm looking for someone.
Oh, listen, they're coming.
Jan! Over here, Jan!
Excuse me. Do you mind if I get through? Oh, Roger, I'm sorry. I'm not too late, am I?
No, all's well.
Oh, there they are. Oh, look, there they are.
Oh, Roger. She's a lot more than pretty. She's beautiful, a perfectly lovely bride. And no wonder she looks radiant. He's a very handsome man. Roger, you're not looking. What on earth are you staring at?
By the door of the church, Jan. Just behind all the photographers. The chap in the shabby grey suit.
With the hat down over his eyes?
I wondered if he'd show up here.
Why? Who is he?
Arthur Morley, father of the bride.
Her father? Oh, look. There they go, into the car.
And he's gone, too. Disappeared in the crowd.
But, Roger,
Look,
what on earth...
I'll tell you over lunch. Come on. It was, oh yes, well over 13 years ago. I was still a new boy at the yard, but I remember it. And this should interest you. Arthur Morley was a painter of sorts, portraits mostly.
Yes, but Roger, why was he skulking outside the church? Her own father, why wasn't he...
Giving the bride away?
Yes.
Good reason, Jan. He's just out of prison. A little over a month ago.
Oh.
Have another glass of wine. It's not bad, is it?
What was he in for?
For murder.
Murder?
He was sentenced to death for strangling his wife.
Roger.
Oh, careful. You nearly knocked that glass over.
His own wife?
Yes.
Why did he do it?
There was a quarrel over another man. The trial was a short one. The prosecution proved Morley was unreasonably jealous and with no justification. But he got a reprieve. They commuted the sentence.
And now he's out. 13 years. When it happened, the girl must have been just a child.
About 10.
Same age as Scoopy. What became of her?
As I remember, she went to some distant relatives. And judging by the look of her today, I'd say there are no lifelong scars there or anything of that sort. Wouldn't you, Jan?
Well, she certainly looked happy enough. I hope she is. Really happy. If anyone deserves it, she does. After all that.
Michael?
Yes, darling?
Let's not bother with the car radio, shall we?
Anything you say, Mrs. Grant.
Mrs. Grant. Mrs. Michael Grant. Darling, are you planning to drive all the way to Devon non-stop?
Of course not.
Then where are we staying the night?
You'll find out.
Tell me.
Wait and see, Chris.
No, I won't wait.
Chris!
Oh, I hate unexpected things. Surprises and all that sort of nonsense. I got over that once and for all. When I was still a child.
Sweetheart, I'm sorry. I should have remembered.
Then tell me where we're making for.
Into the wilds of darkest Dorset. I've chosen the place specially. I came across it years ago, and I've always meant to go back. It's called Uplands. A country hotel, but it's more like a club. Tennis courts, swimming pool, the lot, and all miles from anywhere.
It sounds lovely. Hey, Michael, watch out!
That damn fool. What does he think? He can't pass on this bend. It's... My God!
Oh, Michael, be careful.
It's all right, Chris.
Oh, you just missed the hedge by inches.
Sorry.
Oh. Michael, did you notice the man in the back?
Yes, I saw him.
He turned and looked at us. He was smiling. Such a strange smile. Well, I know it sounds silly, but it was quite frightening. Or perhaps it was the dog sitting beside him. Did you see it?
No.
Michael, it was the biggest Alsatian I've ever laid eyes on. What are you doing?
We're taking a short cut.
Oh, you might warn me next time you decide to make a sharp turn like that.
Sorry, sweetheart. I just thought it'd be a nicer run through the lanes, and it'll save some mileage. Besides, I could do with a drink. So the sooner we reach our destination, the better.
Chief Inspector West. Well, it's been quite some time, Pearlie. Huh? Oh, come off it, old lad. I couldn't mistake that whiskified old voice of yours if I was half deaf. There's something I can do for you. Oh, the other way around, eh? Right, I'm listening. Pearlie, is that straight up, 22 carat? Yes, of course I believe you. So he's back in England, is he? You're right, Pearlie, I am interested in anything and everything about that gentleman. What's that? Young Grant? I shouldn't think so. After what happened before, I don't see Mr. Grant coming to us for protection or anything else. Oh, keep your ears flapping, Pearlie, and see what else they pick up. Huh? Good man. Bye now. West here. I'd like to see the Assistant Commissioner as soon as possible. When will he be free? All right. Yes, I'll be in my office for the rest of the day.
Well, Mrs. Michael Grant, this is it. The bridal chamber. Every modern comfort, as Madam can see. Now, that's the bathroom, the door in the corner. It's a shared bathroom, actually. It connects through to the room next to this. But just to ensure our privacy, I've taken both rooms.
No expense spared. I knew what I was about, didn't I? Marrying a big businessman. Oh, what time do they start serving dinner here?
7 o'clock onwards.
Oh, marvellous. Lots of time for me to unpack.
We shall unpack. I insist on sharing all the chores. I'll open the bags and you can hang up the things.
You call that sharing? Well, let's see how much room there is in this wardrobe.
Chris, darling, what in the world?
The face. Look in there, the face.
What? Oh, Chris, it's just a party mask on a hanger.
But it's his face. Don't you see that man in the car with the dog? Even the smile. The same smile.
By thunder. A painted mask. Painted specially. And a damn professional job.
Oh, Michael, what does it mean? What does it mean?
A swine.
You know what it means. You must know. I've never seen that face in my life till today.
Sweetheart, you're shaking. Come and sit down.
Oh, Michael, answer me. You know that man, don't you?
Yes, Chris. I know him.
Who is he?
His name is Corrosion.
Yes, sir. Corrosion.
Back in England? Sure, Roger.
According to Pearlie Willis, when it comes to that sort of information, I've yet to have Pearlie let me down.
Shut that damn window, will you?
Yes, sir.
There are times behind this desk, Roger, when I feel like tossing the job of Assistant Commissioner straight back into the Home Secretary's lap. This is one of them.
I want him, sir. I want to get Corrosion.
Sit down and relax, Roger.
I'm not in a relaxing mood, sir. For years, he's had his hands in every kind of vice and crime. Nothing has been too low or too dirty for him to get mixed up in. We've always known it, and we've never been able to do a thing about it.
Not for want of trying, you know.
No, of course we've tried. And what good's it been? We've set traps enough time and again, and he's slipped through them all, every one of them.
What's brought him back to England? The Grant business, you think?
Could be. But I doubt if that's the only reason.
Well, why not? If it hadn't been for young Grant, Corrosion wouldn't have cleared out of the country at all.
Admittedly. But look at the facts, sir. Corrosion was blackmailing Sir Mortimer Grant. We don't know why and probably never will now. The old boy wouldn't come to the police, but he told his son. So young Grant goes off on his own, breaks into Corrosion's Mayfair apartment, leaves the place looking as if a tornado had hit it, and gets away with whatever it was Corrosion had on his father.
Yes, and some other incriminating stuff along with it, obviously. Hence Corrosion's hasty departure. He was scared young Grant might give us the evidence to send him up for a nice long stretch.
But Grant didn't give it to us, did he?
And now Corrosion comes back.
And not just to get Grant. There has to be more to it than that, sir. Look, we know Corrosion's kept on operating here by remote control, as it were. Why bother to come back at all unless there's more behind it? A lot more, if you ask me.
Such as what, for instance?
Oh, I wish I knew. I wish there was even an inkling. What I'd like at this stage is a chat with Mr. Michael Grant. But since he's on his honeymoon, we'll just have to wait.
Waiting isn't always a bad thing, Roger. Let us run with patience the race that is set before us. Paul, Epistle to the Hebrews, if I remember correctly.
And that's about it, Chris. I burned everything I found in Corrosion's flat, including the stuff he was using to blackmail my father. But of course, Corrosion doesn't know I burned it.
We've been left quite a legacy, haven't we? By our fathers.
Darling.
Oh, it's all right. I don't mind talking about it. Whatever your father did, he could hardly have a worse past than mine. You've just told me Corrosion tried to blackmail you about it before our wedding.
I shouldn't have told you
Now,
that.
don't be silly. Darling, if we're going to have secrets from each other, what's the point of it all?
Well, there's no point in staying here any longer. That's quite certain. These bags can go back in the car, and so do we. We're getting out, Chris. Now.
Michael.
I brought you here to Uplands because after that phone call, I was absolutely certain Corrosion wouldn't know about this place. Well, he's proved me wrong, hasn't he?
So we run away. Michael, that's no way for us to begin, by running. I won't let you do it, darling.
Chris.
Come here. Closer. Darling, nothing's going to spoil this honeymoon. I promise you that. And that was just a sample. Now, you finish your drink. And then while I get into one of my brand new dresses for dinner, you can take a stroll in the grounds and check up on what this Uplands of yours has to offer.
I beg your pardon.
What the devil you...
Oh, no, not the devil, my dear sir. Hardly in such tranquil surroundings. I must apologize if I startled you. I only meant to trouble you for a light, if that were possible.
Oh, certainly.
Thank you. A charming spot, Uplands, don't you agree?
I certainly do, though I've only just arrived here.
Really? But so have I, Mr...
Michael Grant.
My name is Prendergast. Yes, Mr. Grant. This place is a positive haven. Rural beauty and serenity, where one can escape completely from the strife and the turmoil of the outside world, leaving behind the vortex of violence. You know, I never really feel safe these days. Do you?
Oh, yes, quite often.
Then you're a very fortunate man, Mr. Grant. Personally, I find the present state of the world creates an atmosphere of never-ending anxiety and concern. Even danger. Personal danger.
Aren't you exaggerating, Mr. Prendergast?
Am I? Perhaps. Perhaps. It may have become something of an obsession with me. I see violence and danger everywhere one turns. It may, of course, have something to do with one's occupation. In my case, the placid nature of my work seems only to highlight the violence and insecurity all around one.
And what is your work?
Oh, I'm an artist, Mr. Grant. I paint.
Do you now?
Usually portraits. But I'm hoping to try my hand at some landscapes while I'm here. Well, I must be getting back. Thank you for a most delightful chat, Mr. Grant. A most agreeable encounter. I'll say au revoir.
Goodbye, Mr. Prendergast. So you paint, do you? And usually portraits. More wine, Chris?
Not another drop. And that was a wonderful dinner. Michael, what's next on the program?
Well, there'll be dancing if you feel like it. Or we might take a short stroll in the moonlight.
That sounds perfect. And it's a beautiful evening by the look of it.
Right. Then we'll finish our coffee and... I say, I wonder if that young couple at the next table have the same idea. See? They're just leaving. Hand in hand.
I was right. It's a lovely evening.
I was right, too, about that couple. There they go. Along the path through the shrubbery.
That looks like an interesting walk. Suppose we follow their example. But, of course, we'll keep it a nice, discreet distance. Where on earth does this path lead, darling? Oh, it twists and winds so much.
It comes out overlooking a meadow. And beyond that, there's an orchard. The moon's so bright you'll be able to see.
I should think we're being discreet enough, wouldn't you say?
Couldn't possibly be more so. Not a sign of the other couple. Good Lord.
Oh, Michael.
It came from up ahead there. Come on, Chris.
Oh, Michael, that was a girl screaming.
Hurry, Chris. Here, grab my hand.
Michael, there she is, under that bush.
Fainted, I think. She is still breathing. But where's the man? I can't...
Oh, Michael.
My God.
Oh, his throat. The blood.
Don't look, Chris. Turn away.
Michael.
He's dead. He's been savaged. Like a sheep by a wild...
Oh, look. Down there at the edge of the orchard. You see?
A man.
And beside him, Michael. By his side.
A dog. An Alsatian dog.
But, Michael, darling, you must tell the police what we believe. Oh, you should have told them last night as soon as they arrived. But at least they're still here in the hotel. Oh, look, go down now, darling, and tell...
No, the devil's that. Come in.
Mr. Grant.
Well?
My name's West, Roger West. Chief Inspector, Scotland Yard. May I have a word with you?
Oh, all right. Come in.
Thank you.
I didn't know anyone from the yard was here.
I arrived about an hour ago. The Dorset police asked for our help. I'd like to ask for yours.
Won't you sit down, Inspector?
Oh, this is my wife.
Yes, of course. We were outside St. Catherine's yesterday. My wife and I both thought you looked wonderful.
Oh, thank you. I suppose you're here because of the...
What happened last night? Yes. I've talked with the local inspector. I've got the whole picture, including a report about a car which was seen on the road not far from Uplands at about 9 o'clock last night. A chauffeur-driven car with a passenger and an Alsatian dog. The theory seems to be that the dog was a man-killer and broke away from his master, so an accident. Tragic, but an accident.
But you doubt that theory, or am I mistaken?
No, you're not mistaken, Mr. Grant. I'm not altogether satisfied that in this instance, accident is the right word. What's your opinion?
I think you're right.
Then you'd say the dog was set onto that poor lad. In other words, Mr. Grant, murder.
And I think it happened to the wrong man, Inspector. I believe it was an attempt to murder me.
Thank you. That's what I'd hoped you'd say. I was afraid you wouldn't. And to be honest, I had no idea as to how I could possibly drag it out of you.
You knew?
Let's say I had a shrewd notion, Mrs. Grant. And that amounts to the same thing in my job. Now, Mr. Grant, how long have you known that Corrosion was back in England?
So, there you are. That's it, the whole story, Chief Inspector. Now you know as much as Chris and I do. I've told you everything.
Mr. Grant, you've been frank with me. I'll pay you the compliment of returning that frankness. We can't touch Corrosion for what he's done in the past, and we've no idea what he's really up to at the moment. But he's not back in this country purely for revenge. He's not such a fool. However, because he's obviously out for revenge as well, it could be our chance to nail him with your help.
What exactly are you driving at?
We couldn't find a more perfect place to lay a trap than this hotel. It's isolated, miles from anywhere. We can check on anyone coming and going without any trouble at all. And there's a definite draw here for Corrosion. Isn't there, Mr. Grant?
You want me to... West, for God's sake, we're on our honeymoon.
I haven't forgotten that. But we'll never get a better chance. I want to get him, Grant. I want him badly. If you're willing to help.
Michael.
Chris, you're not to worry. It's out of the question. We're getting in the car and we'll head for Devon. Or straight to the Riviera, if you like.
No, darling. Don't you remember what I told you last night about running away? Of course we must stay. Mustn't we, Inspector?
There's no question of compulsion, Mrs. Grant. It can only be your decision.
We'll stay.
Thank you. And I'd like you to know that I admire you both. Very much indeed.
I want a damn sight more from you than admiration, West. I want Chris protected every minute of the day. Understand that? Every single minute.
You'll both be protected, Mr. Grant. Leave that to me. I'll make all the arrangements that are necessary.
Not sorry to have the pool to ourselves. Are you, darling?
Not a bit. And the water's marvelous. The swim is just what we needed.
Oh, feels a bit odd to have it under police supervision, though.
They're keeping at a suitably respectful distance. And apart from me, they're your only audience for the new bikini.
Oh, I think I've had about enough, though, Michael. What I'd like now is a good hot bath and a nice cup of strong tea.
Right. Tell you what, I'll race you the length of the pool and we'll pack it in.
Only if you give me a start.
I'll do even better. You can take a racing dive off the edge of the pool and I won't start till you've got halfway. Go on. Out you get. Okay. All set. Off you go. Chris! Chris!
What's wrong?
Thank God. Over here, quickly. Chris, someone took a shot at you.
A shot?
Just as you dived. For a minute, I thought, come on. I have a few well-chosen words to say to Mr. Chief Inspector West. You call that protection, West? Chris might have been lying at the bottom of that pool with a bullet in her.
The important thing is that she's not, Mr. Grant. She's taking a bath, safe and sound, behind that door.
No thanks to you or those idiots of yours. By the time they went racing off over to the shrubbery, Chris could have been shot 10 times over, West. When I agreed to play decoy for corrosion for you, I wasn't banking on anything like this. When it comes to Chris, nothing doing. The deal's off, West. Chris, come on out, darling.
Now, Grant, calm down. I realize how you feel about
Do
this.
you? Suppose it was your wife. Chris, out of that bathroom. We're leaving here right away. Chris, you're here? Answer me, Chris. Open the door. Chris, are you all right?
Grant, that bathroom connects with the room next door, doesn't it? Come on. Down the corridor. You've got the key to this other room?
Of course.
Right, use it.
It's not locked. But, West, I locked it myself.
Now, this other door to the bathroom. Hurry, man.
It's not locked either. Chris, West!
The room's empty. She's gone.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the first part of Battle for Inspector West by John Creasy. Listen to Terror for a Bride, the next episode of John Fawcett Wilson's production of Battle for Inspector West.
Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file based on John Creasy's novel Battle for Inspector West. Dramatized for radio by Maurice Travers. Battle for Inspector West, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard and Sarah Lawson as his wife Janet. Part 2, Terror for a Bride.
You've got the key to this other room.
Of course.
Right, then use it.
It's not locked. But, West, I locked it myself.
Now, this other door to the bathroom. Well, hurry, man.
It's not locked either. Chris, darling, West.
The room's empty. She's gone.
But...
Out of the way. The bathwater's still hot.
But, West, you and I were in the next room.
Come on. Grant, you stay here, but don't touch a thing. I'll send up one of the Dorset police to take over from you.
How is it possible? How could anyone...
Not just anyone. We're up against corrosion.
Corrosion. He's got her. He's got Chris. For all your promises of safety and protection, West, if she's dead...
Grant.
If she's been murdered like that poor young devil last night, savaged by an Alsatian dog...
Christine's not dead, Grant.
How the hell can you know?
Well, think, man. If Corrosion had wanted your wife killed, we'd have found her in that bathroom. He's had her kidnapped to get back at you. But she's alive, Grant. Your wife's alive. Hang on to that.
Come on, girl. Let's hear something out of you. Just something. Oh, blimey. Denny, pull up. Stop. Stop this flipping van. Do you hear me? What's the matter? Pull up and get round here. In the back here and sharpish. Oh, Lord. Come on, girl. Open your eyes. Or make a sound. Just a sound.
What's the idea? You know the drill. No stop till we get to the old quarry. The other car's waiting.
Let 'em bleeding wait. Denny, we're in bother. Dead bother. She don't come too.
What?
I can't bring her round, Denny.
You stupid grape. What the hell did you do to her back in that bathroom?
Nothing. I just shoved the towel over her head till she passed out and then...
If you shoved too tight, Cocker, if you creased her...
Don't say that.
If she snuffed it, you'll be saying something. Your prayers, mate. And some for me and all. You know the orders and you know the gaffer.
For God's sake, belt up. Belt up about him.
When I get nightmares, Cocker, that's what they're made of. Mr. Corrosian just looking at me with that smile of his. Oh. We got to bring her round or you and me are meat for the worms as well. So let's get working. And pull that door shut. We don't want nobody getting too nosy.
What? Yes, Inspector. Well, that's got to be the answer.
West.
It's the only possible answer. The van.
West.
When I'm through on the phone, Mr. Grant, come in if you like, but shut the door. Sorry, Inspector. Well, you know what's wanted. Get calls out to all police patrols. To be on the lookout for a small delivery van, colored green, lettering in white on both sides, Jellybees, fruiters, and florists. That's right. And don't waste a minute, Inspector. Now, Mr. Grant.
What's all this about a delivery van?
That's how your wife was smuggled out of Uplands.
In a florist van?
It makes regular trips up here from their shop in town with flowers for the hotel. It was obviously hijacked this trip and taken over by Corrosian's men. It looks like he had another man planted inside the hotel.
So the van got in and out of Uplands with no trouble at all. And you said this place would be so easy to guard, so remote and isolated. If that's what you call efficient police work.
Now, just a minute.
Don't bother giving me explanations or excuses. This whole thing was your idea, using our honeymoon to set a trap for Corrosian. Chris was to be protected every single minute of the day, and now she's disappeared. Right from under your nose.
Grant.
Well, you find her, you hear me? Find Christine, or you'll find yourself out of your Scotland Yard office block and back to pounding a beat, Chief Inspector. I'll have your hide, if it takes every penny I own and every ounce of influence I've got.
Denny, it's no use. You're never going to do it. The kiss of life don't work.
Cocker, if it don't, it'll be the kiss of death for you and me, mate.
I say we ought to scarp her. Ditch her and the van right here and get out of it.
You've got to be joking. You ever hear of anyone getting away from Corrosian? Here goes again.
Denny, she's moving. You done it. You done it.
And you can thank your lucky stars I have.
She's opening her eyes.
What
No, you don't, no. No noise. Now, I'll take my hand away if you promise to keep nice and quiet. Let's have a nod to show you'll be a good girl. Right, then.
Oh, what are you going to do with me?
And no call to get excited now.
I know you. You're one of the waiters in the hotel.
Quiet, I said. Got the hypodermic, Cocker?
Yeah, right here.
No, please, no.
Just a shot to put you to sleep, you boys, that's all. And then, Cocker, we get moving. Down to the old quarry, as per orders.
Scotland Yard?
West here. Put me through to the AC.
I beg your pardon, sir?
This is Chief Inspector West calling. I want the Assistant Commissioner, Sir Guy Chatworth.
Yes, sir. One moment.
Chatworth?
West here, sir.
Well, anything new to report, Roger?
Nothing very good, I'm afraid, sir.
Very well. You may consider you've prepared me for the worst. Let's have it.
Corrosian's got clear away with Christine Grudd.
No trace of that delivery van.
Yes, the van was found abandoned at a disused quarry. They switched to another vehicle. The real driver was found there, too, quite all right, apart from a bit of shock.
Did you get any description of the men who hijacked his van?
I hardly saw them. Corrosian's done it. He sprung my trap right back in my face.
How's young Grant taking it?
Well, his bride's disappearance. Snatched the day after their wedding, the first day of their honeymoon.
It's hit Grant pretty hard, you'd say.
He's going through hell. That's what I'd say.
Well, I take it you'll want a general alarm out for Christine Grant.
Yes, sir. I'd also like a net out for any Corrosian men, anyone ever known to have worked for him or had any connection with him. We might pick up a lead that way. Lord knows I could use one.
Nothing your end?
Only one, sir. And that's blown up in my face, too. A man named Prendergast, a guest here at Uplands. Seems he dropped some veiled hints to young Grant last night. Now there's no sign of him. He's vanished. Keep at it, you chaps. I want every inch of this shrubbery gone over, understand?
On your Inspector.
West, what's all this?
Oh, it's you, Grant. Sergeant, keep your men well spread out.
I spotted you from my window. What goes on?
Oh, self-evident, isn't it?
I thought you'd already searched the hotel grounds.
We're searching them again.
For what? What do you hope to find?
If we find it, I'll tell you.
Wait a minute. I didn't realize at first. Everything looked so different in the daylight, but... Well, surely this is where we...
Where you and your wife found that young fellow last night, yes.
And spotted the Alsatian going toward the orchard.
Inspector? Over here.
All right with you, Sergeant? Well, come on, Grant, since you're here. Well, Sergeant.
Look at this, sir.
A knife.
A kitchen carving knife. You see what's on the blade?
Blood?
It's not rust. You found this here, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
What's that under those bushes?
Looks like a shoe, sir.
Come on. Right, drag him out, Sergeant. Right, let's have a look at him. Turn him over.
Good Lord.
Is this the man who talked to you last night, Grant?
Yes. Yes, that's Prendergast. Look at his chest.
He told you he was an artist, didn't he? It seems he met another. A knife artist. One on Mr. Corrosian's payroll, by the looks of it.
Then you think I was right? That Prendergast painted the mask, Corrosian's face, and scared Chris half out of her wits?
Yes, I think you were right.
But why should he be murdered?
Oh, outlived his usefulness, possibly, or perhaps he got scared, threatened to come to the police with whatever he knew.
Have you any idea who's done this?
An hour ago, I learned that Prendergast was seen talking to one of the waiters late last night, a new man. He's only been at Uplands for the past week. He was on duty this morning, but hasn't been seen since your wife disappeared. I'll be putting out an alarm for him.
Just like you've done for Chris when it's too late? Is that why you're a chief inspector so early in your career? Because you're so good at shutting stable doors?
All right, Grant, that'll do.
Like hell it will. I've already told you once, and I meant it. Every word. You get Chris back to me, unharmed, untouched, or I'll break you.
Grant, I've been making allowances for you, but I've just about had enough of it. Instead of throwing your weight around, I suggest you think back a little. And you might consider putting at least part of the blame where it belongs, at your own door.
Are you crazy?
No, I don't think so. You once had the chance to bring Corrosian to justice, and you deliberately let him off the hook. Has it ever occurred to you how many people would suffer because of it?
Look, all I wanted...
I know what you wanted. You raided his flat, you found records of some of his crimes, but you didn't bring them to us. You destroyed the evidence because it contained what he was using to blackmail your father. Sir Mortimer Grant was all you could think of then. Now all you can think about is your wife. Well, my thoughts go a good deal further to all Corrosian's victims, past, present, and future. What's the matter? Suddenly lost your tongue? Now, you understand this. We'll do everything we can to get your wife back. That goes for me and every other policeman in the country. We'll do it not just because it's our job, but because we're thinking of a lot of other poor devils quite apart from Mr. Michael Grant, millionaire.
Look, Wes.
One more thing. Look, it's virtually certain Corrosian will contact you. When he does, don't get any crazy notions about trying anything on your own.
What makes you think he'll contact me?
He wants something from you, or he'd have had Christine killed. So when he gets in touch, play along. But if you've any sense at all, you'll come and tell me what he's asking you to do. You'll come straight to me, Mr. Grant.
Yes, all right. Joseph 1492.
Well, now, that's a pretty sexy way to give out a phone number.
Roger.
And at this early hour of the day, too.
Oh, it's good to hear you, darling. I was rather expecting you to phone last night.
I couldn't, Jan. I wasn't through until late. You'd have been fast asleep. I'm still not through. Have you seen the paper this morning?
Not yet. Why? What is it, trouble?
Mm-hmm.
Bad?
Oh, it couldn't be much worse. I'm not earning the compliments of the press at the moment.
Darling, what's gone wrong up there? What's in the morning paper?
The headlines. A second murder at Uplands. And the disappearance of Mrs. Michael Grant.
No.
Corrosian's got her, Jan. Whisked her off, right under my nose. His neatest conjuring trick yet. Oh, blast him. If I could get my hands on him just once...
Now, Roger, stop it.
Yes, all right.
Now, listen to me, darling. Whatever you do, you mustn't turn this into a private war.
It's that already. He slipped through my fingers so often
Well,
now.
perhaps that's why. Just because Gettingham's always meant so much to you.
Jan, this is no ordinary villain. Corrosian's big time. He's vicious and deadly dangerous. Even when he was out of England, his organization was still
So
operating.
you need all your wits about you, Roger. And I'm not only thinking of you, I'm thinking of that poor girl, too. And I remember how happy she looked coming out of that church. Makes me turn quite cold to think of it.
Oh, it's dark. So dark. Where?
Does the dog frighten you, Mrs. Grant?
Who's that? Who's there?
I have been waiting for you to wake up.
Who are you? I can't see anything. It's so dark in here.
The curtains are drawn. Now, the dog is quite under control, Mrs. Grant.
Where is it?
Beside my chair. An Alsatian.
Don't let it come near me.
You're very afraid, aren't you? Fear is a valuable emotion. The parent of respect, the mother of obedience. And obedience is something on which I place a great deal of importance.
Who are you?
This is our first meeting, Mrs. Grant. In person, that is to say. But I think you will know me if I pull the curtains aside.
You
Yes,
are...
Mrs. Grant. I am Corrosion.
So, all the Corrosion men have gone to ground, have they, sir?
It would appear so, Roger. We've given all their usual haunts a going over. Pubs, clubs, restaurants, nothing doing.
Well, we're not having much luck, are we, sir?
At the moment, no.
Can't find that waiter for Prendergast's murder, and as for Christine Grant, not a clue. Corrosion's winning all the way along the line. He's beaten me hollow.
A word of advice, Roger.
But I'll get him if it's the last thing I do.
I'm speaking to you, Chief Inspector.
Sorry, sir.
Don't make this a personal vendetta, Roger.
That's exactly what Janet said, sir.
Did she? I've always had a high opinion of that wife of yours. She's perfectly right. It'd be an error to make this a personal issue. Clouds the judgment. You'll need all of that before this business is over. Let me remind you of what you said yourself. There's more behind all this than Corrosion's desire for revenge on young Grant.
I'm more sure of that than ever, though I still haven't the foggiest idea what it is. Oh, incidentally, sir, I'd like to have some information on Arthur Morley's whereabouts.
Oh, the girl's father? For what reason, precisely?
Well, I haven't got a precise reason. Call it a hunch, if you like. Corrosion just might be making use of him.
Oh?
Well, Morley's recently out of prison, and Corrosion tried to blackmail Michael Grant about him just before the wedding.
Did he?
What's more, Arthur Morley was at the church. Janet and I saw him. Outside, keeping well back where Christine couldn't spot him.
Well, I suppose that's to his credit. Spectre at the feast and all that. Quite a considerable spectre when you think of it. 13 years for murder. His own wife, the girl's mother. He was damn lucky to get a reprieve at all, if you ask me.
Well, his daughter could use some of that luck right now, sir. We know what happens to girls who get into Corrosion's clutches.
Quite. Most of the ones we know of were empty-headed little fools, of course, with bigger bust measurements than brains, and asking for trouble. All the same, they wound up with a devil of a sight more than they bargained for, or deserved.
Yes? Ah, yes. You may take the tray now.
Okay, Mr. Corrosion.
You did not eat very much, Mrs. Grant.
No. I didn't feel like it. Where am I? Where is this place?
That doesn't concern you. What does, possibly, is the fact that the grounds are guarded by armed men and a number of Alsatian dogs. I don't take you for a fool, my dear. Any notions of escape would be unintelligent of you.
Why have I been brought here? What are you going to do with me?
I'm going to ask you to come and sit down. Here, on the settee, beside me.
I'm all right where I am.
Come here, Mrs. Grant. Have you forgotten what I told you so soon? The stress that I lay on obedience?
No, I haven't forgotten.
Good. Very good. So sit down. A little closer. I asked you to move a little closer.
All right.
If you're imagining what I suspect, I can disabuse you. You're a very beautiful young woman, but your attractions don't concern me. That may concern others.
Others?
I want you to look at something. A photograph album. It is part of a set. Yes, I think this page. Millicent Beswick. Look at her, Mrs. Grant. A beautiful girl, too, wouldn't you say?
Yes, she's very beautiful.
Now look at the next photograph.
But it can't be.
It is also Millicent Beswick.
But she looks like an old woman.
Yeah. The photographs were taken at an interval of only 4 years. This is what might be described as a before and after collection.
But what could...
In many interesting, although remote parts of our world, Mrs. Grant, there is an unflagging demand for beautiful women. I'll leave this here with you. Browsing through it should be a salutary way for you to pass the time.
Is that what you intend for me?
For the moment, all you need to know is that you are part of my plan.
To get back at Michael, because you failed to kill him.
Failed?
When that dog at Uplands killed someone else by mistake.
There was no mistake.
No mistake? What do you mean?
If I had wanted your husband dead, it would have happened. Michael Grant was in no danger that night.
Are you trying to say that you set the Alsatian onto a completely innocent man? Deliberately?
Quite deliberately, Mrs. Grant. Just as the mask in your wardrobe, the shot fired at you by the swimming pool, they were all deliberate.
You murdered an utter stranger to frighten us?
It happened to fit into my scheme of things.
Oh, but it's monstrous. I can't believe anybody
Perhaps you can now understand why people obey me. Just as you do, and as your husband will.
Excuse me, Mr. Grant.
Waiter, good. Bring me another whiskey.
You're wanted on the telephone, sir.
Who is it, did they say?
No, sir, just asked for you.
Where's the phone?
It's the one in the booth, just outside the dining room, sir.
Right, thanks. Hello?
Is that Mr. Michael Grant?
Speaking. Who's that?
My name doesn't matter at the moment. I'm calling about your wife.
Chris.
You'll be glad to know she's safe.
What do you mean by safe?
Exactly what I say, Mr. Grant. She's quite unharmed. And she'll remain that way as long as you do precisely what you're told. I hope that's clear.
What are you after? Money?
No, Mr. Grant. Now first, and this is vital, you mustn't mention this call to the police. Under any circumstances. Unless that's understood, I shall hang up at once.
All right, understood.
Good. Next, you must leave the hotel. Drive to Salisbury.
Salisbury? Why?
Don't ask questions, just listen. If you're followed by the police, go to the Castle Hotel in Salisbury, have a drink, and drive straight back to Uplands. Have you got that?
Yes, go on.
If they don't follow you, or if you can shake them off, then go to Salisbury railway station and get the 8:31 for London.
The 8:31?
It's the last through train. When you arrive at Waterloo Station, go into the long bar and wait. You'll be contacted again there and given your next instructions.
Contacted by whom?
No questions, Mr. Grant. Just follow the orders to the letter.
Now, wait a minute. Salisbury. The 8:31 to Waterloo.
She must be home. Come on, Jan.
Chelsea 1492.
Jan, it's Roger.
Oh.
I'm ringing you from Salisbury Station.
Salisbury? What on earth are
No,
you doing?
don't interrupt. Just listen. I was tailing young Grant, but he must have known it, and he's managed to lose me.
I'm listening.
Well, by a piece of sheer luck, I spotted his car outside the station here, and the booking clerk remembers him buying a ticket to Waterloo. But the train's gone 10 minutes ago.
So you've only just missed him.
It gets into Waterloo at 10:26. I want you to be there, Jan.
Me?
And that's what I said. You'll know him. You saw him at the church, but he won't know you.
But, why me?
Well, he's obviously trying to dodge the police. I have to play this one pretty close to my chest. Now, I don't want anyone around who could even be remotely mistaken for a copper, male or female. So, get to Waterloo, watch what he does where he goes. I'll make it there as fast as I can. I'll drive like the clappers.
Yes, all right. But be careful.
Don't worry. With any luck, I shouldn't be too far behind the train, and don't worry about looking for me at Waterloo. I'll find you.
All right, darling.
Oh, just one more thing. I'll be calling the yard. I want Chatworth to send 2 patrol cars to wait outside Waterloo in Station Approach Road. Now, if Grant leaves the station, go to the patrol boys, tell them to tail him. If not, you keep watch yourself till I get there, all right?
Yes, of course.
Good girl. Okay, then, till we meet at Waterloo. Oh, and, Lady Wellington, you ought to wear your boots. Bye for now. Jack.
Oh, Roger, you made me jump.
Not out of your boots, though. I see you did wear them. I was only kidding. What about Grant? Is he still here?
Yes, in the long bar over there. He headed straight for it as soon as he stepped off the train. I popped in once, just to make sure he was still there.
Oh, fine. Anyone with him?
No, he was just sitting at one of the tables.
Then we can take it his contact hasn't shown up yet.
Contact?
Well, that's what he's waiting for, obviously.
Ah. Roger. Look.
Well.
And making straight towards the long bar.
So that's Grant's contact. Jan, you get in there. I'll have to keep out of sight as much as possible. Try and get as close to them as you can. See if you can pick up any of the conversation. Well, turn those boots around, my girl. Start walking. Off you go.
Where'd you go? Wait, where you going?
Do you mind if I join you at this table, sir?
Well, actually, I'm expecting someone.
I am the someone, Mr. Grant.
Oh, are you? You've taken your time turning up?
We have to be careful, very careful. I'll pull my chair a little closer. That's it.
All right. What now?
Do you know me, Mr. Grant?
No, and I don't particularly. Wait a minute. Your voice. Was it you who
spoke to you on the telephone? Yes. But that's not what I meant. Have you ever seen me before? Or a photograph of me?
No, I haven't.
Then you'll have to know. And I'm afraid I must warn you. It'll be something of a shock. I am Arthur Morley.
Morley?
I can appreciate how you must feel. Morley, the murderer, your father-in-law. But believe me, there would never have been a meeting between us, not ever, if it hadn't been for all this.
You mean you're tied up in it? When it's Christine, your own daughter?
I'm only involved in the same way that you are, Mr. Grant, under compulsion.
But you know where she is, where Chris has been taken.
Yes, madam. Is there something wrong?
Oh, do forgive me. I've dropped my handbag. No, please. I can get it.
I'll do it. Here you are.
Thank you. So kind of you.
Well, come on, man. What about Chris? Do you know where she is?
No, Mr. Grant. I was only ordered to phone you to meet you here with the next part of your instructions and warned that we'd be watched. That if I stepped out of line, Christine would suffer for it.
Corrosium, the filthy.
Mr. Grant, we daren't go against him. That man I used to hear talk now and then while I was in prison. You can't begin to know what he's like. Are you sure you weren't followed?
West came after me from Uplands, but I managed to lose him in Salisbury, as you told me to.
Good, very good.
So, now let's have my instructions.
You must go down to the underground to take the tube to Victoria and... What is it now, madam? Your handbag again?
No, it's my lipstick, I'm afraid. Oh, dear, I'm so sorry. It fell somewhere. Oh, yes, there it is. It's terribly clumsy of me. I do apologize. Oh, I beg your pardon.
It's all right. Yes, excuse me, gents. You spare an old fella a couple of bob?
Some other time. Clear off, will you?
What about your friend, then? What about you, Mr. Morley?
What? Oh, yes, certainly. Here you are.
Jack, have you gentlemen. Let me shake your brother hand. That's the ticket. Thank very much.
What the devil? Morley, how did he know your name?
One of Corrosion's watchdogs, Mr. Grant. I told you we'd be under observation.
What have you got there?
A scrap of paper. A note he slipped into my hand.
Well, what's it say?
It says that you didn't follow orders, Mr. Grant.
What?
You didn't lose Inspector West in Salisbury. He's here, right here on Waterloo Station.
Here?
Do you realize exactly what that means, what you've done? You've disobeyed Corrosion. And you've signed my daughter's death warrant.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the second part of Battle for Inspector West by John Creasy. Listen to Shadow on a Millionaire, the next episode of John Fawcett Wilson's production of Battle for Inspector West.
Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file, based on John Creasy's novel, Battle for Inspector West. Dramatized for radio by Maurice Travers. Battle for Inspector West, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard and Sarah Lawson as his wife Janet. Part 3, Shadow on a Millionaire.
I tell you, I did exactly as you told me, Morley. I swear it. I didn't breathe a word to West about your phone call.
Then how is it that he's here, somewhere out there on Waterloo Station?
I don't know. I lost him back in Salisbury, I'm sure of it.
Obviously you didn't.
Well, what makes you so dead certain? You haven't seen him here yourself. Simply because some scruffy character comes sliding into the bar, slips you a dirty scrap of paper.
He was one of Corrosian's men, Mr. Grant, and the orders from Corrosian were unmistakable. If the police are brought into this, Christine will pay for it. My daughter will pay with her life.
I didn't bring them in.
Well, there's only one thing to be done now. We must call the whole thing off. You must go back to Uplands.
Go back?
Yes, that's the answer. If you return to Dorset to the hotel, Inspector West will follow. That will make it clear to Corrosian that you didn't involve the police deliberately. And then he'll do nothing to my Christine.
Your Christine? It's a little late to be playing the devoted father, isn't it?
But not too late. She's your wife, but she's my daughter too, Mr. Grant. How else do you think Corrosian could have forced me into doing all this? Do you think a prison cell alters a man's feelings for his own flesh and blood?
Morley, look in the doorway.
He's back.
Well, it is the same man, isn't it? Who gave you the note? What the devil does he want now?
Excuse me again, gents, sir. I haven't come back for another handout, though. I only wanted to wait 5 minutes. Found a way to fix the bogey. Keep him too busy to bother with you two. 5 minutes. Okay? So, thanks again, Gov. One of the right sort. That's what you are.
Morley, what? It seems there is a way out for us after all. We do as he said. Wait here for 5 minutes and then go. And you'll be able to follow the remainder of your instructions.
Oh, where on earth's he got to?
Janet, over here.
Oh, thank heavens, darling, I've been looking everywhere. Roger, what's happened to your face? And look at your jacket.
I ran into a spot of bother. Did you manage to overhear anything between young Grant and Arthur Morley?
Well, they know you're here, Roger. That's why I left the bar to warn you.
Well, you needn't bother, Jan. I worked that out for myself.
Oh, how?
Jan, who came into the bar and talked to Grant and Morley?
Some kind of tramp. He came in twice. But how did you know that?
I'll tell you later. The main thing is, did you hear any instructions from Morley about Grant's next move?
Only one thing.
Well?
Grant was to take the tube to Victoria Station.
Victoria? Right, come on.
Where are we going?
Out to Station Approach Road. Ask for a couple of patrol cars to wait there.
But don't you want me to go back into the bar? I might be able to hear more.
Not tonight, Jan, my girl. Those two will have gone by this time anyway.
Well, how can you be sure?
A little bird told me. A yobbo bird. Or 3 of them, to be precise.
Are you talking about?
A minor skirmish with the 3 yobbos I mentioned. Hence my face and this tear in my jacket.
Yes, what happened exactly?
Well, these 3 characters bumped into me, started a punch-up. Didn't last long, and I rather think they got little more than they bargained for. But the trick worked just the same.
Trick?
Well, don't you see it, Jan? All accidentally, on purpose. While I was otherwise engaged, Grant and Morley have enough time to nip out of the bar without being spotted. Corrosian's organization is working a treat.
Oh, darling, I'm sorry. I should never have come out of the bar.
Well, don't expect me to blame you for that, after all. If a wife won't worry about her husband, who will, then? There are the cars.
So, where to now? Victoria?
For me, but not for you. You can pack off home. You've done your bit and done it nobly.
But, Roger,
You heard me. I'll call the yard and get every plainclothesman they can spare over to Victoria Station to keep a watch on Morley and Grant's movements. Constable, this is my wife. Take her home, will you? Chelsea, Bell Street.
Right, Inspector.
Bye, Jan.
Bye, darling. Good luck.
I'm going to need it. You and I are going to Victoria, my lad. Come on, put your foot down.
Yes, sir.
This is it now, Mr. Grant. Victoria.
Are you getting out here, too?
No, I stay on the tube. I have done my part. From now on, you're on your own. You know what to do, but remember, we were lucky to get away from West. Don't do anything careless now.
I won't. What happens at the other end, Morley? After I've got to East Croydon?
Simply wait outside the station there for your next contact. Go on now before the door's shut.
Okay. Bye.
Goodbye.
Evening, sir.
What? Oh, Porter, good evening.
Can I help you, sir? Seen you walking up and down. If you're after a taxi...
No, I'm waiting for friends to collect me.
Car coming now, sir. That'll be your friends, I expect. Why don't they dim those headlights? Blinder man. Night, sir.
Night, Porter.
Mr. Grant?
What?
Get in quickly, please.
Well, I wasn't expecting a lady. Or a Rolls complete with chauffeur.
Into the back here. Hurry.
How could I possibly refuse such a charming invitation?
All right, Hendricks. Drive on.
Now, who are you? And where are we going?
Ask no questions, Mr. Grant. Make no trouble. That is, if you wish to see your wife again.
Is that where you're taking me, to see Chris?
Sit back, Mr. Grant. Relax. And in case you've any reckless thoughts in your head, I must tell you I'm holding a gun.
Are you also going to tell me your name?
My name is Julietta.
Julietta what?
Julietta is as much as you need to know.
I see. Is there any objection to my smoking, Miss Julietta, if it is Miss?
It is. There is no objection.
Thank you. Cigarette, or perhaps you don't?
Not at this moment.
Ah.
Mr. Grant, the match.
Oh, damn.
Did you burn your finger?
You find that funny, do you?
It is you I find funny. And also very obvious.
Obvious?
You didn't want a cigarette. Only an excuse to light the match, so that you could see me. I hope you're not disappointed.
Oh, you're a very striking young woman, no two ways about that. Or about the gun in your hand.
Did you doubt that I had it? I never trouble to lie, Mr. Grant. In that I'm like Corrosion.
You talk as if you know him very well.
I do. Certainly well enough to say that if you do anything stupid, your beautiful wife will not remain beautiful. She will find herself wishing she had never heard the name of Michael Grant.
If he's touched her, if that swine's laid so much as a finger on Chris...
You will do what? Please tell me. I'd be interested to know. What do you imagine you can do against such a man as Corrosion? You're helpless. Sit back, Mr. Grant. Sit still. Smoke your cigarette. That is all you can do. What you are told. No more and no less.
Chatworth speaking.
Roger West here, sir.
Huh. All right. Let's have it, Roger. What's going on?
Oh, not very much. Looks like we've come to a full stop, period.
Have you lost Grant?
As of this moment, yes. One of the chaps at Victoria got onto his tracks. We know Grant took a train for East Croydon, so I came straight down here. Found a porter who saw a Rolls-Royce pick him up. I've got onto the local police, organized the Sussex, Surrey, and Kent police to cooperate. Radio cars are out watching all the possible roads, but I can't say I fancy our chances, sir. It's a hell of an area to cover, especially at night.
Well, what do you propose to do now? Pack it in?
No, sir.
Oh, I should have known better than to ask, I suppose.
I may as well see the rest of the night out. Never can tell. Maybe the age of miracles isn't quite over.
Well, I know very little about miracles, but I do know it was Thomas Edison who said genius is 1% inspiration, 99% perspiration. He might equally well have been referring to police work, eh, Roger? Good night.
Is everything all right, Hendricks?
Yes, fine.
What was all that for? Why did you stop?
A last-minute precaution, Mr. Grant. To be sure that we are not followed, since we are so near our destination.
And where's that?
Be patient. Let us wait until we arrive.
You're enjoying this, aren't you? You and Corrosian are two of a kind, right enough. You get a kick out of keeping people on the rack. At least tell me if I'm going to see Chris. That's the only thing I care about. Well, it can't hurt you to tell me that, can it?
It really matters so much. How strange. To hold so much feeling for someone else.
What the hell's strange about it? What kind of a woman are you? We've had just one day of our honeymoon, Chris and I, and your friend Corrosian turned even those first few hours into a nightmare. What's he done to her? Where's he got her?
She has not been harmed. Her father told you so. It is the truth.
Julietta, what's Corrosian want? Is it money? He can have every penny I've got. I'm worth near enough to $1 million.
He does not want your money, Mr. Grant.
Then what? Sheer revenge, is that it? Because I put a stop to his blackmail of my father?
You will know very soon.
We're turning off the road.
Yes. We have arrived, Mr. Grant.
Wait a minute. That line of poplars... This driveway...
Does it seem familiar?
Yes, but... That's crazy. It couldn't be.
In a moment, you will see the house. There, in the car headlights.
This isn't possible.
But it is. Your father's house. The home of Sir Mortimer Grant. You go into that room, Mr. Grant. There, to your right, at the foot of the staircase. I don't need to tell you what room it is, do I? You know this house better than I do.
Who's in there?
Who would you expect? It is your father's study.
Dad's here? But why is the place practically in darkness and... Well, where's all the household staff?
Ask your questions in the study, Mr. Grant.
I'll do just that. Dad!
Well, Michael?
Dad, what the blazes goes on here?
Would you like a drink?
I'd like to know what's going on. Is Chris here, in this house?
No, Mr. Grant.
What the... Corrosian.
Do you never look behind you on entering a room?
Dad, what's he doing here?
My kids.
Please go on, Sir Mortimer. I think your son deserves an explanation.
Well, Dad?
I'm sorry, boy. The fact of it is, he carries too many guns for me. For you, too. We have to do what he says, Mike.
What are you talking about? I settled all that nearly a year ago. Got all the stuff he had against you out of his flat.
Not all of it, Mr. Grant.
What?
Your frontal assault on my apartment could not be accurately described as an outright victory. Much as I regret to diminish your heroic stature, at least in your own eyes, if no others, I must tell you that the evidence you obtained was only a part of the whole.
Dad, is he telling the truth?
I never lie.
Dad.
Yes. Yes, it's true. Every word.
The status quo has been restored. Your father once more takes his instructions from me. Indeed, he has been doing so ever since my return to England.
Why didn't you tell me this, Dad?
What would have been the use, my boy?
Very well, that will do, Sir Mortimer. You are allowed to go.
Yes. Yes, all right. I'm sorry, Mike, but you see how it is.
I trust that you do indeed see how it is, Mr. Grant.
Corrosion, what's to stop me putting my hands round your throat right this minute and choking the life out of you?
Not a thing in the world. With the possible exception of your wife.
Where is she?
Safe. For the moment.
All right. What do you want?
A brandy would be pleasant, I think. A poor one for me and for yourself, of course.
I said, what do you want, Corrosion?
And I have told you. I'm waiting, Mr. Grant.
You...
For my brandy.
There it is.
I would prefer you to hand it to me.
All right.
Thank you.
Now, what do you want out of me? That girl, Julietta, said it wasn't money.
Perfectly true. Not money and not revenge. I find myself in a forgiving frame of mind. Your father has learned his lesson, as you saw. He is quite content to obey me. As for you, I am prepared, as I said, to forget your gallant effort on his behalf. What's past is past. I am concerned far more with the future.
And it involves me?
In a way. You and your wife are a part of it. A small part, but not unimportant. Incidentally, she's charming. I like her.
Corrosion.
Oh, reassure yourself. She's quite unblemished. I cannot guarantee that state of affairs to endure, however, unless, like your father, you obey me in every particular.
Well, what do I have to do?
Nothing too arduous. Simply return to Uplands and stay there until further orders.
You made me come all this way from Dorset just to send me back there?
I made you come all this way from Dorset so that you could receive a full and explicit appreciation of the situation.
I've got that all right.
I should also explain to you that if I judge it necessary, an attempt may be made at Uplands to kill you.
Kill me?
I said an attempt. You won't be hurt in any way. But if I decide it should take place, I shall expect you to react in the appropriate manner, to be very frightened, very worried.
I don't get this. I'm supposed to go back to the hotel, stay there like a sitting duck, and yell blue murder if someone uses me for a target? What's it all in aid of?
My plans at this stage call for a decoy, a sitting duck, as you so neatly put it. You should fill the role excellently.
But why? What is it you're planning?
That has nothing to do with you. But it is something rather interesting. Now, you understand quite clearly what I require of you.
I think so.
Be absolutely sure, Grant.
Yes, all right. Damn you, I'll do what you say.
That's better.
Now, when can I see Chris?
I will decide that when the time comes. Ah, Julietta.
Well, has Mr. Grant had the answers to all his questions?
He has. Where's Hendricks?
Outside in the hall, waiting.
Very well. Hendricks will return you to London, Mr. Grant. Then you'll make your way back to Dorset.
And what do I tell the police, especially Chief Inspector West?
Most of the truth. You received a phone call. You came to our house in the hope of finding your wife. But she wasn't there. I needn't say that you will not mention the precise house. Tell West that you were blindfolded and put in a car. Oh, you can embroider it all very prettily, I'm quite sure. But alas, the whole affair turned out to be a wild goose chase.
You think West will swallow that? He's no fool, I might tell you.
Neither is Corrosion. And please remember, my orders are to be followed meticulously. Otherwise, you'll never see your charming wife again. Now you may go.
Goodbye, Mr. Grant. Perhaps we will meet again.
I prefer to hope not. Are you Hendricks?
Yes. All set?
Certainly.
Okay, let's go.
The car's just over there. What?
He wasn't much trouble, was he?
Who the? West.
Corrosion's here, isn't he, Grant?
Where the devil have you sprung from?
Never mind that now. You men, one of you get rid of Chummy here. You constable, drive the car away. Best if they believe Mr. Grant's gone.
Yes, Inspector.
The other two stick with me. Now, Grant, where's Corrosion?
How did you get here, West?
Call it a small miracle. One of the local bicycle bobbies spotted the rolls. We kept tabs on it, radio contact all the time.
If Corrosion thinks I had any part in this, he'll kill Christie.
He won't get the chance. I have a dozen men watching this place. Corrosion hasn't a hope in hell. I've got him at last. Now, where is he? What room? That one? The foot of the stairs?
No. He was upstairs in my old room. Down the first passage, the end door on the left.
Right. Did you say your room?
This is my father's house.
Huh? Well, this is your chance to get even. Lead the way.
West, I've had a hell of a time. I'm just about all in.
All right, you stay put. You chaps follow me. Move quietly. First passage, last door on the left. Right, nice and nippy up the stairs, lads.
They're out of sight. Now.
Grant!
Quiet.
Why are you here? I heard the car leaving.
That was the police.
Police?
West's here. He's got men all round the house.
But how is that possible? Corrosion, we were not followed. We checked.
Be quiet, Juliet.
You can still get away. There's a way out through the cellars. An old tunnel. I found it when I was a kid. I'll show you.
Good. I will remember this, Grant, to your credit. Julietta, get my papers from the desk drawer. Then Grant will show us the way. Quickly now, we've no time to lose.
You let him go, Grant. You warned Corrosion and let him get away.
How could I? You found me where you left me, didn't you? Waiting out in the hall.
Where was he? In this study, all the time? I had him right in my hands. Do you realize I could put you under arrest for obstructing the police in the course of their duty? And the same goes for your father.
Chief Inspector.
I suggest the less you say, the better, sir. You've been sheltering a known criminal in your house.
I've explained that. I did so under duress.
Meaning what? Are you telling me he held a gun at your head the whole time? Don't play games with me, sir. Not tonight. I'm not in the mood.
In my opinion, it's a fortunate thing you didn't get Corrosion.
Have you any idea how long I've been after him? How often he's given me the slip?
And he'd have done so again, even if you'd caught him tonight.
Like hell he would.
On what charge could you have held him, Inspector? Kidnapping my son's wife?
That's just one item on a long, long list.
But you haven't enough evidence to stand up in court, have you?
Dad's right. We know he did it, but how could you prove it?
I'd have found proof once I had him.
West, you just find Chris for me. Get her back and I'll get Corrosion. I'll deliver him to you personally. I promise you that.
Don't talk through the back of your neck. And don't play heroes with me. You tried that once, remember? Busting into his flat all on your own. And where did it get you? Exactly nowhere. For all your personal private eye caper, your father's still under Corrosion's thumb. That sticks out a mile. And now you're in the same boat.
West,
Oh, don't say it. Just don't tell me you're sorry right at this moment. That would be more than I could take. I'll trouble you, gentlemen, to leave this room. I'm going over it from top to bottom. Thank you.
Oh, Roger, is that the whole story?
Pretty well, sir. Oh, and I feel like hell about it. Talk about being so near and yet so far.
Relax, Chief Inspector. Remember, Corrosion is just one more criminal. Dealing with criminals is your job. You won't do your job properly if you transform him into some kind of obsession. I have a notion I may have said something of the sort to you before.
Yes, sir. Oh, but it's not so easy to do.
In which case, the quicker we lay him by the heels, the better for all concerned. Did the search of Sir Mortimer Grant's house produce anything at all?
Only one thing, sir. I'm not quite sure what to make of it. I've got it here in my wallet. There, take a look, sir. I found that piece of paper in Sir Mortimer Grant's study, caught in the corner of a drawer in his desk. There were a couple of empty folders, too. Corrosion had obviously been using the room as his office.
And this was torn from a larger sheet of paper, by the look of it. There's 3 names on it.
Notice how they're written, sir, one under the other.
Part of a list, eh?
The beginning of one. And the names themselves.
Dana, Riversley, Barai.
There's hardly the common or garden variety. Not too difficult to identify, is it?
Sir Arnold Dana, one of our foremost industrialists.
And not exactly short in the bank balance. Runs well over the 2 million mark, I'd say.
Lord Riversley owns more of London than you can cover in half a day's walk.
And Laszlo Barai. Hungarian origin, naturalized British subject, special economic advisor to the Ministry for National Expansion.
Yes, no great wealth there, though, from what I understand. Small private income. And his salary, of course.
Yes. That's the stumbling block.
How do you mean, Roger?
At first sight, sir, I thought those three names must be part of a wholesale blackmail list of Corrosians. Only Barrai doesn't quite fit, does he?
Well, I don't know so much. Not in the same class as Dana and Riversley, of course. But little fish are sweet, as they say. Even to Corrosian, I imagine.
You could be right, I suppose. Reasonable enough on the face of it. But
what?
Oh, nothing definite, sir. Just a nagging notion I have that it's not really the whole answer. I'd like to talk with each of these three eminent gentlemen, with your approval, sir.
Go ahead, by all means. What's the state of the polls where the Grants, father and son, are concerned?
Sir Mortimer's still in his house where I left him. Young Grant was on his way down to Dorset.
Back to the hotel, eh?
Yes. Unless I'm very much mistaken, he'll be sitting at Uplands waiting for further orders from Corrosian. And I'd give a lot to know just what those orders are likely to be.
It's ringing now.
Hello?
Good afternoon, Mr. Grant.
Who's that?
You do not recognize my voice after our long drive together?
Julieta.
Yes, Mr. Grant.
What do you want?
I have someone here to speak to you.
You mean Chris? Is it Chris? Hello? Hello?
I am here, Mr. Grant.
Corrosian.
I have some instructions for you. Listen carefully. After breakfast tomorrow, you will walk along the path through the shrubbery. An attempt will be made on your life. A bullet which will miss you. As a result, you will be extremely afraid and tell the police that you are leaving Uplands. You will go to Skelbourne on the Kent coast. You know it?
Yes.
You will take a room at the Excelsior Hotel on the seafront and wait there for your next orders.
What's all this about?
You have been told all that you need to know. Goodbye.
Corrosian?
What is it, Julieta, my dear?
I have not been told all I need to know. What are you planning?
A small surprise.
For Michael Grant?
Oh, no. For someone of much greater importance. An astute police officer, whose very astuteness might just conceivably prove a trifle troublesome for me in the future.
You are speaking of West.
He has laid many traps for me over the years, and I've escaped them all. Now I propose to reverse the procedure. And I assure you, Julieta, there will be no escape from my trap for Chief Inspector Roger West.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the third part of Battle for Inspector West by John Creasy. Listen to Bait for a Bogey, the next episode of John Fawcett Wilson's production of Battle for Inspector West.
The Battle for Inspector West, Part 4.
A crime file, based on John Creasy's novel, Battle for Inspector West. Dramatized for radio by Maurice Travers. Battle for Inspector West, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard and Sarah Lawson as his wife Janet. Part 4, Bait for a Bogey.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Oh, you're here, Inspector. That's a relief.
Is it? Why?
The old man, sir. Chatty's really on the rampage.
Sergeant Gill, if you're referring to the Assistant Commissioner, I suggest you stick to Sir Guy Chatworth.
Yes, sir. He's raising the roof, though. I've had him on the blower every half hour on the half hour, wanting to know where you'd got to. Well, you didn't tell me, sir, so I couldn't tell him.
That seems logical enough, Hubert.
Anyway, he wants you in his office right away.
In that case, I'd better trot along, hadn't I?
Good luck, sir.
Thanks. See you later.
You're a dash sight too fond of taking off on your own, Chief Inspector. I remind you, this is Scotland Yard, not a fancy private detective bureau.
Yes, sir.
I give you too much rope, that's the trouble. You think I don't know what they all say? West? Oh, he can get away with murder. Chatty's blue-eyed boy. That's how I'm referred to, I believe.
I wouldn't know, sir.
Oh, wouldn't you? Don't just stand there like a stuffed dummy. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
You seen today's papers?
Not all of them, sir.
I have, and so has the commissioner. I've had him on the phone and on my back. Look at these. Christine Grant, still missing. No trace of Millionaire's wife. Double murders and a vanishing bride. Tragedy strikes in Dorset Honeymoon Hotel. Newsmen are having a field day.
I like the pause, sir. The press are always with us.
Only a damn sight too vocal at the moment. What about this one, the Morning Echo? Read that.
Police raid on home of Sir Mortimer Grant. A search for corrosion? No comment from Scotland Yard. I could give them a comment or two, but they'd be unprintable. I'd have got corrosion the other night in Sir Mortimer's house if young Grant hadn't ruined it for me.
You're quite convinced Michael Grant did warn corrosion?
And helped him get away, no question of it, sir. I suppose I can't blame him with his wife in corrosion's hands. Not hard to put myself in his place, if it was Janet.
Yes, quite. I take it the Dorset police are still watching young Grant at Uplands.
They are. The minute he makes any move, I'll know about it.
What about those names you found in Sir Mortimer's desk?
I'm following that up, sir. I have appointments today with Sir Arnold Darner and with Lord Riversley.
And the third one, Laszlo Barai?
He's away, sir, in Oslo till next week, as government delegate to the Six Nations Economic Conference.
These are pretty important men, Roger. You don't think you could be barking up the wrong tree, do you?
Possibly. But it's the only tree I've got. Those names are part of a list. And whatever corrosion's really up to, that list is a pointer. I'll swear to it.
Yes? Yes, this is corrosion. Who's that? No, I do not want your name. Give me your number. Fool, not the number of the telephone you're calling from. The one on your pass. Yes, the red disc. 32. Very well. I'll make your report. I see. West has talked to them both. Darner and Riversley. Yes, you were perfectly right to inform me. You've done well. But the matter of Chief Inspector West is already in hand. Goodbye.
All right, let's have it, Roger. We'll take the big industrialist first, shall we?
Oh, Sir Arnold Darner's very big and very industrious. He was flying off to the northeast on an inspection tour of some of his factories. He gave me exactly 10 minutes.
Did you get anything out of him?
A cigarette, the offer of a scotch, and a 9.5-minute lecture on how this country ought to be run on sound commercial principles.
And the remaining half-minute?
30 seconds was all he needed to say he knew nothing about anyone called corrosion. He had no truck with people on the wrong side of the law, and what the devil was I doing wasting his valuable time?
What about Lord Riversley?
I fared further, but no better. He wasn't any more help than Darner. I'd like a watch put on both of them, sir. And on Laszlo Barai when he returns to London.
You think it's warranted?
Just in case. I've already got a man keeping an eye on young Grant's father-in-law.
Oh, have you? You think Arthur Morley's liable to be further involved in all this?
Oh, could be. Corrosion's forced him into playing go-between once. It could happen again.
I'll tell you something, Roger. I don't, as a rule, find myself feeling any sympathy for murderers, but in Morley's case...
I know what you mean, sir.
It's all a nasty business, of course. Strangling his wife, mother of his child, and all the rest of it. But in a way, rather pathetic.
The unreasoning jealousy thing, you mean?
Well, the man was an artist of sorts. Crime of passion and so forth, eh? And then after a reprieve and 13 years behind bars, the chap comes out to find his daughter snatched by corrosion day after her wedding.
That is why I'm keeping him under observation. I've got to get some lead to corrosion and where he's keeping Christine Grant.
Chadworth? Oh, yes, Sergeant Gill. Yes, he is. Just a moment. For you, Roger. You're sergeant.
Oh, thank you, sir. Yes, Hubert. What is it? Well, this morning. But he wasn't hurt. I see, right. Thanks for letting me know straight away. Bye.
Well, what was all that?
An attempt was made at Uplands this morning to kill Michael Grant.
What?
Someone took a pot shot at him. The bullet went wide.
Bit of luck for young Grant that it did, eh?
Yes, sir. But this will bear thinking about. Deserves quite a bit of thought, in fact.
Roger? Are you asleep?
No.
Did you hear what I was saying?
No, what?
Well, I was... Oh, listen to that, Roger. On the radio.
Oh.
Goodness, it takes you back, doesn't it? They were always playing it at those crazy parties in the good old days. When I was still going to art classes and you were hoping like mad that one day you'd get to the yard. There's a fine romantic response, I must say. Yeah, little did you dream then, Janet, my girl, that you'd wind up sitting with a needle and a thread and a husband who grunts. Who'd be a wife and a mother?
Who'd be a copper?
All right. We'll have this off for a start. Now, my dear Chief Inspector, I think it's high time you told me what's the matter.
Nothing you need worry your head over, Janet.
Oh, don't be silly, Roger. The boys and I hardly got a word out of you all through dinner. And ever since you've been sitting in that chair like a stone image. What's wrong, darling?
I'll give you 3 guesses.
Corrosion?
Right first time.
You're not making any progress, is that it?
Progress? I've forgotten there ever was such a word.
Would you like a small piece of advice?
I'm obviously going to get it whether I'd like it or not.
Yes, you are. Put all this business out of your mind for a few hours. Have an early night and, well, see what tomorrow brings.
So that I can rise up bright and shining, wakey, wakey. And the bell goes for the next round, Corrosion versus West. And guess who'll finish up on the canvas?
Roger, this isn't like you a bit. I've never known a case get you down like this before.
It's no average case, Jan. Corrosion's up to something, and it's something big. I can smell it. I've known it, felt it in my bones, ever since I heard he was back in England. And I'll tell you something else. Something I haven't even said to Chatworth.
What's that?
I have a notion that the whole of this affair so far, snatching young Grant's wife, the whole thing is just a blind, kind of smokescreen.
A smokescreen for what?
Yes, that's the puzzle. For what? I'll get it.
No, you won't. You stay in that chair. I'll take it.
If it's the yard, I'll talk to them.
If it's the yard, you've gone out to the pub, the pictures, anywhere, but you are out. Chelsea 1492.
Is that Mrs. West?
Yes?
Sergeant Gill here, Mrs. West. Could I have a word with the Chief Inspector, please?
Sergeant Gill, I'm so sorry, but I'm afraid he's gone out.
He's just come back.
Roger.
Now, let me have that phone, Jan.
No.
Come on.
Oh, you are impossible. I'll go make some coffee.
Hello, Hubert. You still on duty?
Not officially, sir, but the paperwork's been piling up.
As usual, then.
The thing is, sir, some information's just come in, and I thought you'd want to hear it immediately.
All right, far away.
It's about Michael Grant. He's left Uplands.
He's left?
Yes, sir. But the Dorset inspector put a man on him. Grant's been tailed to the Excelsior Hotel in Skelbourne. You know the place?
Yes, I know it. A resort on the Kent coast.
And there's something else, sir.
Yes?
A report from the man we've got watching Arthur Morley. Morley's in Skelbourne, too.
Is he now?
Staying in a cheap lodging house. Must be planning a spot of painting.
Oh?
He's bought himself some brushes and canvas.
I see. Anything else, Hubert?
No, sir, that's the lot.
All right, then. Thanks for ringing.
Any idea what this could add up to, sir?
Only that Morley and Grant will be acting under orders from Corrosion, that's for certain. Night, Hubert.
Here we are. You'll have some coffee, won't you?
Yes, fine.
And what did Sergeant Gill want?
Oh, nothing much. A message he forgot to give me.
It's the one who didn't ring when you were fast asleep. That's the time the yard usually seems to call. Here, it's sugared.
Thanks.
Roger, I said it's sugared.
Oh, yes. Ah, jolly good. Why doesn't coffee ever taste as good as it smells?
Yes, you like it when Julietta plays with you, eh? My big, fierce Lucifer. Oh. My strong, savage devil dog. Those sharp teeth only bite when Julietta orders it, when she gives the word, eh? But like this, when we play, he's no more than a puppy. Only a puppy.
Julietta?
Corrosion, how long have you been standing there?
A few moments. I have been watching. Of all the Alsatians, this one is your favorite, isn't he?
Yes. No, enough, Lucifer. Playtime is over. Quiet now.
He obeys you implicitly.
As I obey you, Corrosion.
You're a woman of great beauty, Julietta, my dear. But by far the most beautiful thing about you is what I have made. What Corrosion has created. Devotion. Obedience with no obstruction from puerile emotion. I drink to you, Julieta.
You are pleased, Carosian. I can see it.
I confess I have some cause for satisfaction at the moment. My arrangements for Chief Inspector West are almost complete. Michael Grant is in Skelbourne, waiting for his next instructions, and Arthur Morley is also at the resort. And Captain Marco has been given his orders.
You are using the motor cruiser.
It will heave to offshore by dawn. And so the strands of my net are spread.
Do you think Roger West will step into it?
You, my dear Julieta, with the assistance of your favorite will make perfectly certain that he does.
You hear that, Lucifer?
West's office, Detective Sergeant Gill speaking.
West here. Morning, Hubert. You're in Brighton early.
Oh, I'm one of these keen characters. Didn't you know, sir?
Oh, are you? Now listen, Hubert. I've decided to go down to Skelbourne, see if I can find out what the score is.
I see, sir.
But I want it kept strictly between ourselves, got it?
Yes, sir. But what of Chatty? I mean, the assistant commissioner wants to know where you are.
Just play dumb.
You're going on your own, sir.
That's right.
Isn't that a bit dodgy, sir?
Just do as I say. Keep quiet about it. Bye now, Sergeant. Ah, where the devil have those damn things got to? Oh. Janet.
Yes, what?
Here a minute, will you?
Where are you?
In the bedroom.
Oh, I'm coming.
Should be here somewhere.
Yes, darling, what do you...
What's the joke?
You are, Roger. Have you seen yourself? That frightful shirt and that dreadful old sports coat. No trousers.
Well, that's what I'm hunting for. My brown slacks, the old pair. Have you seen them anyway?
Oh, they should be in your wardrobe somewhere.
Well, I've just looked.
Well, let's see. And what are these?
Oh, damned if I could find them. Thanks, Jan. Now then.
Roger, what is all this? You haven't shaved.
No, Jan. No, that's it.
Don't tell me you're actually going to take a day off and do a bit of work in the garden.
Not this time. I'm off on a small job.
Wasn't that get up? Well, if that's supposed to be a disguise, I have to tell you, you'll never win any Sherlock Holmes award. Roger West sticks out a mile.
You think so, do you?
I know so, darling. You may be an A1 detective, an absolutely brilliant bogey.
Bogey? Where on earth do you pick up all these underworld expressions?
Where do you imagine?
Jan, I don't know how long this job will take. I could be away for some little time. So if you don't hear from me for a bit, don't get too worried.
No more than usual, darling. After all, it's not the first time, and I don't suppose it'll be the last, will it?
Good girl. Shall I tell you something?
What?
You look smashing this morning.
Smashing? You must have the sun in your eyes. I haven't done my face yet. Hardly had time to run a comb through my hair.
And the overall effect knocks me out. Just come here, Mrs. West.
Oh, now, Roger.
Here, I said.
But the boys are waiting for their...
Come here. That's it.
Oh, that was a bit overwhelming for this time of the day.
In case I haven't mentioned it lately, I love you, Jan. And in return for that undying declaration, I'll expect a whacking great breakfast. So down you go to the kitchen and sharpish.
Well, let's hear the rest of it, Sergeant Gill.
That's all there is, sir.
I see.
I just hope I've done the right thing, sir. I feel a bit of a traitor. The more I think about it, the more it bothers me, the Chief Inspector going off like that.
I should damn well think it would.
He was pretty insistent you shouldn't know about it, sir. He'll have my scalp, I suppose, when he learns I've told you.
Well, I'd have had your stripes if you hadn't, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
I'm a good mind to have him anyway. Why the devil didn't you come to me at once? He'd be on his way to Skelbourne by now.
Then you do think I might be right, sir? That it could be a trap of Corrosian's?
Well, anything's possible where that individual is concerned.
And if it is a trap?
Roger West's gone marching straight into it. Taken the bait, hook, line, and sinker. All the obstinate, pig-headed... Gill, get after him. West has hounded Corrosion more than any man alive. If he falls into his hands now... Go on, men, get moving, and I'll contact the Skelburne police. Let's just hope we can be in time.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
A fine day.
It's a beautiful day.
I see you don't object to an audience while you paint.
Not in the least. In fact, I had quite a crowd a little while ago. Most of them children. Now that lady and gentleman and yourself, of course, are all that's left.
Kids get bored that easy nowadays, don't they, Fred?
Aye. It's natural. Children have more and better things to do at the seaside than watch someone dabbling about with a brush and canvas.
You dabble to some purpose, if that picture's anything to go by.
Very kind of you. My hand has sadly lost its cunning, I'm afraid. I haven't held a brush for over 13 years.
Oh, well, you never know. I call it a lovely picture, don't you, Fred?
Aye, not wrong with that.
Just like a photo it is. Hey, Fred, there's one of them Alsatians coming this way. Let's go, love. I hate them brutes. Nasty, horrible, I think.
Go with them, quickly.
I beg your pardon.
Please, I know who you are, Inspector West, and you know perfectly well I'm Arthur Morley. There's no time. Quickly, before that young woman and the dog... It's too late.
Quiet now, Lucifer. So, this is the celebrated Chief Inspector Roger West.
You must be confusing me with someone else, young lady. My name's Jack Robinson.
Hardly an imaginative choice, and the disguise is not very effective.
I don't know who you are, Miss...
I'm called Julietta. The Alsatian's name is Lucifer. He has been very carefully trained, like your police dogs. If I utter one certain word, he will leap at your throat, Roger West.
Oh, that's a charming thought.
I am sure in the circumstances you would prefer simply to accompany me.
Where to?
Glance out to sea. You will observe a motor cruiser.
You can't very well miss it.
A handsome vessel, do you not agree?
Very opulent. Whose is it? Was that a silly question?
It belongs to Corrosion, yes.
As you do, I take it.
You could say that. Be patient. Be patient, Lucifer. We will go in a moment. There is a launch waiting to take us out to the cruiser, Roger West, at the end of that jetty.
It sounds as if I'd been expected.
You have. Why do you imagine Michael Grant was told to come to Skelbourne? And Mr. Morley here also. Corrosion knew it would fetch you.
Inspector, I had no choice. You can understand that, can't you? You have children of your own.
Yes, 2 boys.
I have only Christine, and Corrosion's got her. I have to do what I'm told. You do see, don't you?
It is time to go now. Come along, Roger West, and walk close beside me, please. Not far now. We are almost at the jetty. Yes, yes, yes. Lucifer, soon, my beauty. He loves to ride in the launch. But you have not spoken a word ever since we left Mr. Morley. Are you always so silent, Roger West?
Well, I'm thinking yes.
Share your thoughts.
With your friend, Lucifer.
With me.
I doubt if your ears would be any more receptive.
You are angry with yourself, is that it? For falling into Corrosion's trap.
My mind was on someone else entirely, as it happened.
Could it be, by any chance, a woman?
And by every chance. My wife, if you must know.
Oh, how disappointing of you. In my presence, men do not usually think about other women. Their wives, least of all. We are here. Get into the launch, please. Prager, start the motor. Go ahead, Roger West.
Ladies first.
Not in this instance.
There he is. Come on, you chaps.
Police?
Sergeant Gill, what the devil?
Keep them away, or I give Lucifer the word. And Prager is armed. He will shoot.
Stay where you are. This fellow's got a gun. Someone will get hurt. Do as I tell you and stay back. That's an order, Sergeant Gill.
Into the launch now. Hurry. Come, Lucifer. Now, Prager.
Chadworth?
Sergeant Gill here, sir.
Well, Sergeant?
It was a trap, all right, sir. but we were too late. Hello? Are you still there, sir?
Yes, I'm here.
We came pretty close, sir.
Not close enough.
No, sir. The inspector was taken aboard a motor cruiser and she put to sea at once.
I don't know how I'm going to break the news to his wife. All right, Gil. Get back here as soon as you can. Goodbye.
Yes, the guy?
Miss Fordyce, tell Summers I want him with a car out in front in precisely 5 minutes. I warned him, you know, Janet, this habit of going off on his own and taking the bit between his teeth. Ticked him off about it only yesterday. Damn it, the very next minute, off he goes and falls for Corrosion's bait.
No, Sir Guy. He didn't fall for it. He knew it was bait.
Knew?
Yes, I realize it now. The way he talked before he went off this morning, when he said he didn't know how long this job would take. Yes, he knew.
Good Lord.
He did it deliberately. He stepped into Corrosion's trap with his eyes wide open.
Well, Miss Julietta, now what?
Have you been growing bored, Roger West?
Not a bit of it. Sitting inside a locked cabin is quite my favorite way of passing the time. You might do something about the view from this porthole.
You do not care for looking at the sea?
A little of that goes a long way as far as I'm concerned. How far are we going, incidentally? Or shouldn't I ask?
I think not. But I can relieve the monotony for you. I bring you an invitation to dinner.
Invitation? Now, isn't that delightful? It almost sounds as though I were in a position to refuse.
You have always the choice of a hunger strike, but I would advise against it. The food on board is prepared by the former chef of a 4-star Paris restaurant. Shall we go? The dining saloon is this way. This door. Give me your opinion of the decor. Do you like the color scheme? I selected it.
Pale green and gold. Very luxurious.
And the table looks inviting. Do you not agree? There is nothing to show up silver so well as fine linen, I believe. And those bohemian goblets, too. I'm especially fond of them.
I noticed the table's set for 3.
Oh, did I neglect to mention that we would not be dining alone?
Who's making up the party?
I am, Mr. West.
Well, Corrosion.
Pour a drink for all of us, Julietta, my dear.
Not for me.
Don't be churlish, Chief Inspector. Or were you offended that I wasn't present to welcome you aboard? But there are times in one's life, and this, for me, was such an occasion, when the anticipation of a pleasure is almost keener than the thing itself. That was my only reason for deferring the moment of our meeting. I am sure you will not begrudge it to me.
I've been wanting to come face to face with you myself for quite a time.
But not precisely in these circumstances, I imagine. However, we must not spoil what promises to be an excellent dinner with such disagreeable thoughts. Let us take our drinks to the table. Yours is the chair on my right, Chief Inspector, as befits the guest of honor. Let me fill your glass, Mr. West.
I've had enough.
But I insist. I have a toast to propose. To the end of a long history of inconvenience which you have caused for me. The wheel, as they say, has turned to my advantage.
It might still have a twist left in it to mine.
You would be deluding yourself to rely on it.
Have you enjoyed the meal? The food lived up to my recommendation, I hope.
No complaints.
But I have one. You make a poor dining companion, my friend. We have hardly heard a word from you.
Perhaps Mr. Michael Grant should have been invited to join us, Julietta. Though I doubt if his conversation would have proved any more enlivening.
Grant? You mean he's here on board?
He is.
And his wife? Is this where you've been keeping the girl?
No. She is safe elsewhere. But, as I have assured her husband, quite unharmed.
Unharmed? After being thrown into a nightmare, terrorized out of her life, is that what you call unharmed? Young Grant, poor devil, going through 6 different grades of hell.
You feel sorry for him?
What's so remarkable about that?
But he helped Corrosian to escape from you. Or did you not know that?
Of course he knows it, Giulietta. But as you see, the inspector is a man in whom the human sympathies run rampant.
That's the last thing you could be accused of, isn't it, Corrosian?
Is something wrong, Chief Inspector? You don't look at all well.
My head feels funny. Spinning. The food. Something in the food.
Quite so. A small added ingredient, Chief Inspector.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the fourth part of Battle for Inspector West by John Creasy. Listen to Trail from a Tip-Off, the next episode of John Fawcett Wilson's production of Battle for Inspector West.
Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file based on John Creasy's novel Battle for Inspector West, dramatized for radio by Maurice Travers. Battle for Inspector West, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard and Sarah Lawson as his wife Janet. Part 5, Trail from a Tip-Off.
Does your throat feel dry, Roger West?
What?
There is coffee here, if you would like it.
I would like it, Miss Giulietta.
Why not just Giulietta? Let us not be so formal. Here you are. And good morning to you, Roger. Or did you think you would never wake to another morning?
Never wake? Oh, yes, last night. That's if it was only last night.
It was. Does it all come back to you now?
With a rush. The motor cruiser, the dining saloon.
Help yourself to sugar, Roger.
On second thoughts, I'd rather skip this coffee, thanks all the same.
Do not be so suspicious. It is quite unadulterated, I give you my word.
Which is more than could be said for the food I ate last night.
Were you afraid you had been poisoned?
As I recall, I was in no position to come to a considered opinion. All I remember is a spinning head and then, wham, blackout.
You broke one of my beautiful Bohemian goblets.
I apologize. You might tell your friend Corrosian from me.
You may tell him yourself, Chief Inspector. I think I will join you in some coffee. Giulietta, if you please.
Of course.
And what did you wish to tell me, West?
Only a suggestion. Next time you decide to dope my dinner, choose something that leaves less of a nasty taste in the mouth.
Thank you, Giulietta. West, you were drugged for 2 reasons. First, to demonstrate how easily I could have taken your life.
And second, or so I presume, to transfer me from that cruiser of yours to, well, wherever I happen to be at this moment.
Quite correct.
Also quite clever of you, Roger.
Now, just where have I been brought to, I wonder? Rather an imposing room, this one. Very much the old stately home vintage, huh? Not quite your style, though, Corrosian.
You think not?
No bars on the windows. That's the kind of establishment for you, ideally speaking.
The disadvantage of ideals is the difficulty of achieving them, as you have, I think, come to realize. Bars on these windows are unnecessary. The drop is a sheer one, of over 50 feet.
Any objection to my taking a look?
None whatever. By all means, do.
Fine, spacious grounds. Thick belt of trees, nice and private.
Oak trees, Roger. And there is a high wall behind them, all the way round.
I rather thought there might be. Do I hear the baying of the happy killer hounds? You're under more than one Alsatian, I gather.
As well as to a number of armed men who make regular patrols of the ground.
Is that a fact? But what's really exercising my mind is just where this grand estate of yours is located.
Don't trouble yourself with that.
Oh, but I'm always curious. Didn't you know? Why else do you think I went down to Skelbourne so obligingly?
Obligingly? What exactly do you mean by that?
What do you think I mean by it?
You came precisely and only because I arranged matters to ensure that you would.
I came precisely and only because I knew that you'd arranged matters to ensure that I would.
You knew it was a trap?
From the word go, Julietta. Corrosion, you surprise me. I gave you credit for being brighter than that. Didn't it even begin to dawn on you that I might have seen through your little setup?
And what did you hope to gain by voluntarily placing yourself in my power?
I'm a confirmed reformer. I thought I might make you see the light, turn you from the error of your wicked ways, persuade you into giving everything to charity and joining the Salvation Army.
Roger, I like you. Yes, I like you.
Be quiet, Julietta. And as for you, West, don't be flippant. Unless you regard your life as a subject to be treated lightly.
Far from it. But you won't kill me. Not yet a while, anyway.
What leads you to believe so?
Don't take me for a complete idiot. You've had all the chances you could ask for to snuff me out. If you haven't done it, that's because you've got something else in mind for me. If I know anything about the way you operate, probably something a damn sight nastier than a straightforward killing.
Roger West, I like you more and more.
It seems possible, Chief Inspector, that I have slightly underestimated you. Just slightly. We shall talk again later, at greater length. At the moment, there are matters which call for my attention. I shall need you, Julietta.
I'm coming. Au revoir, Roger. We shall talk again later also. I think I will enjoy that.
All right, Sergeant Girl, come in.
Yes, sir.
Well, anything new to report, Sergeant?
Only the check on Michael Grant, sir. He left Dorset, as we know, for the Excelsior Hotel in Skelbourne.
And on orders from Corrosion, as we can be pretty damn sure.
He hasn't returned to the Excelsior or to Dorset.
What about here in London? His flat in Belgrave Square. Haven't ever looked at, have you?
No, sir. But there's no sign of him there either. Seems pretty certain he was on board that motor cruiser, too.
So now Corrosion's got Christine Grant and her husband, as well as Roger West. And we've not a clue as to where he's been taken.
No, sir.
Is Mrs. Grant's father still being watched?
Arthur Morley, yes, sir. But there's been no further move from him. That's to say, nothing suspicious.
And the 3 VIPs that West wanted put under observation?
We've got men on 2 of them, sir. Sir Arnold Dana and Lord Riversley. The other one, Mr. Laszlo Barai, isn't back yet from Oslo.
Yes, economic conference or some such. All right, Gil, see that a man's put to watch him the moment he returns to London. But the first priority is Corrosion's HQ. Without a lead to his hideout, we're stymied, Sergeant. That's the only word for it.
Chelsea 1492.
Hello, would I be speaking to Mr. West, Mrs.?
Yes, Janet West here. Who's that?
Oh, you don't know me, but you might heard your old, the Chief Inspector talk about me. I'm Pearly Willis.
Yes, I have heard Roger mention you, Mr. Willis.
Yeah, he's private hotline to the villainy brigade. That's what he calls me, when he ain't calling me rude names like Whiskey Boys, for instance.
Mr. Willis, is there something I can do for you?
Oh, vice versa, Mrs. W. Look, just tell me this. Where is the Inspector, eh?
Well, he's away at the moment on a case.
Is he now? Mrs. W, I've got to talk to you. Could be double important for Mr. West.
Yes, I'm listening.
No, not on the phone. Look, there's a coffee place in a Fulham Road called the Dizzy Miller. Can you meet me there in, say, an hour?
Why can't you come here to Bell Street?
Well, because I shouldn't be seen nowhere near the Inspector's place, that's why. Them smart geezers ever got word that me and Mr. West was chummy. Well, how'd I ever get any info to pass on to him, eh?
All right, whatever you say, Mr. Willis.
Right. Oh, here. How will I know you? You better tell me what you look like.
Well, I have dark hair, grey eyes, and I'm wearing a lime green dress and jacket.
Favourite. Fulham Road, Dizzy Miller, in an hour. Let's have that table over there in the corner, Mrs. W.
All right, Mr. Willis.
Oh, stick to Pearly. I'm all used to it. Here we are.
Now, Pearly, what do you have to tell me?
Well, to start with, you got to know something. When it comes to Mr. West, I'm dead straight, 22 carat. I mean, he trusts me, like, you see.
Yes, I know he does.
So
Pearlie.
you can trust me same as what he does, can't you?
Of course.
Right. It was me what first gave him a tip-off about corrosion being back in England. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Well, no, I hears a little whisper in certain quarters, see? Buzz is going round that Corrosion's pulled a stroke. Got his hands on the chief inspector in the yard, don't know which way to turn. Now, would that be on the level, Mrs. W?
Yes, Pearlie, it would.
Right, Odin. Now, you tell old Chatty... Oh, pardon me, I ought to say Chatworth, Sir Guy, for the use of... You tell him to keep his mince pies well and truly on a certain Mr. Jack O'Dempster.
Jack O'Dempster?
He's a Corrosion man. Or he was till Corrosion shopped him. Jack got sent up for 3 years, but he's out of the nick now, and I run into him today in a boozer down Shadwell way.
Yes, but what is he to do with...
Wait a minute. Now, just listen, Mrs. W. Jack O's got it in for Corrosion, and no mistake. But grassing on him, see? Brought out for his blood he is. Now, here's a bit what really counts.
Yes, Pearlie?
He swears he knows just where to find Corrosion. What's more, he reckons to be taken off for wherever that might be any old time now. Now, you tell the yard boys that, all right?
Yes, of course I will. But, Pearlie, why don't you tell them all this yourself?
Of course, Mr. West, the only copper I'd ever give a time of day to, that's why. You know, last time I done porridge, you know what he'd done? So after my old lady used to visit her, slip her a quid or two and talk to her. And you be sure and tell Chatworth to keep the odds on Jack O'Dempster double careful. Tell him not to let him out of their blooming sight. Now, you get me, Mrs. W. You tell him.
You have done what, Detective Sergeant?
Lost Jack O'Dempster, sir.
I see. Our one lead, the one hope we had of finding Chief Inspector West, and you've lost him. Sergeant Gill, I should very much like to know how you managed to achieve that.
The man I put on the job, sir, Dempster, gave him the slip somehow.
Somehow? What kind of officer did you depute for the task? A copper with one leg and blind in both eyes?
That's hardly fair, sir.
Chatworth? What? Sergeant Gill? Oh, yes, he's here. Well, you can give the message to me, thank you. Where? I see. Goodbye. That was a message from your blind, one-legged copper, Sergeant. It seems he may have pulled the chestnuts out of the fire, for which he and you may be duly grateful. He's traced Dempster to London Airport. Dempster caught a plane for Ireland.
Ireland?
To Shannon. You'll be on the next possible flight, Gill.
Yes, sir.
In the meantime, I'll contact Dublin Police Headquarters, tell them you're on the way, ask for their cooperation. As those civic guard chaps can be rather touchy, not that I blame them. I'd feel the same myself if any of their fellows turned up on our doorstep unannounced. Well, get on with it, Sergeant. Get moving.
You may be seated, West. I'm afraid that our talk has been deferred a little longer than I intended. Can I offer you a drink? A brandy?
You're too early in the day. I'm strictly a son-over-the-yardarm man. But you go ahead. Don't let me stop you.
Thank you. If there were any hope of your stopping me in anything I plan to do, it must have long since vanished. You realize that, I'm sure.
Things take quite a time to sink in with me, Corrosion. Now, suppose we skip the patter and get down to the Inquisition or whatever.
Hardly an Inquisition. For occasions of that nature, I employ more drastic procedures, I assure you. No, let us describe this as a discussion. And to begin it, I should like you to tell me what you think of me.
That's sticking your neck out, isn't it?
I should be interested to hear your opinion of me. You may be perfectly frank.
Corrosion, there just aren't enough words in the book for what I feel about you.
What you feel. Yes, that's your weakness, West. Your emotions. You have intelligence, perception, courage. But for all that, you're a simple man who believes in the simple rules of right and wrong, and the virtues of sympathy, kindness, compassion. All the immature values of an unnatural civilization.
Unnatural?
Certainly. Man is the product of nature. The laws of nature are simple too, of course, but completely different. The tiger doesn't concern himself with the rights and wrongs of his hunger. He merely satisfies it. The ivy has no sympathy for the tree which it strangles. It does so, and that is all. What do you find so amusing, Wes?
Corrosion, cut out the eyewash. You can't justify yourself by some kind of cockeyed moral philosophy. You're just another villain, bigger than most, cleverer than most. Maybe that's what makes you more vicious than most, but just another crook, that's all.
So you have an opinion of me, after all?
That's right. By comparison, a man like Arthur Morley, who strangles his wife out of jealousy, seems almost a gentleman. In any case, I don't quite see you as an ivy somehow. A tiger now, well, that's coming a bit closer. With Julietta as your mate. There's something of the tigress about her, I'd say.
It's interesting that you should mention her. Julietta was an experiment of mine.
Just what do you mean by an experiment?
I found her many years ago, an orphan in a slum, living from hand to mouth. I recognized the physical beauty behind the rags and the dirt, and I decided to embark on what would be called a venture in conditioning. You've no doubt heard of Pavlov and his dog.
The conditioned reflex, yes, I know about that.
Well, nowadays there are far more advanced techniques.
A brainwashing, that's what you're talking about.
Oh, it is one term for it. As the results with Julietta exceeded my expectations. In her, the emotions, as you would understand the word, West, have been virtually eradicated, together with the concepts of good and bad. For Julietta, the only right and wrong, the only values that she knows, are my wishes. What I like and what I do not like. Come to the window a moment. Look out there, West. Julietta and her favorite, Lucifer. Yes, I've even provided her with a safety valve. Some outlet for what remains of her affections.
You mean the dogs, the Alsatians?
Precisely. The experiment has been an unqualified success.
Success? Is that what you call it? To take someone, distort their whole nature? Lord knows I thought you capable of any crime, any kind of evil, Corrosion, but something like this.
Evil, crime, distortion. All meaningless words. Julietta is perfectly content. She has everything that she could want. Close the window. Now, Chief Inspector, we will turn to more immediate matters. I want to know... Yes, who is it?
Greenfield.
Come in.
I was told you wanted to see me, sir.
I do, Renville. Come here, please.
Yes, sir.
Your identification, Renville. Where is it?
Oh, I've got it right here, sir, in my wallet.
Then what is this? I found it in the grounds this morning. You see the number on it? 15? Your number, if I'm not mistaken.
I must have dropped it, sir.
That was careless of you, Renvers. If it happens again, you will know what to expect. Take it and go.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
What was all that? Your way of providing a safety valve for your boys? You issue them with little red counters. What do they play? Tiddlywinks?
I'm the one who asks the questions, West. And I shall require absolutely truthful answers.
Well, it seems to be your day for interruptions.
Yes? Who's that? Number 32. Go ahead. What name do you say? One moment. Chief Inspector, this is an important call. I will have to postpone the rest of our discussion for another time. The man waiting outside the door will take you back to your room.
Or perhaps you'll give me a game of tiddlywinks.
32, you may proceed now. Yes? Yes, I see. So Mr. Jacko Dempster is on his way here. You've done well to let me know. Very well. I shall arrange for his reception. Yes. Goodbye.
Pardon me, sir. Would I be having the honour to address Detective Sergeant Gill of Scotland Yard, by any chance?
Well, I don't know about the honour, but I'm Hubert Gill. And you are...
Desmond Anthony Malone, Superintendent of the Civic Guard and at your service. Welcome to Shannon Airport and the Republic of Ireland, Sergeant.
Thank you. I'm very glad to meet you, Superintendent.
You'll be gladder still when you hear what I've got to tell you. I've got a line on the boy you've come after.
You have?
Yes, Mr. Jacko Dempster, or someone as like him as a pea in a pod according to the description, hired himself a car and headed its nose south from here.
Any idea where exactly?
Well, the tale he told was that he wanted to look at the lakes of Killarney. I have a car waiting for the Sergeant Gill, so shall we be on our way then?
Do you wish to turn back to the house, Roger? I do not think you are enjoying this walk with me, and that is hardly grateful when Corrosian has given permission for you to have the freedom of the ground.
Freedom? That's rather too large a word for it, Giulietta. Those dogs running loose aren't miniature poodles. And those chaps over there aren't carrying pop guns.
But it is better than being cooped up in your room.
Oh, yes, much better.
Corrosian agreed to this with no difficulty. He is not as bad as you think him.
He couldn't possibly be.
But what I say is true. I will prove it to you, Roger. Do you see that car coming towards us?
Well?
I will stop it for a moment. Look in the back. Tell me who is there.
Good Lord. The Grants.
Yes. Mr. Michael Grant and his bride, Christine. You can drive on now.
What the hell's happened to them? There wasn't a move out of the pair of them. Has Corrosian...
They have been drugged, that is all. To make certain they can never know or tell where they have been. You see, Corrosian does not kill unless it is necessary.
So this is where Christine Grant's been hidden.
Yes. And now she and her husband have been given their freedom.
They have what?
Of course. Michael Grant did all that he was asked to do. As a consequence, he and his wife have been permitted to go.
If that's the truth...
Certainly it is the truth.
Then it's very interesting. Tell me something else, Giulietta. Whereabouts in England are we, exactly?
This looks like England to you, Roger?
I'd say so. Would I be wrong? Hello. What goes on over there?
Huh? It is Lucifer.
And two more of the Alsatians.
They are making for the bushes between these trees.
And so are the guards.
The dogs must have seen something.
I see it too. A man running this way. I know him. It's Jacko Dempster. My God, they're on him.
Call them off! Call the dogs off! They'll tear him to pieces! I want him alive! Shoot! Shoot the dog!
No, Corrosian, no! Not my dogs, not Lucifer!
Shoot, you hear me? Dempster! Go, fools! Stupid fools! You've shot Dempster, you imbeciles!
Dogs! I love me dogs! Oh, Lucifer!
Julietta, get away from here! Go back to the house!
You've killed him! My darling, my Lucifer's murdered!
Stop it, Julietta!
Don't touch me!
You're hysterical!
Corrosian, cut it out.
Don't you interfere, West!
I said leave her alone. Here, Giulietta. Come on. Come on, let me help you up.
Oh, my dogs, Lucifer, dead!
Oh, be quiet! It's Dempster's death which matters. He came to kill me, West. And I'd planned to teach him how Corrosian deals with people like that. It's a pity. West, take Giulietta back to the house. And you men, dispose of all this. It disorders the view.
Well, we're making fine time, Sergeant Gill. We'll be reaching Killarney well before dark, by my reckoning.
I only hope we can pick up Dempster's trail when we get there.
Aye, and that'll be leading you to Corrosian, eh? Not to speak of the famous Inspector Westie's holding us as prisoner.
That's right, Superintendent.
Ah, well, now, Hennigan's the man to help us there.
And just who might this Hennigan be?
Sure, isn't he the police officer in charge of Killarney? If there's one man who knows everything that goes on in the whole of County Kerry, it's Matthew Francis Hennigan himself.
Good.
But now, you know, it'll be best if you leave me to talk to him by myself. You see, Matt Hennigan has a blind spot when it comes to the English. But never you fear, Sergeant Gill. I'll get out of him all the information he has. Now, there's a fine hotel in Killarney with as pleasant a bar as you could wish to see. I leave you to wait for me there.
Superintendent Balloon, over here.
Well, and here we are. And there's nothing like talking to give a man a thirst. And nothing like a bar for the quenching of it. Hey, Todd, a pint of your best there. And the same for me friend here.
What luck with Hennigan, Superintendent?
Well, now, it's all very interesting, Sergeant, to be sure. We had a fine, long conversation, and most of it to do with Kenara.
Kenara? Now, who, what, or where would that be?
'Tis a house, me friend. Thank you, Todd. A grand big house tucked away near the coast a little way from here, with its grounds stretching down to the sea.
On the coast, eh?
And they do say there's a fine craft comes and goes, a gleaming white motor cruiser.
Motor cruiser? Superintendent, who owns it? And this Kenara place?
Well, now, Matt Hennigan tells me a rich man bought the place 5 years ago. There's no one knows much about him, for he has all his own people, and the tradesmen never go inside the grounds. Everything's delivered to the lodge. 'Tis said the gentleman has his own private plane and armed men to guard the grounds. And there's talk of dogs roaming about the place. Fierce, savage creatures.
Alsatians?
Aye, so Hennigan says.
Superintendent, what about Jacko Dempster? Any trace of him?
Matt Hennigan tells me he heard of a man answering to the description of Dempster, who went towards Canara this morning and climbed the Great Wall. And after that, he wasn't seen again.
By the Lord, that's it then. Corrosion's hideout. We found it.
No, don't get excited, me fine dashing sergeant.
But, Superintendent...
For if what you've in mind is a raid on Canara, it'll take a small army. And we'll need to go careful, Sergeant Gill. As careful as mice with a cat round the corner.
Shut the door, West. This talk of ours has been too long delayed, but that is now to be remedied.
Yes, you've been having quite a busy time of it, haven't you, Corrosion? What with the Dempster business and Julietta. Oh, incidentally, how is she?
She's locked herself in her room since the incident. I have not seen her. And at the moment, I cannot concern myself with a woman's hysteria over the death of some dogs. West, my plans are reaching their final stages.
Well, bully for you.
But I have one question for you to answer. And don't think of lying to me. As I never lie myself, I dislike it intensely when others indulge in the habit. Now, how much have you learned of my projects? Well?
Damn all, if that gives you any satisfaction. Except...
Yes?
Except that I'm more than halfway certain the whole Grant business, snatching Christine Grant and all the rest of the capers, has been just a cover-up right from the beginning.
You're not unintelligent, West, as I've already said. And what, in your opinion, was the Grant affair designed to cover up?
I haven't a clue. All I know is that it's big, with some big people involved.
Perfectly correct. It is to be a huge exercise, the greatest of Corrosion's career. A £10 million operation, Inspector West.
10 million?
And there's nothing that you or anyone else can do to stop it. Nothing at all. That is something for you to contemplate in the long watches of the night, West. Now you may go.
£10 million. What the hell can it be? What's he up to? What on earth? Who's that? Shh. Who is it?
Roger?
Julietta. What the devil? Oh, wait a minute, sir. I'll switch on a light. What are you doing here at this time of night?
You are still dressed. Good.
Yes, I've been doing some thinking. The dark usually helps, but not this time. Now, why are you here?
I will help you, Roger.
And by the look of you, you're the one who needs help. You're shaking like a leaf.
We can help one another. But first, you must do what I want. You are big enough, Roger. Strong enough. With my help, you can do it.
Do what, Julietta?
I want you to kill him. Kill Corrosion for me.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the fifth part of Battle for Inspector West by John Creasy. Listen to Explosion in Red, the next episode of John Fawcett Wilson's production of Battle for Inspector West.
We're up to part 6 of the Battle for Inspector West.
Calling Chief Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. crime file, based on John Creasy's novel Battle for Inspector West, dramatized for radio by Maurice Travers. Battle for Inspector West, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard and Sarah Lawson as his wife Janet. Part 6, Explosion in Red.
Tell me you will do it, Roger. Tell me you will kill Corrosian for me. For both of us tonight. Now.
Is that what brought you here, Julietta? In the middle of the night?
Say you will do it. Say it.
Now, quiet. Calm down. Someone might hear you.
You can do it, Roger. You are not afraid of him like all the others. Even though you are his prisoner, you do not talk to him like a man who is afraid, and you walked into his trap deliberately.
Julietta, calm down.
I have unlocked your door. I'm giving you a chance. Corrosian has made a fool of you, escaped from you so many times. Now you can have your revenge, and I will help you to escape after you have killed him.
Why do you want me to kill him, Julietta?
I hate him. Hate him.
And that's a sudden switch.
He's a monster. A cold-blooded monster. He killed my dogs. You saw it. You were there. He ordered 3 of the Alsatians to be shot. And my Lucifer, the most beautiful of them all.
He's done worse to people, Julietta.
Oh, yes. Look at what he has done to me. Do you know what he has made of me? His experiment.
He told me about it.
He is proud of it, to have taken away all the feelings of a woman in me. The dogs were all that he left for me to love. Look at me, Roger. Tell me, has he destroyed me completely? Look at me and tell me, am I so different from other women?
You're a lot more beautiful than most.
You think I am attractive, desirable? Hold me. Hold me in your arms, Roger.
There now. It's all right, Julietta. Everything's all right.
No, I am a woman. You must hold me as a man should hold a woman. But later, yes, after you have killed Corrosian.
Listen, Julietta. First, I have to know what his plans are. This £10 million operation of his. Tell me about it, all the details.
Oh, what does that matter? Once he's dead, there will be no operation. Come, I will show you his room.
Wait a minute. What about the guards?
Oh, at night there's only one man on guard, and he's downstairs by the front door. Come, Roger. What are you waiting for? Why do you hesitate?
Because I don't take the law into my own hands. I'm a policeman. My job is to bring Corrosian to justice.
You do not intend to kill him?
No, Julietta.
But you must. You will. Or you will die yourself. I have only to scream. The man from downstairs will come running, and Corrosian will come too, and you will die. One scream from me.
I'll apologize for this in advance. Sorry, Julietta. Very sorry. Now, onto the bed. That's it. A gag to keep you quiet. Just one man, you said, at the front door. Now, if I can get down the stairs without him spotting me. He's nodded off. Softly now. Oh, damn. Nearly there. What? Let's put you to sleep properly. Door. Not a sign of a patrol. No dogs. Here goes. Make a dash for the wall.
There he goes! Get him, boys! Get him!
Got him in one. This way, Inspector.
Gil.
Over here, into the trees.
Gil, what That place is...
Surprised to see me, sir?
Oh, damn glad to see you. Let's get out of here. That shot will bring the guards.
But the guards are here already.
Well, who the...
This is Superintendent Malone, sir, of the Civic Guard.
I'm proud to know you, Inspector West, even though you've lost us the glory of rescuing you.
Civic Guard? You mean I'm in Ireland?
But of course you are. Didn't you know it?
Right. Here they come. Corrosion's men.
Aye, we've some of our own to meet them. All right, me boys. This is what we're waiting for. Come on, let's be
Well, what's the tally, Sergeant Gill?
2 Corrosion men wounded, 10 captured, most of the Alsatians done for.
With only 3 casualties on our side, Inspector West, and them hardly worth the mention.
How about you, sir? Are you okay?
I never felt better, Hubert. That was one scrap I really enjoyed.
I could see your heart was in it. I'll be saying, Patrick, that's what I call a fine, hearty night's work.
And it's not over yet, Superintendent. Now we take the house, and this time we get Corrosion once and for all. Well, come on. Let's gather the troops.
Hold your horses, Chief Inspector. I have a feeling you're going to be disappointed. Listen, do you hear what I'm hearing?
Superintendent!
You remember what I told you, Sergeant Gill, about the private aircraft at Canada? And there it goes, rising up above the trees, with the little lights of it winking and carrying Mr. Corrosion off, away from Canada.
Blast him. Every time, just when I'm within an ace of...
So we might as well pack it in, eh, sir? No point in raiding the house now?
Isn't there? Corrosion's scarpered in a hell of a hurry, Sergeant. If he's left any documents behind, any of his records... What the devil?
That was from the house. It's on fire.
And will you look at it?
Yes, I'm looking.
A blazing inferno, so it is. Or we'll not have a chance of getting in there, Chief Inspector. And as for your hopes of finding any papers...
That's right. Corrosion's taken care of that, too. He's thought of everything, hasn't he? Every single damn thing.
Better fasten your seatbelt, sir.
What's that, Hubert?
Your seatbelt, sir, will be landing any minute. Well, you won't be sorry to step out on London Airport, eh, sir?
I'd be a lot happier if we had Corrosion with us in handcuffs.
Yes, sir, it was bad luck.
The only kind I seem to have where he's concerned.
But at least you're out of his hands.
Thanks to you. I shan't forget it, Hubert.
Well, not me, sir. All I did was to follow Jacko Dempster. Too bad he didn't get Corrosion as he planned, instead of getting a bullet himself. Would have saved everyone a hell of a lot of bother. Ah, well, here we go.
Hubert, you didn't tell me how you got onto Jacko Dempster in the first place. Constable, red lights.
Sorry, Inspector.
Oh, watch it in future. Traffic lights are meant for police cars, too, you know.
Even if they are on special duty. Must say it was decent of Chatworth to send a car to the airport for us. He's not a bad old stick at times, our Sir Guy, I have to admit.
Well, I'm sure the Assistant Commissioner will appreciate your commendation.
You were asking about Jacko Dempster, sir.
Yes, what put you onto him?
Well, a tip-off, actually. From an old friend of yours, in fact. Pearlie Willis.
Pearlie? He called you?
Oh, is that likely? Everyone knows you're the only copper at the yard Pearlie ever has any truck with. No, we got his information through your wife.
He contacted Janet, did he? Crafty old so-and-so.
Chief Inspector, about Mrs. West.
Well, she's all right, isn't she? Nothing wrong?
Oh, no, sir. No, she's fine. That's really what I wanted to say. I've been inclined to think a policeman shouldn't get married, you know. Well, too tough on the woman and all that. But I've rather changed my mind.
Because of Janet?
Yes, sir. You know, these last few days haven't been any fun for her. But she's taken it all damn well.
Yeah, she usually manages to. There aren't many like Janet around. And if that sounds to you like a clear-cut case of prejudice, Hubert, my lad, you're dead right. Constable, the next turn after the pub, it's a shorter way into Bell Street.
Yes, sir.
And don't take me right up to the door. I'd like to walk to the house, so just drop me at the corner.
Roger? What's wrong?
Oh, at this moment, not a thing, Jan. Not a thing in the world. I'll go back to sleep.
What's the matter? Can't you sleep?
Oh, I'm just happy to lie here. Listen to the sounds of the night.
I'm not all that sleepy myself. Roger? Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Now, go on. What were you going to say?
Well, I suppose you wouldn't think of asking Sir Guy to...
To take me off the case. Give it to someone else.
Don't forget I spoke, darling. It's just me wishing for the moon.
Oh, Jan, I can't give it up now. I've got to follow it through all the way. I've got to find out what Corrosion's scheme is. And the means of stopping it.
But what chance have you got? You deliberately put yourself at his mercy to try to find out, but how much further did it get you?
A little, I think. I've known he was hatching something big all along. Now I know just how big. And he's lost Canara, his headquarters. We could just have him on the run.
But he'll be all the more dangerous because of it, with more reason to hate you than ever.
Well, let's not lose any sleep about that. No, in fact, let's not lose any more sleep. I'm in for a long session with Chatworth in the morning, so... where's the ashtray? Oh. Good night, Janet Carr.
Oh, thank heavens you're home. Night, darling.
Miss Fordyce?
Yes, Sir Guy?
No calls, please, while Chief Inspector West is with me. Sit down, Roger.
Thank you, sir.
I had it in mind, as you may possibly imagine, to tear you off a strip for taking off on that solo crime-breaking act of yours. But in view of the general rejoicing at your return, I've decided to forgo it. It's good to have you back, Roger.
Oh, nice of you to say so, sir.
You're also back in your usual high favor with the gentlemen of the press. I suppose you've seen the papers, the Canara stories on all the front pages.
Oh, the way it reads, you'd think we'd scotched Corrosion for good and all.
We're still a long way from that desirable objective. Well, let's have your report. From the moment you took it upon yourself to stick your head into his noose. Right from the beginning, Chief Inspector, if you please.
So, that's it, sir. That brings you right up to date. The men we captured at Canara are due to arrive in England today. They'll be questioned, naturally. But I don't think they'll have anything of real value to tell us.
Small fry only, eh? So we're no nearer to knowing Corrosion's game, except that he has his sights on a £10 million target.
And I've been racking my brains about that from the moment he told me. I'm damned if I can fathom out what it could be. I'm worried, sir. I've got to admit it.
Because you think he's going to pull it off?
Also because he'll be more vicious now, more cold-blooded than ever. Oh, even Janet could see that. Coincidentally, I noticed when I left home that you'd got a man on guard at Bell Street.
Yes, two of them, front and back. Thought it might be as well.
I'm grateful, sir. I'd like them kept on for a while, if you've no objection.
Of course not. Now, about Corrosion, all we seem to have in the way of a clue are these red discs you mentioned.
They're a kind of identification for his men. Each one has a number on it. I was with Corrosion when he hauled a man over the coals for losing one. They're obviously an integral part of the operation. Detective Sergeant Gill's putting out orders to hold any man seen with one for questioning.
Yes, very good.
Sir, what about the Grant couple?
Ah, yes. You're quite convinced that kidnapping Christine Grant was just a blind?
Well, Corrosion as good as admitted it to me. Do we know where Michael Grant and his wife are at this moment, sir?
Certainly we do. Here in London, at his flat in Belgrave Square.
What?
But I've managed to keep that out of the papers for the moment. However, I've had Grant questioned. The report should be on your desk.
Have you seen it yourself, sir?
Naturally.
Anything there to help at all?
Doesn't seem so. Young Grant's story coincides with what you were told by the Giulietta woman. Grant states that he and his wife were allowed to go because he'd done all the Corrosion required of him.
By that same token, Grant's father-in-law should have been left alone as well.
Arthur Morley. Or apparently he has been. According to the man watching Morley, he's made no more unusual moves since he helped to play decoy to get you. You know, I've still half a mind to pull him in for that.
I think we'd get a conviction, sir. Morley'd make a pretty sympathetic figure in the dock, murderer or not. He's served his time. And he was acting under pressure from Corrosion for the sake of his daughter.
Quite. By the way, that woman of Corrosion's, Giulietta, what became of her? Any idea?
I'm afraid not. I left her gagged and unconscious, as I told you, and Canara went up in flames. A blazing inferno, to quote the good Superintendent Balloon.
You think Corrosion just abandoned her there?
I wouldn't put it past him. Another victim, in more ways than one. It's hard not to feel sorry for her, you know. But what I really need is a lead on where Corrosion's gone to ground.
Yes, come in. Ah, Julietta.
Prager said you wished to see me.
And you come promptly, like the obedient, loyal creature you are.
Corrosion?
A loyalty which suffered a small lapse, however, back in Kenara. But we will not discuss that for the moment. Join me here at the window, if you'd be so kind.
Very well.
An interesting view, don't you think? The busy dockyard scene. Possibly not as inviting to the eye as Kenara's green lawns and spreading oaks, but a more convenient pied-à-terre, perhaps. Quite safe, at least, from Chief Inspector West, wouldn't you agree?
He will search hard for you.
I very much doubt if it would occur to him to search above a shabby warehouse overlooking Limehouse Reach. In any event, time is in my favor.
What do you mean?
Look below you. The freighter is at the wharf. It docked early this morning. The Snow Queen. Not the most fitting name for such a battered ancient vessel, but hardly likely to arouse suspicion purely on that account.
Corrosion, you propose to go ahead?
Certainly. The first instructions have already been issued.
But are you crazy? You must have seen the newspapers. They're full of the disaster at Kenara. The papers give the impression that you have taken flight. Do you think all your people will still feel sure of you? Each one will be thinking of himself, of his own skin.
Is that what you are thinking of, Julietta?
I?
You make me wonder, my dear. I had intended to forget what happened at Kenara because I thought I understood the reasons for it. I put it down to the unfortunate mishap to your dogs, so much the objects of your affection. I believe that for a short time you were not yourself.
What is myself?
The Julietta I made of you. But for that, you would have been left to burn with the house. I'm beginning to ask myself, however, whether I could have been mistaken. If it was something more than the death of your Alsatians.
I loved them. They were all you allowed me to love.
Even that was an error, it seems. It was something more, wasn't it? Not the dogs, but a man. A man named Roger West.
No.
You're lying. You've never lied to me before, and you know how I dislike it. I want the truth, Julietta. West was the real reason. The first man to stir you, to make your heart beat faster.
You're hurting me.
I want the truth.
Yes, very well. Yes, I was satisfied to be what you made me. No more than a mind and a beautiful body.
Until West came.
I watched him with you and I heard him. And I saw what a man could be. With strength and courage and other things too. Things that are kind and warm and good. All the things you took away in me and taught me to despise.
You didn't learn the lessons well enough, apparently. Are you learning now? I think that will be enough. There's still a lesson you have to learn. That for all the qualities you find to admire in Roger West, against a man like me, he can do nothing. You must be allowed the opportunity to witness that for yourself.
Chief Inspector West's office, Detective Sergeant Gill speaking. Yes, he is. One moment, Inspector. It's QR Division, sir. Inspector Weimer.
Oh, right. Hello, Jack. What can I... Well, thanks very much. Not so sure I'm glad to be back. I'm up to my ears in bump. How's everything south of the river? Huh? Is that so? You bet I'm interested. Have your boys keep tabs on them as much as possible, will you? Right, bye. The rats seem to be creeping out of their holes.
Pardon, sir?
Jack Weimer's chaps have noticed quite a number of Corrosion's one-time associates back in their old haunts, and there appear to be some new faces floating around as well. Chief Inspector West. Yes, hold on. For you, Hubert, Sergeant Norris.
Oh, I know what he wants. Hello, Pete. Look, we'd better scrub lunch today. Now, I'm all tied up, reports. We'll be at it for quite a while, that's certain. We'll make it some other time, eh? Okay, bye.
One saving grace, Hubert. Reading reports is a lot less of a chore than having to write them.
Too true, sir.
A heartfelt reply, if I ever heard one. Well, just to cheer you up, my lad, remember, you've got years of typist crap ahead of you.
Oh, thank you, sir. I thought I was joining the force to chase villains.
Catching them's more to the point. And it's a hell of a sight easier said than done, especially when it comes to the big ones like our friend Corrosion. If I just had even the vaguest idea of... Well, let's get on with these, shall we?
Yes.
Report on our VIPs. There are only 2 of them, I see. Sir Arnold Darner and Lord Riversley. What about the one on Laszlo Barai?
No, there isn't one, sir. He's still in Oslo. But the Six Nations Economic Conference finishes there today. He's due to fly back to London tomorrow.
Well, these 2 don't seem to have been up to anything out of the ordinary while I've been away.
No, sir.
And about the nearest thing I can find here to a startling development is the fact that Lord Riversley's hired himself a new chauffeur. Could be Chatworth was right, and I am barking up the wrong tree here.
I suppose you can't know for certain the paper you found their names on had anything to do with Corrosian, can you?
It has nothing to do with knowing for certain, Sergeant. You get a feeling. Call it a copper's instinct. All right. What have we got next?
The latest report from the man on Arthur Morley.
Nothing suspicious there from what Chatworth told me.
That's right.
Next one, then.
This is the report of the interview with Michael Grant.
Hubert, what's Arthur Morley do with himself all day?
Oh, very little. He's got a room off the East India Dock Road, takes a walk most mornings, has lunch every day in a small cafe not far from his room. Does a bit of painting in the afternoons.
Done anything about getting himself a job?
Not so far. Doubt if I would myself after spending 13 years in the nick for murder.
Has there been any contact between him and the Grunts since they came back to London?
No, sir, nothing like that.
So more than likely he doesn't even know that... What's time?
Just on 12:30, sir.
Right, we'll knock off for lunch.
Knock off? No. But I was sure we'd
You
be...
can tell your friend Sergeant Norris you'll be able to lunch with him after all. But before you grab that phone, give me the address of that cafe Morley goes to, would you? Is anyone sitting here?
No, it's quite free. Inspector West.
Mind if I join you, Morley?
What are you doing here?
I just happened to be round this way, fancied a cup of tea, and this place looked as good as any. It's a small world, as they always say.
You've been having me followed, isn't that it?
What makes you think that?
What's it going to be for you, Dex?
Just tea, thanks.
Rightio. 1 tea, Maisie.
Inspector.
Yes.
I've seen the papers. I would just like to say that I'm glad you got away from Corrosian. It was a great relief to me. I felt responsible for my part in it all. But I had no choice.
Morley, you've heard nothing more from him?
No, nothing.
Not even to tell you that he's let your daughter go?
Is that true?
Yes, she and Grant were set free.
Inspector, what is this? Are you trying to trick me for some reason or other?
No, why should I? You don't seem to believe what I'm telling you, Morley.
There was nothing about it in the papers.
Well, the information is not being released for the present. But Christine's safe with her husband. They're here in London, in his flat at this moment.
It's good of you to tell me, Inspector.
Thought you'd want to know, that's all.
Yes, thank you.
Are you proposing to see her?
Oh, no, certainly not. I don't want to spoil things for her anymore. I did enough damage when I killed her mother. Now it's more than sufficient for me to know that she's safe and happy. That's all I want.
Here you are, Dax. And tea.
Here, never mind the change.
Follow.
Time I was going. Bye, Morley.
Yeah, what about your tea? Cold. Some people have got funny to think about it.
Let's go back by way of the embankment, Constable. Drive past the old headquarters, Slow down. Constable, I said slow down.
Can't be done, sir. Not in this traffic.
Then turn around, first chance you get, and drive back to that last intersection.
Something wrong, Inspector?
Spotted a pair of faces in the crowd. I want a second look. There's your chance now. Round you go. What? I'm making no mistake, Inspector. I saw them myself. Yes, in your manner. The Cotter brothers. Have your chaps keep their eyes peeled. Right, bye.
Why the concern about these characters, sir?
2 good reasons, Sergeant. Lanky Cotter and his brother run the toughest mob of villains in the north of England. And the most interesting thing about the Cotter boys is that they've never been known to move south of the Mersey. Get that, will you?
Right. Chief Inspector West's office, Detective Sergeant Gill speaking. Yes, hold on a minute. For you, sir.
Who is it?
No name, sir, but there's no mistaking that voice. It's Pearlie Willis.
Give me that phone. Pearlie, I've been hoping I'd hear from you. I'm in your debt, me old son. If you hadn't given my wife that tip-off about Jacko Dempster, I might not be here at this moment. Huh? There's something else for me right far away. I'm all ears. What? Yes, I spotted a couple myself, the Cotter boys. Now, go on. From all over, huh? Have you any idea... What was that? What color? Red. Right, keep talking, Pearlie. I'm listening to every word. Well, Sergeant?
That was the last of the divisional headquarters, sir. Superintendent Goff.
What did you get from him? The same story?
Same story. How about you, sir?
I've made half a dozen calls, and there's not much room for doubt, Hubert. What Pearlie Willis told me was right. Not that I've ever known him wrong. Pearl of great wisdom, you might say. Hold the fort, Sergeant. I'm taking all this to Chatworth.
Roger, are you absolutely certain of this?
Yes, sir. It all adds up. Sergeant Gills checked with all the divisions. I've talked to the police in 6 major cities: Manchester, Birmingham, Glasgow, Liverpool, Hull, Cardiff.
And they confirm Pearlie Willis's information?
They do, sir. There's no question of it. The villains are converging on London from all over the country. Deviators, tea leaves, and tearaways. From the top boys like the Cotters down to the small-time mug Charlies. They've been coming in since early this morning, and they're still coming.
And the red discs?
The place is flooded with them, according to Pearlie. This is it, sir. It's got to be. The build-up for Corrosion's £10 million caper. And now we know what it is. It can't be anything else. A full-scale Huns, Goths, and Vandals operation, modern style. Sack, pillage, and plunder. The target? London.
Our story continues at... Our story continues at... Our story continues at...
Calling Chief Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file, based on John Creasy's novel, Battle for Inspector West. Dramatized for radio by Maurice Travers. Battle for Inspector West, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard and Sarah Lawson as his wife Janet. Part 7, Mastermind at Midnight.
Two eggs and the almond essence. Oh, who's that? Oh, Roger, darling, how you startled me.
Did I? Jan, I've told you to keep the back door locked when you're alone in the house at night.
Well, I must have forgotten. I went out to empty the tidy bin. But why on earth have you come in the back way?
I saw the kitchen light on. What are you up to in here at this hour?
I'm making a cake. As those sharp eyes of yours should tell you, Chief Inspector.
Oh, at this time of night, it's after 10:30.
Oh, it's the best time for trying out a new recipe with the boys in bed and all peaceful. We bred a pair of young wolves. Did you know the way Martin and Richard go through a cake?
Who spoil those two? Does that radio have to be so loud?
No, of course not. It needn't be on at all now that you're home.
Not to stay, Jan. I'm needed back at the yard. All hell's going to break loose any time now.
Is it Corrosion?
No one else but Mr. Mastermind himself. We finally got on to what he's been planning all this time.
What is it?
It's a wholesale invasion, Jan, by criminals from all over England. They've been swarming in since this morning, villains of every shape, size, and description. At this moment, I'd say the crooked characters outnumber the police. The place is crawling with them. That's Corrosion's big scheme, Jan. To ransack London.
What?
Now, when the balloon goes up, there won't be much we can do to stop him. Because we found it out. Too late.
Champagne at midnight. The operation is about to be launched. And we must drink to it, my dear Julieta.
I do not care for champagne, Corrosion. You know that.
For once, you must make an exception to your rule. I insist, my dear. I'm sure you won't refuse me.
Very well.
One might, I confess, have wished for surroundings somewhat more appropriate to the occasion than a test-side warehouse. However, your glass, my dear.
Thank you.
I give you the 24 hours to come. Phase 1 of the operation is about to be initiated. For the rest of tonight and the whole of tomorrow, it will intensify. And the police will be powerless to stop it.
And after that, phase 2.
Precisely. At the end of which, by next midnight, with the high tide, the Snow Queen will sail from the wharf below us. I promised you should judge for yourself, Julieta, which is the better man, Chief Inspector Roger West or Corrosian. The day ahead will provide you with the opportunity to find out.
Yeah, who's that?
Only me, Mrs. Lowry.
And who's me? Oh, Mr. Morley, you just come in.
As a matter of fact, I'm just going out, Mrs. Lowry. I thought I'd take a breath of fresh air. It's rather close in my room tonight.
Oh, you wouldn't get me wandering around the streets at midnight. You be careful now, Mr. Morley.
Oh, I doubt if anything very alarming is likely to happen to me on a little stroll. Good night, Mrs. Lowry.
Want me to get it, sir?
No, I'll take it. Chadworth? Sergeant Gill, yes? What? Roger.
Is this it, sir?
Pad and pencil, quickly.
Here.
Right, give me the details, Sergeant. A bank broken into in Aldgate. Raid on a gaming club, Berkeley Square. 2 burglaries, where? Roger, get that other phone.
West here?
Yes, sir. Go on, Sergeant Gill.
GS Division, yes, Inspector.
Burglaries, Knightsbridge.
Smash and grab, sir. How many, Inspector?
Anything more, Sergeant?
3 of them.
Very well.
And what else, Inspector? 2 lorries hijacked, right. Thanks for letting us know.
Well, Roger?
This is it, right enough. Corrosian's £10 million killing underway.
Chelsea 1492.
Jan, Roger here.
Oh, Roger, I've been listening to the early morning news. It's unbelievable. Bulletins were being handed to the announcer one after the other.
Yeah, it's crime with the lid off, Jan, and it hasn't stopped all night. They've hit everything, and in a dozen different places at once. Diamond merchants in Hatton Garden, warehouses full of furs, nightclubs, private houses.
Staggering.
Oh, did you hear the emergency bulletin about keeping all the kids at home for the day?
Yes, I did. There've been no complaints from our 2.
Well, I thought you might have missed it. That's why I'm phoning. Oh, and Jan, I don't want you to move out of the house either. Understand? Stay indoors with Scoopy and Fish. Well, have to hang up now. Bye, love.
I thought you'd better know this, Roger. I've called off the men you had watching those bigwigs of yours.
Well, call them off, sir.
That's what I said. There's been no sign of any suspicious behavior by Sir Arnold Darnell or Lord Riversley. As for the third one, the government economic advisor fellow...
Laszlo Barai.
Yes, you can forget about putting a man on him, too.
But I've already deputed a man out to London Airport to shadow Barai as soon as he flies back from the Oslo conference.
Then you can damn well depute him back. Those 3 may have been part of some list of Corrosians, but with the situation as it is, that's become irrelevant as far as I'm concerned.
Look, but, sir,
and that goes for the man tailing Arthur Morley, too. There may have been some point in it while Morley's daughter was in Corrosian's hands, but Christine Grant has been set free. She's safe. And we're up against the biggest thing in crime waves London has ever experienced. The force is understaffed, stretched to the limit, and we need every available man.
Then why keep me pinned to my desk, sir? I'd a damn sight sooner be out with the squad cars and...
You're more valuable where you are, Chief Inspector. I want you checking every report, every item of information. Think of yourself as a human computer, if you like. Maybe if enough information is fed to you, you'll come up with the one fact we need more than any other. Where Corrosian has got to.
There is still no sign of any decrease in the crime wave which has overwhelmed London. Robbery and violence are continuing all over the city. Within the last hour, there's been news of an outbreak in Regent Street. A bank, a jeweler's shop, and a department store were raided almost simultaneously. And there is news of 2 more payroll robberies.
Well, my dear, what do you say now? I have London in turmoil. The police, and that includes Inspector West, don't know which way to turn.
It certainly seems so, Corrosian.
You were afraid that the loss of our Canara headquarters would shake the confidence of all those concerned. But you see, Julieta, that greed can be an even stronger force than fear. The entire operation, phases 1 and 2, will proceed exactly as planned.
And what of me, Corrosian? What are your plans for me?
For the moment, they are in abeyance.
What does that mean?
In spite of my displeasure with you yesterday, you may have noticed that I have not questioned you further as to what happened between you and Roger West before his escape from Canara.
Yes, I had noticed.
And perhaps you wondered what has made me refrain from doing so. It would appear that I have a small chink in my armor. And it is you, my dear Julietta. I find myself wanting to believe that everything, including the feelings you admitted for West, stem merely from a temporary unbalance. I'm hoping to see you once more as the Julietta I have known, the woman I molded, with beauty and intelligence, but with a mind untrammeled by the commonplace emotions of commonplace creatures.
Corrosion.
We shall not discuss it further for the time being. But later, when the second phase of the operation is completed, and before the Snow Queen catches the midnight tide, then, my dear, we shall settle the matter once and for all.
Here we are, sir, the latest batch of reports.
Well, if they keep coming in at this rate, this office won't be big enough to hold them.
You're dead right, sir.
Do you mind not looking so damn cheerful about it, Sergeant?
I don't feel cheerful. The villains have really got the bit between their teeth. Strong rooms, safe deposits, shops, stores, restaurants. You'd think there was no such thing as a copper in London.
Corrosion's not letting up for a minute. And there's precious little to show on our side of the ledger.
We have made some arrests, sir.
Exactly 23 at the last count. All of them carrying Corrosion's red identity discs. But it's just a drop in the bucket, Hubert. Well, let's see these reports.
Look at this one first, sir. It's about Arthur Morley.
Morley, show me. Who's this, Mrs. Lowry?
She's his landlady, sir.
Oh.
Seems Morley went out for some fresh air last night. At midnight, she said, and he hasn't come back. She got worried after listening to the news and phoned the yard.
What have you done about it?
Well, nothing yet, sir. I thought I'd better wait for you.
We'll put out a general call on him, Sergeant. Don't know what the chances are with all this commotion that's going on, but you never can tell. Chief Inspector West.
Chatworth, get up here, Roger.
What's happened, sir?
This one's right out of the blue. It's Lord Riversley. He's disappeared.
Be right with you, sir.
It appears that Riversley had a luncheon engagement. He went off in his car. It was found on Hampstead Heath.
Minus his lordship and the chauffeur.
All that was found on the floor under the driver's seat was a small red disc, a Corrosion identity disc.
Oh, damn and blasted. It was in the last report. I saw it with my own eyes that Riversley had hired a new chauffeur. Oh, it never occurred to me for a minute that he might be a Corrosion man.
I don't blame yourself, Roger. If anyone's responsible, it's me. I made the decision to call off the man you had watching Riversley and the other two.
The others? Dana and Barai?
Check on them. Get on that phone, Chief Inspector. You'll check on Dana, I'll do the other one. And let's not waste a minute. Well, Roger?
At 10:45 this morning, Sir Arnold Dana left the Dana Industries building for a business appointment. He didn't keep it, and he didn't come back. No one has any idea where he's got to. What about Laszlo Barai, sir?
Barai arrived at London Airport from Oslo on schedule. He was due to go straight to the offices of the Ministry for National Expansion.
But he didn't turn up either.
Exactly. They've also checked at his home. No sign of him there.
Oh, Corrosion's grabbed the three of them. And there'll be more of the same to come.
You're thinking of that list?
Yes, sir, I am. Riversley, Dana, Barai, they were just the names at the head of it. The hell of it is, we've no idea what others are on it or how many there are. But one thing's certain. This is Corrosion's real target.
Kidnapping on a vast scale.
That's right. With this whole crime wave thing as a smokescreen. A typical piece of Corrosion conjuring. One huge exercise in misdirection. He keeps us running round in circles while he snaps up his real victims.
By the look of it, he's going to pull it off.
I guess that Christine Grant's kidnapping was some kind of cover-up, but I didn't guess it was a rehearsal as well. I want to talk to the Grants, sir.
For what reason, particularly?
Oh, it's been nagging at me ever since I saw them being driven out of Corrosion's headquarters.
What has?
Why Corrosion let them go at all.
Why he let... Confound it, man. You've seen young Grant's statement. It's all there. He did what Corrosion told him, so
he was allowed to take his wife away just like that. Reward for services rendered.
Well?
Does that read like Corrosion to you? He unleashes a raging horde of criminals on London with no compunction whatever. But when it comes to Michael and Christine Grant, he just waves them bye-bye. Because they've been a good little boy and girl. No. That just doesn't gel with me, sir. I want a few words with Mr. and Mrs. Grant. And this is as good a time for it as any.
West, I thought we were all through with the police. You've got my statement at the yard. I'll not have the thing raked over and over. All I want now is for Chris to forget the whole ghastly business.
Yes, I can understand that.
Can you? I doubt it. If you'd seen her as I did last
Michael,
night,
please.
waking up from a nightmare, half terrified, reliving it all from the very first day of what should have been our honeymoon.
The last thing I want is to distress you or your wife, Grant. But I think I'm entitled to expect cooperation from you more than anyone.
I know what you're thinking. The way I let Corrosion get away from you out of my father's house, and how I've done whatever he told me ever since. Do you imagine I've enjoyed it? I did it all for Chris. And if I had to do it all over again, I would.
I'm not concerned with that any longer.
Then what is it you want from us, Mr. West?
Well, to be honest with you, Mrs. Grant, I'm not really sure. I'm just hoping for something to give me a lead to Corrosion's new hideout.
Corrosion's your problem. It's nothing to do with Chris or me any longer.
Nothing to do with you. Do you think you're living on a desert island? Outside this fine luxury flat of yours, London's in chaos, or hadn't you heard? While we stand here, people are being robbed, injured, some of them killed. Others are disappearing, just as your wife did. All that is Corrosion's work. If I can find him, there might be some hope of putting an end to it.
Oh, Michael is right. You know he is.
Look, there's just nothing more to tell him. Everything's in my statement.
Look, there might be something you've forgotten. Some little thing. Try and think.
No, there's nothing.
Did Corrosion tell you he was allowing you to take Christine away, or were you just drugged and put in the car?
No, he told us right enough, didn't he, Chris?
That's what I don't get. Why go to all the trouble? Drugging you, having you sent all the way back from Ireland, when he could simply have had you killed.
I think he was persuaded against it, Mr. West.
Persuaded? How do you mean?
Well, he implied that, more or less. Well, that's how it seemed to me, anyway.
What are you talking about, Chris?
Oh, don't you remember, darling?
Wait a minute. Yes, there was something. One of those oblique remarks of his.
Well, what was it?
I can't remember the exact words. Something to the effect that we should be grateful for influence that had been exerted on our behalf.
Influence by whom?
I thought perhaps he meant the woman who was always with him.
Oh, Giulietta.
I can't see her influencing Corrosion. Well, the other way round, I'd have thought.
Yes, quite true. Well, I don't know that this gets me any forwarder, but it's certainly something new to think over. I'll say goodbye now, and good luck to both of you. No, don't bother to show me out. I can find a way. Hello, Hubert.
Oh, you're back, sir. Any luck with the grants?
Not what you'd call luck. What's been going on here?
Oh, I'm having the crime of my life, sir.
Oh, that's nice for you.
Well, look here, sir. Another half-dozen disappearing tricks.
What, 6 more of them?
Making a total of 14 up to date. And just cast your eye over the names in this lot. Well, here's the well-known MP, and this is one of England's richest art dealers.
And 2 more big industrialists. And one of our millionaire playboys. But who's this? Henry Kimber.
Won 250,000 quid on the football pools 3 months ago, sir. Don't you remember?
They're all either well-known or wealthy or both. And what are all these? More of the crime wave reports?
Yes, sir.
It's not easing up one bit, is it?
No, sir. One stroke of luck, though, considering the general panic.
No?
The call we put out for Arthur Morley, sir.
He's been traced?
Well, a constable down Limehouse Way spotted him working in a warehouse by the river. Simley's, it's called.
Simley's. Yes, I know it. They're general shipping merchants. Not a very big concern, but they have their own wharf and warehouse on Limehouse Reach.
Well, according to the constable, it seems Morley strolled that way last night. Saw the place was busy, loading a freighter, and got himself a temporary storeman's job. Started straight away, which is why he didn't go back to his lodgings.
I see. Well, that's that then. Now, let's see what we've got here. Chief Inspector West. Yes, go ahead. 2 more. Yes, I'll take the names. Scott Valance. Thanks, bye. Another 2 men who've been reported missing. General Sir William Scott Valance and Viscount Derringham.
Corrosion's building up a pretty healthy ransom collection, isn't he?
And there's not a damn thing we're able to do about it. I thought I knew what frustration meant, Sergeant, but I didn't know the half of it until now.
Giulietta?
I'm here, Corrosion, by the rail.
The moment has come, my dear. In less than an hour, it will be midnight. The tide will be high, and this vessel will put to sea.
To carry its special cargo out of the country.
Quite so. The question, however, is whether it will also carry you, my dear.
Corrosion,
But if you are to sail with me in the Snow Queen, it must be only as the Giulietta I created, my Giulietta. Understand that clearly?
I do.
Then I should like to hear your decision.
I come with you, Corrosion.
You're certain, Giulietta?
I'm certain. Whatever feelings I may have believed I had for Roger West no longer exist, if they ever really existed. You were right, Corrosion. It was no more than a temporary disturbance, as you said.
I'm happy to hear it.
In any case, you have now proved yourself his master. And mine. You have outmatched him. Once and forever.
West is a good policeman. Astute and intuitive. But all his astuteness cannot tell him that Simley's really belongs to me. And his intuition can hardly stretch to 40 marked crates in A hold of the Snow Queen. which contain 40 unconscious men. The men he is searching for. Here, under our feet, my dear.
Say that again, Roger. How many?
40 of them, sir. That's the total to date. Good Lord. It's been going on the whole day. But, of course, most of them weren't missed till early evening. For the past 4 hours, the names have been coming in with a rush. Society, big business, politicians.
Corrosian's just taken his pick.
What's got me at a loss is where the hell he can keep so many men hidden.
He's going to get away with it, Roger. By all the signs and portents, clear away with it.
I'm damned if he is, sir. I'll find him somehow. I know there's something at the back of my mind, some hint. I just can't seem to get hold of it.
Well, keep trying. Try like the devil. I'll leave you to it.
Right, something. Like a word that's on the tip of the tongue.
I beg your pardon, sir?
No, talking to myself, Hubert. Toss over the cigarettes, will you?
Right.
Thanks. West here.
Roger, it's me.
Oh, John.
I just had to phone you before I went to bed. I haven't heard from you since the first thing this morning.
Well, I haven't had a minute, Jan.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'll live.
Oh, you must be dead on your feet. It's after 11. You've had no sleep for nearly 40 hours.
I'm not the only one. We're all walking zombies at the yard right now. Oh, everything okay at home?
Well, quiet now, but it's been hectic with the boys inside the house all day. Oh, those two have so much energy they make me feel decrepit. I must say I couldn't help wishing for a good strong dose of father's influence around the place.
What did you say?
I said a father's influence was just what's...
That's it.
Hmm?
Janet, my girl, bless you. Can't talk anymore now. You go to bed and sweet dreams. Bye. Influence, of course. Chief Inspector West, put me through to the Assistant Commissioner and make it quick.
Yes, Chief Inspector.
Sergeant Gill?
Yes, sir?
I've got a job for you.
Chatsworth?
Roger West, sir. Mind hanging on a minute? Hubert, that freighter loading at Simley's Wharf. I want to know what time it's due to sail. Get cracking.
Right, sir.
What's all that about, Roger?
I've got it, sir. The answer. Now I know why Corrosian let the Grants go, where he's got his kidnapped victims, and where he is himself at this moment.
How long till we sail, Corrosian?
Only another 30 minutes, my dear.
I wish it were now, this moment.
There's no need for nervousness, Julieta. Nothing can stop us.
No, of course not. 10 million pounds. Corrosian, are you sure it will be paid, and safely?
Of course. Not one of our passengers will be released until the total of the various ransoms has been lodged in Switzerland in the special numbered bank account.
And all the proceeds from the crime wave?
Oh, no, my dear. That is the reward for all those who contributed to it, and so enabled us to collect our cargo.
It has all run so smoothly. Your operation has been a complete success.
Not his alone, Miss Julieta.
Who's there?
Good evening.
Morley. Arthur Morley. Why are you here?
For the best reason in the world, my dear young lady. I am the one who designed the whole operation.
You?
Arthur Morley?
Yes, Hubert.
Working in with Corrosian all the time?
Make that one assumption and everything else adds up, Sergeant. Why Corrosian let Christine Grant and her husband go free? Because her father used his influence. The one thing Morley genuinely cares for is his daughter.
But if he's in league with Corrosian, he must have agreed to having her kidnapped.
I'd say Corrosian pulled that one off his own bat, and Morley had to play along. And all his go-between activities only helped to throw suspicion off him.
So you think that Morley suddenly taking this job means that Corrosian's at Simley's Wharf?
Yeah, my bet is that Corrosian owns it, just as he owned Canara. And can you think of a better place to stow 40 kidnapped men than in a freighter due to sail at midnight? What time is it now?
Just after 11:30, sir.
Constable, keep your foot down. Let's just hope the other cars and the river police get there in time. Keep your fingers crossed, Hubert.
Oh, yes, Miss Julieta. It was all my idea. You see, Corrosian and I have been associated for a very long time.
Why did you never tell me, Corrosian?
I saw no need for it, my dear.
Indeed, our association was the real reason for my wife's unfortunate death, you know. Everyone believed I killed her out of jealousy. In fact, it was because she'd found out that Corrosian and I were working together.
And she threatened to go to the police.
I spent 13 years in prison for it. But the time wasn't wasted. I used those years for thought and planning to work out this entire operation in detail.
So there was not one mastermind, there were two.
Like Siamese twins. Without Corrosion, the plan couldn't have been carried out. But without me, there would have been no plan at all. And therefore no 10 million to be shared between us. Eh, Corrosion?
Quite so, my dear Molly.
13 years, Miss Julietta. But at the end of them, 5 million. Well enough worth it, don't you think?
I regret to tell you that I have something of a disappointment for you, my friend.
Disappointment?
Corrosion!
Be quiet, Julietta. And as for you, Morley, stand quite still.
What? What is all this? Why the gun, Corrosion?
I'm afraid that 10 million pounds seems too satisfactory a sum to divide.
Corrosion, you can't. Not after all these years.
Listen to the next blast from that tug, my dear Arthur. It will be the last sound you hear.
No, Corrosion, no.
You will realize now, Julietta, why I told you nothing about Morley. I had a plan of my own. They're preparing to pull up the gangway, I see.
Corrosion, on the wharf, those cars.
Police!
Hold that gangway! Get the spotlights on them! Gil, all of you, follow me!
It's West!
There he is! Corrosion, throw that gun down, it's all over.
Over for you too, West!
No!
Juliet, let go of my arm! Juliet!
I'll have that gun, Corrosion.
You're finished, Corrosion. I've got you at last. Sergeant Gill, get the handcuffs on him. I'll take a look at the girl. Julietta. No, don't try to talk.
I wish I knew why I could not let him kill you, Roger West.
Let's see now. Eggs and bacon on, kettle on, what else? Toast.
You stay right there. Oh, Roger, it's only you.
Morning, Jan. What do you mean, only me?
Well, I heard noises from the kitchen. I thought I might have forgotten to lock the back door again.
Is that what the umbrella's for? Well, not much good if I'd have been a burglar, my girl.
Well, I just snatched up the first thing I could find. How long have you been home?
About 20 minutes. I thought you'd still be in bed.
Well, that's where you should be instead of getting your own breakfast. You must be dropping.
No, as a matter of fact, I feel fine. It's all over, Jan.
Over?
Mm-hmm. All the kidnapped victims are free. And Champworth's put out orders to watch all ports, railway stations, and air terminals. At least all the loot the villains have raided from London won't get out of the country.
And what about Corrosion?
Safely behind bars at the moment. And you helped put him there, Janet Gunn.
I did?
Yes, something you said on the phone made me cotton on to Arthur Morley. A funny thing. You remember the day we saw him outside St. Catherine's at his daughter's wedding?
Mm-hmm.
If I'd have known then he was Corrosion's partner.
His partner?
Mm-hmm. And he died for it. Julietta's dead, too. She got the bullet meant for me.
Oh, Roger.
She saved my life. Now, suppose you do likewise, Mrs. West. Here, take over. You make the toast.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the final part of Battle for Inspector West by John Creasy. Battle for Inspector West was produced for the BBC by John Fawcett Wilson.
Inspector West.
Stand by for West. a crime file based on John Creasy's novel Inspector West at Bay, dramatized for radio by Maurice Travers. Inspector West at Bay, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard and Sarah Lawson as his wife Janet. Part 1. Flashpoint in Fleet Street.
Hello? Yes, this is Ben Marino. Who's that? Oh, I didn't recognize your voice. We seem to have a bad line. What? Yes, of course I'm working on it. I think I know just the boy for the job. In fact, I'm planning to look him up tonight. Now, don't worry. Leave it to me. Evening, Jack.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Marino. Nancy, they're waiting down the end of the bar. They're starting to find a bitter.
Well, then they'll have to wait then, won't they? Because I've got my hands full.
Keeping you busy, Jack, huh?
Oh, mustn't grumble. What'll it be, Mr. Marino?
Scotch. Make it a double, will you?
Certainly.
By the way, has Bertie Downs been in tonight?
Bertie Downs?
Ah.
Well, I thought I saw him. Yeah, that's right, over there in the far corner. On his own as usual, and looking twice as miserable.
Maybe I can cheer him up. See you again, Jack. Well, hello there, Bertie boy.
Hey? Oh, it's you, Mr. Marino.
Oh, the name's Ben to my friends, Bertie. I've always thought of you as a friend.
You have? Yeah, well, yeah, sure, Ben.
How's it all going then, Bertie?
I don't ask us, I might tell you.
Oh, like that, is it?
Yeah, like that.
The world not treating you too generously these days, huh?
Well, since when has it ever, eh?
Sorry to hear it.
Well, I'm a mock man, aren't I? I mean, it's the same old story. Once a bloke's had his collar felt, got a bit of form, and the lousy coppers never leave you alone.
Tell me something.
Yeah?
Have you still got that motor scooter of yours?
Yeah, well, of course I have. What do you want to know for?
I got a little proposition. There's half a ton in it for you. You interested?
Are you kidding? 50 quid? You bet I'm interested.
Fine.
Well, what's it all about then, eh?
And not here, Bertie boy. Too many people means too many ears. I can tell you this, though. It's right up your alley. Just the sort of job you like.
It is, eh?
And easy. Dead easy.
Yeah?
Like falling off a log.
You ever tried falling off a log? I mean, on purpose?
Well, let's put it another way. Let's say it's as simple as pressing the trigger on a water pistol. Yes, that's putting it rather well, even if I do say so myself.
Roger? Roger, where are you?
Here, John, the kitchen.
Oh, you're not still sitting in here. Oh, for goodness sake. And will you please get your nose out of that paper?
What's that, John?
Oh, do listen.
What's the matter?
The boys, Roger.
Oh, what about them?
Well, they're out in the car waiting for you.
Are they? Well, I'll just finish my tea.
You haven't got time. Martin and Richard will be late for school. Look, if you didn't mean to drive them this morning, why in heaven's name didn't you say so half an hour ago?
Now, easy, John. Take it easy. We're a bit snappy on the tongue this morning, aren't we? What's wrong? Get out of the bed the wrong side?
What?
Well, aren't you going to tell me?
There's the phone.
Never mind that. I want to know what's got into you this morning.
Look, are you going to answer it, or do I have to?
All right. All right, so I'll get it. Chelsea 1492.
Morning, Roger.
Who's that?
Bill Sloane here. What's the matter? Too early in the day for you?
Oh, sorry, Bill. I was a bit preoccupied. Where are you calling from? Hampshire?
No, I'm home. Got back last night. Late last night.
How'd you make out? Any luck?
All we could ask for. The Hampshire boys have got Ralph Bailey. He's tucked up nice and tight in one of their best cells.
Oh, good work. So you can chalk up another one, huh, Detective Inspector?
Calm off it, Roger. We both know where the credit belongs. And anyway, you're the wrong shape to play Modesty Blaze.
Well, thanks for phoning with the news, Bill. I'll see you at the yard, okay?
Okay, bye, Roger.
Bye. Now, what the... Oh, it's hot. Hey, you two, Scoopy, Fish, leave that car horn alone. I'll be there in a minute.
Oh, Roger, haven't you gone yet?
In a minute. You know what?
Looks like we're going to get one of those real old-fashioned summer days today. When I put my head out the door just now, the sun was really hot.
For goodness sake, you're not going to stand here chatting about the weather. You've got to get a move on or Martin and Richard will be late.
Then they can be late. There's something more important.
Oh, Roger.
Now, come on, Jan, love. What's it all about,
Oh, it's nothing, really.
Well, that was quite a display of temperament for nothing, really.
Well, I don't know. Ever since I got up this morning, I've had this weird sort of feeling as if I'm just waiting for something to happen. Something bad. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
Oh, Roger, the boys.
Yes, I better get going. Won't do my copper's reputation any good if I'm booked for speeding. Bye, love.
Bye.
I'll try and give you a ring later if I get a chance.
Come on.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Mr. Marino.
Yes. That you, Bertie?
Yeah, that's right. I was just checking with you, like what you said.
Where are you speaking from? Not your place?
No. I'm in a phone box, like you told me.
Oh, good lad. Well, everything all set?
Yeah, sure.
How about this scooter? Nothing likely to go wrong with it at the last minute, is there?
Nah, not a chance. I've had it checked over. She's running sweet as a nut. I've got her parked outside this box right now.
Fine. And you've got the doings?
Yeah, got it right here in my pocket.
Okay. Well, it's all yours, Bertie boy. Do a good job, and there might be a little bonus for you.
Oh, well, that'd be nice. Bye then, Mr. Marino. £50 and a bonus. Lovely. And I'd have been ready to do it for free. And enjoy it.
Come in.
Oh, Bill.
Here you are, Roger. My report on the Bailey case.
Oh, thanks. Take a chair. No, not that one. It's a bit shaky. Plant your great mass of blubber on that, you'd put pay to it for good and all.
Blubber? I'll have you know all this is pure muscle. You ask my missus.
Oh, boasting again, huh? Well, nothing wrong with this report. Clear, concise, right on the button.
So that wraps up Mr. Bailey, all shipshape and Bristol fashion.
Yeah, except for one small matter.
What's that?
The question of our young friend in Fleet Street. What's to be done about him?
Oh, don't get me started on that. I know what I'd like to do with him. Newspapermen. They're sent to try us, and they do. They're always on a copper's back like fleas on a dog.
Well, most newsmen cooperate with us pretty well, I found.
Well, this one didn't, did he? You know, Roger, we could have him for withholding evidence.
No, we could, but my guess is we won't.
Why not? Teach a young cub a lesson.
I sent up a note about it, but somehow I don't think the assistant commissioner will see it that way.
Why shouldn't he? Don't tell me old Chatty's going soft.
Well, you know better than that. Sir Guy Chat was one of the best ACs we've ever had. Chief Inspector West.
Chatsworth here.
Oh, good morning, sir.
About your note concerning that young reporter on the Evening Globe.
Oh, yes, sir.
I've thought it over and made a decision. We will not take any official action on the matter.
I rather thought that's what you'd decide, sir.
Oh, did you? On what grounds, may I ask?
Well, more than anything in the interests of public relations, I thought.
Well, you're perfectly right, as it happens. At the present moment, what with these Sunday demonstrations and student sit-ins and all the rest of it, I think it would be untimely. We don't want to give the press any chance to complain about unwarranted harshness on the part of the police. You follow me?
Oh, yes, of course, Sir Guy.
However, that doesn't mean the cocky young blighter is to get off scot-free. I want you to go down to Fleet Street, Roger.
And have a word with his editor. Is that the idea, sir?
That is not the idea, no.
Oh, sorry, sir.
I want you to see the young gentleman in person. I want him torn off a strip. Read him the Riot Act. I don't care how hot and strong you pitch it to him. And you can tell him from me that he's damned lucky not to find himself up in front of a magistrate.
Yes, sir.
And that if ever he tries playing ducks and drakes with the police again...
I get the general drift, sir.
yes, quite. I also suggest you take another officer along with you. It should add a little extra weight.
Well, how about Detective Inspector Sloan? When it comes to extra weight, I can't think of anyone better.
More senses than one, eh? Yes, fine, Roger. Sloane's done a good job on this case. Tell him I said so, will you?
Yes.
That's all for the moment.
All right, sir. Goodbye. Okay, Bill, on your feet.
Not so fast.
Hmm?
Just what was the idea of that crack?
What crack?
To Chatty on the phone just now about my weight.
Oh, a bit on the touchy side today, aren't we? Come on, we've got an assignment in Fleet Street. That should make you happy. Well, here we are, ground floor. And what's amusing you, may I ask?
You may, and I'll tell you. The look on that reporter's boat race by the time you've finished with it. I don't know when I've spent a happier half hour. You know how I feel about newspapermen. But I was almost sorry for that young geezer. Now watch out for these plate glass doors, Roger.
Yep.
It's hot.
Well over the 80 mark, I'd say. Real scorcher.
I don't know about you, but I could use a pint. What do you say?
I say lead on, McSloan. The sweat's pouring off me in rivers. Now, of course, for a mopping up operation, hold it a tick, Bill, while I take out a handkerchief.
Roger! Bill, an ambulance. That girl, she got it too. Get an ambulance! Right.
Yes, all right, I'm here. Chelsea 1492?
Mrs. West? Janet, that you?
Yes, who's that?
Chatworth speaking.
Oh, what's happened? What's happened to Roger?
What the dickens? Now, how could you know that?
Oh, Sir Guy, it's not a habit of yours to make social calls in the middle of the afternoon.
I see. Now, don't get worried, my dear. I'm not telephoning to tell you that he's at death's door or anything of that sort. He's had an accident.
An accident?
His hand. His right hand. It's been burnt.
Oh.
He's in the hospital at the moment, St. Alfred's. He won't be coming home to Bell Street tonight. They're going to keep him in for observation.
You mean it's bad?
Oh, nothing to get too alarmed about. He's had some pain, of course, but the medical chaps have attended to that. You can go and see him this evening, my dear. I've fixed all that.
Thank you, Sir Guy, but you haven't told me what actually happened.
Some lunatic, and it's the only word for it, threw vitriol.
Vitriol? You mean acid?
Yes. A girl caught it, too. It was aimed at her, almost certainly.
Oh, poor... Oh, that's horrible.
Yes. It seems Roger was in the way. Luckily, he was mopping his face with his handkerchief at the time. Otherwise, of course...
Don't.
Yes, quite. I can give you one small consolation, Janet. After he gets out, there'll be a few days sick leave for Roger.
A few days? A few weeks would be more like it, the way he works. And you know it, Sir Guy.
Well, there's nothing wrong with you, in spite of the shock, and that's clear enough. Well, I'll say goodbye, my dear. Don't forget, St. Alfred's, any time after 6.
I'll be there on the dot. Goodbye, and thank you, Sir Guy.
Come in. Ah, Sloane.
Yes, sir.
Well, come in. I was on the phone to Mrs. West a few minutes ago.
How did she take it, sir?
Need you ask? Roger West is a very fortunate man with a wife like that. Now then, Detective Inspector, what have you got on this affair?
Well, not much, I'm afraid, sir.
What about the girl? The one the attack was really meant for?
We're waiting on a full report from the doctors, but from what I can gather, it's not going to be as bad as we first thought.
Thank the Lord for that.
Only a couple of splashes. And the medicos say they should be able to do something about any possible scars.
If there's one breed of villain above all others that I detest, it's these acid throwers. In my book, it's the worst crime of the lot. Mean, nasty, vicious...
All of that and more, sir.
You've got hold of the eyewitnesses to the attack?
As many as we could.
Anything in their statements to help?
Well, not really, sir. The longer I'm a copper, the more I realize how few people really notice what's right under their noses.
That would seem to apply equally to you, Detective Inspector.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Well, damn it, man. You were right on the spot. Right beside West when it happened.
Well, yes, sir. But, well, Fleet Street in the middle of the day. People were milling all round us on the pavement.
I'm perfectly aware of that. I'm also aware that you're supposed to be a trained police officer. Trained to observe, to note, to identify. Or am I mistaken?
Well, I just didn't see a thing, sir. Well, maybe Chief Inspector West. Maybe he spotted something.
Then you'd better ask him, hadn't you? You won't be able to do it till this evening, however. In the meantime, I suggest you dig out any information on acid throwers. Descriptions, photographs, everything.
Yes, sir. I'll get onto it immediately.
Soane.
Yes, sir?
I want this nasty little swine behind bars, and in record time. Is that clear? Find out who he is, where he is, and bring him in.
Here you are, Bertie.
Oh, hello, Mr. Marino.
Is this the sort of place where you spend most of your time?
Yeah, I suppose so.
It beats me what you see in it. Fiddling around with a lot of pin tables and fruit machines. Where does it get you?
Well, I like it.
Well, here's something you ought to like even more. Half a ton, I promised. There's an extra $5 in that little lot. I told you there might be a bonus.
Oh, well, sure. Thanks very much.
And you'll find a little something more in this carrier bag.
Hey, a bottle.
A bottle of Scotch, Bertie boy. The best. Just for you.
Well, thanks, Ben. Thanks very much. Here, how about you coming back to my place and we'll crack this right now, eh?
Oh, I'd like to, Bertie, but no can do. I've got an appointment. Anyway, it's supposed to be all for you, personally. So, have yourself a ball. Now, I'll have to love you and leave you, Bertie boy. See you around.
Yeah, see ya.
Roger?
Hello, John, love.
Oh, Roger. Oh, darling.
Easy, love, easy now. Everything's okay. Sorry about this. I hope you didn't get a scare.
Oh, no. No, Chatworth was very good. He rang me and...
The old man himself. Huh?
And why not? You're the best man he's got, and he knows it.
No, I wouldn't go so far as that.
Well, I would. Oh, darling, your hand. All those bandages, is it very painful?
Oh, not now. Well, not so much anyway. Damn nuisance more than anything. What about the boys? Have you told Scoopy and Fish?
Well, not yet. I thought I'd do it in the morning. I just said I was going in to meet you.
Yeah, well, just as well, I think.
Roger. I'm sorry. About this morning being stroppy with you.
Oh, forget it, Jan, love.
Well, it's strange, though. I mean, it gives me a funny sort of feeling. Waking up this morning, quite sure that something bad was going to happen. And now it has, hasn't it?
Well, maybe you ought to take it up seriously. Never know. You might wind up on one of those women's magazines. What the Stars Foretell by Janet West.
But you know the strangest thing of all?
What's that?
I've still got the same feeling. As if, well, this isn't really all of it. There's more. Much more to come.
Ah, shut up, will flipping cat. Shut up, off it, will ya? Go on, get off, push off. Man can't have a few quiet drinks in peace in his own eating room without flipping cats on the roof. Oh, here we go then, Bertie boy. Down the hatch. Ah, it's lovely. That's another little drink. Another little drink. Another little drink won't do us any harm. Another little... Oh. Pain. Oh, it hurts. Oh, terrible. Help. Oh, help somebody. Oh, God. Please, help somebody.
I suppose I'd better be going in a minute or two, darling. The doctor did say I shouldn't stay too long.
A load of rubbish. You stay as long as you want.
No. You've got to get a good night's sleep, he said.
Can I come in?
Oh, Mark Lessing? Mark!
Hello there.
Oh, damn nice to see you, Mark, old chap. Come on in.
When did you get back to London?
Oh, my train pulled in half an hour ago. I bought an evening paper at the station bookstall, and what do I see? Chief Inspector West's latest little adventure staring me in the face.
Well, you couldn't expect the Fleet Street boys to miss that, particularly when it happened right on their own doorstep.
Well, it's a fine thing, I must say. I can't leave you alone for one day without you getting into trouble.
How'd you find out where I was?
I called the yard, of course. You know, I haven't helped you on a case or two without learning what to do in an emergency, you know. How is the hand, Roger? It's not likely to be...
No. It'll be all right.
Well, that's a relief. And the way the papers play everything up these days. Any clue to who was responsible for this charming little job?
Well, Bill Sloan's working on it, I gather. Tell me, how'd you get on at your auction sale thing?
Oh, yes. Did you get what you were after?
No, not a chance.
Oh.
I mean, half the top dealers in London were there, and with my rather modest resources, I couldn't hope to match their bid.
Oh, what a pity. That's bad luck.
Well, after all, collecting is just my hobby. I have to remember that.
Oh, dear. That'll be the doctor, I suppose, telling us it's time to go.
Come in. Now, Bill.
Is this a bad moment, Roger?
No, of course not. Come right in.
Good.
Hello, Bill.
Evening, Janet.
Well, you know Mark Lessing, of course?
Sure, glad to see you again.
Good to see you.
What's the latest, Bill?
What do you mean, the latest? I've made about as much progress as a centipede with one leg.
Bill, what about that girl? I keep thinking of her. Do you know if she's going to be all right?
Well, the doctors seem to think so.
Oh, good, I'm glad.
Have you had a chance to question her yet?
I'm afraid not. They're keeping her under sedation on account of the shot more than anything, I understand.
I see.
And we've had damn little joy out of any of the other witnesses. The AC's on the warpath over it, I can tell you.
Well, Chatwood's got the bit between his teeth, hasn't
With a vengeance, Mr. Lessing. Roger, did you notice anything? Without some kind of lead, we're stymied.
Oh, let me see. We were making for the pub. Now, coming towards us, there was, two middle-aged women. Looked like pretty average housewives. There's a chap in bowler, black jacket, striped pants. And there was something else. I can't seem to place quite what it was.
Done a damn sight better than I could. Look, I've got a file here from the records
There was
office.
a lot of traffic in the street. There were cars, buses. Wait a minute.
What is it?
Yes, I'm almost certain.
Certain of what? Well, come on, let's hear it.
Scooter, motor scooter. That's right. Now, we were walking on the edge of the pavement, Bill, weren't we?
That's right.
Now, facing the oncoming traffic. Now, when I stopped to mop my face, this motor scooter suddenly swerved over. Young chap. He had something in his hand. Looked like a pistol.
A pistol?
Could it have been a water pistol?
Filled with vitriol. By God, that's it. I've got a list of names here and some photographs. Known vitriol merchants.
All right, let's have it. Now, never mind the names. Let's go through the photographs first. No, not him. No. Wait. This one.
Are you sure, Roger?
That's him, the boy on the motor scooter, no question.
Who is he?
Name, Bertram Downs, known as Bertie, 24 years old, went down when he was 18 for a 4 stretch. He threw vitriol over a girlfriend who'd given him the toss for someone else.
Oh, how could anyone do such a thing?
Well, thanks a lot, Roger. I'm on my way.
But you're off to pick him up?
Sooner than fast.
Well, mind if I come along? I'd rather like a word with this Mr. Bertie Downs.
Well, you'll have to take your turn. I'm first in the queue.
You don't mind, do you, Janet? I was going to take you home to Bell Street.
No, I can get a taxi, Mark. Don't worry.
Mark, I think you'd better not.
Oh, just for once, Roger. I'm not taking your advice. Come on, Bill. Let's get going. Sooner than fast, in your own inimitable phrase.
Oh, that's his door.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Downs, open up, the police. Downs, open up there.
Seems like no one's home.
Well, let's see. Someone's home, all right. But that's why he didn't answer the door. Look.
Good God. Bill, he's dead, isn't he?
There's a doornail.
Well, what do you know about that?
Quite a turn-up.
Yes, and he seems to have had a small party. Just himself, a glass, and a bottle of scotch.
Well, don't touch the bottle.
Why not?
Well, I think it might have to go for analysis. I'm no expert, Mr. Lessing, but I've seen more than one case of poisoning in my time.
Poisoning?
That's right.
Suicide?
Well, not for my money. I just don't see a little squit like Bertie Downs getting all full of remorse and committing suicide.
Then what do you think?
Well, I may be jumping to conclusions, but I think someone dosed that bottle for him. We're going to have to find out who and why. Now, we're going to be pretty busy around here, Mr. Lessing, so...
Oh, all right. I can take a hint. I'll leave you to it. I'll pop round to Bell Street, I think. Keep Janet company for a while. See you later. That's funny.
Who's there?
Janet, what's wrong? It's me, Mark.
Oh, Mark, I'm so glad it's you.
What's the matter? You're as white as a sheet. What is it, the boys? Is there anything wrong?
No, they're all right.
Well, what is it then?
Oh, Mark.
Oh, no. Come on, calm down. Now try and tell me, nice and calmly.
Well, when I got home, I found a letter inside the door. I've got it here on the hall table, do you see? It's addressed to Chief Inspector Roger West. There's no stamp, no postmark. There's no signature, and it's just one sentence. Read it.
This is only the beginning.
Do you see? You see what it means?
What?
Oh, don't you understand? Isn't it obvious? The vitriol. That girl, it had nothing to do with her. She was the one who got it by accident, not Roger. It was meant for Roger, right from the start.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the first part of Inspector West at Bay by John Creasy. Listen to Bombshell in Bournemouth, the next episode of John Brownell's production of Inspector West at Bay.
Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file based on John Creasy's novel Inspector West at Bay, dramatized for radio by Maurice Travers. Inspector West at Bay, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard and Sarah Lawson as his wife Janet. Part 2, Bombshell in Bournemouth.
Now, hold on a minute, Janet.
It's perfectly clear now. The vitriol was never intended for that poor girl, and Roger didn't get his hand burned by accident just because he happened to get in the way.
Janet.
It was the other way round. The acid was meant for Roger the whole time.
Well, you can't be certain of that. I mean, just because you get home from the hospital and find a letter...
Yes, I can. No stamp, no postmark on the envelope, only Roger's name and address, and no signature inside, and just the words, "This is only the beginning."
Janet, it could be the work of a crank.
No, it wasn't written by any crank, Mark. I know it wasn't. And you'll see I'm right. They've arrested the man who did this awful thing, haven't they? You went with Bill Sloane to pick him up.
Yes,
Then
but...
you'll see. Once they start to question him...
There'll be no questions, Janet.
What? Why not?
We found Bertie Downs, all right, Sloane and I. But we found him dead.
Dead?
Say that again, Detective Inspector. He was dead when we got there, Sir Guy. Incredible. Now, let me get this clear. Roger West was able to identify this Bertie Downs from photographs in our records, correct? Correct, sir. You went to Downs' lodging house to make the arrest, found him dead, poisoned, you say?
Well, that's still got to be officially established, sir. The bottle of whiskey we found in his room has gone for analysis. I'm waiting for the report.
I see. But there's no doubt that Downs was responsible for throwing the vitriol.
Firing the vitriol, Sir Guy.
Firing it?
He used a water pistol loaded with the stuff. The pistol was in his jacket, together with a sum of money, 55 pounds.
Indeed. Interesting. I understand, Detective Inspector, that you took Mark Lessing along with you.
That's right, sir.
Oh, I have nothing against him personally. Quite a decent fellow. And I'll admit that what he writes, his books and articles on the subject of crime, criminals, and so forth, it all sounds stuff on the whole, and quite worthwhile, in fact. But the point is that Lessing is an amateur. And as Assistant Commissioner for Crime at Scotland Yard, I do not approve of amateurs being involved with police investigations.
I'm sure I make myself plain.
You do, sir. Perfectly.
Very well. You'll remember it in future, I trust. Chatsworth? Yes? Yes, he is. One moment. It's for you.
Thank you, sir. Sloane speaking. You have? Well, that's pretty brisk work. Right, let's have it. Mm-hmm. I see. Thanks very much. Bye-bye. That was the lab, sir. The report on the whiskey.
Well?
Poison, all right. There was enough arsenic in that bottle of Scots to polish off half a dozen men.
Here, Janet. Now drink this.
Oh, no, Mark.
Now,
I don't
come
need
on,
it.
polish it off. A small Scotch won't hurt you. A wee dram to put the colour back in your cheeks, lassie.
All right.
That's the ticket. Well, you're starting to look more like your old self already.
Well, perhaps it'd help to fill the nights when Roger's on duty. Those nights really do drag, you know, especially once Martin and Richard have gone to bed. Maybe I should indulge more often.
Yeah, well, I may be wrong, but somehow I don't think Roger would fancy the idea of coming home to find his wife half stoned.
I'm jolly sure he wouldn't.
Janet, what have you told the boys about Roger?
I wasn't going to say anything to them till the morning, but when I found that letter, well, they could see that something was upsetting me.
Mm-hmm.
So I just told them that Roger had had a slight accident. Oh, Mark.
Here. What is it, Janet? What's up?
Oh, I'm frightened. I'd never let Roger see it. I wouldn't want to worry him, but this whole thing, the vitriol, the letter, I'm scared, I really am.
All right. I still think it's the work of a crank, but if it'll make you feel better, I'll take that letter to Bill Sloane first thing in the morning.
No, take it now, tonight. Please, Mark, take it to them now.
Well, what do you think, Bill?
Cream-laid paper, typewritten. Slight defect in one or two of the letters, by the look of it. I'll get the lab men and the fingerprint boys to give it the once.
No, I didn't mean all that, Bill. I meant, what's your opinion about it?
Excuse me a minute, will you? Sloane speaking. Get me through to CD division and make it sharp.
CD? That covers Chelsea, doesn't it?
That's right. Hello, CD. This is Detective Inspector Sloane of the Yard. Can you detail a couple of men to keep a special watch on Chief Inspector West's house? That's right, Bell Street. His wife and their 2 boys are there at the moment. What? Well, I don't know myself, really. It's just by way of a precaution, okay? Right. Thanks.
Well, that seems to answer my question, Bill. You think the same as Janet. The vitriol was meant for Roger.
I didn't say that now, did I, Mr. Lessing?
Oh, now, don't you think it's time you drop the formality, Bill? I mean, we've known each other long enough, surely.
Okay. Now, this letter might be a crank job, as you think, Mark. On the other hand, well, there's no harm in being careful, is there? Anyway, you leave it with us and get off home. You could do with some sleep, I'd say.
Well, I've sat up slaving over a hot typewriter later than this, and more than once. Still, you're probably right. Well, good night, Bill.
Good night.
Home, sweet home. What the? No. Oh, no. My books, my collection. Oh. Is that a letter? No stamp, no postmark. Good God. My prize figurines. The pick of my bow figure smashed. If ever I get my hands on a dirty... Hello, Scotland Yard. I want to speak to Detective Inspector Sloane. Yeah, tell him it's Mark Lessing and it's urgent. Well, so if he's not in his office, please find him, wherever he is. You see, Bill? Exactly the same.
By all the indications, yes.
The same kind of paper, typed on the same machine, I'd say, and the identical words. This is only the beginning.
I've ordered a technical crew. They should be here at any moment. Oh, it must be a bit of a blow for you, Mark, to walk in and find your books torn up and all your porcelain smashed.
Not all of it. Only my best pieces. I knew what they were about, all right.
We are taking it a sight more calmly than I would do in your shoes.
Yes, I am calm, actually. Very calm. All I want to do, quite calmly, is find out who's responsible and simply and calmly break their necks.
Well, I'd be happy to lend a hand.
Yeah, but that's not the most important thing, is it? What really matters is that this business proves that Janet was right. It's not a case of crank letters. It's something a damn sight bigger. Someone's got Roger and those closest to him marked down as a target.
Yes? Ah, Sloane.
Good morning, Sir Guy.
Come in, come in. Now, this break-in last night at Lessing's flat. What have you to report?
Well, very little, sir. The technical crew couldn't find a thing. No prints anywhere, apart from Lessing's own, that is.
Which means we're dealing with a professional.
It's got all the earmarks of it.
Well, it certainly seems that someone is after Roger West. Any thoughts, Sloane?
Well, there's no shortage of characters with reason to get at Roger. I can think of about 270 individuals who'd like nothing better. 200 of them were inside.
Yes, quite. You'll be in charge till West is out and about again.
Right, sir.
Now, do you think we should tell him about the letter?
Well, I think we have to. He's not the kind to go to pieces just because some villain's got it in for him. His chief concern will be Janet and the boys, and as long as we've got them protected...
Yes, of course. It was a good move of yours to have a watch placed on Bell Street.
Well, at that stage, I was only being careful, sir.
Good. Now, there's another thing. Do you think West might know something that we do not know?
How do you mean exactly, sir?
Oh, don't bother to play the innocent with me, Sloane. I know perfectly well that West will often start on a case before it really comes under the Yard's jurisdiction.
With what he calls his hunches?
Quite. It's possible that he may have started on some such investigation, and the people concerned may not welcome the idea. Wouldn't you say?
That could be, sir.
Well, then you'd better get along to the hospital and find out about it, hadn't you? Cut along, Sloane. There's no point in wasting time.
Come in.
Morning, Roger.
Oh, so it's you. About time, too. Nothing from you since you went off last night to pick up Bertie Downs.
Just a minute, Roger. What's all this?
All what?
Well, you up and out of that bed, all dressed and in your right mind. Or are you?
I'm discharging myself from here.
Discharging?
Well, they wanted me here for one night, they said, for observation. Well, they've had their one night. I'm getting out.
Are you sure that's a wise thing to do?
Well, I'm damn sure I'm not going to lie around in that bed doing nothing.
Well, what about your hand? How is it?
Oh, it's a lot more comfortable this morning, thanks. The doctor says it should heal up okay, just a matter of time.
Well, that's good to hear.
Now, telephone Janet. She'll be here any minute to drive him back to Bell Street.
Now, did she tell you...
Tell me what?
Oh, no, she wouldn't, of course. You've got 1 in a million there, Roger. If it had happened to my Mary, she'd have blurted out to me the first chance she had.
What are you talking about? What's happened to Jan? Now, come on, out with it.
Roger, have you been working on any case on the quiet?
No, I haven't. Now, are you going to tell me what happened?
Well, have you got any ideas about who might have his knife into you?
Into me?
That's what I said.
Bill, if you mean what I think you mean...
That's right. Yesterday, in Fleet Street.
The vitriol?
For you, not for the girl.
Well, you better sit down and tell me the whole story. From the beginning. Let's have it all. Leaving nothing out. Well, this changes the whole thing, Bill.
Anything particular spring to mind?
Well, give me a chance, will you? Now, let's start with this Bertie Downs business. No lead at all as to who might have done for him?
Not a one. We talked to his landlady and the other people living in the house.
Yeah.
He was out most of the day, had no visitors or callers. Seen later, coming back with a carrier bag.
The bottle of whiskey?
Well, it's a fair supposition.
So, who gave him the bottle and the 55 quid? In other words, who put him up to the vitriol job and then made sure he couldn't do any talking?
Well, I've got a man checking on all friends and acquaintances of Downs. Not that he seems to have had many.
Then the letters. They weren't posted, so who slipped the one to me through our letterbox and who left the one in Mark's flat?
Those are some good questions.
And we'll have to find some good answers. I think I'd better go to the yard.
Here I am, darling.
Oh,
hello, Bill.
Morning, Jan.
Well, are you all set to leave, Roger? I've got the car outside.
Sorry, Jan, love. A slight change of plan.
Oh, how do you mean?
I'm not coming straight back to Bell Street. I want to drop in at the yard.
At the yard? Oh, for heaven's sake.
Now, look, don't argue. There's a good girl.
But it's ridiculous. What about your hand? After what happened...
Yes, after what's happened. Jan, Bill's just told me about the letters.
Oh. Hey, wait a minute. Letters? There was only one.
No, Mark got one as well.
Mark?
Last night, Janet, after someone had had a little exercise in vandalism at his flat.
Oh, no.
I'm afraid so, Jan. And for a start, all this keeping things quiet from each other. You don't tell me, Mark doesn't tell you. Now, it's got to stop, understand?
Yes, of course, darling. The only reason I didn't say anything
I know
to
the
you
reason,
was-
Jan, and I appreciate it. But unless we cut out this secrecy, we'll get nowhere. Now, I'm going to the yard.
Well, I'll come too. I can wait for you in the
No,
car.
no, I'll go with Bill. Don't know how long I'll be, so you best go on home.
Oh, isn't it marvellous? I come in specially to pick him up and he tells me to go home. You know the old song, if you want to know the time, ask a policeman. I've got a better version. If you want to be alone, marry a policeman.
Funny thing, Janet, you sound exactly like my missus.
Oh, your Mary and I and every other copper's wife were all sisters under the skin.
It's a bit late to complain now, love. I'll see you later. Come on, Bill, let's get weaving. After you, Bill.
Thanks.
Oh, I must say, it seems a hell of a lot longer than yesterday that I was in this office last. Grab a chair, Bill. No.
I know, not the rickety one. Now, have you come to any conclusions?
Oh, one or two, perhaps.
Such as?
Well, if all this is the work of someone I helped to send down, then I'd say we need to look among the ones who've had a long spell behind bars and have come out more or less recently.
Yes, that's logical. I can't see any small-time villain going to these lengths.
Exactly.
So it's a hunt through the files, then?
That's right. Oh, Bill.
Yeah?
Make a special note of any of the cases concerned that Mark Lessing lent a hand with.
Hey, now that never occurred to me. I took it that Lessing got the treatment just because everyone knows he's a very good friend of yours.
Well, maybe so. But I don't think we should rule out the other possibility.
West? Now, what the dickens...
Oh, good morning, Sir Guy.
May I ask what you're doing here, Chief Inspector?
I beg your pardon, sir?
Sloane, I understood you'd gone to the hospital merely to talk to him, not to bring him back to the yard.
Well, sir,
Oh, it's got nothing to do with Bill, sir. I'm back on duty, that's all.
I make a decision as to who's on duty and who isn't, Chief Inspector. And you've no business here at the moment. You're on sick leave.
I am?
As of now. Until that hand of yours is in full working order again.
But, Sir Guy...
You're not proposing to argue with me, I trust. Forget this business for the time being. Sloane here can look after it. And I suggest you go somewhere out of London. Take Janet and the boys.
Well, I don't see how I can, sir. There's the school.
Oh, a short time away won't hurt them. They're a couple of bright lads. I recommend Bournemouth. It's where I usually go. And if this weather keeps up, I can give you a hotel close to the beach. You'll have no trouble about accommodation. Just mention my name.
Well, that's very kind of you, Sir Guy.
Right. All settled then. So, get out from behind that desk and get on with it. Young and old come forth to play on a sunshine holiday. Milton, if my memory serves me rightly.
Roger West speaking.
Mark here, Roger.
Well, hello, Mark. Good to hear you.
Oh, well, how's Bournemouth and all the happy holidaymakers?
Just fine.
Dad, come on, we're all ready. Mama, me, and Fish.
Scoopy, can't you see I'm on the phone?
And the boys enjoying themselves, I gather.
Oh, having a whale of a time, Mark. On the beach every day.
Hey, Scoop, is he coming? We're waiting. He's on the phone, can't you see? Oh, I thought this was supposed to be a holiday.
Now, that's enough out of you two. Off you go. I'll be down when I've finished.
Things about another half hour, I bet.
And shut the door. Sorry about all that, Mark.
Well, it's the joys of fatherhood, eh?
Yeah.
Roger, how's your hand doing?
Coming along nicely. I can actually eat with a knife and fork now.
Oh, that's great.
Mark, any news from the yard? I've tried to phone Bill Sloane, but I keep missing him.
Well, you just can't give the job a rest, can you? I saw Bill yesterday, as a matter of fact.
Well, what did he say? What's been happening?
Well, he didn't say very much, but he did drop one thing.
Oh?
About the late, unlamented Bertie Downs.
What was that?
Well, it seems the night before he did his vitriol throwing act, he was seen in a pub with a character called, Marino. Ben Marino.
Ben Marino. Huh. Oh, the name doesn't ring any bells with me.
Nor with Bill, apparently. He said he was going to check on him with the divisional boys. Well, I'd better not keep you any longer, Roger, or you'll have two mutinous sons on your hands. Give Janet my love.
Yes, will do. Bye, Mark.
Roger, you asleep?
No. Just lying back with my eyes closed, that's all.
Well, all I can say is Bless the guy, Chatworth, and bless the weather. We've only had 2 cloudy days since we've been here. And all the rest of the time it's been sun and blue skies.
Oh, it's too good to last. Bound to change.
You just keep saying that, darling. You said it every day, and I'm sure that's why it's kept going by. Roger, look.
What?
Did you see? Walking along the beach, that young woman with a dog. I've never seen such a huge animal. What is it?
Mastiff, by the look of it. They're bigger than most of them, though.
Where are the boys?
They were in the water a while ago.
I can't see them now.
No, Jan. Look, don't start worrying.
No, but you know how Richard is about dogs, especially big dogs. Oh, there they are. Martin! Richard! Come here! Roger, that dog. Look, it's going for them.
Oh, come on, Jan.
Richard! Oh, look, it's right.
Right, look, keep away from the dog. Just leave it all to me. Right. It's all right, Richard. Get out of the way, Scooby. Right, get away, you brute. Go on, get away. Go on, get away. Get
Hey, Daddy's gone. That woman, she whistled him.
Roger, is he all right? Richard's my dog.
No, he's not hurt, Jan. The dog just knocked him down. Now, come on, fish me, old lad. Come on. Up you get. Come on.
Mom,
It's all right.
I thought it was going to bite, and I couldn't move. I just couldn't.
It's all right, darling. It's all right now. Roger, he's shivering. Get his sweater out of the beach hut.
Yes, okay.
It's all right.
I'll come with you, Dad.
Yes, all right.
I was scared too, Dad. He was a hell of a big dog, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. And don't say hell.
Well, you do. I've heard you.
Yes, well, here we are. Where's Fish's sweater?
Oh, there it is. I'll get it. Hey, Dad! There's a letter for you here.
What?
On the bench. It says Chief Inspector and Mrs. Roger West.
Yes, all right, son. You take the sweater to your mother. I'll be with you in a minute.
Okay, Dad. Hope old Fish has got out of the shop by now.
Bless her. Now, what the hell? Of all the low-down rotten... Well, that does it. That really does it. Well, Jan, all set, ready to go?
Yes. Now, do I get an explanation?
I told you we're going back to London.
Roger, you tell me to bring the boys back here to the hotel, leave me to do all the packing while you disappear somewhere.
All right, Jan. Maybe it's best you should know. That young woman and the dog, it didn't just happen by chance.
What?
There was another letter. I found it in the beach hut. Brief and to the point. Small boys are easy game, aren't they?
Roger.
I've been to the local coppers. When that woman whistled off the dog, I saw them get into a car. There was a man driving. I've given a description of her, the dog, and the car. I've also called Bill Sloan at the yard.
Which I never thought. It never entered my mind that it...
I'll get them, Jan, whoever they are. Every last mother, son, and daughter of them. I'll get them. I promise you that.
I don't like vendettas, Roger, of any kind, least of all on the part of a police officer.
I don't play mafia games, Sir Guy. I think you know that. But when anyone starts on me and my family...
Well, yes, that's a different thing, I grant you. And under the circumstances, I can't really say that I blame you.
Well, thank you, sir. Any progress while I've been away? What about the letters? Have you been able to track down the paper they're using?
I'm afraid not, Roger. It's a kind that's sold all over the country, apparently.
How about the typewriter they were written on?
It's a portable, we know that. Would you care to try and guess how many of those there are in London alone?
What about this man, Ben Marino?
Ah, yes. The one who was seen with Downs the night before the vitriol attack on
Yes.
him. Sloane's checked up on him, nothing known.
No form?
No police record of any kind. But he is known to be an associate of criminals. Some kind of leg man for them, it seems. Used as a go-between, messenger boy, general maid of all work.
How we pulled him in?
Sloane did suggest it. I decided it might be simpler to keep an eye on him for a while.
I see.
Well, it's obvious he didn't dream up this business. Watching him may lead us to the person or persons who did.
Yes, I agree, sir.
Chatworth? Yes? Yes, he is. Very well, I'll tell him. Corporal Sloan. He says he has something for you. He's in his office.
All right, sir. I'll get down there. If that's okay with you, sir.
Certainly, certainly. By all means.
Come in. Oh, Roger.
Hello, Bill. The AC said you had something for me.
Right here.
Well, well.
His name's Snicker. All right, Snicker. This is a friend. Now, you asked me to look out a dog from the training school for you, Roger. They assure me this is just the one you want.
Well, that was quick work, Bill.
Tame as a white mouse when he's sure you're friends.
Yeah.
But don't let him loose on anyone you don't like. Say hello to your new boss, Snicker.
Well, now, you're a fine-looking fellow, aren't you? Huh?
He's been trained to the minute. If he hears someone in the garden or in the house, he'll bring down the roof.
And he's used to children.
Well, his last job was with the Ward family, the kidnapping scare, remember?
Oh, yes.
Well, that's when they discovered he puts kids first, adults afterwards.
Just what I wanted. Well, I better get him home.
And take this with you as well, Roger.
What is it? His pedigree?
Well, do you think he needs one? No, this is a list. I've been through the files, and these are all the long-term villains you've put away. Oh. I've marked the ones who are out, and the cases Mark Lesson was involved in.
Oh, fine. I'll look it over. Well, I'll get off now. Come on, Snicker. Let's get you to Bell Street and introduce you to your new household.
Oh, Roger, an Alsatian?
Best guard dogs in the world, Jan.
Oh, but he looks so fierce. I don't know how the boys will take it. Richard especially.
Well, now's the time to find out. We can't have him terrified of dogs for the rest of his life. Where are they?
In the living room.
I'll call them out then.
Yeah.
All right, sit, Snicker.
Martin?
That's a good boy.
Richard, come here a minute, please. Okay. Yes, Mum, what you... Gosh. Scoop, it's a dog.
No, it's all right, Richard. It's our dog.
Now, look, there's nothing to worry about. He's called Snicker. Friend Snicker. Now, come on, say hello to him. You first, Scoopy. Just hold out your hand and let him sniff at it.
Well, okay, Dad. You say so.
There you are, see? Now, come on, Fish, your turn.
No, I don't want to. He's all right, Fish. Look, he's wagging his tail.
There's nothing to be frightened of, Richard. He likes boys, don't you, Snicker?
Oh.
Now, it's all right, son, it's all right. He just wants to be friendly. Now, come and hold your hand out to him, like Scoopy did.
I'm sure he won't bite.
Just do as I say. Now, give me your hand. That's it. Now, then.
Dad. Hey, look. He's licking my hand. Hey, Scoop, look. Of course. You can stroke him, too. Look, like this. See? He likes it. He's laughing. That's what he's doing. Can we take him out in the garden, Dad?
Yes, of course you can.
Come on, Snicker. This way. We're going into the garden, Snicker.
Oh, thank goodness. For a moment, I was afraid.
Well, that's one worry over, Jan, love. Oh, just listen to them. Happy as Larry. Well, now, who's that?
I'll go.
Right.
Oh, Christmas.
Package for Mr. West.
Thank you. It's for you, Roger. Looks like a small box.
Oh, I see. Oh, what on earth? Good God.
What is it?
It's a bullet.
What?
A single bullet, Jan. There's a note.
What does it say?
It says, there's another one like this. Waiting for you.
Roger.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the second part of Inspector West at Bay by John Creasy. Listen to Encounter with an Eve, the next episode of John Browell's production of Inspector West at Bay.
Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file based on John Creasy's novel Inspector West at Bay, dramatized for radio by Maurice Travers. Inspector West at Bay, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard and Sarah Lawson as his wife Janet. Part 3, Encounter with an Eve.
Mark Lessing speaking?
Mark, it's Roger. We're back home.
What, back at Bell Street?
Yes.
But I thought you and Janet and the boys were having a smashing time.
Well, someone decided to throw a spanner in the works.
What, how? What's happened?
There's too much to tell you over the phone, Mark. Come round, will you?
Right, I'm on my way. Let's see, Victoria to Bell Street. I should be there in about 20 minutes.
Good.
Bye. What on earth? Janet.
Hello, Mark. Come in.
Janet, since when have you had a dog? Good grief.
Right, Snicker. This is a friend. A friend, Snicker.
Yeah, I'm glad you told him.
Come inside, Mark.
Oh, Janet, what is all this?
Oh, he's a new addition to the family.
Oh, you're here, Mark. Good. Now, Snicker, go up to the boys. Go on, boy. Upstairs. Go on.
Well, is someone going to tell me what you're doing with an Alsatian in the house, and a damn fierce-looking one at that?
Well, he's as gentle as a lamb once he knows you're a friend.
We got him from the training school, Mark.
A police dog? But why? What's been going on?
Oh, plenty.
Oh, Mark, it was terrible. If you'd been there and seen it, poor little Richard flat on his back in the sand with an enormous beast of a dog.
No, Janet. Now, start from the beginning.
Oh, that's probably Bill Sloan. I left a message for him to ring me. Jan, take Mark into the living room, will you? I'll be with you in a minute.
Yes, okay.
Chelsea 1492.
Sloan here, Roger.
Oh, hello, Bill. Get my message?
Yes, is everything all right?
Oh, far from it.
What do you mean?
Well, I've had another delivery from our friends, whoever they are.
Another one of those letters?
And this time there was something else as well. A bullet.
What? You mean someone took a shot at you?
No, nothing like that. It came packed in a neat little box, a nice brand new bullet, a 32, all bright and shining.
Good God. Well, what was in the letter?
Well, short and to the point, it just said, there's another one like this, waiting for you.
Oh, hell.
Typed on the same paper and the same machine, I'd say. I'll send it up to the forensic boys in the morning. Not that they'll find any fingerprints if our previous experience is anything to go by.
Roger, what about that list I gave you? Have you been through it yet?
No, I haven't had a chance, but Mark Lessing's here. We'll put our heads together over it. After I brought him up to date on the Bournemouth business. See you in the morning, Bill.
I thought some tea might be a good idea. You'll have a cup, won't you, Mark?
Oh.
Help yourself to sugar.
Thank you. You know, there's one point. It's told us something about these people we're dealing with. Well, two things, in fact.
Such as what?
Well, first, they've obviously got a damn good information service.
Because they knew you were in Bournemouth.
And knew what would frighten Richard most.
And what's the second thing?
Well, it's just this. Whoever's behind this vendetta, campaign of terror, whatever you like to call it, must have plenty of money to spread around.
How do you work that out?
Well, Jan Lovett's sticking out a mile. Look at the number of people involved so far. The late Bertie Downs throwing acid at me. Someone to deliver that first letter here to Bell Street, and someone to break into Mark's flat. It wasn't Downs, that's for certain. He was dead by then. So that's at least 3 different people, all being used at roughly the same time. And on top of that, the episode in Bournemouth. There was the woman with the dog and the man driving the car they shot away in.
Yes, well, all that spells money right enough.
Which could help to narrow down the field for us.
But how can it, Roger? We don't even know the runners and riders.
Oh, we might get an idea or two out of that file on the bureau there, Jan. Hand it to me, will you?
Yes, of course.
Now, what's in the file, Roger?
Well, Bill Sloan went through the records. It's a list of some of the villains I'd help to send down, the long-term boys. Move your chair around, Mark. We can go through it together.
Yeah, sure.
Now then, here.
Quite a list, isn't it?
Oh, it goes a long way back, you know.
And, what are these, Roger? The names underlined?
They're the ones most recently out of prison.
And some of those are also marked with an X. Meaning what?
Well, they're not draws on a football coupon. Those are the cases you worked on with me, Mark.
What are you trying to say?
Roger, do you think that they're after Mark as well?
I think it's a possibility.
Oh.
Good Lord. Do you know, that notion never even crossed my mind. I thought my flat was turned over and I got that letter just because I was a friend of yours.
Well, it may be only that, of course.
But you wouldn't bet on it, eh?
No.
Right then. Let's see now. If we take the ones who are out of jail and where I was involved...
It gives us a short list. And here we are. Stanek, Gawley, Wiseman,
Kennedy, Jarvis, and Hislop.
Hislop? Yes, I seem to remember that name. Wasn't he the milk and water little man who tried to blow up his boss's office?
Yeah, this is the one, Janet. Hislop, the homemade bomb artist.
Well, we could scrub him out. I'd say he's not the type for this kind of caper. What's more, unless he's won the pools, he wouldn't have the money. All he ever owned was his weekly pay packet.
Well, on that score, we can cross Jarvis off too, can't we?
Yes, I think so.
Well, the big money boys out of this lot would be Wiseman, Kennedy...
And Stanek.
Yeah, and Stanek. I suppose Gawley has to be classed as an imponderable.
Yes.
Which one was he?
Doc Gawley. Big drugs case.
Yeah, the doc part of it was purely self-appointed, Janet. He started life as a chemist assistant in the East End. Finished up with a phony pharmaceutical outfit as a cover for peddling dangerous drugs.
He got 10 years. Well, I don't know how he's placed now where money's concerned. But I wouldn't trust him further than I could see him. And not even then. Yes, he'll definitely have to be looked into.
Yes, along with the other three, eh? Oh, Paul Wiseman. Now, there was a smooth character for you, Janet. Company director, very much the gentleman. Charm oozing out of every pore.
Yeah, but when we came to arrest him, he tried to put a bullet into one of our men. And he went down for fraudulent conversion, 7 years, maximum penalty. He'd got away with over £200,000 that we knew of.
Yeah, so he's got money enough.
Yes.
And next we have Kennedy.
Yes, our Jacob.
Jacob Kennedy. Roger, I know that name, too. In court at his trial, he was the one who...
Yes, Jan, who had quite a lot to say. Let himself go, in fact.
He swore he'd get even with you.
That's right, I'd forgotten.
What was he convicted for?
Illegal currency dealings and gold smuggling on a large scale. Well, a number of other things, too, that we couldn't prove. And I always suspected he was involved in getting stolen art treasures out of the country. Yes, quite a lad, Mr. Jacob Kennedy.
Oh, Roger, he might be our boy. And he did make some pretty savage threats from the dock.
Well, threats from the dock aren't all that unusual, Mark. Oh, look, the last one on our list, Rodney Stanek. He made quite a few, too. Now, Stanek had a nice racket going till we broke it up.
What kind of racket?
A girl's, Jan. Not that you'd have ever connected him with anything so sordid. Member of the best golf clubs, big house in Weybridge, stockbroker belt, holidays in the Bahamas. Now, he didn't like it one little bit when we nabbed him for living off immoral earnings.
So, what's your first step, Roger?
Well, put a check on all these gentlemen. Find out what they're doing now. Put a watch on any of them that seem likely. Now, that's where you'll come in useful, Mark.
Me?
Yes. Well, unless you've got any objections.
It'll be a pleasure.
Well, I wouldn't bank on that, Mark. We're up against someone clever, and cold-blooded, and venomous. Come in. Yeah, Bill.
I've been on to the Bournemouth police again. They haven't been able to trace the car, the woman, or the dog.
So they probably weren't locals.
Well, it looks like we're in for one of those slow jobs, hard slogging all the way.
Two minds with but a single thought, eh, Bill?
What?
Well, I said the same thing myself, I remember, to Mark Lessing over a week ago.
We haven't got much farther in 7 days, have we?
Yeah. Well, we're collecting facts, bit by bit.
For what good they are. Take Rodney Stanek. Nothing suspicious since he came out of the nick. Been keeping himself out of trouble.
Or so it seems, anyway.
And there's Paul Wiseman, taking himself off to the south of France. Cap d'Antibes, no less.
Yeah, picking up where he left off. He usually went on holiday this time of year. Mind you.
Well?
It might be significant that he's left the country just when we're starting to make inquiries.
It could be sheer coincidence, Roger.
It could be, yes.
Who else? Oh, yes, Gawley. The doc's gone back to where he started from, the East End, living with some old bag.
You know, I can't help wondering about Gawley.
Mark's keeping an eye on him, isn't he?
Well, he was. But he's concentrating on the Jacob Kennedy at this moment.
What's doing in that department?
Oh, I don't know. Haven't heard from Mark for the last few days.
Roger?
Yeah?
I've been thinking.
Well, you want to watch it, Bill. That can be dangerous, you know.
Oh, sure. It might even get me promoted to chief inspector. I don't think I'd care for that, not with you as a horrible example. I think we should pull in this geezer Ben Marino.
We're back to that, are we?
All right, maybe I am harping on it, but I think Chapman's idea of just keeping him under surveillance is a mistake.
Well, I go along with the guy on that.
But, Roger, he's the only lead we've got.
And a pretty slim one, Bill. Look, we don't know that Marino put Bertie Downs up to throwing that acid at me.
We know they were seen together the night before it happened.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove he paid Bertie Downs to do the job or gave him the bottle of scotch with the arsenic in it.
Well, let's pick him up and ask him a few questions. We'll damn soon find out.
Well, and then what?
Look, even if Marino was responsible for the attack on me and for putting paid to Downs, well, he didn't do it off his own bat. Now, Marino's only small fry. And if we watch him, he might lead us to the big fish.
Okay, you're the boss.
Yeah, but there is one thing. He'll have to be watched like a hawk. Now, who's taking care of that?
The divisional boys in his district.
Oh, fair enough. All the same, it wouldn't do any harm to impress on them that they mustn't let up. I think I'll drop over and see them later in the day. Yeah. Chief Inspector West.
Mark here, Roger.
Well, I was beginning to wonder if something had happened to you.
Yeah, only that my feet are getting flatter by the minute.
Mark, any news on the Kennedy front?
Yes, well, that's why I'm ringing.
Oh, good.
I thought I'd better report what I've found out so far.
Yeah?
I'm in a pub called the Four Horsemen. It's across the street from Kennedy's city office.
Yes, I know it. I'll see you there in about, say, 30 minutes.
Right.
Mine will be half a bitter.
I'll have it waiting for you. Bye.
Bye. Roger? Here. Oh, yes, Mark. I can see you for a minute. Yeah, this place fills up pretty early. Well, here you are, Roger, your beer. Thanks. Well, I thought we'd better stay here by the window. That way we can keep one eye on Kennedy's office. Yeah, surely. Well, yes, cheers, Mark. Good luck. Thanks. Well, have you had any? Good luck, I mean. Oh, well, not the kind you're thinking of. I've garnered quite a bit of information, though. All right, let's hear it. Well, first and foremost, Mr. Jacob Kennedy doesn't appear to be suffering from any shortage of cash. Nothing surprising about that. He must have had plenty tucked away. Well, 5 months ago, that's about a month after he walked out through the prison gates, he bought a flat in Deverell Court, off Park Lane, and moved in. With the family? Yeah, the wife and the 2 sons, yeah. It's Clara Kennedy. Yes, I remember her. In court, while Jacob was doing his I will repay you act, she was just standing there, looking at him. Never took her eyes off him. And the sons, Charles and Peter, they weren't there on that day, as I recall. No, they weren't. Yes, well, go on, Mark. Well, they've been running the office while Kennedy was inside. It's still known as J.K. Investments. Yeah, that's right. A crafty boy, Mr. J.K. He'd put everything he could into his sons' names and Clara's, including the country cottage he owned near Guildford. Yeah, they still have it. Go down for weekends quite often, I gather. How about his day-to-day activities? Well, he's resumed very much his old life, as far as I can see. He plays a good deal of bridge with much the same people he knew before he was put away. And about the only difference is that a couple of West End clubs he used to belong to have barred. Oh, and there is one other difference. He's got a new secretary. Name of Eve Wedlake. Been with him for about 4 months. And a very dolly specimen. No, I don't mean one of your Chelsea birds. I'd put her about 30. And a little bit of a mystery. Oh, what way? Well, I can't seem to find out much about her. Except that she's got a flat in Kensington. 17 Worrell Street. She works rather irregular hours, sometimes at the office over there, even at times down at the cottage. Eve Wedlake. Oh, I'll get Bill Sloan to make a few inquiries, see if he can dig up anything. Oh, fine. Well, I'm trailing her as much as I can at the moment. Right. And talking of trailing, there's a little something else, Roger. Oh? I'm pretty sure I've been trailed myself. What? Yeah. I've spotted him several times now, twice on foot, the other occasions behind the wheel of a car, a grey Mini. Any idea who he is? No, not a notion. Description? Chap around 40, thinnish face, always wears a hat, with one of those Tyrolean feather thingies in the hat band. Are you sure he's following you? It looks jolly like it. Well, do you want me to put a man on his tail? Oh, no, I don't think so. Not yet, anyway, but I thought you better know about it. Yes. Well, keep your eye on him, Mark. And, don't get careless, will you? Not to worry. Well, strange as it may seem, I've developed rather an affection for my own skin after all these years. Hello. What is it? The lady I was telling you about across the street. Just come out of Kennedy's office, see? Well, you couldn't miss her. So that's Eve Wedlake, is it? Oh, you were right, Mark. She's really something, definitely. And those clothes aren't chain store, more like Bond Street, I'd say. Roger, the woman at Bournemouth, on the beach with the master. You mean, could it have been her? Yes. Was no way of telling, Mark. I only saw the Bournemouth woman at a distance. Yes, I'd say they're roughly the same build. Both fair, beyond that. She's crossing the road. Roger, I think she's coming in here. Yeah, that's funny. She's not the pub at lunchtime type from what I've observed. Well, look, we'd better not be seen together. I'll take my husband to the bar. Well, kill the dish. Oh, hello.
You seem a little surprised.
Oh, do I? Oh, well, that's life, isn't it? Full of surprises. May I offer to buy a drink?
I'd much prefer you to take me to lunch.
You would?
You seem rather at a loss for words.
Well,
I know you've been keeping a watch on me. I saw you come in here from my office window.
Did you now? Well, your boss can't keep you very busy.
I thought you and I should have a little talk. Of course, if you'd rather not take me to lunch.
Oh, perish the thought. What are we waiting for? Now, where would you care to eat? Somewhere in the city, or would you like to go to the West End? Or even possibly out of London altogether? A little place in the country?
Not the country. I'm a working girl, remember? But I'll leave you to choose.
Oh, right you are. How do you like Italian food?
I love it.
Then, all we need is a taxi. Hey, there's one. Taxi! Hey, taxi! Thanks. Amando's driver, Soho, Frith Street.
Okay, Gov.
Oh, in you get, Miss Wedlake?
Thank you. But you've got it wrong, you know.
What?
My name. It's Mrs. Wedlake.
Oh? Oh, really?
Your detective work has let you down. My husband's dead, actually. A car crash.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. It was some time ago.
I see. I, also see you haven't brought the dog.
What?
No poodle, borzoi, not even a mastiff?
If you mean do I own a dog, the answer is I don't. And even if I did, I certainly wouldn't bring him to the office. Mr. Kennedy doesn't like dogs.
Yeah, which tells us quite a lot about him, doesn't it?
Now, that's what I want to talk to you about.
One should never indulge in anything remotely resembling serious conversation before eating. Afterwards, well, that's a different story.
Chief Inspector West's office, Detective Inspector Sloan speaking.
Bill, Roger here.
Yes, Roger.
Just to let you know where I am, in that pub, the Four Horsemen.
With Mark Lessing.
No, he's gone off. With Kennedy's secretary.
What?
I'll tell you all about it when I get back to the yard. Meantime, run a check on her, will you? The name is Wedlake. Eve Wedlake. Wedlake.
Will do. Roger?
Yes?
I've been taking another look at that short list, the one you doped out with Mark.
Yes?
Well, it strikes me there might be a name you've overlooked.
What name?
Riker.
The Riker brothers.
That's right. Mark was on that case with you, wasn't he?
Well, yes, he was. But, Bill, the Rikers are still serving their sentence with another, how long? Oh, about 8 years to do, isn't it?
Well, it wouldn't be the first time villains went on operating from behind prison bars.
Yeah.
The Riker boys had a good-sized organization, don't forget. And they're a vicious pair, specialists in the rough stuff. That bullet you got through the post, that's got their touch on it to me.
That could be, I suppose. I tell you what, I'll call in at West End Central on my way back, see if the lads there know anything about the Riker mob still being in business. Bye now.
Bye, Roger.
Would you like some more coffee?
Oh, I couldn't possibly. That was an absolutely perfect lunch.
Well, you must tell that to Amanda. It'll make his day. What about a cigarette, then?
Lovely. Thank you.
Now, Mrs. Wedlake.
Christian names, I think, don't you?
All right. Eve, what is all this about?
Tell me this first. You weren't really all that surprised when I came up to you in the pub, were you?
Oh, you'll have to forgive me. I have grown used to surprises.
Doesn't that make things rather dull for you?
Oh, it's the penalty of being a bachelor. With middle age peering at me round the corner, just keeping oneself alive with a hobby or two.
And one's bath chair waiting in the hall?
Well, not exactly, though I might even resign myself to that, and quite happily if I had someone like you to push me around. And to answer my few quavering questions, like the one I asked you just now.
You're really very patient, aren't you? But Jacob said you would be. I'm beginning to believe that everything he said about you is true.
Oh, come now. I'm sure I can't be as bad as that.
On the contrary, he has a very high opinion of you.
Look, are we talking about the same man? The surname Kennedy, Christian name Jacob?
Of course.
Was this lunch his idea or yours?
Well,
And I'm disappointed. And there was I, putting it all down to my irresistible sex appeal. I've got a good mind to send in the bill for it now.
Mark, why are you taking such an interest in him? Why are you watching him?
Is that what he wanted you to find out?
Yes. Well, if I can. Because he thinks you might be able to help him.
Help? Me? Help Jacob Kennedy?
Yes. If you think he bears you or Chief Inspector West any malice, you're quite wrong.
I am I?
He's a gambler. He may not have any great regard for the law.
Putting it mildly.
But he'll make sure he never does anything outside the law again. He took a gamble, and he lost. He admits that. What he said about Roger West and about you from the dock, well, that was all very foolish, and it's all forgotten now.
Oh, I see. He's paid his debt to society. He's learned his lesson. He's a reformed character. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I am.
Glory, hallelujah. Lo and behold, it has come to pass that the age of miracles is not yet gone from the earth.
Mark, it's useless. You have to take that attitude.
Eve, I don't know much about you. But if you'll take my advice, you'll give up your job. Find someone else to work for. To put it this way, and it must qualify as the understatement of the year, Jacob Kennedy is not a nice man.
You're wrong. You're quite wrong. I've worked for him for 4 months. I found him to be kind and thoughtful and generous. His wife and his 2 sons are the same, the whole family.
Well, so our Jacob's been misunderstood all these years. Well, I have to pass that on to Roger. He hasn't had many good laughs lately.
Wasn't he hurt or something?
Or something.
Mark, what's the matter?
I'll tell you what's the matter. Someone's having a cut at Roger and at me. They've tried to disfigure him using acid.
Oh, God.
And there have been 1 or 2 other nice little tricks played, like at Bournemouth, for instance.
Well, what happened there?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Oh. Are you saying that you think Jacob Kennedy had something to do with it?
Look, I wouldn't know.
But it's not true. And it's a rotten suggestion to make.
It was a rotten thing to do.
Whoever's behind this, it's not Jacob. Mark, listen. He's in trouble himself. He's being blackmailed. He's been getting letters.
Letters?
Yes, threatening letters. And now he's beginning to think that his life might be in danger. He won't go to the police because of what happened in the past. But he needs help.
Help?
His wife and I finally persuaded him. He still won't appeal to the police. He thinks they wouldn't take him seriously or wouldn't care what happens to him. But he agreed to let me talk to you about it.
I see.
He doesn't really think you would lift a finger to help him. He says he'll get no more sympathy from you than he would from the police.
Well, he's right there.
And that he'll only say he asked for everything he's getting.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't believe it. So which of us is right, Mark? Are you going to say what Jacob thinks he'll say? Or what I believe? Well, what's your answer?
And what was your answer, Mark?
I didn't give one, Janet.
But you must have said something.
Well, I didn't commit myself. I equivocated, as my old tutor at Cambridge used to say.
Why? Did you think she was lying?
I don't know. I tested her out once or twice. I tossed the Bournemouth business at her. I mentioned the Mastiff, but by her reaction, I'd swear she knew nothing about any of it. Oh, but then, of course, women can be very good at concealing the truth.
Oh, pooh. So you avoided giving her a definite answer?
That's right.
What's she like, this, Eve Wedlake?
Well, she's beautiful, fair, high-spirited, and she's obviously intelligent, and I'd say she's also loyal, warm-hearted, and sincere, I think.
And all you've done is to have lunch with her for the first time.
Mrs. West, if you're going to sit there with that ridiculous smug feminine look on your face,
Not at all. It was time I was doing something about dinner. I'm not sure when Roger will get home. He rang to say he was going down to one of the divisions, but I shouldn't think he'll be long. You'll stay for dinner, won't you?
Oh, no, not tonight. Thank you, Janet. I'm still full of food. It was an enormous lunch.
Oh, you sure?
Yeah, quite sure. I'll go home to the flat. I'll put some music on the record. Oh, I've seen the Zeffirelli, so I think Tchaikovsky. And in the fullness of time, I'll take myself to bed, and I'll see myself out.
No.
Janet, don't.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Now, let's see. Now, where is it? Yes. What the... Who are you? What do you want? Put that gun down. Don't be a fool. Oh! Oh, my God! Oh, my eyes! Oh, my God! Oh, God! The pain! Oh, my eyes! 9, 2. Oh, God! Oh, my God!
Chelsea 1492.
Roger!
Who's that?
Mark, the flat! And hurry!
Mark.
Ah.
Mark! Mark, answer me!
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the third part of Inspector West at Bay by John Creasy. Listen to Conflict in Kensington, the next episode of John Brown's production of Inspector West at Bay.
Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file based on John Creasy's novel Inspector West at Bay, dramatized for radio by Maurice Travers. Inspector West at Bay, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard, and Sarah Lawson as his wife Janet. Part 4, Conflict in Kensington.
Mark. Hello. Hello. Mark, are you there? Mark. What the hell? Jan.
Yes, what is it, Roger?
Oh, there's trouble. Mark, hello.
What's wrong?
I don't know. Mark, can you hear me? Mark.
What's happened? I heard the phone ring.
Then I answered it. All Mark said was hurry, and then I heard him groan. I think he's collapsed.
Collapsed?
I'm getting round there fast. Where's that spare key to his flat that Mark gave us?
It should be in the drawer under the telephone.
Right. Oh, yes, got it. Right, I'm off.
Well, I'm coming with you.
All right, come on then. God knows what's happened to Mark. We've got no time to waste. There's his door, Jan.
It's shut.
Just as well I brought the key. Mark!
In the living room, look. On the floor. Oh, Roger, is he...
It's all right. He's breathing. Mark? Who? Mark O'Lan.
Oh, Roger.
What is it, Mark?
Janet. Well, you here, too.
What happened, Mark?
A man... He got in somehow. Had a gun. He fired it. Spray, a cloud of spray got in my eyes.
Ammonia spray. The place stinks to high heaven with it.
Ammonia?
Hmm.
Well, I bathed my eyes, but I must have passed out again with the pain.
Come on, let's get you up on your feet. That's it. Jan, take him into the bathroom. Bathe his eyes some more thoroughly.
Right. Come on, Mark.
Ammonia? Well, it still hurts like hell, But, Roger, I thought...
I know. You thought it was acid, like the dose I got in my hand in Fleet Street.
Yes.
Well, go on, get to the bathroom. I'll call a doctor, then I'll get onto the yard to Bill Sloan. I want him here with a crew. Maybe we'll be luckier this time. Maybe we can really find something to go on.
Mark?
Janet? What's going on?
How are you feeling?
Oh, never mind that. Have they found anything?
Well, don't you worry about that. You just relax like the doctor told you.
Oh, I'll be all right. You know, these characters have never let up, have they? Right from the day the acid was thrown at Roger and my flat vandalized. The mastiff at Bournemouth pouncing on young Richard, scaring the wits out of all of you. And now this. And all the time, the anonymous notes with their merry little messages.
Yes, I know.
It's a war of nerves, Janet.
And obviously mine aren't standing up to it very well.
Oh, now you're talking rubbish.
Well, am I? I don't see Roger cracking up under the strain. Somehow I just can't imagine him fainting all over the floor.
Mark Lessing, you amaze me.
Well, why?
You ought to know him better than that. For goodness sake, you've known him longer than I have since before we married.
Oh, what of it?
Roger feels things just as much as anybody else, if not more. He's just trained himself not to let it show if he can help it. That's all.
Now, how is he, Jan?
Well, he's back to his old form, talking nonsense.
Oh, fine. Then we can change the subject. Come on in, Bill.
Okay.
What, your technical boys still here?
They left a few minutes ago.
Any joy?
That'll be the day. Know something? It's times like these that I wish I'd never got promoted to detective inspector.
You found nothing, then?
No, except for this.
What is it? Another one of those letters?
Mm-hmm. Addressed to you, Mark.
What? What's it say?
Short and sweet again. You meddle too much, don't.
Just like the others. No fingerprints, nothing to help identify the ruddy thing.
Yeah, but the same kind of paper. And done by the same typewriter.
There's no doubt of it. Identical defects in the same two letters. Look at the tail on the E is hardly visible, and only a faint impress made by the crossbar.
And where did you find the letter?
On that console table of yours. Now, Mark, how good a look did you get at him, the chap who shot the ammonia at you?
Well, it all happens so damn fast.
I'll bet it did.
Wait a minute. I've just thought of something.
Oh, what, Jan?
How did he get into the flat? I mean, if he picked the lock, then doesn't that prove...
Right on the button, Janet. Obviously, it was the same geezer who got in before. Our chum is getting quite used to it, isn't he?
Mark, was he the man you told me about this afternoon? The one you think's been following you?
What's this? Someone tailing you, Mark?
Oh, yes, but this one wasn't the boy. That I'm sure of. No, my shadow lad always wears a hat.
Oh, you said with a Tyrolean gadget in the hat bag.
Yeah, that's right. And what's more, he's older and thinner.
Then what was this bloke like?
Well, he seemed to be broader built, sort of stocky. And I've an idea his hair was sandy-coloured.
Roger, I'm just wondering.
Yum.
It strikes me that as Mark's been keeping tabs on a couple of names on our list of possibles, Doc Gawley to start with, and now he's watching our pal Jacob Kennedy.
Yes, I think I see what you're getting at.
Oh? Well, I don't, so perhaps Bill can explain it to me.
Well, it's just this, Janet. Mm-hmm. Maybe Mark's been getting warm, getting too close for somebody's comfort.
Bill could be right at that, Roger.
Yes, he could be.
Well, what now?
Well, first we have to get Mark back to our place.
What, Bell Street? But why?
Because we've got a spare room, as you know very well. Besides, Jan can look after you more easily there.
Look, I don't need looking after. I'm perfectly all
Quiet,
right.
Mark. You heard the man.
Think you can get down to the car all right?
Well, of course I can get down to the car. Look, there's no need for all this, Roger.
That's settled then. Jan, love, you take the car and get him home, will you?
All right. But aren't you coming too?
No, Bill and I are going to pay a visit.
We are? Who to?
Mr. Jacob Kennedy's secretary, the widowed Mrs. Wedleg.
Eve? What do you want with her?
A couple of things about her interest me.
Such as what, for instance?
Well, such as the fact that she asked you to take her to lunch today, for instance, and what she said about Kennedy.
What was that, Roger?
Well, I'll tell you on our way, Bill. But here's what interests me most of all, Mark.
Yes?
The day you first talked to her, this sandy-haired character turns up and shoots ammonia at you.
What do you think?
I don't think anything, yet. I just like a word with the lady, that's all. All right, Bill, come on. Let's get down to your car and get weaving.
Now, Roger, you were going to tell me about Kennedy.
Oh, yes. Well, according to what Eve Wedleg told Mark, he's a reformed character.
Is that so?
Yeah, ever since he came out of jail 6 months ago. All those threats he made from the dock against me and against Mark, well, that's all forgotten.
It is, eh?
Furthermore, he's in trouble. Some form of blackmail. Apparently, he's been receiving menacing letters.
Letters? Well, that's a turn-up.
Yeah. He's afraid his life may be in danger.
Our lives, too, by the way this fellow's driving. Constable, watch it, will you?
Sorry, sir.
Roger, what's your reaction to all this about Kennedy?
Well, I'm keeping an open mind.
Yes. Well, of course, he's only one of the names on our list.
Exactly. And if we're right that it's someone with a grudge against me, someone who's come out of prison recently, then we've got other candidates. Paul Wiseman, Rodney Stanek, and we mustn't forget Doc Gawley.
What about the Riker brothers? That idea of mine.
Oh, yes, I had a chat about that with the superintendent at West End Central.
What did he think?
He's inclined to agree with you, Bill. Said we shouldn't rule out the Riker boys in a hurry, even though we've got them behind bars. Now, he says their organization isn't dead and buried yet, not by any means.
So they're also a possibility.
Yeah. Oh, that's just that trouble with this case. Too damn many possibilities. I just want to get my hands on whoever put Bertie Downs up to throwing that acid at me and then had him murdered.
But we know that. It was Ben Marino. And I still say we should pick him up.
Now, we think it's Marino. But even if it is, I want whoever's behind him.
Here's Wardour Street now, Chief Inspector.
Right. Oh, don't pull up dead in front of number 17. Stop a couple of houses further down.
Right, you are, sir.
Don't worry, Bill. Only one flight up.
Thanks. First floor flat in the best part of Kensington.
Yes, it must make quite a dent in a secretary's salary, wouldn't you say?
I would if you'd give me a chance. You took the words right out of my mouth. Well, that'll be her door, I suppose. Roger.
Well, well. Someone seems to have left a note for Mrs. Wedlake.
Typed on an envelope and pinned to the door.
Don't see too much of Mark Lessing. Well, now.
You notice the typing? Like all the others. So's the envelope.
Grows more interesting by the minute, this business. Today, she and Mark have lunch together. Now each of them gets a warning.
Well, she can't be home, or this wouldn't still be on the door.
Go to the top of the class, Mr. Sloan. We'll make a detective out of you yet.
Funny joker.
Bill, shut up.
What is it?
Thought I heard something inside the flat. Someone moving around.
Well, so what? She probably shares the place.
No, not according to Mark. He's been watching her. She lived here alone, he says.
Well, maybe it's a friend waiting for her. Boyfriend, like as not, if she's as dishy as I hear tell.
Shh. Listen.
What the blazes?
That's down in the street.
Damn car's backfiring. By hell. Here, that sounds like a pileup.
And not by accident. Come on, Bill. That wasn't backfiring. Those were gunshots. Over there, Bill, across the street.
Oh, it's hard to see anything for that crowd. Isn't it marvelous how people whip up out of nowhere the minute there's any excitement?
Looks like a car went into that lamppost. Oh, there's our constable.
Constable, over here.
Right, sir. Yes, Detective Inspector.
Well, what happened here? Did you see?
Well, sir.
Oh, we can go into that later. Let's take a look at the car first, see if anyone's been hurt.
I saw it all, please.
All right, let us through here, please. Let us through. Constable, move everyone back, will you?
All right, now. Everybody back, please. Come along, please. Yeah, all right. All move away. Everybody move back.
Right, now we can see.
Well, it doesn't look too bad. One headlight smashed and the radiator buckled.
Bill, look who's behind the wheel. It's her. Eve Wedlake.
With Mr. Jacob Kennedy in person right beside her. Unconscious by the look of it.
Well, she seems okay, though. Mrs. Wedlake. Mrs. Wedlake, are you all right?
Oh, yes, I think so. Who are you?
Roger West, Chief Inspector, Scotland Yard. This is Detective Inspector Sloan. You sure you're not hurt?
Oh, yes. Just a little dazed, that's all.
All right, then let's get you out. Here, take my arm.
No, I can manage. Oh, there. You see? But Jacob, Mr. Kennedy.
Take a look at him, Bill.
Sure thing.
When I ran into the lamppost, his head hit the windscreen.
How is he, Bill?
Well, it doesn't seem to be anything serious. No sign of blood, but we'd better not move him.
No, not before a doctor's had a look at him.
There's a doctor's house at the end of the street. I think it's number 34 or maybe 36.
I'll see about it, will you, Bill?
Right, I'll send the constable down for him.
Now, Mrs. Wedlake, do you feel up to telling me what happened? There were shots, 4 of them.
Yes. I'm rather confused about it all. I'd just turned into the street when this car suddenly roared up from behind me. Then there were the shots.
From this other car?
Yes. I got such a shock, I lost control of the wheel and ran into the lamppost. Thank heavens I wasn't doing any speed to speak of. I'd already started to slow down.
Yes, that was lucky for you.
Then there was another car as well.
Another one?
I saw it, out of the corner of my eye, just as I swerved into the lamppost. I'm not sure, but it seemed as if it went off chasing after the car that the shots came from.
I see. Well, I think we'd better get you to your flat. Come along, Mrs. Wedlake. We'll take it nice and easy, shall we? Here we are, then. Now, if you'd like to give me your key, I'll open the door for you.
There's no need. I'm perfectly all right.
Something wrong?
Oh, no. Nothing at all.
Well, someone seems to have left you a note.
Yes, I've just read it.
May I? Don't see too much of Mark Lessing. No signature. Now, what do you make of that, Mrs. Wedlake?
I don't know what to make of it.
Sounds like a jealous boyfriend, but a bit premature, surely, considering you've only seen Mark once for lunch today.
Yes. Mr. West.
Quiet, not a word. Give me your key.
You think there's someone?
I'm going in. You stay here. All right, Mrs. Wedlake, open the door and we'll go in, shall we? And that's the idea.
Look out, the gun!
Trumpets.
I said drop the... Or you...
Are you all right?
Yes, thanks.
You knocked him out.
Well, he must have a weak chin. Mrs. Wedlake, have you ever seen this man before?
No, never.
Neither have I, but I know who he is. Stocky build, sandy hair. Just as well he didn't get a chance to pull that trigger. Apart from anything else, you'd have had a job getting the smell of ammonia out of your flat.
Ammonia?
That's a water pistol loaded with it. Well, this lad's had a busy night. First it was Mark Lessing, and now...
Mark?
That's right. Mrs. Wedlake, would you mind going down and telling Detective Inspector Sloan I'd like him to come up here, please, and bring the constable with him?
Right.
I want this chap lodged nice and safely in a cell. He's got quite a few questions to answer.
Get him down to the car, Constable. I'll be with you in a minute. We'll take him to Cannon Row.
Right, sir. Come on, you.
Well, that was a nice piece of work, Roger, nailing that geezer.
Throw everything at him, Bill. Assault and bodily harm on Mark Lessing. Attempted assault on Mrs. Wedlake. Assault on a police officer. That should make him talk. I want to know who put him up to all this.
Leave it to me.
Where's Mrs. Wedlake at the moment?
Down in the street talking to the doctor about Kennedy.
Yeah.
He's okay, I gather.
Oh,
just passed out for a bit with the shock and the bump on the windscreen.
Oh, she'll be bringing him up here, I imagine. I'll wait and have a few words with him.
Right, I'll go off then.
Yes, fine. Just a minute, Bill.
Yeah?
Something I've just noticed.
What?
That desk. More particularly the typewriter on it. I think we might try a little experiment. Now, all we need is a sheet of paper.
Roger, if you're thinking what I think you're
Let's
thinking...
just see before anyone turns up, shall we? That should do. Take a look, Bill. Especially at the letters E and T.
Well, I'm damned. If that's not one for the book, then I don't know what is. Now, how the devil did you know?
I didn't. It was just an experiment, as I said.
So she wrote them, all those anonymous notes.
I don't know that we can go as far as that, but they're certainly written on this machine, no question about that.
Are you going to tackle her about it?
I'm not sure. I'll play it by ear, I think, see what develops. Well, you better get going now, Bill. Put our sandy-haired friend through the hoops. I'll sit here tight till Mrs. Wedlake and Kennedy arrive. Then maybe we'll find out a bit more.
Come along, Jacob. What you need is to lie down for a little while.
Eve, don't fuss. There's a good girl. I appreciate your concern for me. I appreciate it very much, but I... Oh, West.
Good evening, Mr. Kennedy.
Of course. Eve told me you were here. I'd forgotten for a moment.
How are you feeling?
I'm all right. A little shaken up. It was a nasty business.
Yes. Did you happen to see who was in the car, who fired the shots at you?
No, I didn't. It was all too quick.
Mr. West, I really think you should go and lie down.
No, Eve. I'll just sit here in this chair. Yes, that's fine.
There's something I'd like to ask you, Mrs. Wedlake.
What is it?
Have you another key to this flat?
No, I haven't. Why?
Because I still got your key. So would you mind telling me how you got in just now?
I can tell you that. I used my key.
Oh, I see.
I don't think you do. If you have any strange ideas, you can dismiss them. Eve is a fine girl, a decent girl. And you should know what I feel about my family, my wife, and my 2 sons.
I was not implying anything of that kind.
It's a perfectly simple explanation, Chief Inspector. This flat belongs to Mr. Kennedy.
It belongs to my company, to be specific about it.
J.K. Investments?
That's so.
When I got the job as Mr. Kennedy's secretary, I was offered the flat as well. We work here sometimes instead of the city office, so naturally...
Mr. Kennedy has a key.
Exactly.
Well, now perhaps we can get on to something a lot more important. West, have you talked to Lessing?
I know all about what Mrs. Wedlake told him at lunch today, if that's what you're referring to.
Yes, it is. In court at my trial, I said a lot of things about you and about Lessing. I admit, when I stood there in the dock, I hated you both. Most of all, you. But...
Go on, Mr. Kennedy.
Those years in prison. 10 years.
Just under 7 years, actually. The sentence was 10, but you got full remission, didn't you?
Yes, that's right. Well, those years taught me what a fool I was. Any hate was drained out of me.
Jacob, the Chief Inspector must know all that. I explained it to Mark
Please, Eve. West, those 7 years, it was hell. Not the fire and brimstone variety, just grey, dull, deadly monotony. And that's the worst kind of hell.
Look at me. I'm 58. I look 10 years older. I never want another taste of it, West. Take it from me, I'll never do anything that might send me back there. Not for anything in this world.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
The past is past, and I'm finished with it. But they won't let me finish. Who's that?
I'll go and see.
Eve, be careful.
Now, stay here, both of you. I'll go. That's Mrs. Kennedy, isn't it?
Chief Inspector West. Where's Jacob? Where's my husband?
Well, he's in here with Mrs. Wedlake.
Jacob, are you all right? Are you hurt? I've been terrified ever since I heard, in an awful state. Eve, why didn't you telephone
But
me?
Mrs. Kennedy,
You might have known how frantic I'd be. I've been in a fit of anxiety all the way here. Oh, Jacob, darling, don't stand up. You look ill. Oh, sit down. Sit down.
It's all right, Clara. Everything's all right. There's no need for you to worry.
Well, how can I help worrying? Oh, Jacob, I thought I'd find you at death's door.
Well, you can see I'm not, can't you? Now, calm down, Clara.
How did you hear about him, Mrs. Kennedy, if no one phoned you?
I didn't say that no one had phoned me. My son phoned me. Peter told me.
Peter? But how on earth?
Well, he was coming to call on Eve, he said. He saw what happened. He drove off after that car, but he lost them. He rang me from Putney or somewhere. He was so worried he didn't know what to do.
Then that's who it was. In that other car, Mr. West.
Mrs. Kennedy, did Peter tell you if he saw who the men were?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember. All I could think about was Jacob. But why are you here, Chief Inspector? Jacob, you mean you've told him?
No, not yet.
He was about to, Mrs. Kennedy, when you rang the bell.
Well, go on, Jacob. What are you waiting for?
I don't think it'll do any good, Clara.
Oh, of course it will. You must tell him. Oh, I want you to. And Charles agrees. Well, he's your son, your elder son. He knows what's best. Please, Jacob.
Why should West believe me? Even if he does, he won't help. He's a policeman. I'm a convicted criminal.
You've got some strange ideas about policemen, haven't you?
Have I?
Now, listen to me. You broke the law caught up with you and punished you. From now on, as far as we're concerned, you're a citizen again, with all the rights of a citizen. If you need help, we'll help you. If you're in danger, we'll give you protection. I may not like you. I may not even trust you. But that doesn't mean I want to see you terrorized or swindled or even murdered. You ought to know that as well as I do.
All right. West, I'm being driven almost crazy. Letters, telephone calls, messages. Men I don't know who think I've got a lot of money that I've salted away. They never leave me alone. When I tell them they're wrong, they won't believe me. They've started to threaten violence. And now tonight, those shots. They tried to kill me, West.
And you've no idea who they are?
None at all. But they mean business, all right. And I'm scared. I can't stand much more of it.
It's all true, Mr. West. What's happened right here in the flat? That note on the door and the man you knocked out. That must be part of it. They must have seen me meet Mark Lessing today, and this was their way of frightening me off.
Oh, Chief Inspector, you will help, won't you? Now that Jacob's told you everything.
Then he's a damn fool.
What? Peter!
You wouldn't listen to me, would you? Any of you. Charles and I could have handled this ourselves if you'd let us have our way.
But Charles wanted your father to tell the police.
Only because you talked him into it. Clucking away like an old hen.
Peter, that's enough. I won't have you talking to your mother like that.
You think you can trust West after what he did to you?
Peter, don't be ridiculous.
You're the ones who are being ridiculous. You're as bad as the rest of them, Eve. I tell you, you can't ever rely on coppers.
Your father's the one to decide that, I'd say, Mr. Kennedy.
Of course you would. That's all you want. An excuse to start ferreting into our lives. Any reason to dig away like a rat, nosing about, asking questions.
Well, I've got one for you now. How did you get in here?
What?
I said, how did you get in?
Through the door.
Doors have locks.
And I've got a key.
Is that true, Mrs. Wedlake?
Yes.
Also for business reasons?
What the hell's that got to do with you?
Peter!
If you can't be civil, you'd better go, Peter.
West's the one who ought to go. We don't need him or any other damn copper. Go on, West. Get out.
Not just for the moment. You saw the shooting down in the street, I understand, and followed the car.
What if I did?
Did you see who was in it?
No, I did not. It's night, remember? And I lost them anyway.
What sort of a car was it?
A Mini.
Color?
Grey. Now, that's all I know. So you can leave, right?
Not quite. The key you have to this flat, do you use it often?
That's no damn business of yours.
I'm making it my business.
And you can go and take a running jump.
Or we can both go along to the yard and you can answer my questions there.
All right. I use it sometimes to see Eve. I happen to like seeing her. I happen to like it a lot. Now, are you satisfied?
I am. I don't know whether Mrs. Wedlake is. I'd have thought she'd choose more sensibly.
You lousy Peter. Oh! Oh!
Next time you throw a punch, don't telegraph it.
Oh, Peter, you silly, silly boy.
West, I apologize for
Well,
him.
don't bother. But I'd try to control him better if I were you. I'll look into this trouble of yours, Mr. Kennedy. We'll do everything we can to help. Now, I'll be on my way. Oh, here's your key back, Mrs. Wedlake. I'll see myself out. Good night.
You sure you've had enough, Roger?
Yes, thanks, Jan.
It's a fine time for you to be getting your dinner. It's nearly 10 o'clock.
Oh, it was good, though.
Poor darling. You've had quite a night.
Gilbert and Sullivan had the right words for it. When constabulary duties to be done, to be done. A copper's lot is not a happy one. Happy one.
Roger, you wake everybody up, the boys and Mark. To say nothing of the dog, and it's Snicker I'm worried about most. If he starts barking, a great police dog like that.
We've got quite a houseful, haven't we? Oh, was Mark all right when he went to bed?
Oh, yes, he should be fine in the morning.
Oh, good.
Oh, Roger, I'm so glad you've got the man who did that to him.
Yes. The trouble is, Jan, love, there's still too much I can't make out about this whole business.
Oh, you mean all that happened tonight with the Kennedys and Mrs. Wedlake?
I just can't work out what's behind it all.
Darling, if the note on Mrs. Wedlake's door, the typing, if it was the same as the letters you and Mark have had...
Well, she was, definitely.
And if Jacob Kennedy is being menaced, getting letters too, then it seems that the same people are after you and Kennedy, doesn't it?
That's what it looks like, Jan.
But the only thing is that the letters were typed on Eve Wedlake's typewriter.
Yeah. And there seems to be a hell of a lot of keys to her flat floating around. I don't know nearly enough about Mrs. Wedlake, just where she fits into it all.
Oh, now who's that? No, I'll get it. You sit there, you're tired.
No, not too tired to answer the phone. It might be Bill Sloan. Chelsea 1492.
Hello, Roger.
Oh, Bill, any news?
You bet.
All right, come on. Don't keep it a secret.
The geezer you collared in the Wedlake girl's flat.
Yes, you got him to talk?
I had him singing like a bird.
Ah, good.
His name's Dibben,
Huh?
and he was employed to do the job on Mark and Mrs. Wedlake by guess who?
Bill, I'm not in the mood to play guessing games.
A certain Mr. Marino.
Ben Marino, that clinches it.
Right, the same gent who was seen with Bertie Downs before he threw the acid at you, and who might have had something to do with the fact that Bertie Downs died of arsenic poisoning. Now, how's that?
Not bad at all.
Then we pick up Marino, right?
No.
But what? Roger,
We don't pick him up. Not yet. We've got him under observation, haven't we?
Around the clock.
Then that's how we leave it, for a bit longer. But, Bill...
Yes?
We mustn't lose sight of him, not for a second, understand? Because this could be it. This could break the case wide open, once and for all.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the fourth part of Inspector West at Bay by John Creasy. Listen to Package for Peril, marked personal, the next episode of John Browell's production of Inspector West at Bay.
Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file based on John Creasy's novel Inspector West at Bay, dramatized for radio by Morris Travers. Inspector West at Bay, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard, and Sarah Lawson as his wife Janet. Part 5. Package for Peril. Marked personal.
Yes. Oh, morning, Roger.
Morning, Mark. Sleep well?
Like a top.
Oh, good. Oh, you look a lot brighter, I must say.
Oh, I'm right as a trivet now. You know, you didn't have to insist on Janet bringing me here to Bell Street, but I'm not complaining.
Yes, John.
Tell Mark I'm getting his breakfast. It'll be ready in a couple of minutes.
All right, Joe. Thank you, Janet. And what about you, Roger? Your breakfast?
No, already had it. I'm just off to the yard.
Early bird, aren't you?
Hoping to catch a worm or two. We got one last night, and worm is the word.
What are you talking about?
The character who sprayed the ammonia at you. We collared him.
What, you've got him? Marvellous, but how?
Well, he tried exactly the same trick just a few hours later in Kensington.
Kensington?
He was hiding in Mrs. Eve Wedlake's flat waiting for her.
Good God.
Now, there was quite a lot of activity there last night, involving her boss, Jacob Kennedy, as well. Jan knows all about it. Get her to tell you. Now, the most important thing is that Bill Sloane got the man to talk.
Well, bully for our burly detective inspector.
Yes. So now we know who employed him to make the assault on you and try the same on Mrs. Wedlake.
And who was it?
Ben Marino.
Marino?
That's right. Interesting, isn't it?
Well, I should say so. I mean, Roger, that proves it, doesn't it? I mean, that Marino was the one who paid Bertie Downs to go for you with the acid that day in Fleet Street.
More than that, Mark, makes it virtually certain that Marino was also responsible for Bertie Downs' death.
Well, it's hard to feel too sorry about that after what he did. All the same, arsenic. It's a nasty way to die.
Mom, breakfast on the table.
Oh, coming right down, Janet. Roger, I take it you've arrested Marino.
No, not yet. But he's being watched. We're not letting him out of our sight. Yes, I'm glad you agree. I can't do any harm, and it's better to be safe than sorry, Superintendent. Yes, our chaps will be on the way now. Goodbye. Come in.
Hello, Roger.
Oh, come on in, Bill. I've just been on the phone to the super at NE Division.
About Marino?
That's right.
Roger, you sure you're not making a mistake there?
What way?
Well, leaving Marino on the loose. What if he runs out, takes a powder? Or if he's given one? Don't forget that's what happened to Bertie Downs.
And that's why I've ordered the watch on Marino to be doubled.
Oh, I see.
That's what I was talking to the superintendent at NE about. Now, 2 of our own boys from the yard will be joining the divisional men to watch Marino's house.
Well, that should be okay, then. I've got an extra little item of interest for you, Roger.
Oh, what?
Someone who lives in the same area as Marino, just 2 streets away, in fact.
And who might that be?
One of the suspects on your shortlist, Doc Gawley.
Gawley?
Food for thought, isn't it?
Yes.
We haven't been concentrating on him so much, devoting more attention to Jacob Kennedy. But if there's a link between Doc Gawley and Marino...
Yes. Chief Inspector West.
Chatworth here. Good morning, Roger.
Oh, good morning, Cigar.
I'd welcome a few words. Now is a good time for me if it suits you.
Oh, yes, of course, sir. I'll come right up.
Splendid.
I'll talk to you later, Bill. The assistant commissioner wants to see me.
What about?
Oh, he didn't say. Probably wants to report on what happened in Kensington last night.
Well, let's consider things in order, shall we, Roger?
Yes, by all means, Cigar.
First, this Kennedy affair.
Right.
We got him for illegal currency dealings and gold smuggling. Now he's out of prison and being threatened, correct?
Well, that's what he told me, sir. Menaced by a person or persons unknown who are demanding money which they believe he's got hidden away.
Which he may well have, knowing what we do of him.
Quite so, sir.
You can cross him off your list of suspects, it seems, since he turns out to be also a victim.
Well, he certainly looked at the end of his tether, I must say. He looks like a man living under a great strain.
Well, no fun, of course, having shots fired at you. Any trace of the assailants?
No, afraid not, sir. All we know is that Kennedy's son, Peter, followed the car but lost it. There is one point, though, sir.
And what's that?
Well, Peter Kennedy described the car as a Mini, a grey one.
Well?
And that's how Mark Lessing described the car owned by the man who was tailing him, while Mark was keeping tabs on Kennedy's secretary.
This Mrs. Wedlake, eh?
Yes, sir.
Who seems to be a somewhat mysterious young woman.
That's true enough. We're still trying to find out more about her.
But you do know that all the anonymous letters received by you and by Lessing were done on her typewriter.
That's right, sir. And so was the one pinned on the door of her flat last night.
What did she say when you asked her about the typewriter business?
Well, I didn't ask her, Sir Guy.
You didn't? Why not, may I ask, Chief Inspector?
Oh, for the same reason that I haven't had Ben Marino picked up yet.
Yes, I see. On the theory of give them enough rope, and hope that they hang themselves.
Well, something like that, sir.
Nevertheless, it might be a good idea to talk to this Mrs. Wedlake again, Roger. See if you can fill in a few details about her.
Right, sir.
Excuse me. Chatworth?
Detective Inspector Sloane speaking, sir. Is Roger, Chief Inspector West there?
Yes. One moment. It's Sloane for you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Yes, Bill, what is it?
Just had a report from NE Division. Something's up, Roger.
What, at Marino's house?
Yes, I think we'd better get round there. I've got a car waiting.
Right, I'm coming.
One of the men watching the house saw Marino's landlady come out. He followed her and she went scurrying round to Doc Gawley's place.
And?
Seems Gawley wasn't in. She went rushing off again in a hell of a flap. Our man heard her say that she had to find a doctor.
Oh, damn. Damn and blast. Constable, get your foot down.
It's the room at the end there, Chief Inspector.
Right. Thanks, Sergeant. Come on, Bill.
My God, look at him.
Marino, can you hear me?
Same as Bertie Downs. Arsenic, or I'm a Dutchman. The same symptoms, see?
Marino, who did it? Tell me. Tell me who it was. Marino.
It's no use, Roger.
Too late. We were just too late.
Well, and what now, Roger?
Well, I have put out a general alarm cigar for Doc Gawley.
How does he fit into this?
Well, according to the landlady, he's been treating Marino and a few other people in the district on the quiet. That's illegal, of course, since he's not a qualified doctor.
Think Gawley's up to his old tricks again? What he went to prison for, dealing in drugs?
We didn't find anything of that sort when we searched his digs. But he seems to have disappeared. The woman he's been living with said he went off early this morning.
Well, let's hope he can be found.
Yes, sir. Now, meanwhile, I thought I'd act on that suggestion of yours and see Eve Wedleg again, sir.
Right. Off you go, then. And keep me informed, Roger.
Of course, sir.
Won't you sit down, Mr. West?
Oh, thank you. I rang your office, Mrs. Wedleg. I was told neither you nor Kennedy were in, so, well, I thought I'd take the chance and call here at your flat.
Yes, of course.
Got the day off, have you?
In a way. Clara, Mrs. Kennedy, rang me to say that Mr. Kennedy wasn't feeling well. She insisted that he had the day at home and rest.
I see. Did she say what was the matter with him?
She thinks it's delayed shock. Just a touch of it. I'm not surprised with the strain he's been under. And then everything that happened last night.
Yes, of course.
Mr. West, about last night, I mean particularly about what happened between you and Peter.
Yes, Mrs. Wedleg.
That won't make any difference, will it? To your helping his father, I mean?
No. No difference whatever. I pay no attention to Peter Kennedy's tantrums, I can assure you.
Oh, I'm glad. Peter loses his temper far too easily. That's his trouble. And, of course, he's got this attitude to all policemen. He's never really got over the fact that his father went to prison.
You're fond of Peter, I take it.
I'm fond of the whole family.
I got the impression last night that Peter's feelings go a lot beyond fondness where you're concerned.
Perhaps.
He has a key to this flat.
And so is his father. I explained that, Mr. West. The flat belongs to the company.
What about Charles Kennedy, the elder son? Does he have a key, too?
May have, I don't know.
Mrs. Wedleg, remember the note we found on your door last night? Don't see too much of Mark Lessing, it said.
Of course.
Have you any idea who might have written it?
No, I haven't. No idea at all.
I'm going to tell you something in confidence.
Yes, Mr. West?
You know there's a campaign, if that's the word, against me and Mark.
Yes, Mark told me. The acid. And there have been other terrible things, too, I understand.
Yes, including a number of letters, like yours.
Oh.
They were typed on the same machine as the note on your door. Now, have you any notion at all, no matter how vague, as to who might have written them?
I've already told you. I can't imagine who it could have been.
I see. How long have you been working for Jacob Kennedy?
About 4 months.
And what were you doing before that?
Nothing very much, I'm afraid. I have a little money of my own, and since my husband died, I've traveled a bit, lived in the country for a while, and then in London, going to concerts, theaters, football matches. I'm an enormous soccer fan.
Really? I see. Then, as you didn't need a job, what made you decide to take one?
Boredom. Just boredom. I don't imagine you've ever suffered from that particularly.
No, I've never had the time. And even if I had, a wife and 2 small boys don't leave much room for being bored. Well, I'll be getting along now. Thank you very much, Mrs. Wedleg. I'll see myself out.
Hello?
Is that you, Jacob?
Yes, who's that?
Well, this is Eve. Jacob, I thought you'd like to know. I've just had a visit from Chief Inspector West.
Oh? What did he want?
Just to ask me a few more questions.
About last night?
Yes.
Did he say anything about the car, the one that fired the shots at us? Have they managed to trace it yet?
He didn't mention that at all. But what he did say...
Yes?
Well, you know how you were worried, after Peter's behavior, that the inspector might change his mind about helping you.
I'm still worried about it. I've spoken to Peter about his disgraceful exhibition, without much success, I'm afraid. Charles was in full agreement with me, but Peter simply wouldn't listen to us. He's very pig-headed, I'm sorry to say.
Well, I can set your mind at ease. Mr. West will do as he promised, in spite of Peter's tantrums, as he called them.
And a very good description. But I'm most relieved. Thank you, my dear, for letting me know. Thank you very much.
Not a bit. I knew it'd make you feel better.
It does indeed. You're a good girl.
That's all for now, Jacob. Bye.
Goodbye, my dear.
So, the upshot, the net result, as one might say, was virtually nil. Is that it, Roger?
I'm afraid so, Sir Guy. I didn't get very much out of Mrs. Wedlake.
What's your overall impression of the lady?
Well, she's very attractive, no fool, very much a self-possessed young woman. She may very well be just what she seems to be, and no more. On the other hand...
You don't sound very sure. That's not like you, Roger.
Well, there's only one thing I'm sure of in this case.
And that is?
That I can't be sure of anything.
Well, yes. Well, I'm on my way out. But if it's any comfort, I can only proffer the old adage. It's always darkest before the dawn. Bye.
Goodbye, Sir Guy. Always darkest before the dawn.
Roger.
Oh, hello, Bill. And if you're here with any cheering, comforting phrases like look on the bright side and every cloud has a silver lining, you know what you can do with them.
Hello. We're in a jolly old frame of mind, aren't we?
Yeah. Oh, something I meant to say to you earlier, Bill.
Yes?
Just thanks.
For what?
For not saying I told you so about Ben Marino.
Oh, that.
You thought we should have pulled him in right from the beginning. You kept harping on it every chance you got.
That's right, I did.
And if I'd have listened to you, he wouldn't be dead, and we might have got some information out of him.
Maybe, maybe not. There's no telling. Anyway, I've got a bit of information for you now on someone else in the case.
Who? Doc Gawley?
No, there's been nothing further about him, not as yet, anyway. This is about the Wedlake girl.
Oh, what?
I had rather a smart thought, even if I do say so myself. I circulated her description round the yard.
And someone knows her?
Remembers her, to be exact. Our forgery expert, Inspector Eddie Day. You know our Eddie?
Yes.
He may drop all his H's, but he's got a memory like an elephant.
Yes, all right. Get on with it, Bill.
Well, it was quite a long time ago, but he remembered her right enough. Not as Eve Wedlake, though. She called herself Eve Banner.
Banner, huh? And where did Eddie come across her?
On a suspected forgery case, share certificates, that sort of thing. Her boss was involved.
Who was her boss? Or doesn't Eddie Day's memory include that?
You bet it does. So will yours.
Mine?
Her boss at the time was one of the others on your suspect list, Roger.
Oh, which one? Now, come on, don't mess about, Bill.
Wiseman.
Paul Wiseman?
That's right. The smoothie company director who went down for fraudulent conversion.
Well, I'm damned.
Of course, it was before you and Mark Lessing helped to get him put away.
So she worked for Wiseman, and now she's working for Kennedy.
I thought you'd be interested.
You bet I am. That's putting it mildly. That's too bad we can't ask Mr. Wiseman a few questions about him, but he's still out of the country.
Holidaying on the Riviera? Who said crime doesn't pay?
Chelsea 1492?
Oh, it's me, John.
Oh, hello, darling.
Is Mark still with you?
Oh, no, he isn't. He went back to his flat. He left about, 3/4 of an hour ago.
Okay, thanks, John. I'll drop around there. See you a little later on. Bye. Toss me a hat, Bill, will you?
What are you going to talk to Mark about, Roger?
Just a little idea I've got. If he's willing to play along, it might kill two birds with one stone.
Eve, working for Wiseman. And calling herself, what did you say it was, Roger?
Eve Banner. But legally, she was still Mrs. Wedlake. Her husband had died in a car crash about 18 months before.
Uh-huh.
But, Mark, this connection of hers with Wiseman, it makes her more important than ever.
So you scamper around to me with the news post-haste. Now, why, I wonder?
Well, now, you're not a bad-looking sort of chap, you know.
Huh?
Or past the first bloom of youth, of course.
Oh, thank you very much.
But then Eve Wedlake's not exactly a teenager herself, is she?
Roger...
Peter Kennedy's obviously pretty keen. I don't know about her side of it. But if Peter should find himself with some serious competition where the lady's concerned?
No, just a minute.
I'm very interested in Peter Kennedy, and in her as well. Well, it would serve two purposes, Mark. She might let something drop that could prove useful, and it'd certainly get young Kennedy all hotted up. With that uncertain temper of his, he might get careless.
But she'd never fall for it, Roger.
Oh, why shouldn't she?
Well, she knows I'm working with you. She'd just give me the big ha-ha.
Oh, what if she does? You're not as thin-skinned as all that. Or are you?
Now, look, Roger.
Like that, is it?
No, it is not like that. I hardly know the girl, but...
But? Oh, that's rather a giveaway, isn't it?
Oh, right, damn you. So I've only had lunch with her once, yesterday, but... Well, she's a nice girl, Roger.
Well, I'm not saying she's not. But, Mark... Well? Bertie Downs is dead. So is Ben Marino.
He's what?
Just a few hours ago. Same cause in both cases, arsenic.
Good Lord.
Now, neither of them could be called any great loss, but it proves that whoever's behind all this won't stop at murder. The attacks on you and me, Mark, they haven't been all that serious so far. But there's no telling what'll be next.
Yes, I know.
And here's something you don't know. The letters we've been getting, they were all written on Eve Wedlake's typewriter.
You... But never.
I've got the proof. There's no doubt of it. Mark, she's involved in all this somehow, and I've got to know how. Now, there's a better chance for you to find out than for me or any other copper. I can't force you, of course. If you don't feel like doing it, well, just say so.
All right, Chief Inspector. You win. I'll play.
A good man. Thanks. I happen to know that she's at home today, in the flats. Why not call round? Say for afternoon tea? After all, nothing like striking while the iron's hot, is there? Ah, just what the doctor ordered, Jan, love. Now I'll have a cigarette to go with my coffee. Then I'll have to be getting back to the yard.
You sure you've had enough to eat?
Ah, yes, thanks.
Right, I'll clear the things away then.
Jan? How much has Mark talked to you about this Eve Wedlake?
Very little.
A private joke, huh?
No, of course not. It's just that, well, I have my suspicions.
Meaning what?
Well, I think he rather fancies her.
Oh, he does, no question of that.
Oh, really? Did he tell you?
Well, more or less.
Well, don't say our Mark's going to be caught at last. Now, what sort of a person is she? Have you seen her and talked to her?
Yes.
Oh. You're looking very thoughtful all of a sudden.
She's an unknown quantity, Jan. I wonder if I'm being altogether wise, getting Mark to... Yes, I wonder. Well, we just have to wait and see, won't we? Nothing else for it.
Ah, it's my lucky day. You're home.
Mark!
Eve's surprise, caught ever so slightly off balance. It suits you. You know that?
Oh, you think so, do you?
Quite definitely. It makes you look just that trifle vulnerable. I like it.
Mark, I'm disappointed in you. Of all the run-of-the-mill masculine reactions, what you're really saying is vulnerable female equals easy prey, male for the use of. I thought better of you than that.
Yes, in which case I must waste no time in redeeming myself. I suggest taking you to tea, and I know the perfect place. Dark panel walls, red plush private booths, the full Edwardian bit. Where I can play the perfect English gentleman.
No, I'm sorry, Mark. I can't today.
What, aren't you feeling well, eh?
I'm fine.
Well, are you sure? Well, it's really why I'm here, to see how you are after the shooting business last night.
No, it's nothing to do with that. I'm perfectly all right, but I've got...
Eve, who's that?
Oh, I see. You've got company.
Yes, I have.
Eve, why don't you answer me? Who's... Lessing. Now, what the hell's he doing here, Eve?
Peter, please.
Oh, so this is Peter Kennedy, I take it. I've heard a few things about you.
And I know a few things about you, Lessing. None of them flattering. You're West's lapdog. His own private nosy Parker, poking around in corners, seeing what you can snip out.
Now, take
Just
it easy.
a copper's narc. And they don't come any lower than that.
Peter, stop it.
Well, don't interrupt me. Not when he's in full flood.
Don't ask for trouble, Lessing, or you'll get it.
Now, Peter, that's enough. I don't want
Get
to...
on your way. And stay away from Eve. She doesn't want your kind hanging around.
Oh, we might let her decide that, wouldn't you, sir?
I'm deciding. Get that into your thick head, and don't forget it.
I'll tell you something, Kennedy. You're not very bright. And the way you tangle with Roger West proves that.
I'm not afraid of West. I'm not afraid of any lousy copper.
Peter, for heaven's sake. Mark, please, I think it might be best if you were to go now.
Now, that's what I call a run-of-the-mill feminine reaction. It only means, please, let's have no trouble. But I'm a great one for respecting a lady's wishes.
It's my wishes you've got to worry about.
A shame we couldn't have tea, Eve, but we might have lunch again to make up for it. I'll phone you.
Like hell you will. You'll keep right away from her.
Kennedy, I'm beginning to find you a bore. And it isn't just that you have a nasty temper, you're a fool as well. It's going to be interesting to find out just how big a fool. Bye for now, Eve, and I'll be phoning you about that lunch.
Chief Inspector West.
Chadwell here. Still in your office, eh, Roger?
Yes.
Thought you might have gone by now.
Oh, not yet, sir.
I've been out all the afternoon. Special conference. Anything new developed?
No, not a thing, Sir Guy. The boys from NE Division have made a thorough search of Ben Marino's room, but they didn't turn up anything helpful.
And still no clue to where Doc Gourlay's got to, I presume?
No, not even a hint, sir.
Well, I know how you feel. The waiting's always the worst part. Well, I suggest you pack off home. Tomorrow's another day. Perhaps the morning will yield more profitable results.
Now, would you like another slice of toast, Roger?
No, no, thanks, Jan. I seem to be eating too much for breakfast these days. Oh, I wouldn't mind some more tea, though.
Tea coming right up.
Thanks.
No, Snicker. No, it's not for you. Here you are, Roger.
Oh, thanks.
No, Snicker. I said no. Now, shh, be quiet.
What's all this about?
Didn't you know? This police dog you brought into our lives has developed a taste for tea.
A taste? You're not serious.
Yes, I certainly am. It all started with the boys. Martin poured a little into his saucer one morning and gave it to him, and of course Richard had to follow suit. Now, every time this animal sees me lift the teapot, his ears prick up and his tongue hangs out. Look, he's trying it on you.
Oh, of all the... Oh, all right, Snicker.
Oh, Roger.
There you are, old boy.
Honestly, you're worse than your son.
Well, when he looks at you with those damn great soulful eyes. Any post this morning, Jan?
No, nothing. Roger, do you think that means that maybe there won't be any more of those letters?
I don't know. That's the hell of it. Well, time I was going. Mm-hmm. Bye, Jan, love.
Bye.
Oh, I'll get that on my way out. Chelsea 1492.
Chief Inspector West.
Speaking, who's that?
West, before this is over, you're going to wish you'd never been a copper.
What? My God.
Roger, who was it?
No one, Jan. Just a wrong number, that's all. I'm off now.
All right, darling, bye.
Bye. You see what I mean, don't you, Bill? These characters are getting cheeky. Now it's messages on the phone.
Yes, they seem pretty sure of themselves, don't they?
And pretty ruthless. As soon as we get anywhere near a lead, Bertie Downs, Ben Marino, boom, snuffed out.
They're one jump ahead of us every time.
Well, it's not going to stay that way, Detective Inspector. I want the word spread to all our informants. Every nose, snout, contact we've got. To keep their ears open for anything that might be connected even remotely with this case. Understood?
Understood, sir.
Right. Yes.
A package for you, Chief Inspector, from NE Division, it says. Marked personal.
Oh, thank you, Constable.
Right, sir.
NE Division. Oh. Maybe the boys there have come up with something. Let's see. If they have, Bill, this could be just as...
Roger!
Oh, Bill!
Well, I'm here, Roger. I'm right here.
Inspector, what happened? We had it.
Don't just stand there, Constable. Get a doctor.
Yes,
A doctor.
Yes.
A booby trap?
Yes, Janet.
All right, Mark, tell me. How badly is he hurt?
It's not really like that, Janet. I mean...
Well, what do you mean? Why have you stopped?
Come and sit down,
I
Janet.
don't want to sit down. I want to know what's happened to Roger. Where is he?
He's in good hands. You're not to worry.
Not to worry. You're talking like an idiot. And you still haven't told me what's happened to him. What? Why won't you tell me?
Now, take it easy, Janet.
I don't want any of your soothing tactics. I asked you a plain, simple question, and I want a plain, simple answer. Where is he?
They've taken him to the hospital. The best, Janet. Moorfields. They've got the finest men there looking after him.
What hospital did you say?
All the biggest specialists, so there isn't really anything for you to feel.
You said Moorfields, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
The eye hospital?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Janet.
Oh, not his eyes. Oh, God, not his eyes.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the 5th part of Inspector West at Bay by John Creasy. Listen to The Shadow of Darkness, the next episode of John Browell's production of Inspector West at Bay.
Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file based on John Creasy's novel Inspector West at Bay, dramatized for radio by Maurice Travers. Inspector West at Bay, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard and Sarah Lawson as his wife Janet. Part 6, The Shadow of Darkness.
Janet, how long do you propose to stay in this waiting room?
As long as I have to, till they let me see Roger. And now you can tell me exactly how it all happened.
Well, let's leave that till later, shall we?
No. Now, Mark.
All right, if you insist. From what I gather, it began at Bell Street this morning.
At home? But I don't understand. Nothing happened there.
Yes, it did. Roger had a phone call.
Well, yes, I remember that. The phone rang just as he was leaving the house, but he told me it was the wrong number.
Well, not quite, I'm afraid. It seems that whoever's behind this whole war of nerves has decided to step up the pace.
What do you mean?
But instead of those jolly little typewritten notes we've been getting, it's telephone messages now.
And that call this morning?
Yes.
Who was it?
A man's voice. He didn't identify himself naturally.
What did he say?
Just that Roger would be sorry he ever became a policeman. Now look, Janet.
No, I'm all right, Mark. Go on.
Well, when Roger got to the yard, a constable brought a delivery to his office, a small package. Roger opened it and, well, that was it. The thing exploded. A booby trap.
And he opened it just like that without even stopping to think?
But, Janet, there was no reason in the world for him to be suspicious. The package was marked as coming from NE Division, and they're the boys who've been keeping Ben Marino under observation.
And Marino died, didn't he? Murdered in spite of the police watch on him. And now Roger's... Well, they're having it all their own way, these people. And there's nothing anyone can do about it, is there? Just nothing at all.
You've checked up with NE Division, of course, Detective Inspector?
Yes, Sir Guy. No one there has any knowledge of a delivery to the yard or to Roger.
A fake package, baited and primed, coming straight to his office. Sloan, it won't do. It's not good enough. These people are getting the better of us.
Well, for the moment, sir.
Oh, don't blink at the facts, man. It's been happening all along the line, right from the outset. This whole affair, this vendetta. Vitriol thrown at him, a dog attacking his younger son, a series of anonymous notes, all designed to play havoc like some kind of Cold War.
And now it's hotting up.
Well, we still have no real lead as to who's at the back of it.
Except that it's someone now out of jail and out for revenge.
Oh, we can't even be certain of that. It's merely the assumption Roger's been working on. Now, what about the Wedlick woman?
Well, sir, we've turned up a connection between her and another one of Roger's suspects, Paul Wiseman.
What?
It seems that she once worked for Wiseman.
Oh, did she indeed?
That was before Roger got Wiseman sent down.
And add to that the fact that each one of the anonymous notes was typed on the machine in her flat, thus presumably by her. Has she been questioned?
Well, not officially, sir.
What does that mean?
Well, Roger's idea was to let Mark Lessing do that job, get friendly with her, and see what he could find out that way.
Well, very well. But I don't altogether approve of that. However, for the time being, we'll leave it.
Hello?
Eve, it's Mark Lessing.
Oh, hello, Mark.
I promised I'd phone you if you remember about having lunch today.
Certainly I remember. And here you are, a man of your word.
Well, not this time, I'm afraid. Eve, I'm sorry, but we'll have to call it off.
Oh, of course. It's quite all right.
Well, it isn't, but I can't go into it all just now.
Is there something wrong?
Oh, no.
There is, I can tell. What is it? Well, what's happened?
Something's cropped up, that's all.
I see. You don't trust me, do you? That's why you won't tell me.
Oh, nonsense. Look, Eve, before I hang up, is everything all right with you? Did you have any trouble with Peter Kennedy after I left yesterday? That lad's got too much of a temper.
I can look after myself. You've no need to worry about me.
Well, I do, though. Look, what's going on is damn dangerous, Eve. The Kennedys come into it, and you're closely involved with them.
Jacob Kennedy comes into it only in the same way that you and Inspector West do.
Maybe, but all the
Look, I told you the first time we met. Jacob may have served a prison sentence, but he's a changed man. You don't know the family as I do. They're completely devoted.
Are they? I understand that's not strictly accurate where Peter and his brother are concerned.
Well, Charles?
Well, they disagree, don't they? About their father going to the police. Charles sided with you and my mother over that, and Peter didn't like it.
Charles didn't exactly side with us. He just stayed neutral. Or so it seemed, anyway. They're very unalike, he and Peter. Charles is always so quiet. You can never really be sure what's on his mind.
Well, all I'm sure of is that you should be careful, Eve. Look, I'll have to go now. Sorry again about the lunch. I'll try and call you later. Bye.
Goodbye, Mark.
Nurse, is that you?
No, it's me, darling.
Jan.
Well, they've certainly given you a nice room here, haven't they?
Jan, love.
Yes, I'm here.
Give me a hand.
Oh, God.
Oh, Jan, don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't going to behave like this. I promised myself. I'm sorry.
Oh, sweetheart.
I swore I wouldn't let you see.
Well, I can't see, can I, with these bandages?
Darling, are you... is the pain very bad?
No, Jan. They give me injections and tablets and stuff. Just about ease most of it.
Oh, darling. Oh, wait a minute. Wait till I get a handkerchief. There. I'm all right now. I'm over it. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be silly.
I can only stay a few minutes. The doctor said.
Yes. How much has he told you? About what's likely to be...
Not very much, but we won't talk about that now.
Now, why not, Jan? I made them tell me. They were quite frank. Seems they still can't be sure. I've got to lie here with these bandages till they make another examination.
And when?
Well, possibly tomorrow, the day after. And it all depends on what got into my eyes and how much of it. If the optic nerves have been affected. If they have, well, there's not much they can do. No, there's no sense in not facing the facts, Jan, lover. I've been lying here trying to do just that.
Yes, but there's no point in facing facts until you know what the facts are, darling.
Yes, sure, but all the same, if it should come to it... No, Jan. Then I'm afraid you'll never get to be Mrs. Superintendent West. A chief inspector. That'll be where it ends. No more police work for me.
Roger, I know what that means to you.
Yes, it means a lot, but not everything. I've got you and the boys.
Of course you have.
Oh, Jan, don't tell them, not yet. There's no need for Martin and Richard to know until we know ourselves.
No, darling, of course I won't. Besides, they mustn't think that way. That's only looking on the black side.
Oh, well, maybe, but... You remember old Sergeant Harkness, Bushy Harkness?
Oh, yes.
When I was just starting out as a copper. Well, he always used to say, imagine the worst that can possibly happen. Double it, and prepare yourself for it. And that way you can save yourself a lot of nasty shocks. That's all I'm doing, Jan. Following his advice. Preparing myself.
Bill Street coming up, Janet? Janet?
Oh, what, Mark?
You haven't been saying much, you know that?
Hardly a word out of you since we left the hospital.
I'm sorry.
Well, here's home. Brooding doesn't help, Janet.
No, I know. But, Mark, if you'd heard him, I've never known Roger to talk like that before. I think he really believes his side...
Janet, he's afraid. Who wouldn't be in his shoes? He's trying to fight it by, well, being resigned, if that's the right word. It's his defense mechanism. He's only human like the rest of us. Now, come on. How do you get?
All right.
Now, come along. Let's get into the house.
Yes, all right.
That's okay. I got the key.
Right. Mark,
What?
look along the street.
What, just a chap with a stick?
It's a white stick. It's a blind man's stick.
What? Why, yes, so it is.
What's a blind man doing in Bell Street? I've never seen one here before.
Now, Janet, you've heard of coincidence, haven't you?
Is that all you think it is?
Of course.
But look, he's coming this way, do you see? A blind man's coming towards the house.
Now, Janet, cut it out. Look, you're all wrought out. Starting to imagine God knows what. Inside, my girl. You need to calm down. It's all right, Snicker. It's only us. Look, before anything else, you could do with a drink, Janet. Any brandy in the house?
I don't know. In any case, I don't want brandy. Perhaps a cup of coffee or...
Right. I'll make it. You go into the living room and relax.
No, let me make the coffee. I'd rather, Mark.
Okay. I'll come with you to the kitchen. We can have it in there.
No, not you, Snicker. Now, you stay where you are. I don't want you under my feet.
Yes, he's a big fellow even for an Alsatian. Now then, here we are. Shall I put the kettle on for you, Janet?
Yes, all right, and I'll get the... Mark! The window! Look at the window!
My God! Roger's face!
With no eyes! Oh.
Janet! You were pretty quick getting over here, Bill. She just passed out cold, fainted dead away. I got her upstairs and made her take a couple of sleeping pills, then I phoned you.
Sheer perishing viciousness.
Huh?
Can you imagine it? Anyone going to all the trouble of getting a photograph of Roger, having it blown up and cutting the eyes out of it?
Yeah, but what I don't get is how they managed to stick it on the back window. I thought you had men watching this house.
Well, that's right. Looks like they fell down on the job. I'll be on the blower about that, make no mistake.
Yeah, and what about the blind man tatting down Bell Street? That was obviously part of it, too.
Well, we put a trace out for him. I take it you'll be staying here.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm moving in, at least until we know about the examination on Roger's eyes. Janet can't be left alone with that on her mind. If she were, I think she'd go crazy.
Oh, yes, come in.
And a very good morning to you, Mrs. West.
Mark, what's all that?
Oh, what does it look like? Your breakfast tray, of course. Here you are.
Oh, Mark, you shouldn't have.
Well, you needed to sleep, Janet, after everything that went on yesterday.
Oh, I feel so ashamed of myself, fainting like that.
Oh, now, don't talk rubbish. You hadn't eaten all day, don't forget. And that mustn't be allowed to happen again. So go on. Start tucking in.
All right. Then I'll phone the hospital and find out if they're going to examine Roger today.
Yes, of course. Janet.
Yes?
Look, I wasn't going to show you this, but you'd better know. I managed to keep the boys from seeing it.
But the morning paper, is it about Roger?
Yes.
What does it say?
The headline reads, Mini bomb at Scotland Yard. Chief Inspector West taken to Eye Hospital.
It's all in the papers about the booby trap sent to the yard, Roger. And about you being here in Moorfields.
And that bothers you, Sir Guy?
It does a damn sight more than bother me. I'm extremely angry.
Why exactly, sir?
Because I gave the most strict instructions. This information about you was not to be released under any circumstances. Oh, if I find it was a man from the yard responsible or anyone from the division, I'll have his hide.
Well, it may not have been a police officer after all, Sir Guy. It occurs to me.
Well?
It could be that the leak came from the opposite direction.
Opposite direction?
Well, the people we're after, the ones who sent the bomb package. Might be that they tipped off the papers. One more move in this campaign of theirs.
Possible, I suppose. But the press wouldn't print it without corroboration. However, all this was not my prime reason for coming here.
No, sir?
Do you know yet when the doctor's going to take a look at you?
I'm hoping it'll be sometime today, sir.
Well, I'm here to, just to say good luck, Roger. Oh, not only from me, but from all of us at the yard.
Well, thank you, Sir Guy.
Actually, I thought...
Yes?
If you feel up to it, I should like to go over the situation with you, as we have it so far. But if you prefer not...
No. On the contrary. Better than lying here, just letting my thoughts run riot.
Yeah, quite. Well, splendid. Let's start with our possible suspects, then. The short list you drew up. Just the main ones, I think, eh?
Right, sir. Well, to begin with, Jacob Kennedy.
Who has also received threats and been attacked, making him equally a victim, along with you and Lessing. Next.
Next we have Paul Wiseman.
And he's out of England, on holiday in the south of France.
Yes, which brings us to number 3, Doc Gawley. Any luck with him yet, sir?
Luck? We don't seem to know the meaning of the word.
No trace of him at all, huh? Ever since he disappeared. On top of which, we also have those 2 murders unsolved.
Yes. First, the man Downs, responsible for the vitriol attack on you. And now, Ben Marino.
It's odds on that Marino killed Downs. No, more than that, I'm certain of it. Marino gave him the whiskey with the arsenic in it. And we know for a fact that Marino hired the man to use the ammonia spray on Mark and on Eve Wedlake.
After which, Marino's also found murdered. Also by arsenic, right?
Right, sir. And that gives us the link between Marino and Doc Gawley, who was known to have been treating him, on the sly, of course, since he's not a real doctor and never has been.
So the missing Mr. Gawley, by all indications, is our man.
Looks that way, sir. And the only thing is...
yes, Roger?
The money side of it, that's what I'm thinking of. It takes a lot of lolly to finance a setup like this. Where does Gawley get it? He's an ex-con. Went down for peddling dangerous drugs. Been living in East End digs ever since he came out. That doesn't sound as if he's rolling in it, does it?
Yes. Yes, I take your point.
And the other unknown factor is Mrs. Eve Wedlake. We find her working as Jacob Kennedy's secretary, and then we learn she used to work for Paul Wiseman. I wish we knew just where she comes into this whole thing. Exactly how she fits in.
J.K. Investments Limited, Mr. Kennedy's office. I beg your pardon? Well, this is his secretary. My name. It's Mrs. Wedlake. No, not Mr. Charles Kennedy. I'm Mr. Jacob Kennedy's secretary. Well, I'm afraid none of them are in as yet this morning. Would you like to leave a message? I see. Yes, very well, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Good morning, Eve.
Charles. Oh, dear, what a pity.
Now, how exactly am I meant to interpret a remark like that?
If you'd been just a minute earlier, there was a call for you from a Mr. Benson.
Benson? Benson? I don't think I know anyone by that name. Did he leave any kind of message, Eve?
Only to tell you that he rang.
Oh. Then as I have no notion of who he is or what he wants, we'll just have to wait for him to ring again, shan't we? Oh, I see you've read the morning paper. This business about West.
Yes, it's too awful for words, Charles, isn't it?
Indeed it is. However, you can't blame me if I'm rather more concerned about my own father than a police officer injured in the course of his duties.
Your father? Why, nothing's happened to Jacob, has it?
It's what may happen, particularly in the light of this.
I don't follow what you mean.
Well, it's obvious, surely. The same people, whoever they are hounding Dad. If they try similar tactics on him...
Oh, Charles.
Or me, or Peter, or you, any of us.
You don't really think that's likely to happen, do you?
My dear Eve, to be absolutely honest with you, I don't know what to think. I can only say it's not beyond the bounds of possibility. At all events, Dad's in a considerable state over the whole thing.
I am sorry. He's had so much worry already.
That's just it. And coming after you and him being shot at outside your flat.
Yes, of course.
I can assure you it was hardly the most tranquil scene at breakfast this morning. Dad's showing all the signs of a nervous breakdown, and Mother even worse. You know what she's like as far as he's concerned. And although I may speak of it lightly, I can assure you I'm far from feeling that way.
Naturally. Oh, dear, I am sorry. What about Peter? What was his reaction?
Peter, precisely what you'd expect. He dived headfirst into one of his rages, yelling blue murder against the police and the fact that they were ever brought into our affairs at all, and then slammed out of the place.
Well, where to, Charles? He hasn't come here, to the office.
My dear girl, it's expecting too much of me even to guess where my impetuous brother has gone or what he's up to. Oh, Eve, incidentally. Mother was wondering if you were free and would care to come over to Deverell Court this evening. Have dinner with us and then perhaps a few rubbers of bridge.
That sounds very nice, Charles.
I thought it might be the best way of taking Dad's mind off it all. You know how he loves his bridge?
Yes. I think it's a very good idea of your mother's.
Well, that's settled then. You come home with me once the day's work is over. And speaking of work, shall we get started? Bring your notebook into my office, would you? I've quite a number of letters to dictate.
Yes? Yes, sister, I understand. Yes, thank you for phoning. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Mark? Mark?
Coming. Who was that, Janet? The hospital?
Yes, the sister ringing back as she promised.
Well?
It's going to be today, Mark.
The examination?
Yes. The doctor's going to take off the bandages and look at Roger's eyes at about 6 o'clock this evening, she said. Oh, I feel...
Oh, here, hold out, Janet.
No, it's all right. It's only nerves, that's all. 6 o'clock. Oh, Mark, I don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I know it's stupid of me, but it seems such a long time to wait such an age.
Come in. Yes, Sloane, what is it?
You wanted a progress report from me by the end of the day, sir.
I did, if there is any progress to report.
Well, not much, I'm afraid, Sir Guy.
Detective Inspector, you astonish me. Still no line on Doc Gawley. What's become of him, where he's got to?
Not so far, sir.
Confound it. Sloane, I want an all-out effort on him. Use more men if you have to. I want Gawley found.
Yes, sir.
And what about that scare business at the West House and the blind man seen in Bell Street?
Our chaps are still working on that too, sir.
Then get 'em working harder. I want to see results, damn it.
So do I, sir. So does every man on the job. Everyone's doing their best, sir.
Yes, of course. I know they are. My apologies, Sloane. Afraid I'm a bit on edge. Have been ever since Janet West rang me and told me. My mind keeps returning to Roger.
Yes, sir.
It's nearly 6. Any moment now, the doctor will be making the examination.
The curtains on the other window, too, please, nurse. We must have as little light as possible.
Yes, Doctor.
At this time of the year, Chief Inspector, 6 o'clock in the evening is still bright daylight.
Well, thanks for telling me.
Mr. West, try to relax.
Yes, I'm trying. I'm not having much success.
Yes, quite. Oh, tell me, any pain in the eyes at this moment?
No, not what you'd call pain. Or maybe I'm a bit too tense to notice it, if there is. It feels more like, well, discomfort's the best word, I suppose. Doctor, just one thing.
Yes, Mr. West?
I'd rather you didn't bother with any soft soap routine. If the answer's bad, I want to know it, understand?
Very well. Now, let's make a start with removing these bandages, shall we?
Right.
If you'll just keep your head quite still, Mr. West.
Roger?
Jan, come over here. Get to the bed.
You let me come in just for a moment.
Oh, let me look at
Oh,
you.
Roger.
Just look. That's all I want.
Darling.
Oh.
I'm so glad it's so dim in here. I've been crying with sheer relief. I must look awful.
Oh, you couldn't look more beautiful if you tried.
When he told me that you were all right, that you could see.
You know something, Jan? When the last strip of bandage came off for a minute, I didn't dare open my eyes. Then, well, even in this dim light, everything looked marvelous. Oh, even the nurse, and Lord knows she's no oil painting.
How much longer do you have to stay here, did he say?
Well, he thinks I should be able to go home tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, but that's wonderful.
Oh, I was damn lucky, Jan. Turns out it was mostly specks of dust blown into the eyes by the force of the explosion. I must have had my head turned just a fraction to one side at the time. Otherwise, I'd have got the full brunt of the chemicals or whatever.
Oh, thank God.
He said I'll need to be careful for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Not much reading, no watching the television or going to the cinema. Got to wear dark glasses, especially in sunlight. Beyond that, I needn't worry.
I don't care if you have to wear dark glasses 24 hours a day, even in bed.
Hey, now there's a kinky thought.
Roger.
Mrs. West.
Oh, is it time, nurse?
I'm afraid so.
Oh, all right. I'll have to go, darling.
Mm-hmm. I told you she was an old battle axe.
Whoosh, Roger. Night-night.
Night, Jan, love. Just till tomorrow.
Tomorrow he'll be home tomorrow. Back here home.
So you seem to have said before at least 20 times since we came back from the hospital.
Have I? Well, I don't care.
Look, I think we should turn in now, don't you? It's gone 11 o'clock and I need my beauty sleep, Mrs. West, even if you don't. It's been quite a day.
Yes, quite a day. And this last part of it, or perhaps the best of my life.
Yes. I know, Janet.
Oh, now, who on earth can that be?
Oh, I'll get it. You get off upstairs to bed. Chelsea 1492.
Mark, is that you?
Yes? Who's... Eve?
I'm at the flat. Can you come? Please, Mark.
Well, what is it? What's happened?
Something awful. Quickly. Come quickly. Oh, Mark. Thank heaven. Come here.
Oh, what's wrong, Eve?
Mark, it's horrible. I only got home a few minutes before I rang you. I'd been at the Kennedys for dinner, and then we played bridge. And when I got in here, I found...
Well, you found what?
Come, I'll show you. In the bedroom. See?
Good God.
I found him like that. On the floor and all that blood. He's dead.
Well, who is he? Do you know?
I've never seen him before in my life.
Well, let me get round and take a good look at his face. Well, I'll be...
You know him?
I know him, all right. This is the man the police have been hunting for. Doc Gawley.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in Part 6 of Inspector West at Bay by John Creasy. Listen to Bullets in Bell Street, the next episode of John Brown's production of Inspector West at Bay.
Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file based on John Creasy's novel Inspector West at Bay, dramatized for radio by Morris Travers. Inspector West at Bay, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard and Sarah Lawson as his wife Janet. Part 7, Bullets in Bell Street.
Scotland Yard?
Put me through to Detective Inspector Sloan, Central Office. It's urgent.
One moment, please.
Sloan speaking.
Oh, Bill, it's Mark Lessing here. I'm calling from Eve Wedlake's flat. You better get over here.
Why? What's happened?
Well, you can call off the alarm you've got out for Doc Gawley.
You found him?
Well, Eve has, in her bedroom. You'll need a police surgeon and a technical squad.
Well, he's dead?
Yes.
Damn. How, Mark?
Well, you'll be hunting for the proverbial blunt instrument, I'd say. Someone's really done a job on him.
Right. We'll be there directly. Bye, Mark.
Ah, you make good coffee, Mrs. Wedlake.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you.
Now, let me just run through things with you again. You spent the evening at Deverell Court, just off Park Lane, with your employer, Jacob Kennedy, and his family.
Not all the family. There were just 4 of us. We had dinner and then played bridge. Jacob, Mrs. Kennedy, and Charles.
That's the elder son.
Yes.
What about his brother, the boy with the bad temper?
Peter wasn't there, either for dinner or later.
And then you came home and found Gawley's body.
Yes.
This was at what time?
A few minutes to 11.
Oh, that's right, Bill. I was at Bell Street with Janet West. The clock had just struck 11 when Eve rang me.
And one more thing, Mrs. Wedlake. When you got home here from the Kennedys, was your front door open or shut?
It was shut.
Now, you're sure of that?
I'm positive of it. I had to use my key.
I see. Right, well, I think that'll do for the time being. I'd better go and see how the technical chaps are getting on.
Mr. Sloane?
Yes?
Who was this Doc Gawley?
Oh, not the nicest man in the world, Eve. He'd been in prison for dealing in dangerous drugs.
And we've been looking for him. We had a few questions for our friend Gawley about a couple of murders and several other things.
Then it's all part of the same business. The threats against Jacob Kennedy and the campaign against Chief Inspector West.
That's right.
I saw it in this morning's paper about what happened to him. His eyes. It's just ghastly.
Well, it's not as bad as we all feared. Roger's all right, I'm thankful to say.
Is he? Oh, that's good to hear.
Yes, the doctor examined him earlier this evening. It seems in spite of that bomb package going off right under his face, the eyes haven't been seriously affected.
Jolly lucky.
He'll be coming home from hospital tomorrow, in fact. That's a case for general relief all round, I can tell you. Quite comfortable in the back, you two?
Couldn't be more so.
And what about you, Roger?
Oh, fine, Mark. Just damn glad to get out of that hospital and be going home. Now, Mark, did Bill Sloane and his boys find anything last night in Eve Wedlake's flat?
Well, nothing to help them. No sign of the weapon. The police surgeon said it could have been the butt of a gun.
How did Gawley get in the flat?
Well, there was a key in his pocket.
Was there? Too many keys to that flat. Jacob Kennedy has one. His son Peter has one.
But, Roger, you told me the flat belonged to Kennedy's company. Mrs. Wedlake only got it because it went with the job as secretary.
Yes, that's true, Jan. So it wouldn't be too hard for anyone to come by a key, I suppose. Mark, did Bill Sloane tell you anything else?
Oh, damn little. In fact, I got the impression he was being rather cagey with me.
Doesn't sound like Bill.
Yeah, I know.
Watch out for that car in front.
Well, it's okay. I saw him. There's nothing wrong with your eyes, Roger, dark glasses or not.
How about Eve Wedlake? Managed to find out anything from her, Mark?
Well, there hasn't been much chance. I know one thing. She can't have had any part in Gawley's killing. That came as a complete bolt from the blue to her, I'm certain.
Yes, but she is involved somehow, though, Mark, in this campaign against you and Roger.
Well, I'm beginning to wonder if she really is, Janet.
Yes, but the anonymous letters. Every one that you and Roger received, they were all done on her typewriter.
Well, on the machine in her flat, yes. Well, that needn't mean that she was the one who wrote them. Well, Roger said it himself a minute ago. All those keys to the flat...
Well, leaving that aside, Mark, there's the fact that she used to work for Paul Wiseman before we helped to put him inside.
And Wiseman's out of the country, somewhere in the south of France.
Yeah, but he's still one of our possibilities. One of the people who might be behind this whole business.
Yeah, but so was Doc Gawley, and he's dead. And Jacob Kennedy was on the list, too, and he's been victimized the same way that we are.
If Mrs. Wedlake ever needs an advocate, I know who she should go to.
Well, I don't know about that. Roger, if it's all the same to you, I'll just drop you and Janet at Bell Street, and then I'll go around to Kensington. Well, I thought I'd call on Eve's flat and see if everything's okay.
Yeah, sure, Mark. You do that. That'll be fine. I'll get that, Jan. Chelsea 1492.
Chatworth here, Roger.
Oh, hello, Sir Guy.
Thought you'd have got home from the hospital by now. How are you feeling?
Oh, fine, sir, just fine. Fit and ready for work. I'm planning to come to the yard a bit later on.
Then don't.
Oh, I beg your pardon, sir?
I don't think you should be in a hurry to get back on duty.
But I'm perfectly all right, sir.
No, you're not, Chief Inspector.
Huh?
I think you're very worried about the condition of your eyes. In fact, you might even have a relapse.
A relapse? Oh, yes, I think I see what you're getting at, Sir Guy.
I imagined you would. After all, this campaign against you now includes 3 murders.
Yes, Bertie Downs killed as we think by Ben Marino. Marino killed as we think by Doc Gawley.
And now Gawley himself.
Yes, I'm with you, sir. Why let the people we're after know that I'm fit and well again, huh?
Precisely.
Might work. It'll certainly make a change for us to be fooling them. Up to now, it's been the other way around.
Right, that's agreed then. You'll stay at home. You can operate quite easily from Bell Street.
Yes, of course. I can be kept abreast of anything that develops by you or by Detective Inspector Sloan.
Exactly.
All right, sir.
Incidentally, this eye trouble you're about to have,
Yes.
I think it would be best for everyone to get the same impression with no exceptions.
What? Well, you mean Jan, too?
Oh, no, not Janet. No, of course not. Actually, I was thinking of your friend Lessing.
Mark? But Sky...
I think it would be wisest. Well, I don't want to have to make it an order, Chief Inspector, as long as it's clearly understood.
Understood, sir.
Very well. Well, that's all for the moment, then. Goodbye, Roger.
Goodbye, sir. Oh, what the devil's all that about? Chatworth, darling.
To welcome you home. Oh, how nice. Now, I think you ought to go upstairs and lie down for a while.
Oh, you're joking. I've done enough of that, thank you. Now, I'm going out for a breath of fresh air.
Out? Oh, but Roger...
No, just a short stroll along Bell Street while you put the kettle on.
Oh... All right. But do be careful, darling, and remember what the doctor said. Be sure to keep your dark glasses on.
Yes, we'll do.
Slicker, going for a walk. Want to come, huh? Come on, boy.
Ah, nice to hear a bit of bird song, isn't it, Snicker? Right here in the heart of London. Ah, thank the Lord for trees in the street. Oh, yes, of course. You're more grateful for trees than anyone, aren't you? But you know what, Snicker? For a while, I thought I'd never be able to see trees again, or the sky, or a garden. That wasn't a pleasant prospect, Snicker, you know. Come on. I think it's time we turn back. Jan will made the tea by now. And you do your nut over tea, don't you? You crazy animal. Snicker! Snicker! Snicker, it's all right. Well, he'll be all right, Janet.
Oh, I hope so.
Yes, it was just a bad graze, where one of the bullets caught him on the flank. I fixed him up. He'll be okay.
Poor old Snicker.
Poor chap.
Now, you said the shots were fired straight at him.
That's right. The car came roaring up. I was a perfect target, but they went for the dog. Oh. That's all right, Janet. Only the phone. I'll take it. Chelsea, 1492.
We can get you any time we want, West.
Now, you listen to me.
Any time at all. And there's not a thing you can do about it.
By God.
What is it?
They haven't given up, Jan. The same old war of terror. I'm getting Bill Sloan over here at the double.
Did you see who it was, Roger?
I saw the car. I got just a glimpse of the driver. He's cropped up before, Bill. Thin face, wore a hat, with one of those Tyrolean things in the hat bag.
Well, that's the guy who'd been trailing Mark.
Yes, and driving the same car, a grey Mini. Now, if you remember, that's also how Eve Wedlake described the car that fired at her and Jacob Kennedy.
More than that, Roger.
Oh, what?
That car and the driver popped up in another connection as well. The Gawley killing.
How come?
Well, it's a good thing people have curious neighbours. Yeah. I don't know what we'd do without them.
Well, get to the point. Come on, Bill.
Well, one of Mrs. Wedlake's neighbours saw Gorney let himself into the flat.
Yeah.
A bit later, another one saw a car pull up.
The grey Mini?
Yes. The driver also went into number 17 Warrell Street. Came out about 20 minutes afterwards and drove off, alone.
Ah.
And it all fits in neatly with our police surgeon's estimate of the murder time.
Yes. And I can give you some kind of lead on the car, Bill. I managed to get part of the number.
Oh, nice going.
I'm not sure of the first three letters, but the rest of it was 826D.
Right. I'll get onto it sharply.
Yeah, and now something else. That business here yesterday, my photograph with the eyes cut out of it.
Yes?
And the blind man Mark and Janet saw in Bell Street. Now, any luck tracing him?
No results yet. These things take time.
Too damn much time.
You sound like Chatty. Do you know that?
Bill, he's told you about this scheme for me to have a relapse.
Yes. Well, it's not a bad thought. Might put the villains off their stroke.
Yeah, but what's all this about Mark Lessing? Now, first I gather you go all cagey on him, and now the AC wants him kept in the dark. What?
Yes, well, look, I know he's your closest friend, but I agree with Chatworth on this.
Oh, you do you?
Well, we can't be sure what side he's on, Roger, where the Wedlake girl's concerned. He seems damn anxious to protect her. Not that I blame him in one sense. She's quite a doll. The point is, though,
How much it may be affecting his judgment.
Smack on the button.
Yeah. Well, all right. I don't take very kindly to the idea of deceiving Mark, but case must come first. I just hope you and Chatworth are wrong about him, that's all.
Oh, it is nice of you to come and see me, Mark. Oh, I'm sorry if I haven't been very good company.
Oh, well, it isn't surprising with...
Oh, excuse me, Mark, will you?
Yes, of course.
Hello?
Eve, this is Clara Kennedy.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Kennedy.
Oh, my dear child, we've had a police officer here asking questions. So we've just learned about last night. What a dreadful, dreadful experience for you.
It wasn't much fun, I must admit.
Oh, Jacob and I have been most terribly distressed. He insisted I phone you immediately. He wants you to come over. He wants to see you.
You mean now, Mrs. Kennedy?
Yes, right away.
Well, I have someone with me at the moment, but I could come...
A policeman?
No, it's Mark Lessing, as a matter of fact.
Then why not bring him along with you? Jacob would like to talk to him, too. I know that.
Oh, fine.
Now, that's all arranged, my dear. We'll be expecting you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Kennedy.
Thank you for coming along, Lessing.
Oh, not at all.
Now, do sit down, both of you. Eve, can I get you anything? A drink, perhaps?
Oh, no, thank you, Mrs. Kennedy.
Terrible business, all this. It came as a bad enough shock to me just to hear about it. Far worse for Eve, of course. I'm most sincerely sorry, my dear.
That's very kind of you, Jacob.
I simply couldn't believe it. To think that while we were sitting here playing bridge...
All right, Clara, no need to go on with all that. Lessing, I'm glad you're here because it gives me the chance to say something to you personally.
Oh?
I've no doubt you'll know what it is. I told Roger West that night when Eve and I were shot at. It concerns all the threats I made against both of you in court before I went to prison. I can't deny it, Lessing. I was full of hate. But that was a long time ago. I feel quite differently now. Whether you choose to believe that or not, well, that's up to you. But happens to be the truth. I'm cooperating with the police as much as I can.
Yes. Well, I see. I take it the police came to check on Eve's statement that she was here with you last night.
Yes, that's so.
They wanted to talk to Peter, too.
About his movements last night?
Yes. They asked us if we knew where he'd been, but we didn't, of course.
Well, they went off to see him at the office.
Oh, I just hope he keeps his temper with them.
Yes, he's quite a lad for flying off the handle, isn't he?
I don't know where he gets it from. His brother is so different.
Charles is more like you, Clara. I'm afraid Peter's inherited his hot temper from me. Except that I've learned better over the years. I can only hope he'll do the same. Eve's done her best with him, haven't you, my dear?
Well, I've tried to smooth him down when he gets aerated. Raging about does more harm than good.
Absolutely true, as I've discovered more than once. The trouble is, Peter has this bee in his bonnet about the police.
I've gathered that. The police and anyone connected with them.
Jacob, have you heard any more from these people?
But not for the last few days.
Since you told Roger West, in fact.
Well, yes, now that you mention it.
Perhaps they know you've gone to the police and they'll stop altogether now.
I wish I could think so, Clara, dear. It's the uncertainty of it, Lessing. Never knowing when there'll be a letter or a phone call. Always demanding money that I haven't got. And having no idea who any of these people are. Somehow, that's the worst part of it all.
Yes, quite.
Do you know if the police are making any progress in tracing who's behind all this?
Well, they're working on it. Working hard. And I can tell you this, they'll keep on working. They'll keep at it until they've laid their hands on whoever it is. That's one thing you can bank on, Mr. Kennedy.
Oh, Bill. Good of you to call in. Feels strange having to work from home rather than the office. You got anything to report?
A couple of things.
Right, let's have them.
Well, first on the Gawley murder.
Yeah.
Eve Wedlake's story checks. The Kennedys confirm she was with them at Devil Court all evening.
Now, how about Peter Kennedy, his movements?
Well, he was out of London yesterday and last night. He was in Hilton, that's in Sussex, not far from Horsham.
I see. Anything on the grey Mini and its driver?
Nope. Takes time, Roger. We're trying to track that down.
Any good news, just to make a change?
Well, we have found the blind man, the one who was in your street when Janet had that scare thrown into her.
At last something concrete. Bill, you know, I'm beginning to wonder if there's some special significance in this emphasis on eyes all the time.
I wonder.
Anyway, who was he?
Well, he seems he works for the Blind Aid Society. Yeah. That's a legal charity. He was in the Chelsea area, going from door to door, leaving their special collection envelopes.
Then he was in Bell Street just by accident?
Not on your Nelly. Someone suggested the idea to him, gave him a £5 as a donation, and said he'd be sure to do well if he worked Bell Street, kept going slowly up and down.
Oh, and what someone?
Well, that's the interesting part. A car pulled up beside him. But he says the person who spoke to him was a woman. A young woman by her voice.
A young woman?
Now, going back a bit, Roger, that Bournemouth episode of yours, it was a young woman there, too, wasn't it? Who had the dog, the Mastiff.
Or the one that pounced on young Richard, yes.
Well, how good a look did you get at that woman?
Well, she was quite some distance away. Fair hair, good figure, about 5'4".
Well, that describes the only young woman we know of in this case, doesn't it?
Eve Wedlake.
That's right. Worth keeping in mind, it seems to me.
Yes, right, Bill. Now, what do you fancy before you go back? Coffee or beer, huh?
Well, beer, I think. Go down well.
Mark?
Yes?
Am I allowed to ask where you're taking me?
I wonder when you get around to it.
Well, why are you putting up?
We're nearly there. But it's got to be your decision, Eve.
Well, what has? And where's nearly there?
Bell Street, Chelsea. Roger West's house. I think it's about time you told him everything, don't you?
That sounds very Victorian, Mark.
And now, for God's sake, don't muck about, woman. I'm trying to help you.
Mark.
Let me finish. Roger knows you're tied up more deeply than you've let on in this whole business. My guess is that you're in deeper than you'd like to be, but I could be wrong. In any case, it'd be a lot better if you told him yourself, today. Because he'll find out in the end.
There's nothing for him to find out.
Eve, come off it. He knows you used to work for Paul Wiseman under the name of Eve Banner. He knows all the anonymous letters in this case, including the one pinned to your front door, were done on the typewriter in your flat.
On my typewriter?
Yes. And there have been 3 murders already. The last one right in your lap. For all you know,
Don't say any more, Mark. You said it had to be my decision. Well, I've made it.
And?
We're nearly at Bell Street, aren't we? Let's go.
Right.
Oh, hello, Mark.
Oh, hello, Janet. May we come in, and then I'll do the introduction.
Yes, of course.
Now, I thought it's time you two met. Janet, this is Eve. Eve, you are looking at the other better half of the West family.
I really don't believe a word of it. Hello, Eve.
Hello, Mrs. West.
Oh, Janet, please.
Thank you.
We'd rather like a word with Roger. Where is he?
Well, he's in the living room. But, Mark, I'm rather worried about him.
Oh, why? Is something the matter?
Yes. I don't know if it's just his imagination, but he thinks his eyes might not be...
Janet.
Well, he's had a headache, and I'm making him go back to the hospital tomorrow. But please, don't mention any of this to him.
No, of course not. But I thought, Janet... Oh, that's hell.
I think we better go, Mark. It obviously isn't the time.
What's all this about going when you've only just arrived? Nonsense. Hello, Mrs. Wedlake.
Hello, Mr. West. We've come because I wanted to talk to you. But if it's not convenient...
Of course it's convenient. Well, let's all go into the living room, shall we?
Oh, please sit down, Eve. You find that's the most comfortable chair.
Thank you.
Right. Now, what did you want to talk to me about, Mrs. Wedlake?
I've got quite a lot to tell you, Mr. West.
Well, I'm listening. Far away.
First of all, about the anonymous letters. Mark's told me that you discovered they were typed on the machine in my flat.
Yes, that's so.
I didn't write them, Mr. West.
Any idea who did?
I only know it wasn't me.
I see. Now, go on.
Well, now about Paul Wiseman.
I told her you knew about that too, Roger.
You know that I was married, Mr. West?
Yes, to Clifford Andrew Wedlake. Killed in a car crash about 18 months before he went to work for Wiseman.
Yes. Cliff had a lot of money. He had inherited it. But before he died, in a period of under a year, he had lost practically every penny. And losing it did something to him. In the end, I think it killed him.
The car crash wasn't really an accident. Is that what you mean?
No, it was accidental. But Cliff had become so reckless.
And you think that's what made him crash the car?
Yes, Mark.
How did your husband come to lose his money, Mrs. Wedlake?
He acted on the advice of 2 men on different occasions. Paul Wiseman and Jacob Kennedy.
Ah, now we're coming to it.
I believed Cliff was swindled. Oh, it was all perfectly legal. But I was sure one or other of them had made a fortune out of Cliff. I took the job with Wiseman, using my maiden name to try and find out.
Did you find anything out?
Nothing at all. So I gave up the job. Wiseman wasn't a nice man to work for, in spite of his smooth, gentlemanly manner. Well, not long after that, he went to prison, as you know, Mr. West.
Yes. And Jacob Kennedy, what about him?
He was already in prison. Well, the time went by and I forgot about the whole thing.
So how come you're working for Kennedy now?
Because about 6 months ago, just before he came out, I learned something by sheer chance. I met a woman who'd been his secretary. And I found out from her that there'd been a sort of secret understanding between Wiseman and Jacob Kennedy.
Was there now?
Well, a lot of the time they'd been working hand in glove, and this made me suspicious again.
Yes, well, it would, of course. Yes, I understand that.
So you got a job with him to try and ferret out the truth?
Yes. But this is the strange part about it, Mr. West. I started out by believing everything that was bad about Jacob Kennedy. But now I'm sure, I'm quite convinced that I was wrong. Whatever he did, I think he was driven to it.
Driven to it? By whom? Have you any idea?
Paul Wiseman. I think he's always had some kind of hold over Jacob. And everything that's happening lately, all this terrorizing and intimidation.
And exactly what's been happening to Roger and Mark. So you think it's this man Wiseman's doing?
Yes, I do.
Well, possible, wouldn't you say, Roger? Wiseman's name has been on your list right from the beginning.
Yes, it has. Well, thank you for coming and telling me all this, Mrs. Wedlake.
I'm glad I did now.
I'll pass all this on. The yard will get moving on it, and we'll see what we can figure out.
Roger?
Why aren't you asleep, Janet?
Because you're not. What's wrong?
Oh, just thinking.
What about?
Eve Wedlake, her story.
Did you believe it?
Did you?
Yes, I did. And I like her, Roger. I think she's genuine.
As a matter of fact, Jan, I agree with you.
Do you think she's right? That it's Paul Wiseman who's behind all this?
It could be. I'm just remembering. When we first ran a check on all the names we'd shortlisted, there's something I said to Bill Sloan.
What was that?
I said it might be significant that Wiseman had left the country, gone off to the south of France on holiday, just when we were beginning to make inquiries.
Yes.
Well, starting tomorrow morning, we'll be making a few more. I think I've talked myself into feeling sleepy. Night, Jan, love.
Night, darling.
John? Hey, John. Oh, there you are.
Good morning.
Where's everybody? The place is so quiet.
By everybody, you mean the boys are at school. They went off ages ago.
Is it as late as that?
Well, you were sleeping so sound, they didn't like to wake you.
Well, I'm awake now. And I'm hungry.
All right, darling. I can take a hint.
Oh, I'll answer that. You get on with my breakfast. Chelsea 1492.
Chetworth, Roger. Good morning.
Good morning, Sky.
I've just received an item of information. I think it may intrigue you. It did me, certainly.
Oh, yes, sir. What is it?
Well, I'm not absolutely sure what to make of it. It may be pure coincidence. On the other hand, it may well prove to have some significance.
Well, I shan't be able to tell that till I know what it is, shall I, sir?
Eh? Oh, yes. Yes, quite. Well, it's simply this, Roger.
Yes.
Paul Wiseman is no longer in the south of France.
Oh, where is he then?
Back here. He has returned to London.
Has he now? Well, that's interesting, all right. Damn interesting.
I thought you might find it so. It's all we know for the moment. So, I'll say goodbye.
Goodbye, sir. Wiseman, back in London.
Roger?
Tea
or coffee?
Don't care, John. Either'll do. Now, who did... Chelsea, 1492.
Wes, got another little message for you.
What?
A funny thing happened at the school this morning.
The school... Now, listen. School. Oh, dear God. Martin and Richard. Jan, forget breakfast. It's Martin and Richard. I've got to get to the school.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the 7th part of Inspector West at Bay by John Creasy. Listen to Finale for a Vendetta, the next episode of John Brown's production of Inspector West at Bay.
Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file based on John Creasy's novel Inspector West at Bay, dramatized for radio by Maurice Travers. Inspector West at Bay, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard and Sarah Lawson as his wife Janet. Part 8, Finale for a Vendetta.
Roger, wait! Roger, wait a minute! Where are you going? What is it? What are you doing?
The school, Jan, the boys.
The boys? What's wrong? What's happened?
That's what I've got to find out. Out of the way.
No, I'm coming with you.
All right, then get in. I had another of those messages, just a man's voice on the phone.
What did he say?
A funny thing happened at the school this morning. And then he laughed. Oh, damn him to hell, whoever he is.
God, Martin and Richard. Oh, Roger, hurry, please, hurry.
Detective Inspector Sloan.
Bill, it's Roger West. Get over here and bring a squad with you in double quick time.
Oh, not so fast, Roger. Where's here? You mean your place, Bell Street?
No, sorry. The school, 10 minutes from Bell Street. You know the one where the boys go.
Right. What's up, Roger?
Well, nearly the whole school's gone down with something. Most of the kids are violently ill.
Yours, too?
Yes, I've sent for ambulances. There's no more time to waste talking. Get moving, Bill.
Will do. Bye.
Poison?
Yes, Jan. Arsenic.
Sure.
And the doctor's arm was in the school milk.
But how? The milk arrives here at the school in a sealed container, doesn't it?
Well, sealed containers can be got at, Jan, and this one was.
And almost every one of those children drank it, poor little things.
Well, luckily the arsenic wasn't strong enough to be fatal. All but a few of the kids can be treated at home. That includes our two.
Thank God for that.
It's just one more move in this whole game against me. And whoever's playing it is vicious and clever and without a scruple of any kind.
Oh, Roger. How long is this going to go on?
Not much longer. It's time I started making some moves of my own. But first, let's collect young Martin and Richard and get them back to Bell Street and into bed. That's the immediate priority. So come on, Jan.
Do I understand you correctly, Chief Inspector? You've come here to the yard deliberately disobeying my express instructions.
That's right, Sir Guy.
I don't think you realize what you're doing.
And I don't think you fully realize what the situation is.
Chief Inspector.
Look, we've had anonymous letters, phone calls, and 3 murders. Bertie Downs, Ben Marino, Doc Gawley. None of them worth crying about, admittedly.
I am aware of the facts in this case.
Including the prime fact of all, that these people have had us on the defensive right from the word go. This vendetta game against me and Mark Lessing's gone just the way they wanted it. I've had acid tossed at me. My boy Richard's been attacked by a damn great mastiff on the beach at Bournemouth.
Now listen to me, Inspector.
No, sir, you listen. Mark's had ammonia sprayed in his face. I've had a miniature bomb go off in mine, and now both my boys are in bed with a dose of arsenic poisoning.
What?
And I've had enough. I'm sick of stalling around, pulling my punches, creeping round corners. I'm up to here with it. I'm back at the yard, and that's where I'm staying. Till I've nailed these characters or till I'm thrown out.
I see. Well, since my age makes it difficult for me to take up your last suggestion, you'd better get on with it, hadn't you?
Right, son. And thank you.
What's your first move, Roger?
Put a man to watch Paul Wiseman.
Now that he's back in London, eh?
Yes, sir. I want to know what's made him leave the south of France and return here, especially right now.
Well, I take it either you or Detective Inspector Sloan will keep you in touch with events.
Yes, of course, sir.
Purely for the benefit of the Commissioner, in case he should want any information. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to speak to him as You've just spoken to me. The shock might give him heart failure. And I don't think we want to lose him just yet, do we?
Wiseman, eh?
That's right, Bill.
Well, he could be our boy, true enough. You and Mark helped put him behind bars. There's plenty of reason for him to hold a grudge. Besides, he's the only one left out of the main 3 on your suspect list. Doc Gawley's dead, murdered. And as for Jacob Kennedy, well, he's on the receiving end of this caper himself.
And according to what his secretary told me...
Yes, Eve Wedlake's story. You go along with that, do you, Roger?
Well, she took a job with Wiseman, and now with Kennedy, because she suspected them both of swindling her dead husband out of his money.
And now she's convinced that Kennedy was forced to hold the dirty end of the stick. That it was Wiseman then, and it's Wiseman now.
So we'll concentrate on Mr. Wiseman. Oh, 2 other things, Bill.
Yes?
First, we've got to track down that car, the grey Mini, and its driver.
Yes, he can tell us a few things, can't he?
Quite a few. Gawley being found murdered in Eve Wedlake's flat for one. The bullets fired at her and Jacob Kennedy for another, and for a third. The shots taken at my police dog Snicker in Bell Street. I want that joker found, Bill, so move heaven and earth.
Will do. And what's the second thing?
Well, a long shot.
Such as what?
That Bournemouth incident, the young woman with the dog.
The Mastiff that went for Richard?
Yes.
We never managed to trace it or the woman. I thought it might have been the Wedlake girl. But it doesn't look like that now.
We asked for a list at the time, though, didn't we, of anyone owning a dog like that and living within reasonable driving distance of Bournemouth?
Well, yes, I should have it somewhere.
Well, dig it out, will you? I want to take another look at it. A good, long look. Well, it's just a faint chance, Bill. But you never know your luck, do you?
I do hope it's all right. I mean, Mark bringing me here with him, Janet.
Yes, of course it's all right, Eve.
Well, I rang her and told her what had happened, and she insisted on coming.
I thought there might be something I could do.
It's very kind of you.
The boy's still sleeping, Janet?
Yes, and the temperature seems to have gone down, thank heavens.
It must be awful for you. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Eve. You know, Mark, that time in Bournemouth was bad enough, but this...
Yes, Janet, I know.
What happened in Bournemouth?
Well, all part of the same thing, Eve. A dog jumped on young Richard and terrified the wits out of the poor kid. A mastiff it was.
Yes, I can see it now. An enormous liver-coloured brute. It was the woman, a blonde young woman.
A liver-coloured mastiff? And a blonde?
Yes, that's right.
No, it couldn't be.
Eve, what is it?
Mark, we have got to get on to Inspector West. There's something I could tell him. I don't know if I'm right or not, but he'll have to be told about it.
Bill, come here.
What's up, Roger? You found something?
I may have this list. The dog owners, look here. This name.
Mavis Hill, May Cottage, Hilton, Sussex. Hilton? Now, wait a minute.
Rings a bell with you, too, huh? Hilton, near Horsham.
That's right, where Kennedy's son was, young Peter, when I checked his movements about the Gawley murder.
Exactly. I'm wondering if Peter Kennedy knows this Mavis Hill. Chief Inspector West.
Roger, it's Mark. I'm at Bell Street. Can you come over?
Why, has something happened? Is it the boys?
Oh, no, they're okay. But Eve's here with me, and she's got something to tell you.
Yes, all right. I'll be with you in about 20 minutes, half an hour. Bye, Mark.
It's to do with the dog, Mr. West. Well, the Mastiff at Bournemouth. I think I know the woman it belongs to.
Mavis Hill of May Cottage, Hilton.
Roger.
Well, I'm damned.
Then you already know.
No, not exactly. I just happened to find her name on a list. Now, who is this Mavis Hill?
She's Charles Kennedy's girlfriend.
Charles? Are you sure you don't mean Peter?
Quite sure. He keeps very quiet about her. But that's the way Charles is, very secretive about everything.
Then how do you come to know about her, Eve?
Well, I once met them together. I'd gone down to the Kennedy's cottage near Guildford to fetch some papers for Jacob. I was driving back and I passed them on the road. The dog was in the car. Well, Charles had to stop when he saw me, but I could tell he didn't like the idea.
Oh, well. This is a turn-up, Roger. Charles Kennedy, the dark horse, eh?
What do you make of it all?
I don't quite know, Jan.
It just doesn't make sense.
Why not, Eve?
Because even if Charles is involved in this feud against you and Mark, he'd never do anything that would harm his father. None of the family would. Unless...
Unless what?
Well, it just occurred to me. Perhaps Charles is acting under pressure, being forced to do it.
By Wiseman? Is that what you mean?
Well, wouldn't that be possible, Mr. West?
Anything's possible, particularly in this whole affair.
It's the only thing I can think of. I'm sure Charles wouldn't do anything against his father willingly. All the Kennedys are too close, too devoted to one another.
I'm pretty devoted to you, too, Eve. Matter of fact, I seem to be coming in for a bit of backwash from it myself.
Oh, you Mark have?
Well, I've been invited round to Deverell Court with Eve tonight for a game of bridge with Jacob and Mrs. Kennedy.
Have you, indeed?
Oh, but Roger, if there's anything you want me for, that comes first. I'll call the bridge game off.
No, that's all right, Mark. And Eve, thanks for the information. I'm getting back to the yard. I've got a phone call to make to the Horsham police. And the sooner I make it, the better.
Chatwell speaking.
West here, Sir Guy.
Yes, Roger.
To keep you up to date, sir, I've been in contact with the local police in Horsham.
About this Mavis Hill woman?
Yes, sir. They tell me her cottages well off the main road are pretty isolated, so she can come and go as she pleases without anyone knowing much about her movements.
Which means it would be difficult to find out whether she was away from that place on the day your boy was attacked in Bournemouth.
That's right, sir. I'm proposing to go down there myself. I'll take Detective Inspector Sloan with me.
The woman's there at the moment, is she?
Yes, sir. The local boys checked for us, and they'll give us a couple of extra men.
Very well. Good luck, Roger.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Goodbye.
You sure we're not a bit early?
Not in the least, Mark. Jacob likes people to be punctual, especially when it's for a game of bridge.
Eve, my dear, Mr. Lessing, do come in.
Oh, thanks.
You're right on time. How nice. Jacob will be pleased.
He's really keen on his bridge, eh, Mrs. Kennedy?
Oh, yes, he loves it.
They're here, are they, Claire?
Yes, Jacob, dear.
Ah, splendid, splendid. Hello, Eve. Evening, Lessing.
Good evening.
I've got the drinks and everything we need set up in the card room. It's just along here.
See, Mark? What did I tell you?
Well, I only hope you won't find my game too deplorable, Kennedy.
I'm sure I won't. Here we are. Now I'll take the orders for the liquid refreshment, and then we can get to the table, cut for partners, and get on with the only card game worthy of the name.
Nearly there, Chief Inspector.
Fine, Constable.
You'll see Mavis Hill's cottage round the next curve, sir.
Right.
She's certainly tucked away here, Sergeant.
She isn't home, Mr. Sloan. Any other time of year, when the evenings aren't still as light as this, she'd be on top of the place before you knew it. There it is now, Chief Inspector.
Yes. See it, Bill, through the trees, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Pull up, Constable, right here. I said pull up.
What's the matter, Roger?
Look, Bill. Over to your left, see it? Parked deep in that clump of trees.
A car. A small one. Grey, by the look of it. Roger, it's
Yes. A grey Mini. Sergeant?
Yes, Inspector.
You and the constable get this patrol car out of sight. Behind that hedge over there should do. And stay there.
Yes, sir.
Detective Inspector Sloan and I will go up to the cottage. Round that way, I think, Bill. We'll approach it from the back. Now, come on, let's get weaving.
Doesn't seem to be anyone about, Roger.
Up to that window. We'll take a look. Move quietly, though. Right, now would you... Bill. The dog, see? In front of the fireplace.
Is that the master?
That's him, all right. But he'll never go for anyone again.
A bullet right between the eyes.
And he's not the only one. Look, by the settee.
Good grief.
Inside, Bill, follow me. We'll use the back door, but keep it as quiet as you can.
I suppose this is the Mavis Hill woman, Roger?
It must be.
Dead. Her and the dog. One bullet for each of them.
Yeah. What the hell's been going on here?
Roger. Sounds like someone's coming.
That alcove with the curtains. In there, Bill, quick. Now leave a gap in the curtains. A couple of inches will be enough. Can you see who it is?
Roger, it's him from the description, the driver of the Mini.
Well, let me see. Move your head out of the way.
Roger, I know him.
What?
That's Kim Benson. He did 5 years, robber with violence.
Shh. Listen, a car's coming. Benson's ducked out of sight.
Mavis? Mavis!
Bill, that's Charles Kennedy.
Mavis, where are you? Why didn't you...
Oh, my God. Mavis.
Hold it right there, Kennedy.
What? Benson!
Yes, you know me. And now I know you. Don't you make any funny moves unless you want a bullet where your girlfriend, the little pet, got one.
You killed her.
She got stupid. After I forced her to phone and get you down here, she tried to set that damn dog on me. When I put a bullet in him, she tried to grab my gun.
You rotten little
Shut up! You thought I was easy meat, didn't you, Mr. Charles Flippin' Kennedy? Just 'cause you got on to the fact that I once killed a geezer. So you had your girlfriend put the black on me. Made me do all the dirty work.
You were getting paid.
Paid? Yeah, chicken feed.
Now listen to me, Benson.
Oh, no, Cocker. You're doing the listening. You were the smart boy, weren't you? Had yourself nicely covered up. The girl gave me the orders. I passed them on to Doc Gurley. He passed them on to Ben Marino. And Marino on to Bertie Downs. Yes, you were pretty smart. None of them could give more than one of the others away. Then Downs got the chop. And Marino, too. Then I got word to knock off Gurley.
The police were after Gurley. If he talked, you'd have been finished, Benson. I gave you the chance to get rid of him.
Oh, sure. And then you put the squeeze on me even harder. Because I done him, and if I didn't keep taking orders, I'd be for the high jump. Well, you went a bit too far with that, Cocker. Even a sponge will only take so much squeezing.
You don't understand, Benson.
Oh, don't I? That's when I decided to make your Mavis do some talking. And now it's your turn. If you don't want to set up punches round your belly button.
You seem to know it all already.
Except one thing. What you're hoping to get out of all this?
Why should you worry? I'm giving you the chance to get back at Roger West for putting you inside.
Not enough, me old son. Not anymore. Oh, I've been able to give West and his pal Lessing a bad time, sure. But you've had me putting the pressure on your old man as well. You must reckon to get a nice fat slice of lolly out of that father of yours. And I want my share. A good, big, healthy share.
Benson, you've got it all wrong.
Oh, no, I haven't. And I'm the one who's got you under the cosh now, Kennedy. You're going to take the orders.
Like hell I am.
Stay back.
Now, Bill. What the... He's got Kennedy.
Where?
I'll have that gun, Benson.
Stinking copper.
Watch it, Roger.
Ah!
Roger!
I'm okay. Benson?
He's dead, Roger, with his own gun. In the struggle, it got twisted round.
How about Kennedy?
Well, he's a goner, too. Benson got him before you grabbed his gun hand. Kennedy's car. There must have been someone else in it.
We've got to get after them. Back to our patrol car, Bill. Go like the clappers.
Right.
No use, Chief Inspector. Looks like we've lost him.
Oh, hell.
Reckon he took a side lane, Sergeant, back there somewhere.
What'll we do, Roger? Go back and try to pick up his tracks?
No, there's no point. He could have turned up any one of a dozen lanes by now.
What now, then?
Guilford.
What?
The Kennedy's country cottage near Guilford. Now, we can cut across country from here. And I want to have a look inside that cottage. You hear that, Constable?
Yes, sir.
Right, then get cracking.
Eve, I owe you an apology. We should have won that game.
It doesn't matter, Jacob.
Of course it does. It would have given us the rubber. My fault entirely.
Oh, just a mistake, Kennedy. One of those things.
It was a damn silly mistake. I can't think how it happened.
Now, Jacob, dear, don't get into a fret about it.
I looked at the card. I was certain it was the king. Then when I played it, it turned out to be a knave.
Well, we'll win the next game, Jacob. Don't worry.
Not if we can help it, eh, Mrs. Kennedy?
I could have sworn it was the king. Oh, the light must be bad in here.
Now, Jacob, dear, do forget about it. And stop shuffling those cards. You'll shuffle the spots off them. It's your deal, Eve. Go ahead, my dear.
Well, what do you make of these, Sir Bill?
I'm absolutely speechless.
No more worries about our unethical procedures, breaking into this cottage of Kennedy's and forcing the lock of his desk, huh?
Not even the ghost of a worry, not now. Well, just look at this, look. Dossiers, one after another. Here's one on you, Roger.
No.
And here's Mark Lessing's. Ben Marino, Bertie Downs, Doc Gawley, Eve Wedlake.
Just about everyone connected with this case. And as detailed and complete as you could wish for. Our own criminal records officer at the Yard couldn't do any better.
You always said the character behind this vendetta had an A1 information service, and this is it. Charles Kennedy must have spent a lot of time, trouble, and money to assemble all this. And what for? Because you and Mark helped put his old man behind bars? He must have been round the twist, if you ask me.
But if that's all there was to it, Bill, why make his own father a victim as well?
Well, I just told you, because he was a nutcase.
Yeah, maybe.
Chief Inspector.
No, yes, Sergeant, what is it?
Have a look at this, sir.
What have you found, Sergeant?
This book, sir.
Oh, show it to me. Well, I'll be.
Well.
Know what it is, don't you, Chief Inspector?
Yes, I know, Sergeant, and it's damn interesting. What the devil?
Roger, it's the car we were chasing and lost. And I spotted who it is. Peter Kennedy.
Come on, Sergeant, Constable. At the double. Move. Still got him in view, Constable?
Right not, Chief Inspector. Sorry, sir. We picked the built-up area, sir. That's the trouble.
Oh, blast it.
Lost him twice in one night. That makes a good average.
Well, I'd say he's heading back to London, Bill. And so are we. Constable, get the klaxon going. Give it everything you've got.
Vulnerable, doubled, and redoubled. And we made it, partner. Well done, Eve. Excellent, my dear girl.
Thank you, Jacob.
Bad luck, Mrs. Kennedy. If I'd happened to leave the club instead of the spade...
You weren't to know, Mr. Lessing.
Well, I think this calls for one more drink, definitely. Clara, answer the phone, will you, while I refill the glasses?
Yes, of course, Jacob.
Now, yours is a gin and tonic, Eve, and whiskey for you, Lessing?
That's right.
Good, well, I'll just go... Oh,
what's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I felt a bit dizzy for a moment. It's nothing.
He's had one or two spells like this before, Mark. Jacob, perhaps you'd better sit down.
No, I'm all right.
No! Oh, Jacob!
What now?
I'll go. Clara! Clara, what is it?
Do you think we should go too, Eve?
No, we better stay here. Look, I'll pour the drinks for us. Here, Mark.
Oh, thanks. Well, it sounded as though it was something pretty bad, didn't it?
Very bad, Mr. Lessing.
Well, Mrs. Kennedy, if there's anything we can do...
Yes, there is. You can stay just where you are, please, and keep perfectly still.
She's got a...
Yes, Eve, dear, I've got a gun.
What?
My boy, my son, Charles. He's dead. He's been killed. All because of your friend, Inspector West. Don't move, either of you. Stand right where you are and don't move.
Keep your foot down, Constable. Deverell Court, just off Park Lane.
Yes, sir. Roger, are you sure about this?
I'm sure of one thing, Bill. By this time, Peter Kennedy will have phoned his parents and told them that his brother's dead. And Mark Lessing's there tonight with Eve Wedlake.
But the other thing...
Well, call it a guess, a hunch, whatever you like. But that book the sergeant spotted in Kennedy's cottage, for my money, that gives me the answer to who's really masterminded this vendetta right from the start.
Jacob Kennedy himself?
Yes, with his whole devoted family behind him. And the reason? Not just because I helped send him to prison, no. There's more to it than that. That book was in Braille. I think Jacob Kennedy's going blind. Constable, keep this car moving.
Yes, I'm going blind. And you did that to me, Lessing. You and West.
Now, wait a minute.
Be quiet and stand still.
But you can't possibly blame Mark and Roger West because you...
Be quiet, I said. Jacob speaking.
It started in prison, but I didn't know it then. I only discovered that after I came out.
He went to 3 of the best specialists in the world. They all said it was too late. An early operation might have saved him.
But I was behind bars then, and I didn't know. That was West's doing. He sent me blind by putting me in prison.
Kennedy, you're crazy.
Oh, not so crazy, Lessing. We've had you and West running around in circles, never knowing when we were going to strike.
Then all that business of you receiving threats, letters, and phone calls, the attack on you outside my flat...
Just to make everyone think I was in the same boat. I knew I'd be on West's list of suspects, so I fooled him.
As for you, Eve, dear, we knew what you were up to all the time, trying to spy on us. So we fixed you two.
It was really quite simple.
You used the typewriter in my flat for all the anonymous letters.
That's right. The flat belonged to my company. Both Peter and I had keys.
And it worked, Eve. It put suspicion on you.
We had West suspecting everyone. He didn't know which way to turn. Jacob said so at his trial. He swore he'd get even with West.
And all the time, I believed...
That I changed? I meant you to believe it, because I wanted you to convince West and Lessing of it.
And now we're going to finish it, aren't we, Jacob?
Yes, Clara, we are.
Charles is dead. Peter phoned and told us that, and that West's been to Guildford Cottage, so he probably knows everything by now.
But we've got you, Lessing, and we'll still get West. He'll be coming straight here if I know him, And we'll be ready for him. We'll get him.
Quite a place, this Deverell Court.
Yes. Sergeant, you and the constable wait here. Chances are we've beaten Peter Kennedy home. Nail him as he arrives.
Right, sir.
You come with me, Bill.
To the Kennedys?
No, to the porter first. I want the master key to their flat. Come on, let's move.
You see this, Lessing? You know what it is?
An aerosol spray.
When I point this in your direction, Lessing, you'll know about it. This can is filled with acid.
Oh, God. That's right, dear.
And when West rings the doorbell, I'll answer it, and I'll have this spray with me.
Then it'll be your turn, Mr. Lessing. But West has to be first. There he is.
We've missed him twice, Clara, but not a third time. He is going to pay. He is going to know what it means to be blind.
Oh, Mark, oh my God.
He must be mad.
Quiet. Not a word. Not a sound.
Yes, here I am. And this is the payoff. Now, West.
Not quite, Kennedy. Grab that spray, Bill. Right. Get a gun, Mark.
Right. Thank you, Mrs. Kennedy. I've got it, Roger.
Nice work, Mark.
Oh, Roger, I thought for a moment...
No, it's all right, it's all right. Jacob didn't get a chance to use his little toy. I was already inside the flat. I got him with a master key. It was Bill Sloan ringing the doorbell.
Oh.
You all right, Bill?
I've got him, Roger.
Good.
No, please, I'm trying.
Well, then I'd say we can call it a night. Once we've seen Mr. and Mrs. Kennedy comfortably settled in a cell.
You have been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the final part of Inspector West at Bay by John Creasy. Inspector West at Bay was produced for the BBC by John Brow.
Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file based on John Creasy's novel, Inspector West at Home, dramatized for radio by Morris Travers. Inspector West at Home, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard, and Sarah Lawson as his wife, Janet. Part 1, The Voice of Doom.
All right, I heard you. All right, I'm coming. Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Micklejohn. Mind if we come in?
What's the idea? What do you think you're doing?
Don't you get excited now. Yeah, okay, Whistler.
Who are you two? Here, let me go. What is this?
And what's it? Don't you try any tricks.
Who the hell are you? And what's he keep whistling like that for?
Oh, nice place you got here. Okay, Whistler, sure. Oh, this is a smashing record player, Mr. Micklejohn. Been listening to some music, have you?
What?
Now, let me see what kind of stuff you like. Oh, yes. Lovely. Just the job.
No.
All right, it's all yours, Whistler.
No. You can't. No!
Now we go. Hey, Whistler?
Well, Bob, what do you make of it?
It's a right old turn-up, Roger.
Detective Inspector Cornish, you couldn't have put it better.
We come here to have a few words with Mr. Leonard Micklejohn.
And we find the late Mr. Micklejohn.
One bullet, straight through the head. And the gun on the floor right beside him.
Yes.
He's come a long way since I knew him in AZ Division. I could fancy a flat like this myself. Some hope on my screw. Of course, when it comes to chief inspectors, I wouldn't know, Mr. West.
You'd know soon enough if you had a wife, 2 young boys, and a mortgage to support. Bob, how long since Micklejohn moved out of your old division?
Must be 2 years now. Yes, that's right. I got my transfer to the yard about 6 months ago. And he said goodbye to the East End a good 18 months before that. All right. Come on, out with it.
Out with what?
Whatever's buzzing around in that brain of yours. I may still be a new boy at the yard, but I know that look when I see it.
I was just thinking, that's all. Well, we better get cracking. Call the yard, get a photographer and a fingerprint crew.
What?
I said...
I heard you, but why the fingerprint boys? It's a cut-and-dried case, isn't it? He killed himself. That sticks out like a chimney sweep at a white wedding.
Yes, it looks that way, doesn't it? Well, go on, Bob. Get weaving.
Chelsea 1492.
And a merry Eastertide to you, Mrs. West.
Who's...
I'm aware the greeting comes a trifle late.
Mark Lessing.
However did you guess?
Oh, Mark, it's marvellous to hear you again. Oh, we've missed you.
And I you. That's the worst of having close friends. There's such a damn great gap left whenever you're away from them.
Well, where are you calling from?
The flat.
Oh, you're back in London.
I am. At long last, Lessing has emerged from hibernation.
Does that mean you finished the book?
At the ungodly hour of 3:17 this morning, I wrote the 2 most satisfying words in the English language. The end. Now the great metropolis is once again graced by my presence, as though he could possibly care less. And how's everything at Bell Street? And what's with the yard's youngest, brightest chief inspector?
Well, he's not home yet.
That'll teach you to go and marry a copper. You can't say I didn't try to warn you 12 years ago.
Oh, warn me. I've never known anyone try to get his best friend married off so fast.
And how are my 2 godsons? Asleep upstairs, I suppose?
No, wrong again. They're in Gloucestershire.
Gloucestershire? What on earth are they
Well,
doing?
it happens to be the school holidays. Not that I expect a confirmed bachelor like you to remember that. Martin and Richard are staying with my cousin Paula and her husband.
So you're all alone, are you?
I'm not enjoying it much, to tell you the truth. Isn't it silly? I thought I'd have time to do all sorts of things while they were away, like some painting again, perhaps. I've hardly touched a brush since art school, but... somehow...
Somehow you just haven't done a thing?
I know it's ridiculous, but the house seems so empty and quiet.
Well, I know exactly how to deal with that. I suggest I bowl over and catch a cup of coffee, or tea, or even a drink.
Oh, all 3 if you like.
Ghastly thought.
It'd be lovely to see you, Mark, if you feel like making the effort.
Well, all I have to do is to get in the taxi. Roll out the red carpet, Janet. I'll be with you in about half an hour.
Lovely. Bye-bye, Mark.
Roger.
Oh, Bob. Did you get on to the local station?
Yes, a constable's on his way over to stand guard after we leave.
Oh, good.
What's doing with the Dabbs Brigade? Anything interesting shown up?
No. The only prints they found are Micklejohn's.
On the gun, too?
On the gun, too.
Well, that wraps it up then, eh, Roger?
Seems like it.
But you're still not sure?
Oh, I just have a feeling that... Well, never mind for the moment.
Roger, you're not proposing to tell Superintendent Abbott about this feeling of yours, are you?
You think I shouldn't?
Well, who am I to say what one of my superior officers should or shouldn't do?
Oh, come off it, Bob. We're friends, aren't we?
Yes, but Abbott isn't anybody's friend. You know, they don't call him the voice of doom for nothing, do they? Do you know, I haven't met one man since I came to the yard who likes working for him.
Oh, you're forgetting his sergeant.
Tiny Mears?
Yeah.
Oh, well, he's the exception that proves the rule. They make a good pair, those 2. Do you know, they ought to be in Hyde Park on Sundays, at Speaker's Corner. Beware, the end is at hand.
The voice of doom and his shadow. That conjures up quite a picture.
Hey, what's become of Detective Sergeant Tiny Mears, anyway? I haven't seen him around lately.
Oh, he's in Bethnal Green on a job.
Oh, too bad Abbott's not with him, eh?
Yes, it is. Oh, sorry about your night off, Bob. When I asked you to come here with me, I didn't think it'd turn out this way. Anyway, you'll be able to pack off home pretty soon, and so will I.
Mark. That was lovely. Thank you.
Pleasure was mine. Piano's in very good shape.
Well, you're about the only one who ever plays it, so you ought to know. Oh, it's good to see you sitting there again. It seemed like ages.
Well, you know how it is, Janet. Needs must when the devil drives. Especially when the particular devil in question happens to be my publisher.
Now you've finished the book. Are you pleased with it?
Well, more or less. I'll ask Roger to take a look at it, of course, as always. After all, what's the sense in having a copper for one's best friend if you can't pick his brains?
As if you need to pick anyone's brains. Roger says no man can call himself a really progressive policeman until he's read your books.
Flattering and completely untrue. If my few slim volumes have contained any worthwhile thoughts on crime and criminology, the credit really belongs to him.
Oh, I don't believe that, and neither would Roger. Of course, he's helped you a bit now and then, but... Well, what else are friends for?
Well, now, let me think. Pour me another cup of coffee, perhaps. Or have I emptied the pot?
Well, you have, actually, but I'll make some more. Oh, that's Roger now.
Oh.
Now, shh. Don't say a word. Right. Darling!
Yeah?
I'm in the living room.
Okay. Oh, hello, John Lovett. Oh, well, blow me down.
And that'll take even more lung power than I can muster, Roger.
Mark, old son, well, it's great to see you.
It's good to see you, too.
Now, when did you get back?
Just today.
Ah.
And how are things at the yard? Caught any good crooks lately?
Not exactly.
Janet was telling me that you're working with the one and only Superintendent Abbott.
I am, yes.
Uh-oh. I sense a sudden chill in the atmosphere. Something tells me I put my big foot in it.
Both big feet, Mark. You've touched a sore spot. I suggest you change the subject.
And quickly. Abbott is someone I have to put up with during my working hours at home. I prefer to shut the door on him, if that's all the same to everyone.
Come in. Oh, it's you, West. Come in.
Yes, Superintendent.
I've studied your report on the Micklejohn case, Chief Inspector.
Yes, sir.
I assume you have no additional information beyond what's included in this report?
That's right, sir.
And you still say there's more to the situation than appears on the surface, eh?
Yes.
Now, you don't think it was an accident?
No, sir.
So you mean murder?
That's my opinion.
On what grounds do you base that opinion?
I've already told you in my report.
And tell me again, Chief Inspector.
All right. Well, A, there's Micklejohn's record. Some small-time stuff, admittedly, and nothing recent. B, he's been making a lot of trips back and forth to the continent. And C, the memo we had from Interpol saying they had reason to suspect him of being involved in a number of jewel thefts on the continent. Well, they suggest he may have been responsible for smuggling the stolen stuff out. And D, I go to question him and find him dead.
With the gun beside him and his own fingerprints on it.
Yes. But suppose we think about the man himself for a moment. A small-time crook who'd come up fast and doing nicely, thank you. I don't see a character like that suddenly putting a gun to his head.
But you weren't a fly on the wall at the time, were you?
Nevertheless, that's my feeling. A hunch, if you like.
But I don't like, Chief Inspector. I don't deal in feelings or fancy intuitions. I deal in facts. And the facts in this case add up to only one thing, suicide. And that's how it'll go at the inquest. Understood?
Very well, Superintendent. Now, if that's all.
It isn't. When you went to question Micklejohn, you took an officer with you who was not officially on duty.
I didn't order Detective Inspector Cornish to accompany me. He volunteered to come when I asked him. I thought he'd be useful to have along, since Micklejohn originally hailed from his old division. Of course, as it happened...
As it happened, you found the man dead. You called in a fingerprint crew. What you should have done was to report to me, first and foremost. Now, you'd better get something straight, West. When you work to me, you go by the book. What Sir Guy Chatworth chooses to do is one thing. He's assistant commissioner, and if he prefers to close his eyes to the way you ignore the proper procedures, well, that's his affair. And even so, I wouldn't count on any favored status there lasting forever if I were you.
What do you mean by that exactly, Superintendent?
It doesn't matter. Just get it into your head that when you work with me, you go by the book. All the time. I'd have thought you've been long enough at the yard to know that. Anyway, I hope I've made it perfectly clear now.
Perfectly.
Then make sure it stays that way. That's all. You can go now.
Yes, sir.
Oh. Hello, Bob.
Morning, Roger. Hope you don't mind me waiting in your office.
No, of course not. I haven't seen you around the past week. Where have you been?
Over in Ealing. Payroll job. Not much joy, I'm afraid.
Well, the villains seem to be having all the luck these days.
Too true. Anyway, what's new with you, Roger?
Oh, nothing very exciting. Couple of run-of-the-mill cases, that's all.
What happened over that Micklejohn affair?
Oh, that's already ancient history. Abbott took the same view that you did. Suicide, pure and simple.
Oh, well, suppose you can't win them all, eh?
I seem to be winning damn few of them recently.
And being lumbered with the voice of doom doesn't help, I imagine.
Well, lumbered's just the word. I was banking on going off for the rest of the day. It's Janet's birthday.
Oh.
But as there's no sign of the superintendent, that idea looks as if it's gone for a Burton.
Bad luck. Oh, a note came in for you while I was waiting. It's on your desk.
Oh, thanks. Well, I'm done.
Something the matter?
No, on the contrary. Bob, this is from Abbott, telling me to go off for the day.
What?
Well, look for yourself.
Well.
I think I'll have it framed. It may be the only evidence that somewhere under that 6'2" of navy blue worsted there actually lurks a real human being. Oh, hell. Chief Inspector West.
Abbott here.
Oh, yes, sir.
You haven't gone yet. Good. West, are you going to be at home for the rest of the day?
Well, I'm taking my wife to the theater tonight.
But you'll be in for the afternoon.
I expect so, yes. Why, Superintendent?
Make sure you are in, will you?
Oh, look, what is this? You're not planning to call me back to the yard later, are you?
I just want to be sure I know where to find you. That's all. Goodbye.
Oh, damn and blast him.
Something wrong, Roger?
Yes, I am. I had thought for a moment that Abbott might bear some remote resemblance to a human being. I don't know what kind of cat and mouse game he thinks he's playing. And quite frankly, I don't care. Just for once, for one day, I'm going to forget about him and the yard and the job, all of it. Oh, toss me my hat, will you? I'm off. I've got to call and pick up a birthday present. Then I'm heading for home.
Oh, Roger West, I think you're a dreadful man.
Do you now?
I thought we'd agreed you weren't going to buy me any presents.
And I know who'd have been disappointed if I'd have stuck to that idea. No. Well, come on, Jan. You're taking all day.
Oh, Roger, it's simply gorgeous.
No. You sure you'll like it?
Oh, I love it. Oh, and Roger, come over here. See what arrived a little while ago.
Ooh, well. And who are they from?
Who do you think? Don't you recognize the set of cups and saucers?
No. Now, wait a minute. Aren't those...
That's right. Dresden, China. Ooh. They're from Mark's own collection.
Well, I call that a very handsome present.
Oh, I think it's terribly generous of him.
It is. No, it certainly is. Well, Jan, it's about time we made a move, or we might not get a table for lunch.
Oh, well, I'm ready. Oh, that was marvelous. You know, food always tastes much better when you haven't had to cook it yourself. Can I have some more wine, darling? Roger.
What'd you say, Dan?
Remember me? That blonde at the window table's quite pretty, but you don't have to stare at her quite so hard.
No, I wasn't looking at her.
Who were you looking at then?
The street. I thought I saw someone I know pass the window. I must have been mistaken.
Who do you think it was?
Tiny Mears.
Tiny Mears? Who's he?
A detective sergeant. Does all the legwork for Abbott. But it can't have been Mears. He's on a case in Bethnal Green.
Well, then perhaps you'll fill my glass for me now.
No sooner said than done.
Thank you. Roger, you're frowning.
Oh, am I? Sorry.
What's the matter?
That's nothing. Forget it.
No, come on. What's wrong?
You know, Jan, I'd promised myself I was going to forget all about the yard for today. But that's the trouble with being a copper. Your mind keeps working like one 24 hours a day.
And what's brought all this on?
I keep thinking about Abbott. Wondering why he wanted to make sure I'd be home this afternoon.
Well, if he has any ideas about dragging you back to the yard, he can think again, and I shall tell him so personally.
And there's another thing, a remark he dropped a few days ago, something about not relying too long on my favored status with the assistant commissioner.
Favored status? Oh, what a load of rubbish. If you do have any special standing with Sir Guy Chatworth, it's only because he thinks you're one of his best men.
I don't know so much about that. Oh. Well, the way things have been going with me in the last few months...
Oh, Roger, no, not that again. Just because some of your cases haven't turned out so well...
more than some, Jan. I'm batting way below average.
Dear, oh dear. Well, of course, as it's as terrible as all that, there's only one thing for it.
No? What's that?
Well, you'll just have to leave the force.
What?
Oh, no, don't worry, darling. I'm sure we'll manage somehow. Perhaps you could take that partnership Pet Morgan's always offering you.
That'll do,
Jan.
Jan.
After all, being a private inquiry agent is nearly the same thing as being a policeman, isn't it? You might even enjoy it better.
All right, that's enough. You win. You made your point, Mrs. West.
Good. Now that's settled, I can tackle a really serious problem. What to have for dessert. Can we have the menu, please, darling?
Hello?
Mr. Mark Lessing,
Yes?
this is Pep Morgan here.
Pep! Well, hello. This is a surprise.
Look, Mr. Lessing, this has got to be quick. I need your help. I've had a bit of information. I got it from one of the Judy coppers at the yard.
From whom?
One of the women police.
Oh, I see.
Look, all I'll say now is that it's important and urgent. I want you to help me. Now, I'll tell you what I want you to do. Are you listening?
Yes, I certainly am. So let's have it, Pep, old chap.
Here we are. Tea for two. Ooh, I'm glad we got home before it began to rain. Roger? What are you doing at the window?
Oh, I thought I caught sight of him again with the rain. I can't really be sure.
Caught sight of who?
I thought I saw Tiny Mears again, over on the other side of the street.
Oh, but didn't you tell me he was in Bethnal Green?
Yes, I know. Oh, I'm probably just imagining it.
Well, come and have your tea.
Oh, thanks.
When do you think we'll have to leave for the theatre?
No later than 7, I'd say.
Ah, well, we've plenty of time. Here you are.
Thanks. Oh, now, who can that be?
I'll go. You have your tea. Yes, coming. Oh.
Good afternoon, Mrs. West. Will you tell the Chief Inspector I'd like a word with him?
Well, I'm...
If you please, Mrs. West.
John, who is it? Superintendent Abbott. What nurse brought you here? Oh, wait a minute. Outside the front gate. That is Tiny Mears.
May I come in?
Yes, all right.
Well, surely a phone call would have done just as well, Superintendent.
I'm afraid not, Mrs. West. And I'd like to speak to your husband alone. Is there somewhere we can talk privately, West?
Yes, I suppose so. The dining room should do. Excuse us, John. Well, what's this all about?
I think you know why I've come.
I haven't the faintest idea. And whatever it is, I hope it isn't going to take too long.
West, I don't want to make this any more unpleasant than I have to. And I can assure you that taking that kind of attitude isn't going to do you any good.
Well, if you mean feeling damned annoyed that you've come here when I'm off duty, then...
I mean nothing of the sort. You know precisely what I'm doing here.
I've already told you I don't.
West, I'm here to search your house.
You what?
I think you heard me perfectly well. I have a warrant, naturally.
A warrant?
Signed by the Assistant Commissioner.
Hello there, Janet. And how's the birthday
West,
girl?
who's that?
And what about a kiss for your 21st?
That's a friend of ours. You know him, Mark Lessing.
It is your 21st, I take it.
Well, West?
Superintendent, are you trying to tell me that Sir Guy Chatworth has actually signed a warrant for the search of my house?
You're entitled to see it for yourself.
I don't get this. I don't get this at all.
I suggest it's high time you dropped all this pretense.
Pretense? By God. Now, look here, Abbott. Oh, what the devil.
Do we have to have that din?
Oh, damn the din. You're not really serious about searching my house.
I couldn't be more serious.
I presume you must have some good reason for all this?
And you know exactly what the reason is, West.
Well, suppose you just tell me.
Very well, if you're determined to persist in all this. But will you kindly put a stop to that confounded row?
Go, all right. Come on.
Mark, Janet West. Happy birthday.
Lassie, didn't you hear? Stop that infernal racket.
Racket? And who blazes up? Oh, my goodness, it's Superintendent Abbott. Why didn't somebody tell me?
Mark, just what was the idea?
Superintendent, I apologize abjectly. I got carried away. Janet's birthday, you see. I only remembered it this afternoon, and I came rushing over to wish her many happy returns and all the rest of it. I had no idea you were here.
Superintendent Abbott's here with a search warrant.
A search warrant?
And he's about to tell me why. I'm waiting, Abbott.
Very well. Apparently you have no objection to your wife and your friend hearing it, too. We've received information that today you have accepted a sum of money in return for withholding police action when you knew that such action should be taken.
What?
Are you suggesting
Not
that
suggesting, Mrs. West. I'm saying it. Your husband has accepted a bribe.
Abbott, if you imagine I'm going to forget this afternoon's work, you've got another think coming.
Oh, just a minute, West.
You've had Sergeant Mears and your men go through my house from top to bottom. You've searched me and Mark here. You've even subjected my wife to being searched by a policewoman. Quiet, Jan, quiet. And you haven't found anything, Abbott. Not a thing.
I've only been doing my job.
Your job? Well, you seem to forget I'm a copper myself. Well, if this was my case, I'd at least have the common decency to tell the man I suspected what allegations had been made and ask for his explanation. I wouldn't burst into his house with a bunch of accusations.
I've just been doing my duty, and I have not accused you of anything.
You mean you haven't charged me with anything because you didn't find anything? But you've accused me of a damn sight too much. I'm going to create hell about this, Abbott, I can tell you.
You'd be ill-advised. In your position...
My position be hanged. I want three things. An explanation, a complete clearance, and an apology. And we'll start with the first. Who gave you this information about me? I want the name.
I think you'd better come to the yard with me, West.
If you want me, get a warrant.
Do I understand that you refuse to come with me?
You understand I refuse to come to the yard for questioning without a formal explanation and the opportunity to take legal advice. Those are my rights. And you damn well know it.
I see. In that case, I'll go and make my report to the Assistant Commissioner.
You do that. Oh, hold it, Jan. Hold it. That's the front door. They've gone. Now, you two have got some explaining to do. Uh-oh. Mark, I want to know what you and Jan were up to. All that row. What was all that rubbish about not remembering her birthday? You sent her a present.
Thank goodness you didn't mention it in front of Abbott. I was afraid for a moment you...
What was it all about, Jan?
What, Oh, darling, I don't really know. I just did what Mark told me.
And I was acting under instructions, too.
Who from?
A certain private inquiry agent by the name of Pep Morgan.
Pep?
Yes.
What on earth?
Well, he rang me earlier, Janet. All he told me was that I had to get over here, and if Abbott was on the premises, I was to kick up as big a shindy as I knew how.
But I still don't see why.
Don't you, Jan? Oh, yes. It means he must have known Abbott was coming here, and he must have known why. And he also knew that if Abbott had found what he was looking for, I'd be in very serious trouble.
You mean...
Pep must have had a very good reason for telling Mark to do what he did. And I think I can tell... I'll get it. Chelsea 1492.
Oh, sorry. I'm afraid I've done...
Oh, Pep. Is that you?
Oh. Well, I thought I'd better give you the chance to hang up if the bogey boys were still with you. All gone, I take it?
Yes. So you climbed in upstairs while Abbott was here, eh, Pep?
I might have known you to work that one out. Tell Mr. Lesson from me he did a very good job. With the record he kicked up, nobody could have hurt me.
Pep, what the hell goes on?
It's a long story, Roger.
Well, let's have the most important part first. What did you find and take out of this house?
Oh, you guessed that too, did you?
Yes. Well, come on, what was it?
Oh, nothing very much. A little matter of 1,000 knicker, that's all.
£1,000?
In nice, crisp fivers. It was in your boy's bedroom, in one of the cupboards.
Good grief.
Someone was pretty keen for that lolly to be found, and not by yours truly. Someone wants to see you put on the spot, Chief Inspector, and they want it bad.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the first part of Inspector West at Home by John Creasy. Listen to Crisis for a Copper, the next episode of John Fawcett Wilson's production of Inspector West at Home.
Chief Inspector West.
stand by for West. A crime file based on John Creasy's novel, Inspector West at Home, dramatized for radio by Morris Travers. Inspector West at Home, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard, and Sarah Lawson as his wife, Janet. Part 2, Crisis for a Copper.
£1,000? What, here in this house? Oh, Roger, I can't believe it.
I can, if Pep Morgan says so. He found it planted upstairs, Jan, in the boys' bedroom.
And took it away.
Right under the noses of Superintendent Abbott and his merry men.
Well, damn lucky for me, Mark, that Pep did. If Abbott had found that money, I'd have been well and truly in the cart.
Then I say 3 cheers for Pep Morgan. If ever there was a walking advertisement for a private inquiry agent, the little man is it. He really turned up trumps.
I just wish he'd turn up. He said on the phone he'd be over right away. I want to know the full story.
Oh, this whole thing's fantastic. And it makes me boiling mad. You accepting a bribe? How could anyone at a yard think a thing like that? Oh, they must be out of their minds.
Oh, Chatworth isn't. He signed the search warrant.
Yes, I'm more livid about that than anything else. It's a guy Chatworth, and I thought he was a friend.
He's also Assistant Commissioner of Police and Roger's boss, Janet. Don't forget that.
And what's that supposed to mean? And whose side are you on?
Oh, don't talk like a nit. You know whose side I'm on. Mark Lessing, the original Old Faithful. That's me, but there's no sense in blinking at the facts, you know.
What facts?
Chatworth wouldn't do a thing like this, and to Roger, of all people, without some good reason.
That's as maybe. But it's the way he chose to do it, Mark. As though I were a crook. Sending Abbott here like a bolt from the blue to go through my house. Having you and me search Needham searching Jan. The assistant commissioner's going to hear just what I think about all that. Straight to his face. That should be Pep now. I'll let him in.
Evening, Roger.
Oh, come in, Pep, old son.
Sir.
Give me your Mac.
Rightio. Here we are.
Oh, Janet and Mark Lessing are in the living room. We've been waiting for you.
Rightio, then. It's a fine old house you do, this caper, isn't it, Roger?
That's one way of putting it.
No, you've still got a watchdog outside, do you?
What?
Abbott's left a man watching the place.
Has he?
Yes, and not just any old constable either. His own detective sergeant. Tiny Mears in person.
Well, I hope he... Oh, come on, Pep.
Pep.
Evening, Mrs. West.
Nice to see you.
Evening, Mr. Lessing.
Come and sit down. Would you like some coffee?
Oh, tar, very much.
All right, Pep. Let's hear it. Right from the beginning.
Well, here's how it goes, Roger. I was having a bit of a chat today, lunchtime it was, with one of the women PCs at the yard, and she started talking about you.
Who was it?
No names, no pack drill. Well, anyway, she sort of rumbled on about being hauled in on a nasty job for this afternoon, how some money was going to be found in the home of a yard man, and it was going to mean curtains for him. She never said which man, mind you, Roger, but, well, we'd been talking about you, and I got the impression she meant me to put 2 and 2 together.
Which you did.
That's right. Of course, I phoned here right away, but there was no answer.
We'd gone out to lunch.
Well, then I rang you, Mr. Lessing, and made the little arrangement. You did put on a good show, bashing away on that piano over there. The row you were kicking up, I don't think Abbott would have heard the last trump, let alone me making any noise climbing in upstairs.
I don't know how you managed it, Pep.
Oh, I don't know myself now, to tell you the honest truth. Oh, I must be out of condition. It's a good thing you've got that tree growing right by the house. Well, that's about it, Roger. I mean, you know what I found. I told you over the phone.
£1,000 in notes.
That's it, 200 fivers in a neat little packet. Oh, I've brought a couple of them along in case there's any chance of tracing them. There you are. I've parcelled up the rest and posted it to your flat, Mr. Lessing. I hope that's okay.
Pep, everything you do is okay with me from now on and forever.
I don't know how we can begin to thank you, Pep.
Oh, forget it, Mrs. West. The inspector's done me more than one good turn in his time.
Pep, the policewoman who tipped you off. Was it Winnie Marchant?
No names, no pack drill, I said, didn't I? Why, was she here then?
Yes, she was.
Oh, was that the one who searched me? She seemed rather nice. I got the feeling she wasn't very keen on doing the job.
Yeah, because she's got a brain in her head, that's why. And it's too bad I can't say the same for the rest of them at the yard. They ought to know the chief inspector wouldn't take a bribe, not to save his life. Roger, someone's got their knife into you.
And it's all sharpened up and shining.
Any idea who it could be, Roger? I mean, who'd want to do the dirty on you like this?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out. Pep, how do you fancy me as a client?
Hey? What was that again? Roger.
Well, Pep's a private inquiry agent. I'm asking him to take on an assignment for me. Is that so strange?
Well, it is to me. I've never had a chief inspector wanting to hire me before.
And it'll also account for your being here this evening, too. With Tiny Mears watching the house, you're sure to be questioned.
That's right, yeah. Okay, I'm hired. Now then, how do you want me to start?
Well, nose around, see what you can ferret out. Check on anyone not long out of the nick who might have a grudge.
Yes, I thought of that one myself, but it doesn't sound like an ex-con caper to me.
Why not, Pep?
Well, the lolly, Mr. Lessing, the £1,000. That's not chicken feed now, is it?
No. You're right, Pep. So you get checking on it. Whoever's behind this, and whatever the reason is behind it, one thing's for sure. It's big. It's something damn big. Taxi! Hey, taxi! I'm going to Scotland Yard, driver.
Sir, excuse me, sir. One moment.
Oh, sorry, this taxi's taken.
I do hope you won't think it impertinent of me, but I'm most anxious to get to Piccadilly. Would it be too much to ask if I could possibly share the cab with you?
No. No, I suppose not.
Thank you very much. That's most kind of you.
Well, get in.
Oh, after you, my dear sir. It really is very generous of you. I'm extremely grateful.
That's all right.
Did I happen to hear you say that your destination was Scotland Yard?
Yes.
Am I then in the company of a police officer by any chance?
Yes, as it happens. Does that make any difference?
Not at all, not at all. Oh! Terribly sorry. Threw me quite off balance. I hope I didn't hurt you. The driver took that corner much too fast. I should have been holding on to the handle.
Oh, not to worry. No harm done.
No, quite as you say, no harm done.
Now, let's get this wet coat off. Oh, cigarettes. Ah, yes, in the pocket. What? What on earth? My God. How the hell did that get there? Another proposition for you. Okay. Even better than before.
Chelsea 1492.
Oh, Mark, it's Roger.
What is it? Something the matter?
Yes, something new. First the money planted in the house, now... where's Jan?
In the kitchen, washing up.
Good. Oh, in case she asks, I've rung to suggest you should stay the night at Bell Street. It's a good idea in any case, okay?
Surely. Now, what's happened?
I've just gotten to my office.
Yes?
I found an envelope in my raincoat pocket, a sealed envelope, no address. Just a single sheet of paper inside, writing in block letters. Listen to this.
I'm listening.
Dear West, I have another proposition for you. It will pay even better than the last. Meet me at the usual place tomorrow, 7:30, signed K. Just an initial.
And you found the letter in your raincoat?
Yes. If I hadn't reached into the pocket for my cigarettes, if someone had searched that coat... Well, the thought is enough to bring me out in a cold sweat. This letter is all the evidence Abbott needs.
Roger, get rid of it. Fast.
Yes, I intend to. What I can't figure out is how it got into my pocket. It wasn't there this afternoon, or Abbott and his lads would have found it.
Well, there's only been one person at Bell Street since then, and that's Pet Morgan.
I think we can rule him out. So how the taxi.
What?
The man in the taxi. That's got to be it. Mark, I'll hang up now. First priority is to burn this little billet-doux. Talk to you later. That's it. What?
Roger?
Well, Detective Inspector Cornish. Something you want?
Roger, I'd just like a word with you about...
The time to say a word to me was a quarter of an hour ago when I put my head into the recreation room. What did I get? The fish-eyed stare and the cold shoulder from every man there. It was like walking into a graveyard.
No,
and strange as it may seem, I had an idea that you and I were friends.
You know what's being said?
And believed, apparently. They say a man's never too old to learn. Well, I'm learning, all right.
But it doesn't matter how long you've been at the yard or how you've always done your job, the first hint and everyone's ready to think the worst.
Is it true, Roger? What they're saying?
Why bother to ask?
Because I want to know. Is it?
Decide for yourself.
Oh, for the love of Mike. Do you imagine I want to believe it? Can't you see I'm just waiting for you to tell me it's a load of codswallop?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. I shouldn't be taking it out on you. I'll say it once, and that's all. There's not an atom of truth in any of it.
That's all I need to know. Well, what do you propose to do about it, Roger?
Nail the lie down, of course. Prove that I'm being smeared.
Does that mean you know who's at the back of it?
No, I haven't the foggiest idea, but I'll find out. You know Pep Morgan?
Yes, of course.
Well, he's lending a hand.
Is there any way I can help? Any way at all?
Well, I got a cab here tonight. The driver picked me up in Sloane Square about 3/4 of an hour ago. He dropped me off here. I was sharing the cab with a man who said he was going on to Piccadilly.
Well?
See if you can trace that cab driver, Bob.
How's that going to help you?
Well, I won't involve you with details, but if you can track down that driver, get his name and address for me, Bob, it'll help a lot.
Right. We'll leave it to me.
Good man. On Bob.
Yes?
Don't do any talking about this, will you? Keep what you're doing for me to yourself.
No need for the warning, Roger. Of course I will.
Okay, then.
Is there anything else?
No, not for the moment. Oh, have you any idea whether the assistant commissioner's still in his office?
It could be. I know Eddie Day saw him about a forgery case a few minutes ago.
Fine. There's a case I want to see him about, too. Oh, Sir Guy.
Oh, it's you, West.
Good evening, sir.
Just what do you imagine you're doing at the yard, may I ask?
I'm here for two things, sir. First, an interview with you.
You may have seen me just locking my door, Chief Inspector. I'm about to leave the building.
And second, to ask for a release from duty.
Release? There's no question of anything of that nature. You are suspended from duty, West.
That's news to me, sir. I've had no notification to that effect.
It's not dated till tomorrow morning. And if you think you can escape the stigma of suspension by asking for a release, you're much mistaken.
I seem to have been mistaken about a lot of things.
And what is that intended to mean?
I was under the impression, Sir Guy, that any man of yours could rely on getting fair treatment, scrupulously fair. It's been quite a shock to find I've been wrong about that.
You had your opportunity to discuss this with me?
I had nothing of the kind.
Your memory seems to be failing, Chief Inspector. Earlier today, you were requested by Superintendent Abbott to come here and see me. You refused.
Superintendent Abbott seems to have misled you, Sir Guy.
Misled me?
He didn't say you wanted to see me. He merely asked me to come with him to the yard for questioning. As I knew nothing of the circumstances and he wouldn't give me any information, I refused. That was the exact situation.
Go inside.
Yes, sir.
I am gravely disappointed with you, West.
I'm disappointed in you, sir.
You? Have you taken leave of your senses, Chief Inspector?
I don't think so. This is a very serious matter for me, and it's been handled damn badly. If any man under me had dealt like this with a similar case, I'd have had his hide.
Would you indeed? Chief Inspector, the evidence that Superintendent Abbott was sent to find was removed from your home. Who did it? That private inquiry agent, Morgan? He was seen at Bell Street.
Because I sent for him. And to my knowledge, there was never any evidence in my house which could convict me of accepting a bribe. I've never taken a bribe in my life. I don't know where you got your information. I don't know how long you've had me under suspicion, but I do know that the methods which have been used to try and trap me are outrageous. You've obviously prejudged me. Oh, look here, sir. I know you must have some pretty strong reasons for what you've done. The case must be even more serious than I think, or you wouldn't have been so arbitrary. But surely I deserve the chance to answer these allegations. My record at the yard should entitle me to that much at least.
Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Now, how do you explain the sum of £1,750 paid into your account in the Mid-Union Bank, Piccadilly, over the last 3 months?
What?
7 payments of £250. Always in cash, always in £1 notes. Where did that money come from?
I haven't the remotest idea.
That went due west.
I use the Mid-Union very rarely. My main account's at Brickley's Bank, Chelsea. I haven't credited my account at the Mid-Union for at least 6 months.
I've seen the account, Chief Inspector. I've talked to the cashiers and the manager.
In that case, you must know who made those payments.
Certainly. Your wife.
What did you say?
It was your wife.
Well, that's impossible.
Here's the description we were given. Read it for yourself. Well?
Oh, come on, sir. Jan's not the only attractive, dark-haired woman in the world, now is she?
You seem remarkably pleased with yourself all of a sudden.
I am. Pleased and relieved.
This is obviously one of your main items of evidence, and I can blow it sky high.
Indeed?
Yes, sir. Janet didn't go into the bank for the simple reason she's never been inside it in all the time I've had an account there. That's easily proved. You just send her there and then talk to the employees again.
You sound very confident. Perhaps you sent some other woman to deposit the money.
Aren't you getting carried away, Sir Guy?
I beg your pardon?
If I came out with a theory like that without any evidence, you'd tell me to go and boil my head. No, sir. I've been framed. Carefully and cleverly. Someone's gone to a lot of trouble, but whoever that woman is who made those payments, she can be found. And once that's done, we'll know who's behind it and why.
You're either telling the truth, Chief Inspector, or you're the most convincing liar I've ever known.
You're the only one who can decide that, sir.
For the first time, I'm beginning to think that I may have been mistaken about all this.
Does that mean I can have the release from duty?
Why do you want it?
To get to the bottom of this business for myself. Well, Sir Guy, do I get my leave of absence? I'd like your answer, please.
Suspended from duty?
That's right, Jan.
I don't follow, Roger. After all that, Chatsworth's still going to put you on suspension?
Yes, Mark.
Oh!
No, easy does it, Jan, love. Don't get your paddy up.
It's already up. As far as I'm concerned, that's the end of Sir Guy Chatsworth. I'll never feel the same about him again.
No. Calm down. Listen. He had no choice, things being what they are. As long as there's any room for suspicion about me, leave of absence won't do. He has to suspend me. But he did give me the impression that he expects me to dig around. And he's prepared to listen to anything I come up with.
I should think he would be.
Oh, for a start, I'm going to clean up this thing about you and the bank. You'll be paying a visit there tomorrow.
Did he say who's supposed to have been bribing you, Roger?
No, he's pretty evasive about that. My guess is he doesn't really know. It's been going on since the middle of January, I gather. That's when those payments to the Mid-Union started. I'm supposed to have hit on some smart racket around that time and taken money to hold my tongue. Abbott's been in charge of the investigation from the beginning.
And I bet he's enjoyed every minute of it. He's a snake. Roger, I don't have to go to the bank with him tomorrow, do I?
No, Bob Cornish gets the job. I think Chatworth's afraid you might scratch the superintendent's eyes out.
Well, I'm not the violent kind, but I'm prepared to make an exception for Mr. Abbott.
Roger, do you think Bob Cornish can manage to trace that taxi driver for you?
Well, I got my fingers crossed. It's the only lead to the character who shared the cab with me and slipped that envelope into my coat.
What I don't understand is why, darling? Why this deliberate attempt to frame you?
That's what I'd like to know. But I've got one other useful item of information. Chatworth gave it to me.
What?
The name of the man who dropped the squeak about the £1,000, which brought Abbott and crew here this afternoon.
Well, come on, Roger, don't keep us in suspense.
It was Joe Leach.
Leach? Well, now, that is a bit of a teaser, isn't it?
Why, do you know him?
Well, I met him once some time ago on a case Roger let me help him with.
Who is he, then?
Well, Joe Leach is a bit of everything, Jan. Runs a betting shop in the East End, has a half share in a pub. But his main claim to fame is that he's a regular source of information to the police.
Ah, is that why Mark called it a teaser?
Yes. Leach's information is usually pretty reliable, which explains the decision for Abbott to take action. Well, the way I see it, Leach passed the tip on for one of two reasons. Either he really believed it was true, or he's been got at himself in some way or the other. I want you to find out which it is, Mark.
Me?
Yes. I discussed it with Bob Cornish, and he agrees with me. We'll keep it unofficial. After all, you've done this sort of thing for me before, so it's one for you to handle.
I'll do my damnedest. You can count on that.
Oh, no, I think it's time we got to bed. Oh, it's been a long day. Not one of the best. Well, let's hope for better things tomorrow.
Well, I don't know about you two, but I fancy a cup of tea before turning in. Is that too much to ask, Janice?
No, of course not. I'll go and put the kettle on. It won't take a minute.
Thanks. Roger, I wanted Janet out of the room for a moment. There's something I'm a bit worried about.
Oh, what's that?
The business of the bank deposits, the attempt to tie Janet into all this.
How do you mean?
Well, on the face of it, it seems to have been done just to strengthen the evidence against you, but it might also mean that the family's likely to be involved in the future.
Yes, I see what you're getting at. Oh, but I don't think that's very likely, Mark.
Of course, the boys are in Gloucestershire for the school holidays, so they're all right, aren't they?
Martin and Richard. Yes, I should say they're all right. The worst that's liable to happen to those two is bellyache from eating too much fruit from the local orchards. And as far as Jan's concerned, well, I admit, I'll feel easier in my mind once she's paid a visit to the Mid-Union in the morning. I'll be happier when that little item's cleaned up.
Well, there's the bank. On the other side, Mrs. West.
Oh, yes, I see it, Inspector Cornish.
Oh, your husband calls me Bob, why don't you?
Thank you.
Okay. Now, you know the drill.
Oh, yes. But, Inspector...
Bob's the name, remember?
Yes, Bob. What if anything goes wrong?
You've got nothing to worry about, Mrs. West.
I just can't help feeling nervous.
Oh, forget it. It'll be a breeze, you'll see.
But this kind of identification thing... I mean, I've heard of cases from Roger where sometimes it all goes haywire and a completely innocent person...
Oh, now, stop worrying. All you do is cross the road and go into the bank. Pay the money into Roger's account as if it's a normal, everyday thing.
Yes.
Now, once I've seen you come out, I'll nip in and do my stuff. Oh, we better fix a meeting place, hadn't we?
Yes, I suppose so.
Now, let's see now. That should do. That coffee bar along there, okay?
Mm-hmm. Well, I just hope everything will be okay at the bank, too.
Now, look. The one thing you mustn't do is seem nervous when you get in there, understand? It's just an everyday thing.
Yes. Yes, of course. Yes, you're quite right.
Now, take a deep breath, and off you go. Hey, wait for the traffic lights.
Chelsea, 1492.
It's me, Roger.
Mark?
Have you had any news from Janet yet?
No, but it's a bit early. I wasn't expecting to hear from you so soon either. Well, what about Joe Leach? Any luck with him?
You won't be very happy about this, I'm afraid.
He wouldn't do any talking.
He can't do any talking. He's dead.
Dead?
He was found early this morning, Roger. He was murdered.
Good God.
I'm at the local police station now, trying to get as much information as I can.
Mark, there's someone at the door. Find out all you possibly can and get back here.
Okay. Bye, Roger.
Bye. All right. I'm coming.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell me if Mrs. West is at home by any chance?
No, I'm afraid she isn't.
Oh, what a shame. Of course, I should really have telephoned to arrange a convenient time to see her, but as I happened to be driving through Chelsea...
Well, I'm her husband. Can I help at all?
You're Chief Inspector West.
That's right.
My name is Fleming, Mrs. Raymond Fleming.
Would you care to come in, Mrs. Fleming?
Well, thank you. Just for a moment. I shan't stay, Mr. West, but I'd appreciate it if you would tell your wife that I called. Here, let me give you my card.
No, thank you. The European Relief and Assistance Society.
I'm the president, and our offices, as you see, are in Welbeck Street.
Oh, yes.
We're a bona fide organization, Mr. West, properly registered as a charity. Your wife's name was given to me as someone who would be sympathetic and might agree to lend her services.
Oh, I see. Well, she does one or two things in that line, mainly in connection with the school our two boys go to. There are a couple of other organizations here in Chelsea. Oh, is that how you came to hear of them?
Yes, I imagine that would be it.
Just what does your society do?
Well, our aim is to help Europeans who come to settle here in this country. You might say it's my own little hobby horse, Mr. West. I was responsible for starting it all. It's not a welfare organization for refugees. There are a number of other bodies who deal with that. We're primarily concerned with helping professional people from every sphere, medicine, science, engineering. Do you think your wife would consider helping us?
Well, I really don't know.
I'm told she'd be a very valuable person to have, just the kind we need.
Well, I'll tell her about it, naturally.
And will you use your good offices to persuade her? I'm sure you can be very persuasive indeed, Chief Inspector.
Well, I'd say that's much more likely to be true of you, Mrs. Fleming.
How very flattering of you. I mustn't keep you any longer. Thank you so much for giving me so much time.
Not at all.
I'm sure you must be very busy with all sorts of strange and mysterious cases.
As it so happens, I am, Mrs. Fleming.
Really? Well, I'm certain you'll find out the truth. I'm sure nothing could stay hidden from you very long, Mr. West. I'll say goodbye now.
Yeah, goodbye.
And thank you again.
Not at all. Chelsea, 1492.
Oh, Roger, darling?
Oh, Jan, is everything all right? What happened at the bank?
Everything's fine. When Bob Cornish questioned the cashiers, they said they'd never seen me before.
Oh, thank the Lord.
It's exactly how I feel. Oh, it's such a relief. I was half afraid they might go crazy and actually insane.
Yes, I know. Well, at least this should satisfy Chatworth. I'll get on to him right away.
There's no need, darling. Bob Cornish has already called the yard and reported.
Oh, that's great.
He's getting me some coffee at the moment. He's really being awfully nice.
Oh, where are you?
At a coffee barn near the bank. As soon as I've had coffee, I'll make my way home.
Fine. As a matter of fact, I've just shut the door on a visitor. For you, Jan.
Oh, who?
A lady. Very beautiful, very elegant. Bowled up in a silver grey rose and a silver grey mink that you'd give your eye teeth for. I'll tell you all about it when you get home.
All right. I'll catch a bus in Victoria Street. I rather fancy a walk through St. James's Park. Bye for now.
Bye, Jan, love.
Silly things.
Like the ducks, do you?
What? Oh. Yes. Doesn't everyone?
Not me. I'm more interested in you, Mrs. West.
What?
Easy now, easy.
What you doing?
Easy, I said. No
Let go of
screaming,
my arm.
no struggling unless you want to get hurt. Now we're going to take a little walk. You, me, and my mate. Just you be a good girl and behave, or the Chief Inspector won't recognise that nice face of yours. Now let's go. Walk.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the second part of Inspector West at Home by John Creasy. Listen to Fear in Flat 9, the next episode of John Fawcett Wilson's production of Inspector West at Home.
Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file based on John Creasy's novel, Inspector West at Home, dramatized for radio by Morris Travers. Inspector West at Home, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard, and Sarah Lawson as his wife, Janet. Part 3, Fear in Flat 9.
Chelsea 1492.
Is that Chief Inspector West?
Yes, who's that?
I've got a little message for you, Inspector.
Who's speaking?
Never mind about that. It's a message concerning your wife.
What?
Didn't she ought to be home by now? I reckon if I was you, I'd be wondering where she's got to.
What the hell? Who are you?
That don't matter. But your missus matters, doesn't she?
What's happened to her?
Ah, now that'd be telling, wouldn't it?
Look, what have you done to her?
That's all for now, Inspector. Bye-bye.
Jan. Oh, if anything's happened. Oh, come on, answer it, damn you.
Scotland Yard.
This is Chief Inspector West.
Yes, Inspector?
Put me through to Detective Inspector Cornish. And make it snappy, will you?
Yes, Inspector. Just a moment.
Oh, come on. Hello? Hello?
I'm sorry, Chief Inspector. I'm getting no answer from his office.
Well, find him. Find where Bob Cornish is and tell him to call me back immediately. You understand? I'm at my home and there's no time to be wasted. Oh, damn and blast him. Where the devil's he got to? Hello? Oh, Bob, thank the Lord. I've been waiting for over half an hour. What taxi driver? Oh, well, forget about that for a minute. Listen, Bob, you were with my wife this morning. Yes, in a coffee bar. I want to know what time she left you. About 11:30. You're sure? I see, thanks. Oh, she's just a bit late getting home. Now, what was that about the cab driver? You've traced him? Okay, let's have his name and address. Good, I got it. Nice work. Oh, that's the door. It might be Jan. Bye, Bob. Jana. Oh, It's only you, Mark.
Only me. Well, there's a nice thing.
Come in.
Roger, is something wrong? You've got a face like a thundercloud.
Mark, it's Jan.
What's happened?
Well, let's go into the living room. I'll tell you as much as I know about it. Oh, whoever's cooked up this caper, they really ought to make a thorough job of it, aren't they?
Yes. Someone's certainly keen to see you in trouble.
And the worst kind. For a copper, taking bribes. Oh, it's a nice, tidy little frame-up. First, the £1,000 planted in this house, then the gentleman in the taxi slipping that envelope into my pocket, and those 7 payments Jan was supposed to have made to the Mid-Union Bank.
Well, at least that's been cleared up.
Only partly.
What? But you said both the cashiers admitted they'd never seen Janet before.
True, but there's still the other woman to find. The one who pretended to be Jan and made the payments. No, but that's for later. Right now, I'm calling the yard. I'm going to talk to the assistant commissioner.
What about?
I want a general alarm put out for Jan.
Now, wait a minute.
Sir Guy Chatworth may have had me suspended from duty, but he can't refuse me this.
Give it a bit longer, Roger. If you get Chatworth to put out an alarm, and the next minute Janet just walks in the door, well, you'll be less popular with him than you are already.
She won't just walk in the door, Mark. Can't you understand? She's been grabbed. Oh, and if any harm's come to her, so help me, I'll get whoever did it if it takes me the rest of my life. And when I do, I'll break their necks with my own hands.
Easy now. Take it easy, Roger. Look, let's sit down for a few minutes. I haven't had a chance to tell you what I found out about Joe Leach and his murder.
Well, I can wait. There are a couple of things I haven't told you either, but they can all wait. I'm getting on to Chatworth.
All right. If your mind's made up.
I'll take it. Chelsea 1492.
Roger.
Jan. Oh, thank God to hear your voice.
Is she okay?
Oh, Roger, darling.
Jan, are you all right? You're not hurt?
No. No, I'm all right, but I don't think I've ever been so scared.
Well, where are you? What happened?
I'm in Chertsey.
Chertsey?
Good heavens.
Jan, tell me what happened.
Well, I was walking through St. James's Park when these 2 men came up to me. They threatened me and made me go with them. They said I had to do as I was told if I didn't want to get hurt.
Yes, go on.
It was incredible, really. All those people all around, and I just had to walk between them. They took me to a car and made me get in. They drove off, and then they didn't say another word. Every time I tried to speak, I was told to shut up. It was terrifying. I didn't know what they were going to do with me, but when we got here, to Chertsey, they stopped the car.
And then what?
Well, nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
But just what I say. They told me to get out of the car, and then they drove away.
Drove away, just like that?
I started walking till I found the railway station.
Oh, right. Oh, I tell you what. You get the next train. I'll check the time and meet you at Waterloo, okay?
Yes, all right. Oh, I feel a lot better now I've talked to you.
Ah, there's my girl. Well, I'll be waiting on the platform, Jan, love. Bye.
And I'm afraid that's about the best description of them that I can give you, Roger.
Well, it's something to go on.
But what I can't understand is why they did it.
For my benefit, Jan.
Your benefit? Oh, you mean as some sort of warning?
That's it. Our friends, whoever they are, laid on this little demonstration to show me they can make you do a disappearing trick any time they feel like it.
Oh.
Jan, I've got an idea. I think you should go up to Gloucestershire.
What?
Well, stay with the boys for the rest of their school holidays. Well, your cousin would be glad to have you, and... Well, there's nothing Martin and Richard would like better, is there?
Oh, no. You can put that idea right out of your head this minute.
Now, listen, Jan.
No, I said... If you imagine I'm going off and leaving you at a time like this...
Look, darling.
After 12 years of marriage, if you don't know me better than that, well, you should. Look, I'm staying here, and there's nothing more to be said. Now, take me home to Bell Street. What I want more than anything else at this moment is a good, hot cup of tea. Oh, that's better. A cup of tea works wonders.
Good. Now, it's upstairs with you, my girl. You're going to lie down for a bit.
I'm not going to lie down. I'm fine now. I'm home and I'm fine.
A rest wouldn't do any harm, Janet.
Oh, for goodness sake, Mark, stop fussing over me. You're like a couple of old hens, a pair of you.
Oops, Daisy, sorry.
Anyway, there's a lot I have to be brought up to date on, isn't there?
Not just you, Janet. Roger and I haven't had a chance to compare notes either.
Well, all the better.
Mark, you haven't heard anything from Pep Morgan yet, I take it?
No, but he'll be busy chasing it up, right enough.
No. What's this? If you two are going to be cryptic, how am I supposed to know what's going on? Now, what will your personal private inquiry agent be chasing up, may I ask?
The taxi driver. The one who took me to the yard last night.
Then you've tracked him down?
Or Bob Cornish did, as he promised. He got the name and address. I rang Pep about it before I left to pick you up.
So now we cross our fingers and hope the driver can remember where he dropped the chap Roger shared the cab with.
You're really certain, Roger, that he was the one who put the bribery note into your pocket?
Well, it couldn't have been anyone else. And I've got to find him, Jan. He's the only link to whoever's behind this whole frame-up. And the reason for it.
Well, surely not the only link.
I'm afraid he is.
Well, what about that man Mark was going to see? What's his name? You know, that police informant. The one who tipped off the yard about the money that had been planted here in the house.
Joe Leach, Esquire.
He won't give any more information to the police or to anyone else. He's been murdered, Jan.
Murdered?
Yes. He was found shot in the flat above his betting shop.
What did you get out of the local coppers, Mark?
Very little. Even with your name as a password.
Haven't they any idea who killed him?
Oh, yes, they've got ideas, but no evidence, Janet. They seem to favour a character by the name of Malone.
Oh, who's he?
He's rather a tough customer, from what I can gather. He runs a mob of strong-arm boys in the area.
Malone. No, that doesn't ring any bells with me.
Well, according to the police there, he's the big wheel behind the local protection racket. But they've never been able to pin anything on him. He's known popularly as the Whistler. Apparently it's a habit of his.
The Whistler? And he operates in the AZ division. I'll have to ask Bob Cornish. That was his old patch before he got transferred to the yard. I wonder.
You wonder what?
Well, on the face of it, it's too damn small a thing to read anything into it, but...
Roger, you're going cryptic again.
Come on. You can't whet our curiosity and just leave it at that.
Well, I was thinking of the Micklejohn case, if you must know.
Oh, yes? Well, I'm no wiser. What exactly was the Micklejohn case?
It happened before all this bribe trouble began. The night you were here, actually, Mark, your first night back in London. Bob Cornish and I found a man named Micklejohn dead in his flat. It all ended up with a difference of opinion between Superintendent Abbott and myself. Abbott won. Went down as suicide.
What makes you think of that now?
Well, this character Mark's just mentioned, the Whistler.
How come?
Well, we talked to all of Micklejohn's neighbors. They all said they heard nothing except one. An old chap in the flat next door. Now, he thought he heard someone whistling.
Ah, you mean to say you think...
Well, I can't exactly jump to any conclusions about it, Mark. I mentioned it in my report. Abbott didn't even think it was worth considering. Just the same, I'll have a word with Bob Cornish about this Whistler Malone.
Oh, shall I?
No, I'll get it. Chelsea 1492.
Roger, Pep Morgan here.
Pep. What luck, old son? Any news?
Yeah, I managed to see your taxi driver.
Well, did he remember where he set down the man who shared the cab with me? He was going to Piccadilly, he said.
Yeah, well, he changed his mind then, didn't he?
Huh?
According to the driver, he got out at the end of Welbeck Street.
Welbeck Street? I don't suppose he saw where the fellow went by any chance.
Yes, as it happens, he did. Into one of the houses.
Is that so? Pep, I'll meet you at the end of Welbeck Street in half an hour, let's say. Okay with you?
Sure, yes, but, Roger, it's a bit of a wild goose chase, isn't it?
It might be. On the other hand, it might not. In half an hour, Pep. Bye. Mark, you stay here with Jan like a good chap, will you?
Right.
I don't want her left alone.
Oh, now, Roger.
Don't argue with me. I haven't got time.
I get the impression that there's some special significance about Welbeck Street. Would I be right?
Perhaps. While Jan was going through the identification business at the bank this morning and, you were following up the Joe Leach thing.
Yeah?
I had a visitor here.
Oh, yes. You mentioned that to me over the phone. A woman, you said.
A lady, I said. And a very elegant specimen of the species. Mrs. Raymond Fleming. She wanted you to lend your services to her organization, Jan, the European Relief and Assistance Society. She's the president. She gave me her card, and as it so happens, their offices are...
in Welbeck Street?
Exactly. Could be just a coincidence, of course, but it could also be something a good deal more. That's what I'm off to find out. That'll be the next house along, Pep. Here we are. Now, this is it right enough, see? On the board there.
Oh, yeah. European Relief and Assistance Society, ground floor.
Now, come on. Inquiries. Right, Pep, you stay put here. I'll go in, and we'll see what we'll see.
Good afternoon, sir.
Well, now fancy that.
What did you say?
And good afternoon to you, too, young lady.
Is there something I can do to help you?
Well, I think there very probably is.
Yes, sir.
I wonder if you'd take £250 in notes and deposit the amount to my account at the Mid-Union Bank. My name is West.
I don't understand.
Oh, I'm sure you do. It's quite a simple thing to do, isn't it? And you've already done it 7 times before, haven't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, your appearance certainly comes close enough to that of my wife. For a general description, anyway.
I'm afraid you're making some kind of mistake.
You know, the cashiers at the bank will be able to identify you.
I've no idea what you mean. Now, if you have any proper business here, will you please say what it is or go away?
Lois, my dear.
Mr. Pickrell.
Well, and who have we here?
Is anything the matter?
Not any longer.
I beg your pardon? Is there something we can do for you, sir?
Well, suppose we put that the other way around. Is there something I can do for you? Such as letting you share another taxi with me, for instance?
I'm afraid I don't follow you.
You did last night. In Sloane Square, Mr. Pickerel, is it? Yes. We rode together in a taxi as far as Scotland Yard.
My dear sir, I'm afraid you must be confusing me with someone else. I was at home last night, the entire evening, with friends.
Is that a fact?
A demonstrable fact, sir. And now I must ask you to leave. The young lady and I have work to do. We're very busy.
All right, if you insist.
I do. Come into my office, please, Lois. I have a letter to dictate.
Yes, of course.
But don't be surprised if you see me again, will you? Goodbye.
Right here, Roger. Well, what happened?
Well, I think I've set the cat among the pigeons. Nip in there, Pep. See if you can hear what's being said in the inner office. Now, if anyone comes out, you've, come to the wrong shop, something like that.
Rightio, then.
I'll wait for you out in the street. Go on. In you go. Quickly and quietly.
Roger!
Well, how'd you make out, Pep?
Chief Inspector, we've hit the jackpot. That's the girl who paid the log into the bank, all right?
I knew it the moment I saw her. What'd you hear?
Well, the geezer couldn't catch all of it, but the bird, her name's Lois Randall. Oh, I've got her address for you, too. Good. She'd left her handbag on the desk, so I took a quick butcher's inside. Anyway, you've put the wind up her and no error.
Have I? Good.
Well, I don't know so much about that, Roger.
What do you mean?
Well, the geezer tried to calm her down at first, but when that didn't work, he started putting the frighteners on her.
Did he?
Yeah, he told her she'd better behave herself, obey orders, or she knew what he could do to her. I felt a bit sorry for her. Don't ask me why, but I did. Sounds to me like he's got her well under the cosh.
In that case, the sooner we take charge of her, the better, for her sake as well as mine. Now that I've got your evidence, too, we should be able to get her to talk. And that just might break the whole business wide open.
In one stroke, eh?
Yes. Pep, get to a phone, call the yard, ask for Bob Cornish. Oh, if he's not there, you'll have to talk to Abbott.
Oh, the voice of doom. He gives me the willies. I hope I can get on to your friend Cornish.
Just get moving.
What about you?
Well, I'm going back for another word with the girl. Off you go, Pep. Get cracking. Excuse me, Miss Randall.
Go away.
I've come back to give you a piece of advice. Now, don't take any more risks. Get out of this mess you're in before it's too late. I'm prepared to help you, Miss Randall.
I don't know what you mean. Go
Look,
away.
don't play games, girl. You're in trouble.
Go, please.
And you're scared stiff. That sticks out like a sore thumb. I've said I'll help you. I know what happened here after I went. I know what Pickerel said to you.
Do you really, Mr. West?
But
I'm afraid you're rather an impetuous man.
And you're a stupid one. Put that gun down.
It seems that we'll have to reach an understanding, you and I. Lois, go into my office.
But...
Do as I say, my dear.
Yes, all right.
You're only making matters worse for yourself, Pickerel.
Follow, Miss Randall. And don't think of doing anything reckless. I'm quite prepared to use this gun if I have to, I assure you. Into my office, please. Now, we must clarify the situation.
It's clear enough. And I warn you, Pickerel.
But you're in no position to deliver warnings. You no longer have any official authority, as I understand it. You've been suspended from duty.
Oh? And just how do you happen to know that?
It's not important. Stand over by the filing cabinet, please. Lois, you come here by me.
All right.
Now, first of all, Mr. West, how did you find this address?
Our mutual taxi driver was traced, Pickerel. That's what led me here.
Is that the full truth?
Why shouldn't it be?
It was only because of the taxi driver, nothing else.
I've just told you so, haven't I? Now, I'll tell you something else. You can't get away with it, Pickerel, gun or no gun.
Oh, but I can. Because you don't appreciate the whole position. Let me sum it up for you. You think Miss Randall might be persuaded to clear you of suspicion about the payments made to your bank, and so allow you to regain your standing at Scotland Yard. I'm afraid you must think again, Mr. West.
Must I?
Miss Randall may have been the messenger, but someone must have given her the money. Correct?
Correct.
If she is questioned, she will say it was you, Mr. West. Isn't that so, Lois? Answer me, my dear. And remember what you have at stake. Mr. West seems to think you're in some kind of danger. But you know that nothing can happen to you so long as you obey instructions. And you will, won't you?
Yes. Yes, I will.
Thank you. So you see, Mr. West.
I see.
I don't altogether understand how you still happen to be at liberty, but if Miss Randall were to make a statement along the lines I have indicated, you certainly wouldn't remain so for very much longer.
Lois.
Stay where you are, West.
All right, all right. Listen to me, Lois. I don't know what hold this man has over you, but I hope you realize that perjury is a serious offense.
She takes her orders from me.
Like the man who grabbed my wife today? Was that done on your instructions, too? Was it, Pickerel?
I said don't move. Unless you want a bullet.
Please. Please do as he says.
I thought that little incident of your wife might have taught you something. But perhaps now you have a more complete understanding of your circumstances. There's nothing you can do against me, Mr. West. Your only course is to forget all about your visit to these offices. Otherwise, you will find yourself in far greater difficulties than those you have experienced already.
You've made one mistake. A bad mistake, Pickerel.
Really? And what might that be?
You assume that I was the only one who overheard your conversation with Lois.
That's what you told her?
It was a slight inaccuracy. It was someone else entirely who overheard the two of you.
What?
Now, I'll admit that as things are, my own word against Miss Randall's might not carry much weight, but an independent witness is quite another matter.
West, if you imagine you can bluff me...
That's no bluff. And as for you, Lois, I think when you find your false evidence can be demolished, you'll come to your senses and tell the whole truth.
Take no notice of him. He's lying.
Am I?
Roger.
Who's that?
Roger? You inside there?
Please come in.
Well, everything's under control. Stone me.
This is your witness, I take it. Shut the door. I said shut it.
What's all this, then?
Get over there, beside West. And don't try any tricks.
That gun won't help you, chummy. The coppers are on their way.
Police?
I got onto the yard all right, Roger.
Good man.
I don't believe it. You're bluffing.
Not when there's a pistol pointed at me, mate.
Lewis, the bottom left-hand drawer of my desk. There are papers in it.
Yes.
Quickly. Give them to me. All of them. Now, empty that waste paper bin on the floor. Pile on everything from the top of the desk as well. Now, set fire to them. Here.
He's bonkers.
Pickerel, you can't start a fire in here.
Go on, girl. Do as you're told. Yes. Light it. Now, get out of here, Lewis. Go on. Go.
You fool.
Stay where you are.
Damn it, man. You'll have the whole place on fire.
Don't move. Either of you. And don't try to come after me or I'll shoot. I mean it.
Pep, see what you can do about the fire. I'll get Pickerel.
No, you won't. You leave it to me.
Pep, come back.
I'm at the smaller car.
Come back here. Pep, come back. Pep.
Come on now. Come on, stand well back there, please. Well, you've all seen an ambulance before, haven't you? Keep back, please.
Ah, Pep. How is it, old son?
The doc says I'll live.
Well, you'd better. Rushing off like that after Pickerel.
Yeah, well, if I hadn't, you would have. Then you'd have copped it. Any old doubt what's a bullet in the leg between friends, eh? Roger, he got away, didn't he, that Pickerel geezer?
Yes, he got away. Bob Cornish and his lads arrived just too late.
Excuse me, sir. Got to get the patient in the ambulance now.
Yes, of course, yes. Anything you'd like in hospital, Pep?
Yeah, just a couple of dolly nurses, that's all. Okay, you blokes. Heave away. No, wait a bit. No, hold on.
What's wrong, Pep?
Roger, I didn't give you her address, did I? That Lois Randall bird, I mean.
Oh.
It's flat 9, 23 Chapel Street, St. John's Wood.
23 Chapel Street, thanks. And all the panic, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I don't know how you're going to get on without me and no error. Righty-o, blokes. Now I'm ready for the blood wagon. Shove me in.
Chelsea 1492?
Jan, it's me.
Roger, thank goodness you phoned. Mark and I are on tenterhooks here. What's been going on?
Oh, plenty. But it'll take too long to tell it all now. I just wanted you to know that I found the man who shared that taxi with me.
You did? Oh, good work. luck, darling?
Not so good, Jan. He got away again. But I've been on to Superintendent now, but a general alarm has gone out for the gentleman.
Well, he's sure to be caught then, isn't he?
Yeah, I hope so. Oh, I also found the young lady who impersonated you at the bank.
But, Roger, that's marvelous. That means you're clear to the whole frame-up, bribery, everything, once and for all.
Not quite. I've got to produce that girl. And she's done a disappearing act, too.
So there's an alarm out for her as well?
No, I didn't tell Abbott about her.
Why on earth not?
Well, that's part of the long story. The point is, Jan, I'm still no nearer to finding out what's behind all this. I've got the girl's address. I'm on my way there now. Bye.
I tell you, there's nothing wrong. Why can't you believe me?
Because I'm not blind, Lois, that's why.
For heaven's sake, Bill.
But you're in a hell of a state, and I want to know the reason.
Please don't keep on about it.
Look, I'll keep on until I get it out of you. But for the love of Mike, what else do you expect? We're supposed to be engaged, Lois. I go to a lot of trouble to organize a spot of leave just so that I can get down from Scotland to see you. And what happens?
Bill, please.
He wouldn't even open the door to me till I'd told you who it was. Now, what the heck's been going on, girl? What are you scared of?
Will you leave me alone, Bill? Why can't you stop asking questions?
I've got to ask them. Lois, if you won't tell me what's the matter, how can I help you?
You can't help me. No one can help me. Bill.
Someone at the door. Well, aren't you going to see who it is?
No.
Lois, why?
No, it might be...
Might be who? All right. I'm going to see who's there.
No, don't open it. Please, Bill, don't open it.
Yes?
Not him.
Do you mind if I come in?
That depends. Who are you?
He's a policeman. He came to the office this morning. Oh, send him away, Bill. I won't say anything. Send him away.
You heard the lady. You'd better be going.
I don't know who you are, but I suggest you take it easy. Miss Randall is in a lot of trouble, and threatening noises from you aren't likely to help matters. Suppose we shut this door, first of all.
Why did you let him in? Bill, I told you.
Calm down, Lois. I can handle this.
My name is West, Chief Inspector West of Scotland Yard, and you are...
I'm Bill Tennant, Lois's fiancé.
Right, Mr. Tennant. Now, you'd better understand that I'm here in a private capacity. I'm not on duty. My inquiries at Lois's office today were not official. She can help me, and I'm hoping she will.
No. Send him away, Bill.
Oh, surely you're not frightened of the police, Lois.
She's even more frightened of someone else. Who did you think it was when I rang the bell, Lois? Did you think it was Pickerel?
No, I thought it was...
Well, who were you going to say?
No one.
Oh, Chief Inspector, what is all this about? I can't get any sense out of Lois.
She's in trouble, Mr. Tennant, and because of her, so am I. She's been persuaded to contribute towards ruining my reputation at the yard.
I don't believe it. Lois.
You shouldn't have opened the door. I told you not to.
But you didn't know I was ringing the bell, and you didn't think it was Pickerel, so who were you frightened of, Lois?
No one. I told you, no one at all. Why can't you leave me alone? Why can't you...
What is it?
Can't you hear?
So that's who it is. The Whistler. That's who you're afraid of. Whistler Malone.
Yes. And he's here now. Outside that door.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the third part of Inspector West at Home by John Creasy. Listen to A Call from the Whistler, the next episode of John Fawcett Wilson's production of Inspector West at Home.
Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file based on John Creasy's novel, Inspector West at Home, dramatized for radio by Morris Travers. Inspector West at Home, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard, and Sarah Lawson as his wife, Janet. Part 4. A call from the Whistler.
It's him. He's come to my flat. He's here.
Lois.
The Whistler. I knew he'd come.
Lois, sweetheart, what are you so scared of? I've never seen you like this. Who is this Whistler? Inspector West, do you know?
I heard of him today, Mr. Tennant, for the first time. His name's Malone. He runs a mob of strong-arm boys.
And what's it got to do with Lois?
Well, you better ask her that.
I've got another idea. I'll ask him.
Bill, no. Don't open the door.
Lois, I'm going to settle this right here and now.
About time. Step aside, sonny boy. Lois, doll, I don't like it when I'm kept waiting.
Oh, don't
Wrap
you now.
up, sonny boy. I'm talking to the girl.
Well, suppose you talk to me instead, Malone.
Well, look who's here. The yard's bright boy himself, Chief Inspector West. The bent copper. Taking any good bribes lately?
Well, let's have a little chat about that, shall we?
Now, don't make me laugh. You can't throw your weight around any more, copper. You're suspended. The yard's giving you the bullet. So beat it and take Sonny Boy here with you. The doll and I are going for a little ride.
Like hell you are.
Bill, there's nothing you can do.
You heard it? Do a scarper, the pair of you. On your way before I have to get rough.
Go ahead, get rough.
Tennant, watch
Keep
it.
out of
Watch
this,
it.
Inspector. I'll take care of it. All right, Whistler or Malone or whatever they call you. Show me how rough you can be.
You asked for it, Sonny Boy.
Tennant, watch out.
Not fast enough, Malone.
Look out. He's got a knife.
What? Now. Right, Mr. Whistler. Let's see you whistle your way out. This will make certain.
Tennant, wait.
Understand? Oh, damn it. I reckon that's the last we'll see of Mr. Whistler Malone.
Bill, you fool. You don't know what you've done.
I took him down the stairs. That's what I've done. Oh, Lois, sweetheart, you don't have to worry about a job like that. Does she, Inspector?
Well, it's plain to see you don't. You handle yourself very well, Tennant.
I should do. It's my job, you might say.
Is it?
Unarmed combat. I'm an army instructor.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'm blowed.
It's not funny. Malone won't forget this. You don't know him. You don't know what he can do.
No, I don't. And it's more than time I did, Lois. Well, do you mind leaving, Inspector? My fiancée and I have to have a private talk.
I'm afraid I can't go yet, Tennant. I've got a strong personal interest in all this. Miss Randall has some explaining to do.
No, leave me alone. I've got nothing to say. I can't tell you anything. I can't.
Lois!
No!
Lois!
Tennant, she can't get out of the flat through that room, can she?
No, she can't.
Then
but
I suggest you leave her alone for a little while. Let her have a good cry. Might help.
Look, what the devil's this all about? What's Lois got to explain to you? And what did you mean before that Whistler hoodlum turned up about her ruining your reputation at Scotland Yard?
Well, she contributed to it. Someone's been making an effort to frame me, Tennant. A damn good effort. I'm suspected of accepting bribes. Sir Guy Chatworth, my assistant commissioner, has suspended me from duty.
Did you say Lois is involved in it?
Yes.
Now, just how is she involved?
Well, for a start, she's been impersonating my wife, depositing sums of money in a bank account of mine.
Lois has? Oh, you can't be serious.
There's no doubt of it, I'm afraid.
Well, I just can't believe it. Lois mixed up in this sort of thing?
Yes.
But I'm stationed up in Scotland, Inspector. I wangled this leave earlier than I expected. I didn't let Lois know. I thought I'd make it a surprise. Looks as though I'm the one who got the surprise.
You had no idea she was in any kind of trouble?
Not a clue. I turn up and I find her like this, terrified out of her life. She nearly fell through the floor when she saw me.
How long have you and Lois been engaged?
Only a couple of months. Happened on my last leave. As a matter of fact, I practically had to bully her into it. She kept trying to find excuses.
She's a frightened girl, Tennant. And it's more than Whistler Malone. There's a man named Pickerel. I'd say he's the one responsible for Malone turning up here.
Yeah, I know Pickerel is her boss. That society she works for, what's it called?
The European Relief and Assistance Society.
That's it.
Well, our Mr. Pickerel is closely involved in my frame-up. There's a police alarm out for him at this moment.
Good grief.
And there'd be one out for Lois, too. Except that I haven't told the Yard about her part in it.
Oh? Why not?
Well, she's been acting under pressure, and I want to know what that pressure is. And I want to help her.
Because she can give evidence to clear you?
Yes, but not only that. I'm thinking of her, too. You can believe that.
Yes. Yes, I do. I don't mark you down as a liar.
Thanks. Now, is there a phone in this flat, Bill?
No. Oh, but there's a public one, though, on the next landing up.
Right. I think we need a bit of help.
All right, Mark, I'll answer it. Chelsea 1492?
Oh, it's me, John.
Oh, Roger. I hoped you'd ring.
Listen,
I'm at 23 Chapel Street, St. John's Wood, flat number 9. Got that?
Yes, darling.
Now, I want you and Mark to come over here as fast as you can make it. Now, if there's a yard man still watching our house, then
But there won't be, surely, not any longer.
Well, I'm far from being in the clear yet, Jan. I'm still under suspension. And if I know my Superintendent Abbott, he'll have Bell Street under surveillance. Not just till I prove myself innocent, but till he's got it in writing and in triplicate.
Oh, don't mention that man's name to me.
Now, look, the vital thing is that you mustn't lead a yard man here. Somehow or the other, you've got to lose him, understand?
Yes, of course. I'll tell Mark and we'll get over to St. John's Wood as quickly as possible.
That's my girl. Bye for now.
Bye, darling. Mark?
Right here, Janet. Who was that, Roger?
Yes. He's given us a bit of a problem. Now, you're the one who writes books about crime and criminals, Mr. Lessing, so it's up to you to come up with a solution.
Well, I can but try. What's the problem?
Well, Roger says that... Oh, Lord, who is it now? Chelsea 1492?
May I speak to Chief Inspector West, please?
Well, I'm sorry he's not here at the moment.
Oh. Would that be Mrs. West by any chance?
Yes, that's right.
Mrs. West, this is Mrs. Raymond Fleming.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Fleming. Roger told me that you called here this morning.
Can you tell me when your husband will be home, Mrs. West? I must speak to him. It's most important.
Well, I'm afraid I can't say. But I'll be seeing him. Could I give him a message?
Will you see him before this evening?
Oh, yes.
Then please ask him to come here at 7:30. It's number 11, Bannock House, Hampstead.
Very well. 11 Bannock House at 7:30.
You will make sure he gets the message.
Of course, Mrs. Fleming.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Mark, you're quite sure you weren't followed?
As sure as I can be, Roger.
Oh, good.
We changed taxis twice, then we used the underground.
And changed trains a couple of times just to be on the safe side.
Fine. Well, I've given you an idea of the situation here.
Have you been able to get anything more out of the girl?
No, I haven't had a chance yet, Jan. She's still in that room with Bill Tennant.
It's a dicey one, all right.
Yes. We've got to try and nurse Lois Randall into a better frame of mind. Now, she can give us the key to a large part of this whole affair, I'd say. But knowing what she does means that she's in danger, so she has to be protected.
By the sound of it, her boyfriend's not bad at the protecting side of things. I'd like to have seen him dealing with the Whistler.
I'd like to have seen him being a little bit less impulsive. I had a few questions to put to Malone about Joe Leach's murder and the death of Leonard Micklejohn. But the point is, young Tennant's made himself a bad enemy today.
When you talk about protection for the girl, you mean police protection?
That's the last thing I mean, Jan.
Oh, but
Abbott would never get anything out of her. With his tactics and in her present state of mind, she'd just collapse, I think. No, we have to cope with this ourselves and wait till she's ready to tell us what she knows.
So the thing is, what to do with Miss Randall?
And she mustn't stay here. Quite apart from Malone, there's the police to think of. Abbott's certain to check up on her. The trouble is, since being suspended from duty, the only information I can get from the yard is whatever Bob Cornish feels he can safely pass on to me. And I'd say by now, Abbott and Cornish will be investigating Mrs. Fleming's society.
Oh, my goodness.
What?
Mrs. Fleming, I forgot.
Forgot what?
Yes, she rang me just before we left Bell Street with a message. She wants to see you this evening, and she said it was most important.
Did she? Well, as it happens, I was planning to have a talk with the lady myself. But more important, let's get back to Lois Randall. We've got to find somewhere to hide her away for a while, somewhere safe. And there's young Tennant, don't forget. He'll want to be with them.
Well, what's wrong with putting them in a hotel?
Too many people in a hotel, Jan.
Yes. Too easy for her to give us the slip.
Well, not if it's a small one of those family hotels.
Yes, she could be right at that. And I think I know just the one. Leggett's Hotel in Buckingham Palace Gate. I know the proprietor. He's been very helpful once or twice. I'll go up and ring him now.
No, Mrs. West, I don't see the point of it.
But, Mr. Tennant, haven't we explained...
Hiding away in some hotel, I don't see why it's necessary.
Because you and Lois are in danger, Tennant, that's why.
No, I'm not hiding from a rat like Malone. I can take care of myself and of Lois.
Oh, look, don't talk like a fool. And don't get carried away with yourself just because you smacked Malone down once.
Roger's right. If the Whistler won't come alone next time, he'll have a bunch of his muscle boys with him.
And you'll stand about as much chance as a snowflake in hell.
Inspector West.
Yes, Lois.
I can't pretend I wouldn't be glad to hide somewhere, but that doesn't mean I'm going to tell you anything. I think you should know that.
Yeah, she means it. I spent an hour trying to persuade her, but it was no go.
We're not worried about that for the moment, are we, Roger?
No. The first priority is to see that you're safe, Lois.
I just don't want you to think I'm coming with you on false pretenses.
There's no question of that, Miss Randall.
I've arranged everything with the hotel. And the faster we get you out of here, the better. So let's get moving, shall we? Yes, that's right. I want them round here at Leggett's Hotel right away. Yes, that's right. Goodbye. Oh, Mark, just the man I want.
Yes, Roger.
Where's Jan?
In Miss Randall's room with her and Tennant.
Oh, good.
Mark, I've just phoned Pep Morgan's office.
Oh, yes?
Well, thank goodness he doesn't run a one-man private inquiry agency. If I can't call on the Yard for help, at least there are his chaps to turn to.
What's the latest on Pep himself?
Well, they got the bullet out of his leg. He's resting comfortably in the hospital.
I'm glad to hear it.
I've asked for 2 of his operatives here at the hotel to help keep an eye on Lois Randall. You can give them the drill when they arrive.
Won't you be here?
I've got an appointment, remember?
Oh, of course, with Mrs. Raymond Fleming.
At 7:30. Mark, say nothing to Jan. But if you haven't heard from me within an hour after that, at 8:30, call the Yard.
Right.
Get straight onto the Assistant Commissioner if you possibly can.
Is Chaplet likely to be there at this hour?
Well, if he's not, get hold of Abbott. Or failing him, Bob Cornish.
Right, I will. But, Roger, you're talking as though this might be some kind of a trap for you.
Well, I don't know whether it is or not. So I'm taking precautions. Now, one thing's for sure. Mrs. Fleming didn't come calling at Bell Street this morning simply to inquire if Jan would do some work for her society. And with any luck, perhaps I'll find out what the elegant lady was really after.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'm here to see Mrs. Fleming. My name is West.
Oh, yes, sir. Madame is expecting you.
Thank you.
This way, please.
Thank you.
Mr. West, madame.
Thank you, Rosa. That will be all.
Yes, madame.
Oh, Inspector, I'm so relieved that you've come.
Relieved, Mrs. Fleming?
I've been worried in case you didn't get my message. I wanted you to come now, at this time, because I knew my husband wouldn't be here.
Oh.
I'm afraid Raymond's attitude to my society and the work I do for it isn't exactly... But please, do sit down.
Very well.
You'll find cigarettes in the box beside you.
Not for the moment, thank you.
Then can I offer you a drink, perhaps?
Mrs. Fleming, I don't want anything to drink or smoke. And most of all, I don't want you to beat about the bush. I trust you're going to be completely frank with me.
Oh, you're referring to my little pretense when I called at your house this morning. I hope you'll forgive me for that.
No, Mrs. Fleming, I won't forgive you.
I beg your pardon.
The purpose of your visit this morning was to draw my attention to your society, isn't that so?
Yes.
But because you weren't completely honest with me, because you indulged in your little pretense, I came close to stopping a bullet. And a good friend of mine did stop one. From a gun fired by your employee, PERIL.
Inspector, you must believe me. I'm terribly distressed about all that.
You know what happened in Welbeck Street?
The police contacted me, Superintendent Abbott.
I see.
Inspector West, I know the trouble you're in.
Yeah, well, a hell of a lot of people seem to know. So it was Abbott who told you?
No, it wasn't. Well, that's why I wanted you to come here this evening. It's really why I came to your house in the first place. I hoped you'd look into things at the society and be able to find everything out for yourself.
And what is everything exactly?
Inspector, I want to help you, if you'll help me.
Oh. So there are strings attached, are there? You're after some sort of bargain?
Not as you mean it. You can judge for yourself.
All right. I'm listening.
First, you must understand how much the society matters to me. As I've implied, my husband doesn't altogether approve. It's really the only bone of contention between us. That's why I haven't told Raymond anything.
Come to the point, Mrs. Fleming.
Well, the point is that some kind of illegal activity is going on. I overheard PERIL in a phone conversation. It was enough to tell me that my society was being used. And your name was mentioned as well. It came as a frightful shock. I didn't know what to do.
And just how long have you known about this, Mrs. Fleming?
Quite some time, Inspector.
Well, didn't it occur to you to go to the police?
How could I? I'd no idea what it was all about. I only knew there was something, and that the girl, Lois Randall, was tied up in it. My first impulse was to dismiss the two of them immediately. Then I had a better thought.
Oh, what was that?
Come over here with me, please, Inspector.
Well?
I'd like you to listen to this tape recording. It's all set up.
Oh, so that's what you did, was it?
Yes. I had PERIL's office. Bugged is the term, I believe. There are more tapes in that cupboard, but this is the only one with anything of real value on it. You'll find it particularly interesting, I think, Mr. West. Listen closely.
No, please, I won't do it.
We're not going to have any more foolishness of that kind, are we, my dear?
Turn the sound up, will you?
Of course you'll do it. The money is in that envelope. You'll deposit the amount in the Mid-Union Bank to Inspector West's account. Exactly as you have done before.
No, not again. I won't.
Don't be a stupid girl. Do I need to remind you of what will happen to you if you don't do as you're told?
Why are you doing all this? Why are you trying to ruin this man?
That's no concern of yours.
What's he ever done to you?
Very well. To avoid these tiresome displays of temperament in future, I'll tell you just this. On a certain day, some months ago, West was concerned with something which could possibly be dangerous to me and my friends.
What the devil is he referring?
If by any remote chance he should stumble upon the truth, it could do a great deal of harm. And this is my way of preventing it. And let me have no more trouble from you, my dear Lewis, or you know what the results will be. Now take that money and go. I wonder if West would ever really... The unlucky 13th. Superstition.
That's all there is, Inspector.
Mrs. Fleming, it's more than enough. This is all the proof I need to clear me at the yard. I can take this tape, can I?
Of course.
Oh, thank you.
There's no other copy of the tape, so do take care of it.
Oh, don't worry, I will. And I really am very grateful to you, Mrs. Fleming.
Then will you help me to protect the society? That's all I want. If there's any scandal or publicity, it might very well destroy everything we've been working for.
I'll do all I can, that's a promise.
Thank you, Inspector.
Not too bad there's nothing on this tape to indicate exactly what Pickerel and his friends are mixed up in. You're sure there's no hint on any of the other tapes?
Quite sure. I just don't know what it could be. The only thing that occurs to me... You'll probably say it's too fantastic.
Well, tell me and we'll see.
Well, as you know, the society is concerned with Europeans who come to live in this country. Not only from Western Europe. We've dealt with quite a number of refugees from the Iron Curtain countries, too. I wondered if it might be something political. You know, espionage activity, something of that sort.
Yes, it's a possibility. Societies like yours have been used as a cover for spies, but...
What? That's Rosa, my maid.
I'll go and see.
Don't try nothing silly, either of you.
Who are you? What do you mean by...
Button it, lady. In here, boss.
Who's that?
They call him the Whistler. These will be a couple of his thugs.
Wrap up, I told ya.
Well, what do you know? The bent copper.
Twice in one day, Malone.
You get around too much, West. Curly?
Right, Whistler. Hold still, copper.
The last time you had a right smart geezer with you. What was his name? Tennant. Here's something to pass on to him.
You swine.
Shut your trap, missus, or you'll get the same.
There'll be no need for that, Malone.
Pickerel.
Well, I might have guessed.
Shut up, you.
I'm glad you're here, Inspector. I shall have some questions for you. About Lois Randall and her whereabouts, for instance. But first, I have more pressing business. With you, Mrs. Fleming.
What do you want?
It's a little matter of some tape recordings, my dear lady.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Please don't waste time with denials. We've discovered that my office was bugged, and obviously for some time. Now, could that be why the inspector is here? Malone, search him.
Hold still, copper.
Nothing. He's clean, Pickerel.
Which means he hasn't received anything yet. Very well. Now, Mrs. Fleming.
I'll deal with her. All right.
Malone, let her go.
Belt up,
Come on now, missus. The tapes are a broken arm. What's it to be?
Mrs. Fleming, tell them you've got no choice.
In there, in the cupboard.
Let's take a look. Yes, they're here. A whole batch of them. But there can only be a very few that matter. Which ones are they, Mrs. Fleming?
I don't know.
Cut the fairy
I tell you, I
stories.
don't know. They're all...
Grab the lot of them, Pickerel, and let's get out.
Well, why load ourselves with anything more than necessary? We have everything under complete control here. And there's a tape recorder. It shouldn't take so very long to find what we want.
Pickerel, you're wasting time. You've gone through 3/4 of the tapes, and there's nothing worth worrying about.
There must be something on one of these tapes. Possibly more than one. I'm taking no chances.
What's behind all this, Pickerel? Framing me using the society. It's something big, isn't it? Huh?
West, you were told to wrap up. Shut your mouth, or you'll find it shut for you, for good and all.
One more on the list. Is that what you mean? To add to Joe Leach and Mickle John?
How the hell did you...
Whistler, the coppers.
What?
They're coming.
The police?
Just seen them. 2 cars coming up the drive.
We must get out. I'll take the rest of these tapes.
Use the back way. But first, Mr. West, just something to remember me by. Okay, everybody, now we scarper.
Inspector. Thank heavens you're all right.
Oh, Mrs. Fleming.
Oh, your poor head.
Ooh, what did he use on me? A battering ram?
It looked like a kosh.
Yeah, that'd be it. Oh. Did they get away?
Yes, the police were just too late. I don't know how they happened to arrive. I'm just so thankful that they did.
A friend of mine. Good thing he did as I asked.
Superintendent Abbott is here. He's in the library.
In that case, I better...
No, you stay where you are. You mustn't try to get up.
Oh, I must. The tape.
Pickerel took the tapes, Inspector.
No, not the one that counts. That Chinese bowl on the table next to the tape recorder.
Bowl? I don't understand.
That's where I dropped it when Malone's strong-arm boys burst in. Oh, here we are. You see?
It was there all the time.
Yes, right under their noses.
But that's wonderful.
What is wonderful, Annette?
Raymond.
Am I allowed to know what's going on here? I come home to find my flat filled with policemen.
Raymond, dear.
And who is this gentleman?
Chief Inspector West.
Another one.
This is my husband, Inspector.
How do you do, Mr. Fleming?
I shall do much better, Chief Inspector, when I've heard what all this is about.
Oh, yes, darling, of course. I'll tell you. I'll tell you the whole thing. Well, Raymond, aren't you going to say anything?
I'm afraid you won't care for what I have to say, Annette. I find this whole story quite incredible.
Mr. Fleming,
If you please, Chief Inspector. Annette, all this only serves to convince me that I've been right all along about this society of yours.
Raymond.
Admirable as it may be to possess a social conscience, my dear, it shouldn't be allowed to rule one's head. You see the results. You have become involved with thugs and criminals.
I think you should know that your wife behaved very bravely, Mr. Fleming.
If that's meant as an admonition, you can spare yourself the effort, Chief Inspector. I'm completely devoted to my wife. And what I resent is the fact that she should ever have found herself in such a situation when it was necessary for her to behave very bravely.
But I'm all right, darling. And at least the inspector can now prove he's been unjustly victimized.
Yes, Mr. Fleming. And thanks entirely to your wife.
If any benefit has been derived from the whole wretched business, I'm glad, naturally. But that doesn't affect the main issue. I shall have to persuade Annette that charity, as the phrase has it, begins at home. Any outside applications of it are best exercised in the form of a check.
Oh, now, darling.
I'll have to ask you both to excuse me now. I must talk to Superintendent Abbott.
Inspector West, you won't forget your promise about the society.
No, Mrs. Fleming, I won't forget. Goodbye.
Here. Over here, Malone. Well, what are you doing in here? I'd have said the saloon bar would be more your style, Pickerel.
The public bar's safer, more crowded. And don't use my name.
What's this? Getting a touch of the nervousness, are we?
I am. It's not without reason. There's a police alarm out for me, you may remember.
There'll be one out for me, too, by now, I shouldn't wonder. But you don't see me shivering in my size 8s, do you? Anyway, we're among friends here.
Now, listen to me, Malone.
No. You listen. There's someone we both know who wouldn't like to think that you're getting into a panic, Mr. Pickerel.
It's all going wrong. Can't you see that?
Well, what I see is that you've got a glass in your hand and I haven't. I'll have my usual, Jimmy boy.
Right, Whistler.
Now, suppose you calm yourself down, my friend.
That's easy to say. But I can see the way things are turning, even if you can't.
And what way is that?
Oh, don't be a fool, man. Too many things aren't working as planned. First, the business with West. That frame-up was supposed to put him out of the way. Instead, he's walking around large as life.
And with a hell of a headache. Your point, Whistler. Thanks. Here's your health, Pickerel.
Listen, Malone, don't you understand?
You've got it bad, haven't you?
We're in this together. Don't forget that.
Oh, I don't. Not for a minute.
And now that West's got onto the society, what if he gets onto the other thing?
The 13th of January? Is that what you mean?
Of course. And if he does, then he'll...
Pickerel, I'll give you a bit of advice. Just you get hold of yourself. Pull yourself together. You'll never get better advice than that, my friend. Not if you were to live 100 years.
Leggett's Hotel, good evening.
Room 17, please.
Hello?
Jan.
Oh, Roger, thank God. I've been so worried it's so late.
Well, first chance I've had to ring, Jan, love.
I've been closeted with the assistant commissioner.
Is that where you are now? At the yard?
Back at my own desk, Jan, and it's official.
What? You mean...
That's right. Sir Guy Chatworth lifted my suspension as of 10 minutes ago.
Oh, darling. But how? Why?
Well, I got hold of a tape recording. It clears me completely. Chatworth accepted it with no reservations. And he seemed glad to do it. I'll say that for him.
Then it's over. All over. Oh, darling, the relief.
Yes, you can say that again. But it's not all over, Jan. Not by a long shot. Now I've got to find out exactly why I was framed and the real reason behind it. What it was designed to cover up. As far as I'm concerned, this is where the case really begins.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the fourth part of Inspector West at Home by John Creasy. Listen to A Girl for a Hostage, the next episode of John Fawcett Wilson's production of Inspector West at Home.
Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file based on John Creasy's novel, Inspector West at Home, dramatized for radio by Morris Travers. Inspector West at Home, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard, and Sarah Lawson as his wife, Janet. Part 5, A Girl for a Hostage.
Let's see. January 10th, 11th, 12th. Ah, here we are. Ooh, my head. What? Oh, Superintendent Abbott.
That's you, is it, West? I saw the light on in here. Wondered who it was at this hour. Thought you'd gone home.
Any minute now. Just getting something out of my files.
I'd have said you'd had enough for one day after taking that caution in the head from Whistler Malone.
I'm still on my feet.
Uh-huh. Only just by the look of it.
Oh, I survived. You'll be putting an alarm out for Malone, of course.
It's already been seen, too.
Good.
But he'll have gone to ground. He and that PERIL character. That's for certain.
Not too bad they got away. If you and your men had just happened to get to the Flemings' flat 5 minutes sooner...
If my aunt had just happened to be my uncle, she'd have ridden a man's bicycle.
I'm not complaining, Superintendent. Lucky for me you showed up when you did. I'm damn glad I arranged with Mark Lessing to call you.
Yeah. Would have been simpler to make the arrangement with me in the first place, West.
Would it? When I was suspended from duty?
And now that's no longer the case, Chief Inspector. Let's hope you'll stick to the proper procedures for the future,
Superintendent, there's something I'd like to ask.
Well?
When we were in Sir Guy Chatworth's office and he lifted my suspension, I had the feeling that you didn't agree.
Did you? Don't go by feelings, West. I've told you that before now.
And I was mistaken. You do approve.
The assistant commissioner's made his decision. It's now a fact. That's all I go by. Facts.
Well, here's another fact. The attempt to frame me indicates some big operation, and I'm going to find out exactly what it is.
Don't get any fancy one-man band ideas. You're still working under me, I'll remind you.
That's precisely the point. And because we've got to work together smoothly, I'd like to know just where we stand. If you still have any reservations about me, any suspicions, let's have them out in the open.
You're forgetting yourself, Chief Inspector.
Look, you listened to that tape recording. You heard the conversation between PERIL and Lois Randall. You don't imagine I could have faked it all, do you? You'd have to be crazy to think that.
West, if I... For this once, Chief Inspector, I'll make allowances for you. You've had a bad time. Taken a beating from Malone and his mob, so I'll overlook it. Now, I suggest you get off home. Or to that hotel where you've got the Randall girl hidden away.
Oh, is that it? Is that what's got your back up?
Very well, if you must know. I consider it highly irregular. If that girl has any information, she should be brought to the yard for questioning in the proper manner.
And you'd never get a squeak out of him. You heard what I told Chatworth. Lois Randall's scared.
She's under Pickerel's thumb for what reason I don't know.
That is as may be.
And she's in danger. There's nothing Pickerel and Malone would like better than to get their hands on her. That's why I put her and her fiancé in Leggett's hotel. My wife's there as well, so is Mark Blessing. Now, if we can protect that girl, get her to trust us. She might tell us what she knows.
There is no point in going over all this again, West. The assistant commissioner has decided to allow you leeway in the matter, so there's nothing to be gained by discussing it any further.
No, there isn't, is there? We'll never see eye to eye, will we? We just don't look at police work in the same way. So I'll say good night, Superintendent. Or should it be good morning?
Darling?
What?
Oh, good. You're awake. It's all right, Mark. In you come.
Good morning, Chief Inspector.
Oh, what's all this?
Breakfast in bed, sir.
Yeah. Now, what about you two?
Oh, we've had breakfast.
No, have you?
Yes, down in the dining room with Miss Randall and Bill Tennant.
Now, how is the girl this morning?
Oh, she's very quiet. She's hardly said a word.
I told them what happened to you last night. I thought if she knew about Malone assaulting you, it might make her more willing to talk.
But all it did was to make her even more subdued than ever, I'm afraid.
Well, of course. What else could you expect? The idea is to reassure the girl, not scare her even more. It was a damn silly thing to do, Mark.
You're right, of course. I'm sorry, Roger. Still, maybe our fiancé will persuade her to tell us. Young Tennant got pretty head up about it. It was as much as I could do to restrain him from tearing out to help look for the Whistler.
Would you like me to pour your tea now, darling?
Oh, yes, thanks, Jan.
What I'd like is to hear all about that tape recording. Come on, Roger, the suspense is killing me.
Oh, we can't have that, can we?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Jan.
Well, Roger, all I know is that it was a conversation between Pickerel and Miss Randall, and it's put you in the clear.
Yes, but there's more to it, Mark. It seems that my frame-up was organized as a precaution, a safety measure.
How do you mean?
Oh, apparently, one day, some months ago, I was connected with a case that's put the wind up Pickerel and his friends, whoever they may be. They were worried I might have stumbled on the truth about it. So there must be something I missed.
Have you any idea when it was?
Yes, Jan, a very good idea. On the tape, Pickerel muttered something about the unlucky 13th and superstition.
So that means the 13th of the month. But which month?
January.
How do you know that?
Well, it's easy enough to work out, Jan.
Not for me, it isn't.
Well, think a minute. Those payments Pickerel forced Lois Randall to make to my bank account.
Yes, I think I see it. Those payments started in January.
And the first one was in the middle of the month.
But that's great, Roger. All you have to do is to check up on what you were doing on the 13th of January, and you'll know what Pickerel and his friends were so worried about.
Simple as that, huh?
Well, isn't it?
No, I'm afraid not.
Oh, Roger.
I thought just as you did, Mark. That's why I dug this file out. My report's for the 13th of January. But if there's anything here that I overlooked, I'm damned if I know what it is.
Well, what were you doing on that day?
Well, I was in my office at the Yard most of the morning, winding up some reports on suspicious activities by a number of aliens resident in London. Well, that turned out to be a storm in a teacup. Then I was called south of the river to Battersea. Spent the rest of the day there.
On what?
A murder case. Wretched little business. The victim was a man named Benny Cox. He owned a house in Newfield Street. It was let out as rooms, except for the basement, where he lived with his brother Alfred. Oh, any more tea going, John?
Yes, of course.
Well, the local police charged the brother with the murder. The two men were known to be on bad terms. There'd been frequent quarrels and all the rest of it.
Yeah, darling.
Oh, thanks. But when it came to the trial, Alfred Cox got off. The evidence against him was mainly circumstantial. He had a good defense counsel, and the jury acquitted him. I gather he sold the house in Newfield Street and left London.
I see.
Oh, for the life of me, I can't find any connection between all that. Oh, blast!
What?
I'm an idiot. What if the Battersea business has nothing to do with it at all? Suppose what Pickerel meant was the other case.
What, the thing with the aliens?
Yes, Jan, yes. Maybe that wasn't such a storm in a teacup after all. I just remembered something Mrs. Fleming said when she gave me the tape before Malone and Pickerel burst in.
Well, what did she say?
She wondered if her society was possibly being used to cover some kind of espionage activity. You see what I mean, Mark?
Suspected aliens,
Yes.
the European Relief and Assistance Society. That certainly sounds like a connection.
Jan, take this tray, will you?
Now, Roger West, just what do you think you're doing?
I'm getting out of bed.
Oh, no, you're not. You're to stay there all day. Now, that head of yours...
My head's got to go to work and take me with it.
Oh.
Now, you two can look after things here. Jan, I want you to talk to Lois Randall. See if she'll confide in you. She just might respond better to a warning. If you do get anything out of her, you know where to get me. At the Yard.
What did you say? Espionage?
Yes, Superintendent.
You're sure you're not going over the edge on this, West?
Where this case is concerned, I'm not sure of anything yet, sir.
Well, it seems a bit far-fetched to me.
Well, there's no harm in checking on it, is there? Merely a matter of having a word with the commander in charge of the special branch. See if he or the security men have any reason to suspect the European Relief and Assistance Society. Well, have I your okay to go to Sir Guy Chatworth about it?
My okay? Chief Inspector, you wouldn't be trying to take the mickey by any chance?
Not at all, sir. Just going by the book. Observing the rules as you require, Superintendent.
In which case, as your superior officer, you should know that I'm the one to speak to the Assistant Commissioner. I'll take it up with him sometime today.
Right, sir. You'll let me know the results, won't you? Good morning, Bob.
Roger, it's good to see you. Here, grab this chair.
All right, thanks.
Oh, I'm damn glad to know you're in the clear. Congratulations.
Well, thanks. News gets around fast.
Too true. When it comes to rumor and gossip, I've discovered the yard's worse than a girls' school. Anyway, it's great to have you back.
Well, feels pretty good, I must admit. Even though I still have the voice of doom to cope with.
Superintendent Abbott,
yes.
And we all. Roger, have you got any clues as to what was behind your frame-up?
Well, nothing definite enough to call a clue. Tell me, Bob, have you still got a man watching Welbeck Street?
The European Thingamy Society's offices? Yes, they're under observation. It's nothing to do with me anymore. Abbott's put his own detective sergeant in charge of it.
Oh, Tiny Mears? Now that he's no longer needed to watch my house in Bell Street, huh?
All right.
Well, what are you doing then?
Well, I'm off down to AZ Division to do some nosing around. Abbott's idea. Seeing it's my old manor and Whistler Malone's stamping ground, he thinks I might get a lead on where Malone and his mate Pickerel have got to.
Well, I hope you do. If we can lay our hands on that pair, especially Mr. Pickerel, we'd break this case wide open.
Maybe. But if you ask me, it's the last place Malone would hide out.
Or perhaps that's just what he'd like us to think.
Could be, I suppose. Anyway, you've still got the other string to your bow, haven't you? That girl, Lois Randall.
Well, how did you come to know about that?
Haven't I just told you? This place is just one big gossip factory. She hasn't talked yet, I gather.
No, not yet.
I'll bet Abbott's not happy about that.
You'd win your bet. He wants her brought back to the yard for questioning. But for the moment, Chatworth's letting me play it my way. Of course, that position could change.
How, Roger?
Well, if Abbott should decide to make an issue out of it, and the assistant commissioner should change his mind, I'd have no option. I'd have to take Lois Randall out of Leggett's Hotel and bring her here. All I hope is that Jan gets the girl to talk before anything like that happens.
I've told you, Mrs. West, it's just a waste of time asking me questions.
Lois, dear.
It's no use.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Lois.
Mr.
Anyone
Tennant.
would think we were trying to do you harm. All we want is to help you. Me most of all.
Bill, I've told you and told you. You can't help me. Nobody can.
How the hell do you know when you won't even give us the chance?
Mr. Tennant, I think you ought to leave us alone. Then Lois and I can have a little chat just by ourselves.
Oh, all right. If you think you can do anything with it, I obviously can't.
Bill! He's really angry with me.
Well, it won't last. No man could stay angry for long with a pretty girl like you. Now, why don't you come and sit down? Here.
All right.
There, that's better. What a beautiful ring that is, Lois. An absolutely gorgeous diamond. Did Bill give you that?
No, it was my mother's.
Lucky girl. I'm a mother, Lois. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
I have 2 boys. Martin's 11 and Richard's a year younger. They're up in Gloucestershire with my cousin at the moment for school holidays. But when they're at home, they can be quite a handful.
I suppose so.
But there's one thing. If ever they find themselves in trouble, they come straight to us with it. To me or to their father.
Mrs. West.
No, don't say anything. I just want you to listen for a moment. You're in trouble. You're frightened. We're trying to help. And it's not because we need you to clear Roger's name. It's no longer necessary. He's already done that for himself. We know that man Pickerel forced you into doing what you did, and we brought you here to protect you. But whatever hold he's got over you, Lois, sooner or later it'll have to come out. Wouldn't it be better and easier for you if it was sooner? If you told us the whole story? Well, I don't want you to answer me now. I'm going to leave you to have a think about it. Just have a think. That's all.
Janet?
Oh, you're here too, Mark.
Well, how did you get on?
Yes. Any luck, Mrs. West? Has Lois told you what he's all about?
Well, I'm hoping she'll decide to, Mr. Tennant. Now, for the moment, the best thing to do is to leave her alone. Let her make up her mind. Look, Mark, I'm going out. I've got a little shopping to do.
I'll come with you.
Oh, no, don't be silly. There's no need for that. I just want a few things from the chemist. There's one just round the corner. You stay here with Mr. Tennant. I won't be very long.
Chief Inspector West.
Bob Cornish here, Roger.
Oh, hello, Bob. What news from AZ Division?
Nothing you'll enjoy hearing.
Well, no trace of Malone or Pickerel?
Not a sniff of them, so far, anyway.
What about the Whistler Strong-Arm boys?
Same goes for them. A lot of them seem to have done a scarper by the looks of it.
Ah.
Seems if I was right, doesn't it?
Yeah. What are you going to do? Pack it in?
Oh, not just yet. I'll hang on a bit longer. I wouldn't like Abbott to think I've left any unturned stones or unexplored avenues.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Oh, well, something may turn up. You never know your luck in a big city, as they say.
All right, Bob. Bye for now. Luck. Well, there's nothing better than that to rely on. Oh, West here.
Roger, it's Mark.
Oh, hello, Mark. Everything all right?
I'm not sure, Roger.
What does that mean?
Well, I don't know if I should be ringing you, really. I may be jumping the gun.
Well, come to the point, Mark. What is it?
I'm a bit worried about Janet.
What's happened?
Well, she went out to get a few things from the chemist round the corner, and she's not back yet.
Well, how long has she been gone? When did she leave the hotel?
Well, it's at least an hour ago now, Roger.
An hour?
Yes.
Well, maybe she's taking a stroll or something.
Well, that's what I thought. And then I got to thinking about the last time she took a stroll through St. James's Park and what happened.
Yes, but that was different. Oh. Hang on a moment, Mark. That's my other phone. Chief Inspector West. Hello? Hello, who's that?
Slow on the draw, aren't you, Coffer?
Malone.
If you've got any smart ideas like trying to trace this call, forget them. You won't get the time. Besides, I got someone with me. Go on, let him hear you.
Roger.
Jan.
They grabbed me in the street. I was on the way back to the hotel and a car pulled up. And,
Okay,
what
that's
I
enough.
Malone.
Well, you heard her, eh, Wes?
If you've laid a finger on her,
You
Malone...
do what? Now, don't make me laugh, Copper. I'm calling the tune, and you know it. But she's all in one piece. So far. And I'll offer you a deal.
What deal?
You got someone I want, I've got someone you want.
You...
It's a straight swap, West. Your wife for the Randall doll.
Malone, you
Save
can't...
your breath. And listen to my orders. You get over to that Leggett's Hotel.
How the hell did you know about that?
I got ways of finding out. Now, you collect the girl, just you and her, in your car, and you'll be outside the Victoria and Albert Museum in 45 minutes.
Now, listen,
Wrap
Malone,
up and listen, I said. One of my boys will be waiting at the museum. He'll tell you where to go from there. 45 minutes, West. Got that?
Yes.
And no funny tricks. No other coppers, no shrewd capers. Or your missus winds up dead. Stoned, doornailed, dead.
Well, I think that's about all. I've explained the whole situation, and we've got to deal with it ourselves. I daren't bring the Yard or any other police into this, so it's up to you three.
Well, you know my answer, Roger, without asking. The same goes for me, Inspector.
Thanks, Bill. But Lois is the vital one. Well, Lois, unless you agree to...
Oh, of course she agrees, don't you, Lois?
Bill, I'm so frightened.
And what about Mrs. West, How do you think she's feeling at this minute? If she and the inspector hadn't tried to help you, this wouldn't have happened. Oh, listen, sweetheart, there's no other way. You can't refuse now, can you?
But if anything goes wrong...
I can't guarantee that it won't, Lois. I haven't tried to hide that.
It's a risk, love. But you've got to take it. You know you have, don't you?
Yes, all right. I'll do it.
That's my girl.
Thank you, Lois. I won't forget this. Now, we'll have to get moving. Mark, you take one of these. I'll have the other.
Right. What are they?
Two-way radios, Lois, mini size. Unofficial courtesy of Scotland Yard. Malone's playing this cagey. We'll do the same. I've arranged with the hotel proprietor to borrow his car. Here are the keys, Bill.
Oh, thanks.
You and Mark follow my car, but keep at a reasonable distance. Don't make it obvious. Understood?
Understood, Inspector.
Right, this is it, then. Let's go. And good luck to us.
Ah, look. They're pulling up in front of the Victoria and Albert now. Slow down a bit, Bill.
Okay. Now, wait a minute.
What?
And there's someone going up to them.
Ah, yes. That'll be Malone's man.
And the inspector's moving off again.
Hmm.
Where to now, I wonder?
Mark, hello. Are you receiving me?
Yes, Roger. Loud and clear.
My next stop's the Fulham Road, St. Stephen's Hospital. There'll be another man there with further instructions.
Malone's not taking any chances, is he?
No.
Okay, we'll be behind you, Roger.
Right.
Bill, you heard him. The Fulham Road.
Right.
Blast it! Bill, we've got to get past that lorry.
First chance I get, Mark.
I can't see Roger's car with that lumbering grape.
Hold it. Yes, we're in luck. The lorry's turning off.
Oh, thank heavens.
And there's the hospital. Up ahead.
Yes. But where's Roger? There's no sign of the car.
He's taking a side turning for sure. But which one?
Well, it should be safe enough to call him now. Roger, do you receive me? Come in, please.
Receiving you, Mark, yes.
We've lost you. Where are you?
I'm in Tadima Road. I've just crossed King's Road from Gunter Grove.
Bill, it's the second on the left. Roger, where are you making for?
You'll never believe it, Mark. I was just going to call you. I'm heading for my final destination, Bell Street.
What?
Yes, that's where Malone's got Jan and where the exchange takes place. In our own home.
Good heavens.
Yes, it's a crafty move. With us all at the hotel, the house empty, and no police watch on the place. Now, Mark, here's what I want you and Bill to do. Listen carefully.
Right. I'm listening, Roger. Fire away.
Well, here we are, Lois. This is my house. That'll be Malone's car for sure.
What happens now?
We wait right here.
I don't understand.
In case he's playing any tricks. We don't budge from this car till I know for certain Jan's in there. He'll have at least one of his thugs with him. They'll be watching for us. So it's the Whistler's next move.
Look, at the downstairs window.
It's Jan.
Well, Inspector?
All right. Ready to go, Lois?
Yes, I'm ready.
Come on, then.
Right.
Calm, Lois. Keep calm. Don't think. Just walk up the path to the front door. Easy, Lois. It'll be all right.
Well, hello, Copper. Welcome home.
Pretty pleased with yourself, aren't you, Malone?
Why not? You've done what you were told, brought the doll. Now me and the boys will take her off your hands. Curly, Jim, let's go.
Not so fast, Malone. Inside, Lois.
What's the idea?
I'll see my wife first, if you don't mind. In the living room, isn't she? Jan?
Roger, darling.
You all right?
Not a mark on her, Copper. Satisfied?
Not quite. In you go, Lois. Stay with Jan.
What the hell?
You and your boys aren't taking anyone anywhere, Malone.
You're a raving nutter. We're 3-1.
I've got reinforcements.
Where? The Chelsea pensioners' home?
No, right behind you on the stairs. Mark, Bill, all right, let's take them. Come on. Oh, that's a good job done. Now, by the look of them, these beauties of ours have had more than enough.
Definitely, Inspector.
You and Mark couldn't have timed it better, Bill, I must say.
Well, I was a bit worried in case we'd be too late.
Yeah, that's a smart idea of yours, Inspector. Sending us the back way to climb in upstairs.
Well, that's exactly what a good friend of mine did for me a few days ago, Bill.
Huh?
That's what gave me the idea. Anyway, nice work all round, huh?
Oh, it's a pleasure. I enjoyed myself.
Well, it was right up your street. I mean, an unarmed combat instructor, you're a professional.
Oh, you didn't do so badly yourself, you know, Mark.
Well, it's nice of you to say so. I must admit I'm not entirely displeased with my little performance, considering this kind of thing is hardly my forte. I'm not used to doing anything more belligerent than bashing a typewriter.
Hello. Mr. Malone seems to be coming round.
Copper, I'll get you one day.
It'll be a long way ahead, Whistler. You and your mates are going into my garage till I've called the squad cars. Then you're going into a cell.
You won't keep me in one West. No coppers can hold me. You'll see. I've got ways.
What you've got is a big mouth, Malone, that's all. Come on, up on your feet. Right, Mark, Bill, take the other two. I'll call the yard and we'll get these comedians locked away. Then, I want to talk with Lois. Perhaps all this will convince her to tell us what she knows.
Yes, all right, Inspector. I know it can't be put off any longer. I'll tell you everything I know.
That's fine.
You're doing the right thing, Lois, love.
Am I, Bill?
Roger, perhaps Lois would rather talk to you alone.
Oh, it doesn't matter, Mrs. West. It's all got to come out now.
Why don't you sit down, Lois?
Thank you, but I'd rather stand, Mr. Lessing.
Lois, just remember this. Malone's on his way to a cell. Pickerel's a hunted man. You've nothing to fear from them. And certainly nothing to fear from me after what you've done today.
But you're a police officer, Inspector West. You'll have to do your duty.
Lois, what's that supposed to mean?
It means I'm going to lose you. You won't want to marry a thief, Bill, and that's what I am.
I see. Well, we'll get one thing straight before you go any further. I'll do the deciding about who I want to marry, and I'm going to marry you, girl, whether you're a thief or a thumping idiot. So that's settled.
Bill.
All right, now let's hear it, Lois. You say you're a thief.
Yes. You see this diamond?
Your mother's ring? Lois.
I lied to you, Mrs. West. It's what I told everyone. But the truth is I stole it from a jeweler's shop. It was just an impulse. You see, I'd bought a cheap bracelet and I was waiting for my change. There was a tray of rings on the counter. A couple had been looking at them.
Now, what's all this got to do with Pickerel?
Well, that was the beginning.
What, you mean you went on stealing? Is that what you're saying?
No, that was the first and only time, Bill. I swear it was. But someone saw me do it. A man. He was outside looking through the window.
Pickerel? And that's how he came to have the hold over you?
Oh, no, Mrs. West. Pickerel didn't come into it until later.
Then who saw you take the ring? Whistler Malone?
No, but it was someone who worked for Malone. He was a horrible little man. His name was Cox.
What name did you say?
Cox. Benny Cox.
Well, I'm damned. Roger.
Oh, hold it, Mark. Lois, did he live in Battersea, Newfield Street, Battersea?
Yes, but how did you know that?
And you say he worked for Malone?
Yes. Cox followed me home that day. And the next evening, Malone turned up. He threatened me, said I'd go to prison unless I did whatever they told me. He really frightened me. I was terrified of him.
So you did as they wanted?
Yes.
And what did they want?
Well, it was delivering things mostly, parcels and packages.
What was in these parcels?
I never knew. Then one day, Malone came and said Benny Cox was dead and told me I was to go to the European Relief and Assistance Society, to Pickerel. I was to work as his secretary.
And what else?
Continue what I'd been doing, taking packages to various places. And then the business of paying the money into your bank started, Inspector.
And you don't know what was really behind all that?
No.
Hadn't you any idea what Pickerel was up to?
No, Mrs. West. I only knew it was something illegal.
Well, this doesn't get us much further, Roger, does it?
Well, at least it rules out the espionage theory, Mark.
Yes.
Not because of the data on tape recorder.
Exactly, Jan. Pickerel was afraid I'd hit on the truth of something I was working on that day. So it was the Benny Cox murder after all. That's where the answer lies. In whatever it was I missed on the 13th of January.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the fifth part of Inspector West at Home by John Creasy. Listen to Clue from a Captive, the next episode of John Fawcett Wilson's production of Inspector West at Home.
Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file based on John Creasy's novel, Inspector West at Home, dramatized for radio by Morris Travers. Inspector West at Home, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard, and Sarah Lawson as his wife, Janet. Part 6, Clue from a Captive.
Ah, you're in bed, Jan. Oh, that's fine.
Oh, you've been a long time, Roger.
Oh, I've just been getting everyone settled for the night.
Is everything okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I put Lois Randall in the spare room. Mark and Bill Tennant are sharing the boys' room.
Oh, it's lucky the boys aren't at home for the holidays.
Yeah, just as well, with what's been going on. Oh, here, Jan.
What's this?
Well, I brought a little brandy as a nightcap.
Oh, now, darling.
Drink it up. It'll do you good.
What's wrong? Quite all right, honestly.
Now, do as you are told. You'll make sure you'll have a good night's sleep.
I do wish you'd stop worrying and fussing over me.
Well, that was no picnic for you today, Jan. In the hands of Whistler Malone and his thugs.
Yes, but it's all over now, and I'm perfectly all right.
Well, I'm glad we've got Malone where he belongs, behind bars. Now, drink that brandy and no more arguments.
Oh, very well.
And would you mind moving over a bit?
Oh, yes. Sorry, darling.
Oh, bed feels good, I must say.
Well, you're the one who needs a nightcap, if you ask me.
No, it's answers I need, Jan. To a lot of questions. A hell of a lot.
You find them.
Will I, though?
Yes, of course you will.
No, I'm not so sure. Oh, this is a damn strange case. I thought once I'd found out who was behind the scheme to frame me for taking bribes, I'd have the whole thing broken wide open. Oh, how wrong can you be?
Well, you know a good deal more now than you did at the beginning.
But what does it all add up to? A bunch of loose threads. Malone, his pal, Mr. Pickerel, whom we can't find. Mrs. Fleming and her European Relief and Assistance Society.
Roger.
And then there's Lois Randall and her story. I tell you, Jan, this business has more twist to it than a corkscrew.
Well, you'll sort it all out, don't worry. Darling, what's going to happen about Lois?
Well, I'm taking her and Bill Tennant to the yard in the morning, Lou. We'll see that she makes a statement.
No, I mean, after all that, will she be charged with stealing that diamond ring?
No, she'll have to be. She's admitted it.
Does that mean she'll have to go to prison?
No. I doubt it. It's a first offense. And seeing that she's cooperating with the police, I'd think, well, she's almost certain to get a suspended sentence.
Well, that's a relief.
Still, she's going to be in for a life sentence after that, though. Bill Tennant's going to rush her off to the nearest registry office.
Yes. Well, good for him.
Yes, for both of them. Now, finish the brandy.
Yes, thank you.
Ready for lights out, then? Right. Well, off to sleep now. I'm in for a long day at the yard tomorrow.
Night, darling.
Night, my love. Sleep tight. Sweet dreams. Chief Inspector West speaking.
Jedworth here.
Oh, good morning, Sir Guy.
I'd like a few words, if that's convenient.
Oh, yes, of course, sir.
Come along to my office, would you?
Right, sir.
Take a chair, Chief Inspector.
Thank you, Sir Guy.
You're looking rather tired.
Oh, I'm all right, sir.
Been having something of a rough passage, haven't you?
Well, I won't deny that, sir.
Especially this latest incident with Whistler Malone. He's safely under lock and key, I understand.
Yes, sir, in a cell at Cannon Row.
And from what I gather, rather the worse for wear.
Well, he resisted arrest, sir.
I see. Nothing at all to do with the fact that he abducted your wife and held her hostage, eh?
Well, sir,
I don't think that I could blame you, Roger. How is Janet? None the worse for it, I hope.
Well, I think she's all right, sir.
Nasty experience for her, all the same. Give her my sympathies, if you would.
Yes, of course, sir.
Though I imagine I'm hardly in her good books, after having suspended you from duty as I did.
I wouldn't say that, sir.
I suspect she would, however.
Well, you couldn't do anything else in the circumstances, and Jan knows that.
In the circumstances, yes. That was just it.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Oh, nothing. That's to say, nothing that need concern you at the moment. Now, what I'd like now is to review just how far we've got with this whole affair, Roger.
Oh, certainly, sir.
Seems an infernally tangled business.
Oh, it's all of that.
Let's concentrate on what we know for certain. First, this European Relief Society and its president, Mrs. Raymond Fleming. She suspected the society was being used for unlawful purposes of some kind by its employee, the man Pickerel.
Yes, sir.
Now, how about Pickerel? Have we had any luck with him?
No, I'm afraid not, sir.
No trace at all of where he's got to?
Well, I understand there have been several reports. Detective Inspector Cornish followed them up, but, they've turned out to be false alarms.
Pity.
Yes, sir. If we could only lay our hands on Pickerel, we'd have all the answers.
As it is, we know he arranged your frame-up.
And forced Lois Randall to help.
Quite. And his motive for doing it was fear. Fear that you might hit on something which would place him in danger.
Him and his associates, whoever they are.
Yes. But we've no idea precisely what bothered Pickerel and his friends.
On the contrary, Sir Guy. We now have a very good idea, thanks to Lois Randall's information.
Have we, by Jove?
Well, it was a case I investigated earlier this year, on the 13th of January.
Ah, yes, of course. Pickerel referred to it on the tape recording.
Yes, the unlucky 13th. Exactly, sir.
One of these superstitious fellows, by the sound of it.
Well, apparently, sir.
And the case?
Well, the murder of Benny Cox.
Cox? Just a moment now. In Battersea, wasn't it?
That's right, sir.
Just refresh my memory for me.
Well, Benny Cox was found dead in his house in Newfield Street. His brother, Alfred Cox, was tried for the murder.
Yes, I recall it now. He was tried and acquitted. Mainly circumstantial evidence, wasn't it? They lived together, but on bad terms. Constant discord, rows and so forth.
That's it, sir.
What became of the brother after the trial?
Well, he sold the house and left London.
Well, there hardly seems anything in all that to get Pickerel so anxious.
There must be something, though, sir. Something I didn't spot at the time. Well, I suppose it could be just the plain fact that Benny Cox worked for Whistler Malone.
What? What's this?
Yes, sir. That's the link between them. It's the one thing I didn't know at the time.
How'd you come to know it now?
Well, through Lois Randall.
So Cox worked for Malone, and Malone was tied in with Pickerel at the European Relief Society?
Yes.
That may be it then, Roger.
I don't know, sir. It still seems a damn small thing for Pickerel to get all worked up over. Well, hardly enough to make him go to all the trouble of framing me, surely.
Chief Inspector, you're an experienced police officer. You know criminals. You've seen them behave in precisely this way time and again, turning molehills into mountains.
Oh, of course, but somehow in this instance, well, it seems too simple an answer.
You know, it occurs to me that you may be standing too close to this case, Roger, trying to read too much into every detail.
Go on.
Because the case itself is complicated, it doesn't necessarily follow that every element of the case is also complicated. Why, just throw that thought out for what it's worth.
Well, I take your point, sir.
Anyway, what do you propose to do now?
Well, redouble the search for Pickerel, assemble all the information I can get, see what sense it makes, if any.
Sound enough. What about Malone? He's been questioned, I take it.
Oh, Superintendent Abbott's put Tiny Mears onto it, I understand.
Mears? Oh, yes, his sergeant, Detective Sergeant Mears.
Yes, sir.
With what result?
Well, I haven't heard yet, sir.
Do you think Malone's likely to know where Pickerel's hiding out? Or is he just the strong-arm side of the whole operation?
Well, he certainly does. But whether he takes his orders from Pickerel or knows where to find him, I just don't know.
Well, keep me informed of developments. And, Roger.
Yes, sir?
Report to me direct, would you?
Well, very good, sir, but...
Well?
Oh, I was just wondering about Superintendent Abbott, sir. I'm still working to him, and, well, he's a stickler for doing everything by the book, as you know.
I also know that you are both working to me, Chief Inspector. If the superintendent should make any comment, then refer him to me.
Yes, sir.
You just get on with the job, Roger, and find out exactly what's at the back of this business.
I'll do my best, sir.
It's what I expect from you, and I'm depending on it. Perhaps more than you realize. Right, that's all I think for the moment. Carry on, and remember to keep me abreast of the situation at all times.
Superintendent Abbott.
It's Cornish here, sir.
Oh, yes. Where are you, Detective Inspector?
Still at Cannon Row, sir.
Well? No, hold on a minute, Cornish. Yes, come in. Oh, it's you, West.
Oh, sorry, Superintendent. I didn't know you were on.
Well, come in. I've got Cornish on the line. I sent him to interrogate Malone.
I thought Tiny Mears was doing that.
Detective Sergeant Mears got nowhere with it. I hope Cornish has done better. Hello? You there, Detective Inspector?
Of course, sir.
Anything to report?
Afraid not, Superintendent.
You got nothing out of the man at all?
I might as well have been talking to a stone wall.
So he didn't say a word.
All he did was whistle at me.
Very well. Get back here to the yard.
No joy, I gather.
None.
Well, the Whistler seems to be playing it very cool, doesn't he? Considering how much we've got on him. Well, perhaps I'd better tackle him.
No, I'll handle this myself, Chief Inspector. And I think I can say Mr. Malone won't be doing much whistling by the time I've done with him.
So the voice of doom's taken over personally, eh, Roger?
That's right, Bob.
Well, I wish him luck. Which is more than Tiny Mears and I had.
Well, when it comes to questioning a suspect, Abbott's pretty formidable.
I can believe that. After all, he makes even the men who work with him feel like suspects. Think he does to keep his hand in?
Could be.
Mm-hmm. Roger, we're not getting very far with this case, are we?
Well, that's an understatement. But I've got one or two new lines of inquiry to follow up.
Oh, such as?
Well, to start with, I've asked for a list of all the patrons and contributors to the European Relief and Assistance Society. We'll run a check on every single one of them.
Well, that's a thought, isn't it?
Then I've got this to wade through.
Oh, blimey. You'll wind up with eye strain after that little lot. What is it?
The transcript of the Cox murder trial.
Oh.
And as well as that, I've asked Lois Randall to make a list of any addresses she can remember.
Addresses?
Yes. Or places Pickerel sent her when she was working for him.
Oh, I see. Anything you want me to do?
Yes, Bob. Do another check round all the divisions, will you? Jog them about the hunt for Pickerel.
Oh, do me a favour, Roger. You know what that'll mean? I'll be lumbered with another batch of false scents to go chasing out.
Now, one of them might turn out to be the real thing.
Okay, Chief Inspector. I'll get started on it right away.
Good man.
Will you be going round to the pub at lunchtime, Roger? I thought we might have a pint.
Not today, Bob. Thanks all the same. I'm planning to nip home for a while. I'd just like to make sure all's well at Bell Street.
Hello, Jan.
What? Oh, Roger.
Oh, Jan, love, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you jump like that.
I just didn't hear the door.
No wonder with this noise. Look, let's turn off that vacuum cleaner, shall we?
All right.
Now, Come here, Jan.
Oh, what is it?
Well, you're still a bit on edge, aren't you?
Oh, nothing of the sort.
I don't know. I think that Malone business upsets you more than you're admitting.
No, it hasn't. Now, do stop it, Roger, please.
Well, you like giving me some lunch?
Oh, is that what you come home for?
Well, I thought as you're getting something for yourself and Mark, I might as well join in.
Well, Mark's not here.
He's not?
No, he went off not long after you did this morning.
Where to?
Round his fat, he said.
What the devil for?
Oh, now, really, Roger. Mark Lessing is our best friend, and I know he's been helping these last few days, but he does have a private life of his own, too, you know. Well, he said he wanted to see his publisher and his agent and one or two other people.
Well, I wish he'd told me before I left this morning.
Oh, why should he?
Because I don't like you being alone here in the house.
Oh, for goodness sake.
And Mark should have known it. I'll call the yard and arrange to put a couple of men on duty in Bell Street.
Well, surely you don't imagine anything more is likely to happen. I mean, you've got Malone.
But we haven't got his friend, Pickerel. Not that I think he's liable to try any funny capers. He's too busy keeping under cover. But Pickerel and Malone aren't the only ones involved in this business. There are others behind them somewhere. Now, you pop off to the kitchen and rustle up some lunch, Jan, while I get onto the yard. I'll feel easier once I've got a watch on this house.
Blimey, give it a rest.
Out for the Thames goes rolling on.
I'll roll you straight out of this launch right into your old Father Thames in a minute. Talk about being with it.
Eh?
Haven't you heard of the top 20?
You can keep your top 20. Call that music. Oh, there's a bit of tune about the old songs.
Here we go again.
What's the matter, Harry, mate? Got out the wrong side of the bed this morning, did you?
Got into the wrong side of the force, more like. Be a river copper, they said. Join the Thames Division for an exciting life. Ha, ha.
Well, there's compensations, you know. River patrol's a lot easier on the plates of meat than pounding the hard old London street.
Maybe.
Hello? What's that? See it, Harry, up ahead there?
Where?
Now, over to starboard. Floating in the water, near the old wharf.
Bit of driftwood, isn't it?
No, I'm not so sure. Go on, let's take a closer look.
Well, Roger?
No false alarm this time, Bob. This is Pickerel, right enough.
Well, at least they didn't fetch us down here to the Waterloo Pier Station for nothing, eh?
Well, if that's any comfort.
He's been in the water for some time, by the look of it. Too bad he wasn't found before someone put that bullet in him and dumped him in the river.
Yes. Just one shot. That's all it took.
So he won't tell us anything now.
Well, we'll see what the lab men have to say about that. I'll have the ballistics boys do a check on the bullet. Oh, Bob, take over here, will you? I'm heading back to the yard.
Oh? Some special reason, Roger?
Yes, I want to be there when Superintendent Abbott gets back from Cannon Row. I want to know if he got anything out of our friend Whistler Malone. So I'll leave you to look after things this end.
Malone. Malone, I'm talking to you.
Funny, I can't hear a thing.
Now, cut out the smart stuff.
Copper, you're wasting your breath.
Superintendent to you.
Oh, Lord, you have got me shaking with fear, you have. Why don't you go bang your head?
All right, Malone. I've got plenty of time. So we'll start from the beginning again.
Oh, be my guest.
You know who we're looking for, and I'll lay odds you know where we can find him. So come on, let's have it. Where's Pickerel?
Now, what's Pickerel? Sounds like some kind of fish.
Don't play games with me. We've got all the evidence we need to tie you in with Pickerel and the European Relief Society. I can throw the book at you, Malone, and I'll enjoy doing it. I want to know what Pickerel was up to at the European Relief Society. You were in it with him up to your neck, but you weren't the only one.
I wasn't? Well, that's news to me.
Like hell it is. Now, come on. I want to hear all about it. Who else is involved? The whole story. So start talking.
All right, Superintendent, I'll tell you. Got a fag to spare. Have you on down for a smoke?
Yeah.
Now, just lean a bit closer.
Well?
Superintendent, the whole caper's a gigantic plot to take over the country. By the little people. And the big boss is the king of the leprechauns himself. You're going to go out and arrest a whole lot of them now, can't you?
Malone, I tell you...
Just you be sure they don't up and disappear before you can put them in the dock. Oh, and thanks for the cigarette, Superintendent.
You mean you got nothing out of them at all?
That's just what I've just said, isn't it, West?
Yeah, but Superintendent...
I'll tell you this. I've interrogated a lot of villains in my time, but I've never met one like this before.
Well,
Whistler Malone. A cheap crook. Just a strong-arm thug. But he's as cocky and confident as they make them.
What the hell's he got to be so cocky about? We've got him cold for abduction and assault.
But that's as far as it goes, West. Where anything more is concerned, whatever he knows about Pickerel's whole operation, we're going to have to ferret that out ourselves. The hard way.
And so it seems.
Then what are you waiting around for, Chief Inspector? There's plenty for you to do, so get off and get busy. I'll want a progress report from you later in the day.
Question answer. Counsel for the prosecution. Now, Mr. Cox, the house in Newfield Street where you lived with your brother, the dead man. It was his property, was it not? Cox? That's right. Mind you, I had an idea that it might not. Counsel, just answer yes or no, if you please. Oh. Chief Inspector West.
It's me, Roger.
Oh, Jan. Nothing wrong, is it?
No, of course not. Is it a bad moment to ring? Are you tied up?
Well, only in lots. Oh, sorry about that.
You do sound tired.
So would you be, too, if you were poring through the pages of a transcript for the last hour.
What?
Well, the Benny Cox murder trial, Jan. I've been reading it up.
Oh, I see.
It doesn't seem to be much help, I'm afraid.
Oh, dear.
Now, what are you ringing about?
Well, Mark's just phoned me. He said he'll be through with all his various calls by late afternoon, so he'll be back at Bell Street for dinner. I just wondered if you knew what time you're likely to get home.
Well, ask a silly question, and...
I see. Well, I'd better do a casserole, then it can keep in the oven.
Oh, poor Jan. Still no regrets about marrying a copper.
Oh, as the politicians say, no comment. Bye for now, darling.
Bye, Jan. And where was I?
Roger.
Oh, come in, Bob.
I've got something for you.
What is it? The report from ballistics?
No, that's not ready yet. This is the list of addresses you asked Lois Randall to make out for you.
Oh, fine. Let's take a look at them. Well, she's remembered quite a number of them. Good girl. Regent's Park, Lambeth, Kensington, Bayswater, Hackney, Holborn, Pimlico.
A lot of ground, don't they?
Yes, that's right, they do. Well, our late Mr. Pickerel had Lois delivering his mysterious packages over a pretty wide area. Interesting.
What do you make of it, Roger?
I don't know. We may get an idea once you've linked these addresses to the names that belong to them.
Me?
You, Detective Inspector Cornish.
Thanks. That's what I get for being a new boy at the yard, I suppose. All the big, exciting jobs. Isn't it marvelous?
Chetworth? West here, Sir Guy.
Yes, Roger. What is it?
Well, you asked me to keep you informed of developments, sir. I thought you might like to know what's been happening so far.
Certainly. I'm free at the moment, if that suits you.
Yes, sir.
Very well, come straight along.
And I think that just about covers everything to date, Sir Guy.
Not a very good day for you, Roger, all things considered.
I'm afraid not, sir.
PERIL murdered, Whistler Malone not talking. I must say, I'm rather amazed that Superintendent Abbott couldn't get anything out of him. Interrogation is Abbott's strong point.
Yes, I know, sir.
So, we're left with the various other lines of inquiry you're pursuing.
Yes.
What about that ballistics report you mentioned?
Well, I'm still waiting for that, sir.
I see. Well, it appears to be a matter of just plugging away, eh, Roger? In the final analysis, and that's how the vast majority of cases are cleared up, by good old-fashioned perseverance.
Yes, sir.
Frustrating at times, of course.
Very.
But we have to learn to live with it. It's a frustrating world for policemen as well as everyone else. Well, if that's all now, Roger.
There is one other thing, sir.
Yes?
Well, it's something I'd like to ask you, Sir Guy.
Well?
I may be on the wrong track entirely, but I can't help feeling that there's some other element mixed in with this case. Not directly, perhaps, but connected in some way.
What makes you think that?
Well, actually, it was you, sir. This morning, when we were talking. I just had the feeling... Nothing I could really put my finger on, I admit, but...
Very perceptive of you. But then, that's one of the things which makes a good police officer.
Then I'm right, sir. There is something.
Yes, but it's something that doesn't affect you at this moment. Though I must confess, one time I thought otherwise.
When you suspended me from duty, is that what you mean?
As I've said, it's nothing which affects you now. But as an Assistant Commissioner of Police, it concerns me very directly. Now, that's as much as I'm prepared to say for the time being.
Well, of course, sir. But surely, if it has anything at all to do with this case, don't you think
Yes, when the time comes for you to know more, you can rest assured I'll tell you. Now, I suggest we consider the subject as closed.
Come in. Oh, it's you, West.
Yes, Superintendent.
Well, what is it?
Well, you said something earlier in the day about wanting a progress report. Well, here's some real progress, Superintendent.
What are you talking about?
This. It's just come in, the report from ballistics.
Well?
Remember Joe Leach, the character who tipped you off about the money planted in my house?
Of course.
And who was conveniently murdered before I had a chance to ask him any questions?
Yes, I know all about that.
Well, here's what you don't know. This report proves conclusively that PERIL and Joe Leach were murdered by bullets from the same gun.
So?
And that gun was found on Whistler Malone when we brought him in.
So we've got him for murder?
Well, if that doesn't break him wide open and make him chat his head off, I don't know what will. Well, I'm off to Cannon Row now. I'm going to shove this report under his nose.
Just one moment, Chief Inspector.
Yes?
I decide who questions Malone and who doesn't. Or have you forgotten that?
Well, no, I haven't. But in the circumstances, I just thought I was the logical one to handle it.
Oh, did you? You're taking rather a lot on yourself, aren't you, West?
Maybe. But you've all had a crack at him. Now it's my turn. And Malone kidnapped my wife. Remember? Goodbye, Superintendent.
Along here, sir.
Hell.
This way, Chief Inspector.
All right. West. What's Malone? He's out of his cell. After him, Constable.
Get him.
Oh, nice work, Constable.
Flaming coppers.
Right, now hang on to him.
You betcha.
And how that place is. Malone, how'd you do it? Come on, I want an answer. How'd you get out of your cell?
I just whistled abracadabra and walked through the wall.
Chief Inspector, he's got something in his hand.
Right, let's see what it is, Malone. Come on, let's see it, I said.
Let go.
Come on, open it. It's a key.
Malone had a key to his cell?
Yes, Sir Guy.
And if you hadn't gone to question him...
He just might have got clear away. Now we know why he was so cocky, why he refused to talk.
Because he had this?
I remember something else now. When I nailed him at Bell Street, he said then, we'd never keep him in a cell. No coppers can hold me. Those were his exact words. Sir Guy.
Yes, Roger?
What we were talking about this afternoon, what I couldn't put my finger on. This is it, sir, isn't it? This is the other factor in the case. How did Whistler Malone get hold of this key to his cell? Someone must have given it to him, and that someone has to be...
Yes, Roger. A police officer. I've had reason to believe it for quite some time. Now it's proved beyond doubt.
So that's it. We've got a renegade copper, a Judas, here at the yard.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in Part 6 of Inspector West at Home by John Creasy. Listen to A Date with Justice, the next episode of John Fawcett Wilson's production of Inspector West at Home.
Inspector West. Calling Chief Inspector West.
Stand by for West. A crime file based on John Creasy's novel Inspector West at Home, dramatized for radio by Morris Travers. Inspector West at Home, starring Patrick Allen as Chief Inspector Roger West of Scotland Yard and Sarah Lawson as his wife, Janet. Part 7, A Date with Justice.
A crooked copper here at the yard. That's a hell of a thing, Sir Guy.
A bitter pill for any assistant commissioner of police to have to swallow, Roger. One of my own men, a traitor.
How long have you known about this, sir?
Oh, I've suspected it for some months. Now you've brought me the concrete proof. Whistler Malone's attempt to escape from his cell with this key. I take it you've interrogated Malone?
Yes, sir.
Well, let's have it. Who gave him this key? It can only have been a police officer.
I don't know who it was, sir.
What the devil do you mean?
Malone's just not talking, sir.
Not talking? With a double murder charge against him for the killing of Pickerel and Joe Leach.
He still won't say a word, sir. It's my guess he's playing it dumb in the hope that his pal at the yard will make another attempt to help him.
We don't know who the blackguard is. Roger, he's got to be found, and found quickly.
That's not going to be easy, sir.
Easy or not, it's your job, Chief Inspector.
Mine, sir.
Since you came up with that tape recording of Pickerel and cleared yourself of the bribe-taking affair, you're the only man I can be certain of. I'm giving you complete authority to act in this case, as of now.
Over Superintendent Abbott's head, sir.
You're responsible solely to me, from this moment.
I see.
I want the man who handed Malone this key. The man who has betrayed his duty, his colleagues, and everything we stand for. You're sure that no one apart from the police officers has seen Malone?
No one, sir.
Who was the last man to do so?
P.C. Thompson. He took him his evening meal. Before that, Malone was questioned by Superintendent Abbott, and by Sergeant Mears and Inspector Cornish earlier in the day. But it could be any man in the crime department, sir. Or even one of the women police, for all we know, Sir Guy.
Well, I'm relying on you. Don't forget that, Roger, will you?
I won't, sir.
Now, I think we'd both better pack off home. It's late, and I'm feeling rather tired. Cigarette, Roger.
Oh, thanks, Mark.
Well, it's been a pretty grim day for you, one way and another.
About as grim as they come. Pickerel found shot and dumped in the river. Malone sitting in his cell at Cannon Row, not saying a word, and me. Well, I'm no closer to finding out why I was framed and what's behind it all.
And now, on top of everything, you've got to uncover a guilty copper.
Yes, and how do I do that? I can't put a watch on every man in the department. That's damn difficult, setting a copper to catch a copper.
Then what are you going to do, darling?
There's only one thing I can do, Jan. Tackle it from the other angle.
How do you mean?
Well, concentrate on digging out exactly what Pickerel was up to at the European Relief and Assistance Society. Now, once I've done that, it's got to lead me to the yardman involved.
Roger, do you think this renegade copper could be the real brains behind this whole business?
Oh, there's no way of knowing. But we can't rule out the possibility. You'll stand by, Mark, won't you, in case I should need you?
Like a shot.
Then you better stay the night here, Mark.
Oh, splendid thought, Mrs. West.
Well, I'm off for bed. Ooh, tomorrow's going to be a critical day. I've got to see Chatworth first thing in the morning.
Oh, Roger, come in.
Good morning, Sir Guy.
Oh, let's hope it proves to be. You haven't seen Superintendent Abbott yet, I take it?
No, sir.
I've informed him that the case is now in your hands. You You and Abbott don't hit it off very well, do you?
Well, I can't say that we do, sir.
Now, Roger, what's the situation on the case at this moment?
Well, the superintendent's running a check on all the patrons of the European Relief Society, also the contributors to it.
Good.
Then Detective Inspector Cornish is following up the list of addresses Lois Randall made out for me.
Ah, yes, where PERIL sent her to deliver those parcels or packages or whatever.
Yes, sir. Cornish is hunting up the names that belong to the addresses.
Anything else?
Well, there's this.
What is it?
The transcript of a murder trial, sir. The Benny Cox murder.
Have you still got that bee in your bonnet?
I'll call it what you like, Sir Guy. But from what Pickerel said on the tape recording, we know that my frame-up was organized because he was scared. He was afraid I'd get onto the whole truth about the 13th of January, the day Benny Cox was murdered.
Oh, yes, but you've already unearthed what that was. The fact that Cox worked for Whistler Malone, and thus by extension for Pickerel.
No, I still feel there's more to it than that. And I think I may have found a hint in this transcript.
What sort of hint?
Well, it's just here, sir, where the prosecuting counsel is questioning the accused Benny Cox's brother. Here we are. Listen, Sir Guy. Now, Mr. Cox, the house in Newfield Street where you lived with your brother, the dead man, it was his property, was it not? Cox. That's right. Mind you, I had an idea that it might not. Counsel, just answer yes or no, if you please.
Well, perhaps I'm dull, Chief Inspector, but none of that means very much to me.
Well, it didn't to me at first either, sir. But you'll notice that the prosecutor cut off Alfred Cox in mid-sentence. Now, suppose that Cox had been allowed to finish what he was going to say.
What of it?
And suppose it was something like this. That Cox had an idea his brother didn't really own the house. That it really belonged to someone else.
But that's sheer speculation. Just guesswork.
Admittedly. And I can't ask Alfred Cox, seeing that he's up stakes and left London after his acquittal. But he was believed to have sold the house. Now, if it wasn't his house to sell, then who is the real owner?
Oh, Roger, I think you're clutching at straws here.
Maybe. And if you want another piece of guesswork, I'd say Whistler Malone murdered Benny Cox.
Well, all right. Leave the matter of the house in Newfield Street with me. You've got enough on your plate.
Well, thank you, sir.
What's your next move, Roger?
A visit to number 11 Bannock House, sir.
Bannock House?
Mrs. Raymond Fleming's flat, the European Relief Society's founder and president. It was thanks to her I got the tape recording that put me in the clear. She may be able to help me further, and I don't want to waste any time. The faster we can get to the bottom of this whole thing, the better.
Pickerel? Murdered?
Yes, Mrs. Fleming.
Good heavens. He was found in the river, you say?
By a police launch from the Thames Division.
Well, all his superstitions didn't help him, did they?
How do you mean?
Don't you remember, Inspector, on that tape? He went on about the unlucky 13th. He's obviously a highly superstitious man. Inspector, does this mean you've managed to discover what he was using the society for? What his criminal activities were?
No, Mrs. Fleming. Nor who's really behind it.
Surely that's perfectly plain. Pickerel himself.
Ah, but he had other associates, the friends he spoke of on the tape.
Doesn't that mean Malone and those thugs of his?
It's possible.
Annette, my dear. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had someone with you.
Good morning, Mr. Fleming.
It's Chief Inspector West, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
May I ask what brings you here again?
Well, I wanted a few words with your wife, Mr. Fleming.
I'm at a loss to think why.
Raymond.
Please, my dear. I was under the impression, Inspector, that we'd have no more visits from the police.
Well, the case isn't concluded yet, sir, and until it is, we have to continue with our inquiries.
I'm sure Annette has already told you everything she knows about the entire unfortunate episode.
And Superintendent Abbott took my statement.
I'm well aware of that, of course.
Well, then.
But I thought there might possibly be something that your wife had overlooked, Mr. Fleming. Something that might be important. Now, that kind of thing can easily happen.
It hasn't happened in this instance, I assure you, Inspector. You know how much the society means to me. How anxious I am to avoid any unfavorable publicity.
As I've told you more than once, my dear, the best way of doing that is simply to terminate its existence.
Oh, Raymond, for heaven's sake.
My views on the matter have not changed, Annette. If anything, I disapprove more strongly than ever of the whole thing.
Raymond, dear, I'm sure the last thing the inspector wants to listen to is a family squabble.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry, my dear. Do forgive me. And my apologies to you, too, Inspector.
No need for it, Mr. Fleming.
But indeed there is. I'm afraid I allowed my feelings to get the better of me. I'm not a believer in airing one's differences in public. Old-fashioned of me, no doubt, in these permissive times, but there it is. Now, if there's nothing further you want with my wife...
Not for the moment. However, if there should be anything else you happen to recall, Mrs. Fleming, no matter how trifling it may seem, I trust you'll let me know at once.
Naturally, she will.
You know where to contact me, Scotland Yard. Well, now I'll say goodbye.
Please don't trouble to see me out. I know the way. Chief Inspector West.
Good morning, sir. Detective Inspector Cornish reporting.
Oh, hello, Bob. What's all the formality in Adon?
I just thought I'd better start minding my P's and Q's now you're running the whole show.
Well, save yourself the effort. But I didn't know it was general currency already.
Oh, the whisper gets around, you know. And I've got ears like radar screens, don't forget.
Yes, I have noticed.
I'll bet it's put Abbott's nose out of joint. What did he say?
Well, I haven't seen him yet. Bob, how are you getting on with that list of addresses?
We haven't got through them all yet.
What do you mean by we? I thought I sent you on that job solo.
Oh, that's right. But yesterday, when Abbott was still in charge, he detailed his sergeant onto it with me.
Did he now?
So for my sins, I'm landed with tiny mirrors.
Well, what have you turned up so far?
Damn all.
You mean you haven't been able to match any of the names to the addresses?
Oh, we've managed that, all right. For what good it does, but we found no one at home. Every time, Roger.
Oh, blast.
All the geezers concerned seem to have done a scarper.
All right, Bob. You and Mears check the rest on the list. And then you get back to me as soon as you can with the results.
Will do.
Bye now. Oh, come in. Oh, Superintendent Abbott.
Yes. The situation being what it is, I've come to your office, Chief Inspector. I'd like to know what's been going on.
Going on?
Behind my back.
Oh, sorry, I'm not quite with you, Superintendent.
Like hell you're not. Now, don't play funny beggars with me, West.
I wasn't trying to. Now, what seems to be the matter?
Plenty. In my book. I've been given to understand by the Assistant Commissioner that you are now in charge of this case.
Oh, I see.
Well, I don't. I've been in the force a good many years, West. And this is the first time I've known an AC put any officer in authority over one with higher rank.
Well, there's no question of that, Superintendent. Not as I see it, anyway.
Don't give me that. According to the book, there's been
Superintendent, for once, just once in your life, let's forget about the book, shall we? Look, as far as I'm concerned, I take this new arrangement to mean that I have to report to Sir Guy Chatworth direct, that's all. Now, apart from that, when it comes to doing the job, I'm assuming that you and I will simply go on working together, just as we have been.
Oh. I thought
together, that's the operative word, Superintendent, in my book. Now, have you any objection to that?
Well, I was... No. No objection. Just as long as that means I'll be kept up to date with everything. All new developments.
Yes, of course.
Right. I'll get back to my office then.
Oh, we're speaking.
Chatworth here, Roger.
Oh, yes, sir.
That business about the Cox house in Newfield Street, Battersea.
Oh, yes, Sir Guy.
I did as I promised and checked out.
Well, sir?
Seems you were right, Roger.
Benny Cox wasn't the real owner.
No, he was not.
Then who was, sir?
The house is registered as being the property of Mrs. Raymond Fleming.
Chelsea 1492?
And about time, too.
Oh, Roger.
Who the devil have you been talking to, Jan? The phone's been engaged for ages.
Oh, well, I rang Gloucestershire to have a little chat to the boys.
Little chat, huh? Oh, I'd hate to think what it's done to our phone bill.
Well, of course, are the phone bills more important than your own sons, Mr. West?
No, I didn't say that, did I? Ah, the young demons.
Oh, the young demons having the time of their lives. According to Martin, these are the best school holidays he and Richard have ever had. Which probably means they're eating my poor cousin out of house and home.
More than likely. Oh, Jan, I want to talk to Mark. He's there, isn't he?
Yes, hang on, I'll get him.
Oh, good.
Mark, it's for you.
Right here, Janice.
It's Roger.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Roger.
Mark, I've got a job for you.
I'm listening.
I want you to get over to Hampstead, Bannock House.
Bannock House, where Mrs. Fleming lives.
Yes, that's right. Now, I'll give you time to get there, and then I'll be phoning her. Now, I want you to watch the place and keep track of her movements, if any. Got that?
Got it.
Good chap.
I leave at once. Your personal private bloodhound's on his way. Ears flapping and nose to the ground.
Hello?
Is that Mrs. Fleming?
Yes?
Chief Inspector West here. There's something I'd like to ask you, if you could spare a moment.
Certainly, Inspector.
Will you tell me if this address means anything to you? Number 25, Newfield Street.
25 Newfield Street.
That's right. In Battersea. Well, Mrs. Fleming.
No, I'm afraid it doesn't mean a thing, Inspector.
What about the name Cox? Benny Cox?
Sorry, that means nothing either.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you.
May I ask what this is all about, Mr. West?
Or just a routine inquiry, that's all. Goodbye, Mrs. Fleming.
Goodbye.
Annette?
Oh.
Who were you talking to?
What did you say, darling?
I said, who were you talking to? On the phone.
It was just Sybil Kenrick. She wants me to have lunch next week.
Rather a brief conversation, wasn't it, for Sybil?
Well, I cut her short. She does go on. I'm not in the mood today.
Annette.
Yes?
Is everything all right with you, my dear?
Yes, of course. Why do you ask?
Well, only because you seem somewhat distrait. Ever since that policeman, West, called this morning.
Oh, nonsense, Raymond.
You're sure there's nothing you'd like to tell me?
Of course not.
Annette, I should hate you to feel that you couldn't confide in me. You know, you mustn't let a little thing like our difference of opinion over that society of yours upset you.
It doesn't, darling, not at all. Oh, heavens, I've just remembered. I have an appointment at the hairdresser's. I'll have to rush. Raymond, you'll be home for the rest of the day, won't you?
Yes, I imagine so. Why?
I might have a little surprise for you when I get back, that's all. Must run now. Bye, darling.
Oh, you're still here, West. I didn't know whether you'd gone off to lunch.
Oh, thanks for reminding me, Superintendent. Oh, what have you got there?
The rundown on the patrons and contributors to the European Relief Society.
Oh, good.
But you can see for yourself it's a blind alley. All perfectly respectable people. No grounds for suspicion of any of them. And what's doing with the other lines of inquiry? How about Cornish's assignment?
Not complete yet. I'm waiting to hear.
Any luck elsewhere?
Well, there may be.
Oh?
But I'd rather not say more till I can be sure, Superintendent, if that's okay with you.
Yeah. Well, suit yourself, Chief Inspector.
Fine. Oh, and since you mentioned lunch, I think I'll pop out and grab a snack. I'll be in the usual pub if there's anything urgent, Superintendent.
Sure you would like another sausage, Mr. West? Not many left.
Oh, no, thanks, Sandra. I've done nicely, thank you.
Roger?
Oh, Bob.
Abbott told me I'd find you here.
What do you have, Bob? The usual?
Thanks very much.
Sandra, a pint for Mr. Cornish, please.
Certainly, Mr. West. Come right away.
Well, I take it this means you and Tiny Mears have finished the job.
Yes, we've finished. Here's the list for you. All the names alongside all the addresses.
Uh-huh.
You know, Roger, I always thought there was only one invisible man.
Huh?
That little lot proves me dead wrong, doesn't it?
Well, I'm not so sure.
Eh?
There's something about this list that rings a faint bell.
Here we are, your pint, Mr. Cornish.
Oh, thanks.
No, I'm getting this. There you are, Sandra.
Thank you, Mr. West.
Bob, I'll say cheers and leave you to it. I want to see if I can make that bell ring a bit louder. So long for now. Chief Inspector West. Yes, Sergeant. Got that information for me? Right, let's have it. No, slow down a bit, Sergeant. I'm trying to write it all down. Mm-hmm. Right, got that. Now, what about this Arthur Spencer? Andrew Sedgman, alias Arthur Spencer. Served 5 years for receiving, yes, 57 to 61, right? What's that? Also alias what? Andre Santerre. Right, thanks a lot. What? Yes, quite right. What would we do without the records office? Goodbye. Andre Santerre. I wonder. This is Chief Inspector West. I want to call through to Interpol Paris, the International Bureau. And don't waste any time over it. There's a good girl. Yes, thank you. I'm very grateful to you, Monsieur l'Inspecteur. What? Helped? Well, it's helped a very great deal. In fact, I'd say you've given us just what we've been looking for. Well, thanks again. Merci. Goodbye. Well, that's the answer, all right, Sir Guy. It can't be anything else.
Stolen jewelry?
Yes, on a vast scale. In the last 12 months, there's been a rash of jewel thefts all over the continent. Interpol have a dossier an inch thick on Andre Santerre, alias Arthur Spencer, alias Andrew Sedgman.
Well, what's the connection?
Well, he's a fence. Jewelry only. It's his specialty.
And you say at least 3 of the other names on this list are also fences?
That's the information from our own criminal records office. I'd say that gives us a pretty good idea what was in those packages Lois Randall had to deliver when she was working for Pickerel.
Then the European Relief Society
was being used as a front, yes. The clearinghouse for a huge distribution setup. The stolen jewels smuggled from the continent, brought to the society, and from there filtering through to a network of fences. Now, for all we know, even the thefts themselves might have been planned from there.
And the Fleming woman was behind the whole thing.
It all points that way, sir.
But, Roger, damn it, she was the one who tipped you off. She gave you the tape recording. Oh, wait a minute. A double bluff, eh?
Could be, couldn't it, sir? If Pickerel had taken it on himself to organize my frame-up, and she thought he'd gone too far.
Her way of killing two birds with one stone. Carrying you and diverting suspicion from her society and herself. Oh, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Chatworth?
Oh, Sir Guy, it's Mark Lessing here. I understand Chief Inspector West's with you.
Yes, just a moment. It's for you, Roger. Your friend Lessing.
Oh, thank you, sir. Mark, any news?
There certainly is.
Mm-hmm.
I followed the good lady from Bannock House. She went into the West End to an airline office. She's booked 2 seats on a flight to Nice.
When for? Have you any idea?
Of course I have. What kind of a bloodhound do you think you've got? It's this afternoon, Roger. The 5:30 flight from London Airport.
Oh, nice work, Mark.
What do I do now?
No more, thanks, Mark. You can go back to Bell Street and keep Janet company.
Right you are.
Now, bye, Mark. Mrs. Fleming's planning to leave the country, Sir Guy.
Is she, by God? In that case, you'd better have her picked up at once.
No, sir. Not just yet.
Why not?
We still want to lay our hands on our bent copper, don't we?
Certainly we do. That's the most vital thing of all.
And here's how we do it. First, there's a telephone number I want put out of order, say from 4:30 this afternoon.
No difficulty about that.
And then, round about that same time, I'd like the news spread through the yard that I've put my finger on the whole setup behind the European Relief Society. And I'll be making an arrest at about 6:30.
I see. We're setting a trap, are we?
One for our man to walk into and incriminate himself completely.
And what will you be doing?
Me, sir? I'm planning to take a run out to London Airport, well before the 5:30 flight for Nice is due to make its departure.
Well, I must say, Annette, when I got up this morning, I didn't imagine I'd be sitting at London Airport by the afternoon.
Raymond, darling, you're sure you don't mind the way I've bustled you into this? You know how much I love to do things on the spur of the moment. And it is a nice surprise, you must admit.
It's a delightful surprise, my dear.
Quite suddenly, I just couldn't bear the thought of London for a day longer.
Well, I confess that the prospect of spending a little time on the Riviera is highly agreeable.
And who knows? We might decide to go on from there. The world, as they say, is our oyster.
If I have any quibble at all, my dear, it was the necessity for arriving here quite so early. Our plane doesn't leave for at least another half hour.
Then we've got plenty of time to have our coffee, haven't we?
All right, you wait here, Constable.
Annette, look.
Inspector West.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Fleming. I'm afraid I must ask you to come with me.
Come with you? Now, just a moment.
We have some questions we want to ask your wife, Mr. Fleming. I imagine you'll want to be with her. I've got a car waiting. Let's go nice and quietly, shall we?
And let me tell you that I consider this utterly outrageous. What possible charges can you have to lay against my wife?
The charges, Mr. Fleming, they start with receiving stolen property and go on to being an accessory to murder both before and after the fact.
That's completely absurd. The moment this car gets to Scotland Yard, I shall telephone my lawyer.
We're not going to the yard.
Where are you taking us, then?
To your flat, Mrs. Fleming, to number 11 Bannock House. We're going to wait there. Just the 3 of us. All right, Mr. Fleming, open the door. Constable.
Sir.
I want you 2 men to wait round behind those lifts. Keep out of sight until I call you.
Right, Inspector.
All right, come on now. Let's get inside, Mr. Fleming.
You're going to be very sorry for all this, Inspector, I promise you.
We'll see.
We most certainly will. The moment I get on the phone. Come along, Annette.
You know your mistake, Mrs. Fleming. It was a big one. You lied to me about the house you own in Newfield Street.
What are you talking about? I don't own a house.
It's in your name.
Raymond.
Leave this to me, my dear. Once I've talked to my lawyer. What the devil? The phone's gone dead.
I suggest you don't trouble, Mr. Fleming.
I am not asking for your advice. Oh, confound the thing.
Raymond, the mirror. Oh, you were standing too close to the phone.
It's broken.
It doesn't matter, darling. It's not important.
Of course it's important. A broken mirror, that's bad luck. 7 years bad luck, don't you know that?
I wasn't aware you believed in that kind of thing, Mr. Fleming.
He doesn't, Inspector, of course not.
Oh, but he does, Mrs. Fleming. Just look at him. Is it only mirrors, Fleming? Or are you superstitious about numbers, too? Like 13, the unlucky 13th?
What do you mean?
You, Fleming, that's what I mean. That all makes sense. So does the house in Newfield Street. You own it in your wife's name.
Oh.
Now, we thought Pickerel was the superstitious one. And your wife encouraged us to think that, didn't you, Mrs. Fleming? Because you knew it was your husband. You've known all along. He's the brains behind it all. He's the one who's using your society as a clearinghouse for stolen jewels.
Inspector!
But if you were so keen to shield him, why the devil tip me off in the first place? Why give me that tape recording? If you knew...
You damn fool!
Raymond, I did it for you. I thought once you knew the police were making inquiries into the society, you'd stop it all. Put an end to the whole thing and you'd be safe.
Safe? You stupid.
It was for you, Raymond, for your sake.
Quiet.
Shh. Who's that?
Someone I've been expecting. A little trap. That's why your phone's not working, Fleming, so that your silent partner would have to come here to warn you in person. Now we'll see just who he is. Come on, Fleming. We'll go and let him in. You open the door. I'll be here just behind him. Now go on, open it.
Oh, Fleming, I couldn't get through on the phone. You'll have to beat it.
Bob
fast.
Cornish.
Who the...
Detective Inspector Cornish.
Well.
Constable at the double, both of you.
Right, sir.
Don't try any clever stuff you happen to hope.
Well, looks like the jig's up, eh, Roger?
Chief Inspector to you.
Sorry, I'm sure.
So that's why I kept getting beaten to the punch. Now it all adds up. Why Joe Leach was killed before Mark Lessing could ask him any questions. How Malone knew we were all at Leggett's Hotel and was able to kidnap my wife. And I had to put you onto tracking down that list of addresses. No wonder every man on it had disappeared. And it goes right the way back, doesn't it?
Does it?
To the Micklejohn murder. I suppose Whistler Malone did that little job, too, after you warned him that we were going along to talk to him. How long have you been tied in with Malone? Since your days in AZ Division before you got your transfer to the Yard?
Proper little Sherlock Holmes you are, aren't you?
Just one question. Why?
Why? You're just too good to be true, aren't you? You think any man should be happy to sweat his life away all the hours of the day and night and finish up on a pension? All for the honor and glory of being a copper.
No, Mr. Cornish. Not for anything like that. Because it's a job that has to be done, that's all. Not that you'd understand that. All right, Constable. Get him and Fleming down to the car and to where they belong, behind bars.
Yes, Inspector.
Then report to Superintendent Abbott. And if he wants to know where I am, I've gone home.
You've been listening to Patrick Allen and Sarah Lawson in the final part of Inspector West at Home by John Creasy. Inspector West at Home was produced for the BBC by John Fawcett Wilson.